the village of Greenhill Vale awoke slowly, cradled in the embrace of the rolling foothills to the west of the great river. The sun cast its first warm rays across the thatched roofs and tidy gardens, glinting on windows made of polished glass. Nestled against the base of a small, flower-speckled hill was the home of Orlan Mossroot, a name spoken warmly by his neighbours for his steady hand in gardening and his knack for crafting soothing brews of tea. Orlan's burrow, Mossburrow, was a tidy little place with walls of clay-packed earth and a round door painted a deep green. Inside, the aroma of dried herbs and beeswax candles mingled pleasantly. A gentle snore came from Orlan's bedroom, where the round-faced hobbit-like man had spent most of the night reading an old, tattered book about herbal remedies. His spectacles sat askew on his bedside table, next to a teacup still half full. The first sound to stir Orlan was the faint chiming of windbells he'd hung outside the kitchen window. Their soft, melodic song carried on the morning breeze, mingling with the distant murmur of the creek that ran through the vale. He yawned, stretched his arms, and blinked at the sunlight filtering through the round, green glass of his window. "Morning already?" he mumbled to himself, rubbing sleep from his eyes. "Best get to it, then." Orlan dressed in his favourite vest, a brown one embroidered with golden stitching that reminded him of autumn leaves, and shuffled into his small kitchen. He lit a fire in the stove and set about preparing breakfast. A loaf of bread toasted on the hearth, a dollop of blackberry jam, and a pot of strong chamomile tea. He ate slowly, savouring the peaceful quiet of the morning, though he couldn't help but feel a faint twinge of unease that he couldn't quite place. After breakfast, Orlan stepped outside, taking a deep breath of the crisp, dewy air. His garden stretched before him like a painter's canvas, rich with colour and life. Rows of sunflowers swayed gently in the breeze, and the vines of his prized honey squash climbed a trellis he'd built last spring. Orlan crouched near a patch of lavender, brushing the soil with his fingers to test its dampness. As he worked, the rustle of the wind in the trees and the hum of bees created a comforting melody that made the world feel far away and safe. He was inspecting a cluster of blueberries, plump and dark as ink, when a soft, uncertain voice broke the stillness. "Master Mossroot?" Orlan turned to see a young woman standing at the edge of his garden. She was thin and pale, with chestnut-brown hair tucked under a simple bonnet. In her hands, she clutched a small bundle wrapped in linen, holding it to her chest as though it might break. Orlan straightened, brushing dirt from his hands. "Good morning, Miss Erin," he said warmly, recognizing her as one of the shopkeeper's daughters. "What brings you here so early?" Erin hesitated, her eyes darting to the ground before meeting his. I found something, sir, near the old willow by the creek. It looked odd. I didn't know who else might know what to do with it." She held out the bundle, and Orlan stepped closer, his curiosity piqued. As he unwrapped the cloth, a small stone fell into his hand. It was cool to the touch, darker than a moonless night, with veins of silver running through it like frozen lightning. Strange symbols were etched into its surface, symbols that Orlan didn't recognize, but that stirred something deep in his memory. "It's unlike anything I've seen," Erin said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I thought it might be, well, something dangerous." Orlan studied the stone carefully, turning it over in his fingers. There was a faint hum to it, almost imperceptible, like the vibration of a struck tuning fork. It was as though the stone held some kind of energy, lying dormant but not entirely at rest. "Where exactly did you find this?" he asked, his tone more serious now. "Under the willow," she replied. "Near the roots. I almost didn't see it. It was covered in moss, like it had been there for ages." Orlan frowned. The willow by the creek was well known in the Vale, a tree so old that even the elders couldn't remember a time before it. If the stone had been lying there all this time, how had no one noticed it until now? "You did the right thing bringing it here," he said, tucking the stone back into the cloth. "I'll look into it." Erin nodded, relief washing over her face. "Thank you, Master Mossroot. I didn't want to keep it. Something about it feels wrong." As she turned to leave, Orlan watched her go, his thoughts heavy. He was a simple man, more at home with trowels and teapots than mysteries, but the stone felt like something that couldn't be ignored. Orlan carried the stone back into Mossborough, wrapping it carefully in the linen bundle. He set it on his sturdy oak kitchen table, the symbols glinting faintly in the soft light that filtered through his round window. For a long while he simply stared at it, his mind turning over thoughts like a millstone grinding grain. The symbols were unlike any script Orlan had seen in the few books of lore kept in the Vale. They were sharp, angular, and etched so finely it was as though a master craftsman had carved them with a single hair-thin blade. Yet for all their precision, they didn't seem entirely lifeless. As his eyes traced the patterns, he swore he could almost feel the faintest pull toward them, like an unseen thread tugging at the edges of his thoughts. To steady himself, Orlan busied his hands. He lit a beeswax candle, brewed another pot of tea, and reached for his journal, a well-worn book filled with sketches, notes on his garden, and the occasional scribbled rhyme. Sitting at the table, he carefully sketched the symbols from the stone onto a fresh page, his quill scratching softly against the parchment. "It's just a stone," he muttered, as though saying it aloud might make it true. "Probably left behind by one of the old traders passing through years ago. Nothing more." But the explanation felt hollow. Greenhill Vale was far from the old trade routes that once crisscrossed the lands. Travellers came and went, yes, but nothing of significance had passed through the Vale in many years. At least, nothing Orlan could recall. As he stared at the symbols, a fragment of an old tale stirred in his memory. It was something his grandmother used to tell him on winter nights by the fire, when the wind howled and the shadows seemed to grow long. "There are stones older than the hills," she had said, her voice low and full of mystery. "Stones that hold whispers of the world before ours, carried by rivers and buried beneath roots. They remember what we've forgotten." At the time, Orlan had dismissed it as just another fireside story meant to amuse a curious child. But now, with the stone sitting before him, the words felt less like fiction and more like a warning. A sharp knock at the door broke Orlan's concentration. He blinked, realizing the sun had climbed higher in the sky than he'd thought. Wiping his hands on a nearby cloth, he walked to the door and opened it to find Adric Thornbranch standing on his doorstep. Adric was the Vale's unofficial historian, or, as he preferred to call himself, a keeper of tales. He was a wiry man with sharp eyes and a knack for knowing things no one else seemed to remember. His cloak, patched and frayed at the edges, carried the scent of the woods and ink. "Morning, Orlan," Adric said with a grin that didn't quite mask the curiosity in his eyes. "I heard from Erin that you've come across something unusual." Orlan raised an eyebrow. She moves fast for someone so shy. She does indeed, Adric replied, stepping inside without waiting for an invitation. And when she mentioned strange symbols, I thought I'd better come see for myself. Orlin hesitated but nodded, leading Adric to the kitchen table. The historian's eyes widened as he saw the stone. He reached out to touch it but stopped just short, his hand hovering above it. By the trees, Adric murmured, his tone uncharacteristically subdued. Where did you say she found this? Under the willow by the creek, Orlin replied, pulling out the chair opposite him. She said it was covered in moss, like it had been there for years. Adric frowned, sitting down and leaning closer to the stone. I've seen marks like these in an old ledger from the far south. They're not dwarvish, nor are they elvish, not entirely anyway. These symbols belong to something older. Orlin felt a chill settle over him. Older? How much older? Adric didn't answer immediately. Instead, he rummaged in his satchel, pulling out a worn notebook. He flipped through its pages until he found what he was looking for, a sketch of similar markings. These, he said, pointing to his notes, were found carved into the roots of an ash tree deep in the barrow wood. They're said to belong to the keepers of the hidden paths, an ancient order long vanished, who were said to protect relics from an age before men or hobbits walked these lands. Orlin stared at the sketch, then at the stone. The symbols weren't identical, but they were close enough to make his stomach churn. Relics? Protecting them from what? Adric leaned back, his expression darkening. From things best left forgotten. The words hung in the air like the weight of a storm cloud. Orlin wanted to laugh, to dismiss it all as one of Adric's many stories meant to amuse and bewilder. But as he looked at the stone, at the faint shimmer of the symbols in the light, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was holding something far beyond his understanding. What should I do with it? Orlin asked finally, his voice quiet. Adric considered this for a long moment before speaking. The keepers left few traces behind. If this stone is what I think it is, it doesn't belong here. It belongs where it cannot be found. Orlin frowned. And where might that be? Adric's gaze shifted to the window, where the old willow stood in the distance, its branches swaying gently in the breeze. Perhaps, he said slowly, we should start where it was found. The willow has been here longer than the vale itself. If it holds answers, it won't give them easily. Orlin nodded, his resolve hardening. Then we'll go to the willow. As the two men prepared to leave Mossborough, the stone seemed to hum faintly, as though it knew its fate was about to unfold. Orlin and Adric stood at the edge of the old willow's domain, where the grassy fields of the vale gave way to a shadowed hollow. The tree's gnarled roots stretched out like the limbs of some ancient sleeping creature, half submerged in the soft earth. Its massive trunk, streaked with moss and lichen, leaned slightly toward the creek, as if whispering secrets to the waters that flowed past. Though Orlin had walked this path countless times, the willow felt different now. The air beneath its canopy was heavy, as though the tree itself pressed its presence into the ground and sky alike. The creek's gentle babble seemed muted, replaced by the rustling of leaves that sounded almost deliberate. Odd, isn't it? Adric said, his voice low. How it feels as though we're being watched. Orlin nodded, clutching the cloth-wrapped stone in his hands. It's always been a quiet place, but now it feels expectant. Adric stepped forward, his boots sinking slightly into the damp earth near the roots. He crouched, running his fingers along the grooves in the bark. "Do you see these markings here?" he asked, pointing to faint scratches that wound around the base of the trunk. Orlin peered closer, squinting. The marks were subtle, almost erased by time and weather, but there was a pattern to them, a series of intersecting spirals and lines that seemed to hum faintly in his mind, much like the stone in his pocket. "I never noticed those before," Orlin said. Adric pulled a small vial from his satchel, pouring a thin stream of water over the markings. As the bark darkened, the lines became clearer, forming a symbol that mirrored one of the etchings on the stone. "It's the same," Orlin whispered, the realization sending a chill down his spine. Adric nodded grimly. "Whatever this stone is, it wasn't just lying here by chance. The willow was its keeper, at least for a time." As the two men examined the markings, a low, creaking sound echoed through the hollow. Orlin froze, his hand instinctively tightening around the stone. The willow's branches swayed, though no breeze stirred the air. A soft groan, like the settling of ancient wood, came from beneath them. "Did you hear that?" Orlin asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Adric didn't answer immediately. Instead, he knelt near the largest root, where the soil had begun to shift. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, a small opening was forming, a dark hollow beneath the base of the tree, as though the roots themselves were moving aside. "This is no accident," Adric said, his tone both awed and wary. "The tree knows we're here." Orlin hesitated. "Knows? Trees don't know things." Adric gave him a sharp look. "Don't they? The oldest trees, ones like this, they've seen more than we ever will, and some of them remember." The opening widened just enough for a person to crawl through. From within came a faint glow, pale and silvery, like moonlight caught in water. Orlin swallowed hard. "You're not suggesting we go in there, are you?" "You have the stone," Adric said simply, gesturing toward the cloth in Orlin's hand. "And something in there seems to want it back." Orlin hesitated, his mind racing. He had always thought of himself as a practical man, one who believed in good soil and steady work, not in ancient stones or talking trees. But standing here, with the willow creaking above him and the stone humming faintly in his hand, he felt as though he had stepped into one of his grandmother's old tales. Before he could talk himself out of it, he crouched down and peered into the opening. The glow from within wasn't bright, but it pulsed gently, drawing him in like a moth to a flame. "I'll go first," Orlin said, surprising even himself. Adric raised an eyebrow but said nothing, stepping back to let him pass. Orlin tucked the stone securely into his vest pocket and crawled into the hollow, the damp earth cool against his hands. The narrow tunnel twisted downward, the glow growing brighter with each step. The air within the hollow was cool and strangely still, carrying the faint scent of wildflowers and something metallic, like the tang of iron after a summer storm. As the tunnel opened into a wider chamber, Orlin found himself kneeling in a space unlike anything he'd imagined. The chamber was small, no taller than twice his height, but its walls shimmered faintly with the same silvery light as the stone. Runes and spirals etched into the walls glowed softly, pulsing in time with the faint hum in his pocket. At the center of the room lay a pedestal of smooth, polished stone, its surface inlaid with patterns that matched those on the walls and the stone he carried. Adric's voice startled him from behind. "I've heard of places like this," he said, his tone reverent. "Hidden sanctuaries, they called them. The keepers used them to guard things of great power or great danger. Danger? Orlan echoed, his unease growing. Adric stepped closer, his gaze fixed on the pedestal. Some relics were made to preserve knowledge, others to protect. But a few were meant to contain things that shouldn't be allowed to roam free. Orlan's hand instinctively went to the stone in his pocket. And this? Which is it? That, Adric said, his eyes narrowing, is what we need to find out. As Orlan approached the pedestal, the hum of the stone grew stronger, vibrating faintly against his chest. It was as though the stone knew this place, recognized it, and was eager to return. He hesitated, his hand hovering over his pocket. "What happens if I put it there?" he asked, glancing at Adric. The historian shook his head. "That depends. Does the stone belong here, or was it meant to be hidden elsewhere?" Orlan frowned, his mind racing. Every instinct told him to be cautious, but the pull of the stone was undeniable. Slowly he withdrew it from his pocket and placed it on the pedestal. The reaction was immediate. The glow of the chamber intensified, the runes flaring brightly as the air filled with a deep, resonant hum. The pedestal began to shift, its surface splitting open to reveal a hollow within. From it rose a second object, a ring of dark, weathered metal inscribed with the same runes as the stone. Adric's eyes widened. "That's no mere trinket," he murmured. Orlan stared at the ring, a deep sense of unease settling over him. The hum in the chamber began to fade, replaced by an eerie stillness. "What have we uncovered?" Orlan whispered. Adric didn't answer. He was already reaching for the ring. The walk back to Mossborough was quiet, save for the rhythmic crunch of their boots on the gravel path. Orlan kept his gaze low, his thoughts turning over everything they had seen and heard beneath the willow. The stone felt heavier now, its weight a constant reminder of the choice he had made to bring it out into the world. Adric seemed equally lost in thought, his brow furrowed as he occasionally scribbled notes into his battered notebook. Every now and then, he glanced back toward the distant hills, as though expecting something, or someone, to appear. When they reached Mossborough, the familiar comforts of Orlan's home did little to ease the tension in the air. The kettle sang its cheerful tune on the stove, and the faint scent of lavender drifted through the open windows, but neither man spoke as they settled at the kitchen table. "We need a plan," Orlan said at last, breaking the silence. Adric nodded, setting down his notebook. "Agreed. The first step is to get this ring and stone far away from the Vale. If the stories about the keepers are true, then others may come looking for it, and not all of them will have good intentions." Orlan frowned. "You think someone will come here? To Greenhill?" "Not today, and maybe not tomorrow," Adric said. "But relics like these don't stay hidden forever. The willow protected it for a long time, but the moment we removed it, the balance shifted. The world has a way of sensing things like this." Orlan sighed, leaning back in his chair. "You make it sound like the stone has a will of its own." "Perhaps it does," Adric replied. "Or perhaps it's just a catalyst, something that draws the will of others to it. Either way, we can't risk it falling into the wrong hands." The decision to leave Greenhill Vale was not an easy one. Orlan had lived his entire life in the quiet village, tending his garden, sharing stories at the tavern, and taking comfort in the rhythms of the land. The thought of leaving it all behind felt like stepping into a story he wasn't sure he belonged in. But as he stood at the threshold of Mossborough, his satchel packed with essentials and the stone carefully tucked away, he couldn't shake the feeling that the choice had already been made for him. The ring and the stone carried a weight that was bigger than Greenhill Vale, and perhaps even bigger than him. Adric stood waiting at the edge of the garden, his own pack slung over one shoulder. "I sent word to a contact of mine in Wrenhold," he said. "If anyone can help us make sense of this, it's her." "Her?" Orlin asked, raising an eyebrow. Adric smirked. "Cyrana Frosthaven, a scholar of old lore and a collector of unusual things. She's a bit of a recluse, but if anyone knows what this ring is, it's her." Orlin nodded, though he couldn't help but feel uneasy at the thought of involving yet another person in the mystery. Still, the idea of answers, real answers, was enough to spur him forward. As they stepped onto the path leading east, Orlin turned back for one last look at Mossborough. The sunlight bathed the hills in a warm glow, and the gentle hum of the creek filled the air. He wondered if he would see it again, and if so, whether he would return as the same man who had left it. Adric clapped him on the shoulder. "Don't look so glum, Orlin. This is the beginning of an adventure. That's what you always wanted, isn't it?" Orlin chuckled despite himself. "Not quite like this." The two figures disappeared down the winding path, their conversation fading into the distance. From the shadowed tree line, a figure emerged, cloaked in brown and green that blended seamlessly with the foliage. The figure knelt where the willow's roots still bore the faint glow of the hollow beneath, running a gloved hand over the disturbed earth. In the figure's other hand was a small token, a disc of dark metal, its edges etched with runes similar to those on the stone. The figure's movements were deliberate, almost reverent, as they placed the token against the roots of the willow. For a moment, the air seemed to shiver, and a faint whisper drifted on the wind, a language too old to be understood, yet undeniably alive. The figure rose, pulling their cloak tighter against the breeze. Without a word, they turned and disappeared into the woods, their purpose known only to themselves. The path eastward from Greenhill Vale was not often travelled, and as Orlin and Adric made their way across the hills, they quickly realised why. The road, once a well-trodden trade route, had grown narrow and uneven, with grass creeping over its edges and roots breaking through the packed earth. The cheerful scenery of the vale began to give way to sparser trees and rocky outcrops, the air growing cooler as they climbed toward the ridge that overlooked the eastern plains. Orlin adjusted the strap of his satchel and glanced over his shoulder, his gaze lingering on the distant outline of Greenhill Vale, now little more than a speck of green nestled among the hills. He felt a pang of homesickness, a quiet longing for the comfort of his burrow, the smell of baking bread, and the steady rhythm of his peaceful life. Adric walked ahead, his staff tapping rhythmically against the ground. He seemed far less troubled, his curiosity carrying him forward with purpose. "We're making good time," he called back, pausing to wait for Orlin. "If we keep this pace, we'll reach the crossroads by nightfall." Orlin caught up, frowning. "You're sure that's a good idea? That trader back at the fork didn't seem too keen on the place." Adric shrugged, his tone dismissive. "He's probably heard too many stories. Inns like the Crossroads get their fair share of tall tales. Ghosts in the rafters, spirits by the well. It's all meant to keep people entertained by the fire." "Maybe," Orlin said, though he couldn't shake the unease that had settled over him since the trader's warning. The man had been gaunt and hollow-eyed, dressed in a tattered cloak that smelled faintly of damp wood. His warning had been cryptic but clear. The Crossroads is no place for travellers. Not anymore. By midday, the path brought them to a wide clearing where a large oak tree stood at the center. Its branches stretched high into the sky, casting dappled shadows over the road. Beneath its canopy sat a small wagon laden with jars of honey, bolts of cloth, and bundles of dried herbs. A trader stood nearby, his hands busy repairing a wheel with a set of well-worn tools. He looked up as Orlin and Adric approached, his sharp eyes narrowing. "Travellers?" he asked, his voice gruff but not unkind. "Heading to Renhold," Adric replied, gesturing toward the eastern road. The trader straightened, wiping his hands on a rag. "You'll be passing the crossroads in, then?" Orlin hesitated. "We've heard it's not a welcoming place anymore." The trader snorted. "Welcoming? No, but shelter's shelter, and there's precious little else between here and Renhold. If you're going, best keep your wits about you. Folks say the woods around the inn have grown strange." "Strange how?" Adric asked. His curiosity piqued. The trader leaned closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "Shadows that move when they shouldn't. Voices in the night, and travellers who don't come back the way they came." Orlin's grip tightened on his satchel. "That doesn't sound like a place we want to stay." The trader shrugged. "Suit yourselves, but if the night catches you on the road, you'll wish for walls, haunted or not." The sun was low in the sky by the time they reached the fork where the road split in two. A weathered signpost stood at the junction, its wood cracked and leaning slightly to one side. One arrow pointed southeast, marked with the faint word Renhold. The other pointed east, toward the crossroads. Adric stopped, glancing between the two paths. "We could push on through the night," he said. "It's longer, but we'd avoid the inn." "And risk running into wolves, or worse," Orlin countered. He didn't like the idea of the crossroads any more than Adric did, but he knew that the woods could be treacherous after dark. Adric sighed. "You're right. Better to take the shorter path. At least we'll have a roof over our heads." Reluctantly, they turned onto the eastern road, the path narrowing as it wound its way through the thickening forest. The trees here were older, their branches twisting together to form a canopy that blocked out much of the fading light. The air grew cooler, and the faint sound of birdsong was replaced by an eerie stillness. As they walked, Orlin couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. He glanced over his shoulder more than once, but the path behind them was always empty. "You feel it too, don't you?" Adric asked, his voice low. Orlin nodded. "Something's not right here." "Keep moving," Adric had said. "The sooner we reach the inn, the better." The Crossroads Inn appeared out of the gloom like a relic of another time. Its walls were weathered and darkened with age, and its roof sagged under the weight of years. The windows were boarded up in places, and ivy crept along its stone foundation. A faded sign swung above the door, its chains creaking in the wind. Orlin hesitated at the threshold, his hand hovering over the iron handle. "Are we sure about this?" Adric gave him a wry smile. "It's not exactly inviting, but it'll do." Inside, the inn was dim and cold. The hearth at the far end of the room was dark, and the tables and chairs were covered in a fine layer of dust. Yet for all its abandonment, the air didn't carry the silence of an empty place. It felt expectant. Adric lit a small lantern, the flickering light casting long shadows across the room. "Well," he said, his voice echoing slightly, "at least it's dry." Orlin set down his satchel and began clearing a space at one of the tables. As he worked, his hand brushed against something cold and metallic. He lifted it carefully, revealing a small iron medallion etched with the same runes that had marked the stone and the willow. Adric's lantern light flickered, and the room seemed to darken slightly. From somewhere beyond the boarded-up windows came the faint sound of footsteps. "Did you hear that?" Orlin whispered. Adric nodded, his expression grim. "We're not alone." The flickering light of Adric's lantern threw distorted shadows onto the walls of the inn, stretching and shifting like restless spirits. Orlin tightened his grip on the iron medallion, its surface cold against his palm. The runes etched into the metal seemed to catch the light oddly, their grooves glinting faintly, as though alive. "What is this doing here?" Orlin muttered, his voice low but sharp. Adric stepped closer, his eyes narrowing as he inspected the medallion. "Same markings as the stone," he said, his tone equal parts fascination and concern. "Whoever left this here knew about the relics, or perhaps even sought them out." The room fell silent again, save for the faint creaking of the floorboards beneath their feet. Orlin placed the medallion carefully on the table, his fingers trembling slightly. "I don't like this," he admitted, his gaze darting to the boarded-up windows. "Something about this place feels wrong." Adric nodded, his brow furrowed. "It's more than just abandonment. It feels as though the inn itself is holding its breath." Orlin frowned but said nothing. He couldn't deny the sensation, the heavy stillness that seemed to press in from all sides. Even the air carried a strange weight, thick and cool despite the lack of any breeze. As they settled by the hearth, Adric worked quickly to light a small fire. The kindling sparked and crackled, casting warm light into the room, though it did little to ease the oppressive atmosphere. Orlin unpacked some bread and cheese from his satchel, trying to focus on the familiar comfort of a meal. "Let's just eat and rest," he said, his voice breaking the silence. "The sooner we're back on the road, the better." Adric nodded absently but seemed distracted, his gaze lingering on the medallion. He pulled out his notebook, jotting down notes and sketches by the firelight. "This inn wasn't abandoned by chance," he murmured. "Something drove people away, something tied to these symbols." Orlin didn't respond. His attention had drifted to the far corner of the room, where the shadows seemed darker than they should have been. He blinked, straining his eyes, and for a moment he thought he saw movement, a faint, flickering shape shifting in the gloom. "Adric," he said quietly, his voice tense. Adric looked up, following Orlin's gaze. The corner appeared empty, but the unease in the room seemed to grow. Then, from beyond the boarded windows, a sound echoed through the inn, a slow, deliberate scrape, like nails dragging across wood. Both men froze. Orlin's heart pounded in his chest as the sound repeated, moving from one window to the next. Adric reached for his staff, his expression grim. "We're not alone," he whispered. Orlin nodded, gripping the hilt of his small belt knife. The scrape turned to soft thuds, as though something, or someone, was testing the boards covering the windows. The noise moved around the building, circling them before falling silent. For a long moment, neither of them moved. Then, with a sudden crash, the door to the inn rattled violently on its hinges. The door shuddered again, and this time the force splintered the frame. Orlin and Adric scrambled to their feet, backing toward the hearth as the air in the room seemed to grow colder. The door burst open and 3 figures stepped into the room. They were cloaked and hooded, their faces obscured, but their movements were unnaturally smooth, almost gliding across the floor. They made no sound, not even the creak of the floorboards beneath their feet. Adric raised his staff, the firelight glinting off its polished surface. "What do you want?" he demanded, his voice steady despite the fear in his eyes. The figures didn't respond. Instead, they spread out, moving deliberately as though herding the two men toward the center of the room. One of them raised a hand and Orlin caught a glimpse of pale, skeletal fingers reaching toward the medallion on the table. "No, you don't," Adric growled, stepping between the figure and the table. With a swift motion, he swung his staff, striking the figure's arm. The blow connected, but the figure barely flinched, its hood turning toward Adric with an eerie stillness. The air grew colder still, and a faint whisper filled the room, a sound like wind moving through cracks in stone. Orlin's grip on his knife tightened as one of the figures turned toward him, its hollow presence pressing against his mind. The tension in the room reached a breaking point as Adric struck out again, this time knocking one of the figures backward. The cloaked being stumbled but didn't fall, its movements still silent and unearthly. Orlin, driven more by instinct than courage, lunged forward with his knife, slashing at the nearest figure. To his shock, the blade seemed to glance off the figure's cloak as though striking stone. The being turned toward him, its skeletal hand reaching for his chest. Orlin staggered back, his heart pounding, and his hand brushed against the ring hidden in Adric's satchel. The moment his fingers touched the metal, a surge of warmth shot through him, and the room filled with a blinding light. The figures recoiled, their cloaks fluttering as though caught in a sudden gale. The whispering sound grew louder, then faded abruptly as the figures retreated, disappearing into the shadows beyond the open door. Orlin collapsed to his knees, the ring still clutched in his trembling hand. Adric was at his side in an instant, his expression a mixture of relief and alarm. "What did you do?" he asked, his voice urgent. I don't know," Orlin stammered, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "I didn't mean to. It just happened." Adric helped him to his feet, his gaze shifting to the darkened doorway. "Whatever it was, it scared them off for now. But we can't stay here." As dawn broke, the two men gathered their belongings, their nerves still raw from the encounter. The medallion and the ring felt heavier than ever, their presence a constant reminder of the danger they faced. "We need to get to Renhold," Adric said as they stepped back onto the road. "And fast. Serana will know what to make of all this." Orlin nodded, though his thoughts lingered on the ring. The warmth he had felt, the surge of energy, had been both terrifying and oddly comforting, as though the artifact recognized him in some way. As they moved further from the inn, Orlin cast one last glance over his shoulder. The building stood silent in the morning light, its windows dark and empty. But somewhere in the woods, he thought he saw movement, just a flicker of shadow between the trees. He shuddered and quickened his pace, the path to Renhold feeling longer than ever. The gates of Renhold loomed ahead, their iron bars twisted into ornate patterns of vines and flowers. Though the town was far from grand, its walls and cobbled streets gave it an air of permanence and safety, a stark contrast to the haunting atmosphere of the Crossroads Inn. Orlin and Adric stepped through the gates just as the morning sun broke free of the hills, casting the town in warm light. Renhold was alive with activity. Merchants called out from their stalls, offering fresh produce, bolts of fabric and glittering trinkets. Children darted through the crowd, laughing as they played games along the cobblestone paths. Yet, despite the bustle, Orlin felt the weight of the ring and the stone pressing on his thoughts, a reminder that their journey was far from over. "We'll find Serana at the archive," Adric said, leading Orlin through the winding streets. "She rarely leaves the place, says it's where the past speaks clearest." Orlin raised an eyebrow. "And what exactly does she do?" Adric smirked. "She calls herself a scholar, but she's more than that. Serana has spent her life chasing the remnants of the old world, relics, stories, secrets, If anyone knows what these symbols mean, it's her. The archive stood at the edge of town, its stone walls draped with ivy and its tall windows streaked with dust. A brass plaque near the door read simply, Renhold Repository of Lore. Adric pushed open the heavy wooden door, and the two men stepped into the dimly lit interior. The scent of aged parchment and candle wax filled the air, and rows of shelves stretched toward the ceiling, packed with books, scrolls, and artifacts. At a desk near the center of the room sat a tall woman with dark hair pulled into a loose braid. She wore a cloak embroidered with runic patterns, and her sharp features gave her an air of authority. "Sirana," Adric called out, his voice echoing softly in the quiet space. The woman looked up from the tome she was reading, her piercing grey eyes locking onto them. She rose gracefully, her cloak swirling around her. "Adric Thornbranch," she said, her voice smooth and measured. "It's been a long time, and you've brought company." "This is Orlan Mossroot," Adric said, gesturing to his companion. "We've come seeking answers, Sirana. We found something unusual." Sirana's gaze shifted to Orlan, lingering for a moment before she spoke. "Show me." They followed Sirana to a small alcove lined with shelves holding strange objects, cracked masks, shards of pottery, and pieces of carved stone. A long wooden table sat in the center, illuminated by a cluster of flickering candles. Orlan set the stone and the medallion on the table, the flickering light catching the etched runes. Sirana's expression remained calm, but her eyes betrayed a flicker of interest. "Where did you find these?" she asked, her voice low. Adric quickly recounted the events at Greenhill Vale and the Crossroads Inn. Sirana listened intently, her fingers brushing lightly over the carvings on the stone. "These symbols," she murmured, "belong to the keepers of the hidden paths. An ancient order, long vanished. Their purpose was to guard relics like this, relics that held the power to reshape the world." "Reshape the world?" Orlan repeated, his unease growing. Sirana nodded. "The keepers believed that the world was built on fragile foundations. These relics were created to protect those foundations, or in some cases, to destroy them." She picked up the medallion, holding it up to the light. "This is no ordinary artifact. It is part of a set, each piece tied to the others. Together they form a whole, an engine of immense power." Adric frowned. "And the ring? What does it do?" Sirana hesitated, her expression unreadable. "That depends on who wields it. Such relics have no inherent will of their own, but they amplify the desires and intentions of those who carry them. In the wrong hands..." She let the thought hang in the air. Before they could ask more, a sudden crash echoed through the archive. Sirana turned sharply, her hand instinctively going to the hilt of a short blade hidden beneath her cloak. "What was that?" Orlan whispered, his heart pounding. Sirana didn't answer. She moved toward the main hall with swift, silent steps, Adric and Orlan following close behind. The room was dark now, the light from the windows blocked by a heavy shadow that seemed to seep into the air itself. In the doorway stood a figure cloaked in darkness, its form indistinct but radiating an unnatural cold. The temperature in the room dropped sharply, and the faint scent of damp earth filled the air. Sirana stepped forward, her blade glinting in the dim light. "Who are you?" she demanded. "And what do you want here?" The figure didn't respond. Instead, it raised a hand and the air seemed to ripple, a low, resonant hum filling the room. Orlan staggered back, clutching the ring in his pocket as its warmth surged through him. "Orlan!" Adric shouted, grabbing his arm. "Don't let it—" The figure moved suddenly, its shadowy form surging forward like a wave. Sirana met it head-on, her blade flashing as it struck out, but the force of the impact sent her stumbling back. Orlin felt the pull of the ring grow stronger, as though it was calling to him, urging him to act. He hesitated, torn between fear and instinct. "Orlin!" Adric's voice broke through the chaos. "We need to run, now!" The archive trembled around them, the faint vibrations of the crash echoing through its stone walls. Dust drifted from the rafters, catching the dim light of Serana's flickering lantern. Orlin clutched the ring in his pocket, its warmth pulsing faintly against his palm. Adric stood at his side, gripping his staff with a white-knuckled hand, while Serana peered into the shadows near the entryway, her sharp eyes scanning for movement. "We can't stay here," she said, her voice low and steady. "There's another way out." The three moved quickly through the narrow aisles of bookshelves, the weight of the air pressing against their backs as though urging them forward. Orlin glanced behind him, half expecting to see the shadowy figure from the doorway surging after them, but the hall remained still. Even so, the cold, unnatural sense of its presence lingered. "This way," Serana said, leading them toward a spiral staircase that descended into the lower levels of the archive. Her blade remained in her hand, its polished edge catching the faint glow of her lantern. "Where does this lead?" Adric asked, his tone both curious and wary. "To the catacombs," Serana replied, not slowing her pace. "They haven't been used in years, but there's a passage that opens into the lower part of the city." "Catacombs?" Orlin repeated, his unease growing. The thought of venturing into dark, forgotten tunnels beneath the ground wasn't comforting, but neither was staying to face whatever had entered the archive. They descended the staircase, their footsteps echoing in the narrow stone shaft. The air grew cooler with each step, and the scent of damp earth and old parchment gave way to something heavier, an ancient, musty odor that spoke of long, forgotten places. At the bottom of the stairs, Serana paused to catch her breath, holding the lantern high to illuminate the space. Rows of stone arches stretched into the darkness, their surfaces covered in faded carvings. Shelves of crumbling scrolls and empty alcoves hinted at the catacombs' original purpose, though the years had stripped much of it away. "This way," Serana said again, her voice echoing softly. She led them through the maze of arches and tunnels, each turn blurring into the next until Orlin lost track of where they had come from. He clutched his satchel tightly, the weight of the stone and the ring inside it a constant reminder of the danger they carried. Adric walked close beside him, his staff tapping softly against the stone floor. The silence of the catacombs was oppressive, broken only by their footsteps and the occasional drip of water from the ceiling. Orlin's mind raced as they moved. "That thing," he said quietly, his voice barely above a whisper. "What was it?" Serana glanced back at him, her expression unreadable. "A shadow," she said simply. "An echo of something that shouldn't exist anymore." "That's not an answer," Adric said, his tone sharper than usual. Serana's gaze hardened, though she didn't slow her pace. "If I had all the answers, I wouldn't be running from it." Orlin and Adric exchanged a glance but said nothing more. They continued through the labyrinth of tunnels, the light from Serana's lantern casting long, shifting shadows on the walls. At times, Orlin thought he heard faint whispers just beyond the edge of his hearing, but every time he stopped to listen, the sound vanished. He shook his head, trying to push the thought away. "We're almost there," Kirana said after what felt like hours. She stopped in front of a heavy wooden door set into the stone wall, its surface reinforced with rusted iron bands. She placed her hand against the door, her fingers brushing the faint outline of a carved symbol near the latch. The door groaned as she pushed it open, revealing a narrow tunnel sloping upward. "This will take us to the outer districts," she said, stepping inside. From there, we can find shelter. As they entered the tunnel, the oppressive air of the catacombs began to lift, replaced by a faint breeze carrying the scents of the city above. Orlin let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, though his unease didn't fade entirely. "Do you think it followed us?" he asked, glancing back toward the darkened passages behind them. "If it did, we'll know soon enough," Kirana replied, her voice grim. They moved quickly through the upward-sloping tunnel, the sound of the city growing louder with each step. At last they emerged into a narrow alley between two stone buildings, the sky above them dark and star-strewn. The bustle of Renhold's evening market echoed faintly from the main street nearby, a strange contrast to the silence they had just left behind. Kirana extinguished the lantern and turned to face them. "We'll find a safe house in the lower quarter," she said. "There's much to discuss, and we need to plan our next move." Orlin nodded, though the weight of what lay ahead pressed heavily on his mind. The catacombs might have been behind them, but the shadow that had driven them there felt far from gone. The streets of Renhold were alive with sound and movement as Orlin, Adric, and Serana emerged from the alley. Lanterns flickered in the cool evening air, their light reflecting off cobblestone streets wet from a recent rain. Vendors called out from market stalls, their voices blending with the chatter of townsfolk and the occasional clatter of hooves against stone. To Orlin, the city felt overwhelming, its bustle a stark contrast to the quiet familiarity of Greenhill Vale. He kept close to Adric and Kirana as they made their way through the winding streets, their footsteps quick but unhurried. "We'll go to the safe house," Serana said in a low voice, her eyes scanning the crowd. "It's not far, but we need to stay alert." Orlin nodded, his gaze darting nervously to the shadows between the buildings. The memory of the shadowy figure in the archive lingered in his mind, its cold presence still fresh. "Do you think it's still following us?" he asked, his voice barely audible over the noise of the market. Serana didn't answer immediately. She led them down a narrow side street, where the sounds of the market began to fade. "I don't know," she admitted finally, "but it would be foolish to assume we're safe." Adric frowned, his grip tightening on his staff. "What exactly are we dealing with, Serana? That thing, it wasn't just some wandering spirit." Serana glanced over her shoulder, her expression unreadable. "No, it wasn't. Shadows like that are tied to the relics, drawn to their power, or perhaps bound to protect it. Either way, we can't afford to linger." They turned another corner, the buildings around them growing older and more weathered. Serana stopped in front of a nondescript wooden door set into the side of a stone structure. She rapped on it twice, then paused before knocking once more. The door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit interior. A tall man with sharp features and a wary expression stood in the doorway, his hand resting on the hilt of a dagger at his side. "Serana," he said, his voice cautious. "You're late." "And I'm not alone," Kirana replied, stepping inside. The man's gaze shifted to Orlin and Adric, his eyes narrowing slightly before he stepped aside to let them in. The safe house was sparse but sturdy, its walls lined with shelves filled with books, maps, and various trinkets. A small fire crackled in the hearth, casting a warm glow over the room. "This is Elias," Serana said, gesturing to the man who had let them in. "He's an old friend, and someone who can be trusted." Elias inclined his head slightly, though his expression remained guarded. "I hope you know what you're doing, bringing strangers here," he said. Kirana gave him a pointed look. "I wouldn't have come if it weren't necessary." She turned to Orlin and Adric. "Sit. We have much to discuss." Orlin lowered himself onto a wooden bench near the fire, his satchel resting on his lap. The warmth of the flames was comforting, but the tension in the room was palpable. Tirana pulled a chair closer to the hearth, her gaze fixed on Orlin. "The ring and the stone. May I see them again?" Orlin hesitated before nodding, carefully pulling the objects from his satchel and placing them on the table between them. The ring's dark metal surface glinted in the firelight, its etched runes faint but distinct. The stone, though unassuming at first glance, seemed to hum faintly as it rested beside the ring. Elias stepped closer, his curiosity piqued. "What are these?" he asked, his voice low. Tirana didn't look up. "Relics," she said, simply done. "Tied to the keepers of the hidden paths." Elias's expression darkened. "The keepers? I thought they were just a myth." "They're not," Tirana replied, "and these relics are proof of that, but their presence here raises questions. Dangerous ones." Adric leaned forward, his elbows resting on his knees. "We need answers, Tirana. What do these relics do? Why are they so important?" Tirana sighed, her fingers tracing the edge of the stone. "The keepers created these relics to safeguard knowledge and power, things they believed were too dangerous to be left unguarded. The ring and the stone are part of a set, each piece tied to the others. Together they form a kind of key, a key to something ancient and hidden." "Hidden where?" Orlin asked, his voice tinged with unease. Tirana shook her head. "That, I don't know, but the keepers were meticulous. If these relics have surfaced myth, it means their secrets are no longer secure." Elias crossed his arms, his expression grim. "And you think that shadow from the archive was after these?" Tirana nodded. "It's possible. Shadows like that are remnants, fragments of something older, bound to the relics in ways we don't fully understand. They're drawn to their power, and they don't stop until they've claimed it." The room fell silent, the weight of Tirana's words settling over them. Orlin stared at the ring and the stone, their faint glow reflecting in his eyes. "What do we do now?" he asked quietly. Tirana leaned back in her chair, her gaze distant. "For now, we stay hidden. We'll need to move soon, but first, I need time to study these relics. If we're to understand what we're dealing with, we can't afford to rush." Adric nodded, though his expression remained tense. "And if the shadow finds us here?" Tirana's eyes hardened. "Then we'll be ready." The hours passed in tense silence, the crackling of the fire the only sound in the safe house. Orlin sat by the hearth, his thoughts a tangled web of unease and questions. Across the room, Tirana worked quietly at a small desk, her fingers brushing over the ring and stone as she compared them to a series of old, worn texts. Adric leaned against the wall, his staff resting beside him, his eyes scanning the dimly lit space for any sign of movement. Elias moved through the room with practiced precision, checking the locks on the doors and windows, his expression unreadable. "The relics hold more power than I realized," Tirana said finally, her voice breaking the stillness. She turned to face the others, her face pale but resolute. "This ring isn't just part of a key. It's a catalyst. It amplifies the will and intent of its wielder for good or ill." Orlin frowned, the weight of the ring's potential pressing down on him. "What does that mean for us?" he asked quietly. Tirana hesitated, her gaze fixed on the objects before her. "It means we're in more danger than I thought. If the shadow is drawn to the relics, then others will be too. The power they represent is too great to ignore." Adric pushed off the wall, his expression grim. "Then we can't stay here. If we're being hunted, it's only a matter of time before this safe house becomes a trap." Elias nodded in agreement, his hand resting on the hilt of his dagger. He's right. Renhold is no longer safe, especially if word of these relics spreads. Sirana sighed, her fingers tracing the edges of the ring. Leaving won't be easy. The shadow's presence complicates things. It can track the relics, maybe even sense them from a distance. We'll need to move carefully. Orlin shifted uneasily in his seat, his hand brushing against the satchel at his side. The stone and the ring felt heavier now, their presence a constant reminder of the burden they carried. Where would we even go? He asked. If the shadow can follow us, is anywhere truly safe? Sirana met his gaze, her expression firm. There are places the shadow cannot reach, ancient places hidden by the keepers. If we can find one, we might have a chance to learn more without interference. Elias crossed his arms, his brow furrowed. And how do you propose we find such a place? The keeper's secrets have been buried for centuries. Sirana opened one of the books on the desk, its pages filled with faded maps and notes in a language Orlin couldn't read. I've been piecing together fragments of their network for years, she said. There's a location in the southern hills, a sanctuary, if the texts are accurate. It's our best chance. Adric frowned, his skepticism evident. And what if the texts are wrong? What if it's nothing more than ruins? Sirana's expression hardened. Then we'll adapt. But staying here isn't an option. A knock at the door shattered the conversation, the sound sharp and unexpected. Everyone froze, their eyes darting to the entrance. Elias moved swiftly, his dagger drawn as he pressed his ear to the wood. "Who's there?" he called, his voice low but commanding. No answer came. Only the faint sound of footsteps retreating into the night. Sirana's hand tightened around the ring, her knuckles white. "It's here," she whispered. "The shadow." Orlin felt his heart pound in his chest as the air in the room grew colder, the faint scent of damp earth seeping through the cracks in the walls. Adric grabbed his staff, positioning himself near the door. If it's come for the relics, we can't let it have them. The fire in the hearth flickered violently, the flames dimming as a low, resonant hum filled the air. Orlin felt the ring grow warm in his pocket, its presence pulsing with an almost living energy. Sirana moved to the center of the room, her blade glinting in the faint light. "We hold our ground," she said firmly. "This safe house was built to withstand intrusions. We use that to our advantage." Elias positioned himself near the back door, his movements deliberate and calm. "If it breaches the front, I'll cover the exit. Get the relics out of here if you must." The hum grew louder, the walls of the safe house trembling slightly. Orlin's breath quickened as a dark shape appeared outside the window, its form shifting and indistinct. The shadow was unlike anything he had ever seen, its presence radiating cold and malice. Sirana raised her blade, her eyes locked on the figure. "Whatever happens, stay close," she said, her voice steady despite the tension in the room. The door shuddered violently, the wood splintering under an unseen force. Adric stepped forward, his staff glowing faintly as he muttered something under his breath. A barrier of light appeared across the entrance, holding the shadow at bay. For now. Orlin clutched his satchel tightly, his mind racing. The ring's warmth seemed to seep into his very being, filling him with a strange mix of fear and resolve. "What do we do?" he asked, his voice barely audible. Sirana glanced at him, her expression unyielding. "We fight." The soft glow of dawn crept over the edges of Renhold's rooftops as Orlin tightened the straps of his satchel, his fingers trembling slightly in the cool morning air. The events of the previous night clung to him like a shadow. Sirana's warning about the relics, the shadow's relentless pursuit, and the harrowing hours in the safe house. He glanced toward Adric, who stood a few paces ahead, his staff planted firmly in the cobblestones as he scanned the horizon. Sirana emerged from the doorway, her blade sheathed but her eyes sharp and alert. "We'll take the southern road," she said, her voice cutting through the stillness. "The hills will offer cover, and the old paths should be clear enough for travel." Orlin adjusted his satchel and nodded, though his heart sank at the thought of leaving the relative safety of Renhold for the unknown wilderness. Adric gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Stick close, Orlin. We've made it this far. We can handle a bit of rough country." Orlin mustered a weak smile, though he couldn't shake the unease that gripped him. The trio slipped quietly out of the city, their footsteps muffled on the damp cobblestones. The southern gate was unguarded at this hour, its iron hinges groaning softly as they pushed through. Beyond lay a narrow dirt road that wound its way through rolling fields, the grass glistening with dew. The air was crisp and carried the faint scent of wildflowers, a reminder of the peaceful lands they were leaving behind. For a time, they walked in silence, the rhythmic crunch of their boots on the path the only sound. Orlin found his gaze drawn to the horizon, where the hills rose like dark sentinels against the pale morning sky. "These hills," Orlin said, breaking the quiet, "are they part of the old lands Sirana mentioned?" Sirana nodded, her expression distant. The southern hills were once home to the keepers, or so the texts suggest. They were said to guard a sanctuary here, hidden deep within the land. Adric raised an eyebrow. "And you believe we'll find it?" Sirana's gaze hardened. "I believe we have no choice but to try." As the sun climbed higher, the road grew rougher, its edges lined with thorny brambles and clusters of wild rosemary. The fields gave way to patches of dense woodland, the trees stretching their gnarled branches over the path as though sheltering it from prying eyes. Orlin couldn't help but feel a sense of quiet foreboding, as though the forest itself was aware of their presence. "These woods feel different," he said, glancing at Sirana. "Almost like they're watching us." Sirana gave a faint smile, though it didn't reach her eyes. "The southern lands are old, Orlin. They've seen more than you or I can imagine. It's said the keepers left their mark on the land, shaping it to protect what they held sacred. They pressed on, the light filtering through the trees growing dappled and uneven. By midday, they reached the base of the first hill, its slopes covered in thick undergrowth. Sirana paused, her hand resting on the hilt of her blade as she scanned the terrain. "We'll take the ridge path," she said. "It's steeper, but it'll keep us hidden from the main road." Orlin groaned inwardly at the thought of climbing, but he followed without complaint. Adric, ever curious, began pointing out bits of flora along the way, clusters of bluebell flowers, patches of moss that shimmered faintly in the light. "Amazing what thrives out here," he said, his voice tinged with admiration. "Even in the shadow of history, life finds a way." The climb was arduous, the uneven ground and thick roots forcing them to move slowly. Orlin's legs ached and his breath came in short gasps, but he pressed on, spurred by the determination in Sirana's stride. At last they reached a plateau near the top, where a small clearing offered a brief reprieve. Sirana unslung her pack and knelt to inspect the ground, her fingers brushing over a patch of stone etched with faint markings. "This is it," she murmured. "We're close." Orlin dropped his pack and leaned against a tree, grateful for the chance to rest. Adric crouched beside Kirana, his eyes wide with curiosity. "What do these symbols mean?" he asked. Sirana traced the carvings with her fingertip, her brow furrowed in concentration. "They're part of the Keeper's Code," she said. "A language of symbols used to mark their paths and sanctuaries. This one," she pointed to a spiral, "indicates protection. We're on the right track." The sound of rustling leaves snapped them to attention, their hands instinctively moving to their weapons. Orlan's heart pounded as the bushes at the edge of the clearing shook, and a figure emerged. For a moment, he feared it was the shadow from the safe house, but as the figure stepped into the light, he saw it was a man, his clothes ragged and his face drawn with exhaustion. "Please," the man said, his voice hoarse. "I mean no harm." Sirana stepped forward cautiously, her blade still at her side. "Who are you?" she asked, her tone firm but not unkind. The man raised his hands in a gesture of peace. "My name is Kalen," he said. "I've been wandering these hills, searching for something, but it seems I've found you instead." The man stood just beyond the edge of the clearing, his thin frame barely holding itself upright. Sirana kept her blade low but ready, her sharp eyes studying his every movement. Adric stepped forward cautiously, his staff held loosely but at the ready, while Orlan hung back, his fingers hovering near the straps of his satchel. "I mean no harm," Kalen repeated, his voice rasping as though it hadn't been used in days. "Please, I've been searching, wandering. I have no fight left in me." Sirana lowered her blade slightly, though her stance remained firm. "Searching for what?" she asked, her tone calm but edged with suspicion. Kalen hesitated, his sunken eyes darting between them. "The sanctuary," he said at last. "I've heard the whispers. It's here, in these hills. I was told it holds answers." Adric's brow furrowed and he glanced at Sirana. "That doesn't sound like the kind of thing most travelers stumble across," he said quietly. Kirana took a slow step forward. "Who sent you here, Kalen? And how do you know of the sanctuary?" The man flinched slightly, as if the words stung him. "No one sent me," he said, his voice defensive but weary. "I followed the signs, the stories. They all pointed to this place. I thought I could find it before—" His voice trailed off, and he turned his gaze to the ground. Orlan couldn't help but feel a pang of pity for the man. He looked as though he hadn't eaten in days, his clothes little more than tattered rags clinging to a frail body. "Before what?" Sirana pressed, her voice firmer now. Carlin swallowed hard, his throat working visibly. "Before they did," he whispered. "The shadows." The word sent a chill through the clearing, and Orlan's grip on his satchel tightened instinctively. Sirana's eyes narrowed, her blade rising slightly once more. "You've seen them?" she asked. Kalen nodded, his face pale. "They've been hunting me," he said. "Every time I get close, they find me. I thought I could outrun them in these hills, but they always come back." Adric stepped closer to Kirana, his voice low. "If he's telling the truth, the shadows might not be far behind." Sirana didn't reply immediately, her eyes fixed on Kalen. At last she sheathed her blade with a sharp click and motioned for the man to come forward. "If the shadows are following you, they'll follow us too," she said. "You'll come with us, for now, but if you're lying, know that you won't make it far." Kalen nodded quickly, relief washing over his face. "Thank you," he murmured. They gave Kalen a bit of water and bread, which he devoured hungrily, though his eyes remained darting and anxious. Once he had regained some strength, Sirana led the group onward, following the faint markings etched into the stones and trees. The path grew narrower and more treacherous, winding its way through dense undergrowth and jagged rocks. Orlan found himself glancing over his shoulder often, half expecting to see the shifting form of the shadow trailing them. Each time the path remained empty, though the uneasy feeling in his chest refused to fade. As they climbed a steep ridge, the group paused to rest, the late afternoon sun casting long shadows over the hills. Kylan sat apart from the others, his head bowed as he cradled a flask of water. Adric joined him, his curiosity outweighing his caution. "What exactly are you hoping to find in the sanctuary?" he asked. Kylan didn't look up immediately, his fingers tightening around the flask. I don't know," he admitted. "I was told it held power, answers to things I didn't understand. All my life I've felt drawn to places like this, places where the air feels heavy, where the past lingers. But the shadows, they come for me whenever I get close. I thought if I could find the sanctuary, I could make them stop." Adric frowned. "The shadows don't just hunt anyone. They're tied to the relics, to the Keeper's secrets. If they're after you, then you've stumbled into something far bigger than you realize." Kylan looked up at him then, his eyes hollow but filled with a desperate hope. "And you? Why are you here?" Adric glanced toward Serana, who was crouched over another stone marker, her brow furrowed in concentration. "We're here for answers too," he said simply. "And if we find them, maybe we can help you as well." Their rest was short-lived. Serana called them back to the trail, her voice sharp. "We're close," she said, pointing to a faint outline in the distance. Orlan squinted, his breath catching as he saw it, a weathered archway half buried in the hillside, its edges carved with intricate runes. "Is that it?" he asked. Serana nodded. "If the texts are correct, that's the entrance to the sanctuary." The group approached the archway cautiously, their footsteps silent on the moss-covered ground. The air grew cooler as they neared, the scent of damp stone and earth filling their lungs. Serana stopped just short of the entrance, her hand resting on the carved surface of the arch. "These runes," she said quietly, "they're warnings. The Keepers didn't want this place disturbed." Orlan's stomach twisted at her words, but Adric stepped forward, his staff raised. "If the shadows are after us, this might be the only place we're safe," he said. Serana hesitated, her hand brushing against the hilt of her blade. "Then we'd best be ready," she said. Without another word, she stepped beneath the arch, disappearing into the darkness beyond. Orlan and Adric followed close behind, the faint glow of Serana's lantern illuminating the rough-hewn walls of a tunnel that sloped downward into the earth. Kylan lingered at the entrance for a moment, his eyes wide with fear, before he took a shaky breath and stepped inside. As the light of the outside world faded behind them, Orlan couldn't help but feel that they were leaving more than just the hills behind. They were crossing into a place where the past still lived, waiting to be uncovered. The tunnel stretched endlessly into the earth, its walls carved from ancient stone that seemed to pulse faintly with an unseen energy. The air grew colder as they descended, carrying the scent of damp moss and something older, something that smelled of forgotten places and time-worn secrets. Orlan kept close to Serana's lantern, its flickering glow casting long shadows that danced on the walls. Behind him, Adric's staff tapped rhythmically against the stone floor, a steady sound that offered some comfort in the silence. Kylan lagged at the back, his footsteps hesitant, as though each step was a battle against the fear that gripped him. The tunnel finally opened into a vast chamber, its ceiling lost in darkness. Serana held the lantern high, revealing smooth stone walls adorned with carvings that shimmered faintly, their shapes shifting as the light moved. Spirals, arcs, and runes intertwined, telling a story that seemed just out of reach, like the whisper of a half-remembered dream. Orlin stepped forward, his eyes wide as he took in the sheer scale of the place. "What is this?" he breathed. Cyrana didn't answer immediately, her gaze fixed on the carvings. "A place of memory," she said at last. "The keepers built these sanctuaries not just to hide, but to remember. These walls hold their stories, their warnings." Adric approached one of the carvings, his fingers brushing lightly over its surface. "It's beautiful," he said, his voice reverent, but also haunting, as if they knew something terrible was coming. Cyrana nodded, her expression grim. The keepers believed in preparation above all else. They left these sanctuaries for those who might come after them, but only those deemed worthy would find them. She turned to Calen, who stood frozen near the entrance, his face pale. "You've seen the shadows," she said. "What else do you know?" Calen hesitated, his eyes darting to the carvings. "They're looking for something," he whispered. "I don't know what, but it's tied to places like this. I've felt their pull, like a thread tugging at me, leading me here." Before Cyrana could respond, the faint sound of dripping water echoed through the chamber. Orlin turned sharply, his heart pounding as the sound grew louder. "What is that?" he asked, his voice tight. Cyrana raised her lantern, scanning the edges of the room. The light fell on a doorway set into the far wall, its frame carved with intricate symbols that glowed faintly. "It's coming from there," she said. Without waiting, she stepped toward the doorway, her movements purposeful but cautious. The passage beyond the doorway sloped downward again, the air growing colder still. The sound of water became a steady trickle, and soon they emerged into a smaller chamber where a shallow pool glistened under the lantern's light. The water was impossibly clear, its surface reflecting the carvings on the walls above. Cyrana knelt by the pool, her hand hovering over the water but not touching it. "This is the heart of the sanctuary," she said softly. "The keepers called it the Mirror of Memory." Orlin approached, his curiosity outweighing his unease. "Why is it called that?" Cyrana gestured for him to look closer. "See for yourself." Orlin leaned over the pool, his reflection staring back at him, but as he watched, the image began to shift. The surface rippled, and scenes unfolded, visions of Greenhill Vale, of the Crossroads Inn, of the shadow that had pursued them. He gasped, pulling back instinctively. "It shows—" He trailed off, unable to find the words. Cyrana nodded. "It shows what lies beneath. Your past, your fears, your truths. The keepers used it to test those who sought their knowledge." Adric knelt beside the pool, his gaze fixed on the water. "What do we do now?" he asked. Cyrana stood, her expression resolute. "We need to understand what the relics are telling us. This sanctuary holds more than memories. It holds answers, but the shadows won't wait forever. We have to move quickly." She turned to Calen, who lingered near the doorway, his face unreadable. "You've been drawn here for a reason. The mirror may show you what that is." Calen hesitated, his hands trembling. "What if I don't want to know?" he asked. Before Cyrana could answer, a low hum filled the air, the same ominous vibration they had heard in Renhold. The carvings on the walls began to glow brighter, their light pulsating like a heartbeat. "They found us," Adric said, his voice tight. Cyrana drew her blade, her eyes scanning the room. "We're not trapped yet," she said, "but we have to act." Orlin felt the warmth of the ring in his pocket. its energy pulsing in time with the light on the walls. "What about the mirror?" he asked. "Does it hold anything that can help us?" Sirana glanced at the pool, her jaw tightening. "It holds what we bring to it," she said. "But whatever we find, we'll need to face it, together." The hum grew louder and the faint sound of whispers filled the air. Shadows began to coalesce at the edges of the room, their forms shifting and fluid. Carlin backed away, his eyes wide with terror. "I can't," he said, his voice trembling. "I can't face them." Adric placed a steadying hand on his shoulder. "You're not alone," he said, firmly. The first shadow lunged toward them, its form stretching unnaturally as it closed the distance. Sirana stepped forward, her blade flashing as she struck out, the shadow recoiling with a screech. Orlan gripped the ring tightly, its warmth filling him with a strange mix of fear and determination. "What do we do?" he shouted. Sirana didn't look back. "Hold the line," she said, "and trust the mirror. It's our only chance." As the battle raged around him, Orlan felt the pull of the mirror drawing him closer. The water shimmered, its surface reflecting the chaos of the room, but also something deeper, a light that pulsed in the depths, calling to him. Taking a shaky breath, he stepped forward, his reflection rippling as his hand touched the water. The faint glow of Cicirina's lantern barely pierced the thick darkness of the sanctuary's depths, casting flickering reflections on the rippling surface of the mirror of memory. Orlan felt the cold stone beneath his boots, the air heavy with the scent of damp earth and ancient moss. The shadows at the edge of the chamber shifted unnervingly, their forms fluid and ungraspable, but his attention was drawn to the mirror, where his own face stared back at him, distorted and trembling with each ripple. Behind him, Adric stood steady, his staff glowing faintly with the soft blue light that seemed to resonate with the chamber's ancient carvings, while Sirana's sharp gaze moved across the runes etched into the walls. "This place is alive," she muttered, her voice low but resolute. "The Keeper's power lingers here, but so does something darker, something watching." Orlan's heart raced as he glanced over his shoulder toward Kaelin, who stood frozen near the archway, his pale face barely visible in the dim light. "Why isn't it attacking?" Orlan whispered, his voice trembling. Sirana turned, her blade resting lightly in her hand, her expression unreadable. "The sanctuary repels it," she said. "But not for long. If we don't act, this place will collapse under the weight of its presence." The chamber seemed to breathe, the walls pulsing faintly as though responding to Sirana's words. The carvings that adorned the stone began to shimmer brighter, their intricate patterns weaving stories Orlan could not decipher. The walls seemed to whisper faintly, the words unintelligible yet heavy with meaning. He felt the ring in his pocket grow warm again, its steady pulse aligning with the energy in the room. "What do we do?" he asked, his voice tight. Sirana stepped forward, her fingers brushing over the surface of the mirror. "This pool is a conduit," she said. "The keepers used it to unlock their secrets, to protect what was sacred. If we're to find answers, this is the key, but it demands something from us in return." Adric frowned, his staff's light dimming slightly. "What kind of something?" Sirana didn't look at him, her gaze fixed on the water. "The truth," she said. "It reveals what you hide, what you fear. It forces you to confront yourself before it will give anything in return." Orlan's stomach twisted, and he took a step back. "And if we don't want to confront it?" he asked, though he already knew the answer. Sirana turned to him, her eyes piercing. Then we leave, and the shadows take everything we've worked for. A low hum filled the chamber, vibrating through the stone and sending ripples across the pool's surface. The carvings on the walls grew brighter, the symbols shifting as though alive, and the air grew colder. "It's deciding," Sirana said, her voice almost a whisper. "It knows we're here." Orlin clenched his fists, his mind racing. He thought of Greenhill Vale, of his quiet burrow and the garden he had left behind. He thought of the stone that had started this journey, of the shadows that had pursued him across the land. And now, standing in the heart of the Keeper's sanctuary, he realized there was no turning back. "I'll go first," he said suddenly, his voice louder than he intended. Sirana raised an eyebrow but stepped aside, motioning for him to approach the mirror. "Be prepared," she said. "It will show you what you need to see, not what you want to see." Orlin knelt by the edge of the pool, the water's surface trembling as his breath brushed over it. Slowly he reached out, his fingers grazing the cold liquid. The instant he made contact, the world around him shifted. The sanctuary faded away, replaced by a vivid vision of Greenhill Vale, but it was not as he remembered. The hills were barren, the trees lifeless, and the streams dried up. His home was there, but its windows were shattered, the door hanging loosely from its hinges. He stepped toward it, his chest tight with dread, and as he reached the threshold, a voice stopped him. "This is what remains," the voice said, deep and resonant, but not unkind. Orlin turned, but there was no one there, only the empty landscape stretching endlessly before him. "What does this mean?" he asked, his voice shaking. The voice echoed around him. "The past cannot protect you. The future depends on what you choose." As the vision shifted again, Orlin saw a figure standing in the distance, cloaked in shadow. It raised a hand, and suddenly the barren landscape began to collapse, the hills crumbling into ash and the streams flowing backward in unnatural spirals. "You carry more than you know," the voice continued. "You have the power to change what is to come, but only if you face it." Orlin felt the weight of the ring in his pocket grow heavier, its warmth pulsing like a second heartbeat. He stepped forward, his breath hitching as the figure in the distance turned to face him. It was himself, or something that bore his likeness. Suddenly the vision dissolved, and Orlin was back in the sanctuary, gasping for breath. Sirana caught his arm, steadying him. "What did you see?" she asked. Orlin shook his head, unable to form the words. Something I don't understand," he managed at last. Before Sirana could press further, the hum grew louder and the pool began to glow, its light filling the chamber. Adric and Kaelin stepped back, their faces pale as shadows began to stir once more at the edges of the room. Sirana turned to the others, her voice firm. "The mirror has opened," she said. "It's time." The mirror's glow pulsed brighter, filling the chamber with an otherworldly light that seemed to breathe with a life of its own. The carvings on the walls shimmered, their patterns weaving together like veins of light threading through the stone. Sirana's eyes were fixed on the rippling surface of the pool, her blade resting in one hand as her other hovered above the water. Orlin stood nearby, his chest heaving as he recovered from the vision that had shaken him to his core. Adric moved closer, his staff glowing faintly, casting long shadows that danced across the walls. "What do we do now?" Adric asked, his voice quiet but steady. Sirana didn't answer immediately, her gaze locked on the mirror. "The sanctuary has accepted us," she said at last. "But the mirror isn't finished. It's calling for more." Her eyes flicked to Kaelin, who stood trembling near the entrance to the chamber, his face pale and drawn. "Kaelin," she said firmly, her tone leaving no room for argument. "You're next." Kaelin recoiled, his back pressing against the cold stone of the archway. I can't," he stammered, his voice barely above a whisper. "You saw what it did to Orlin. I can't face that." Serana stepped toward him, her presence commanding. "You've been drawn here, just like the rest of us. The shadows won't stop chasing you until you understand why. The mirror will show you the truth, whether you're ready or not." Kaelin's eyes darted to Orlin, silently pleading for a reprieve, but Orlin could only nod, his own fear still fresh. "It's hard," Orlin said, his voice hoarse, "but it's the only way forward." With visible effort, Kaelin pushed himself away from the wall and stepped toward the pool. His hands shook as he knelt at its edge, the glow of the water illuminating his gaunt features. Slowly he extended his hand, his fingers trembling as they touched the surface. The chamber grew deathly silent, the only sound the faint hum of the mirror as Kaelin's reflection began to shift. Orlin watched intently, his breath catching as the water rippled and swirled, pulling Kaelin into its depths, not physically, but in a way that made it seem as though he was sinking into another world. For a moment, nothing happened. Then Kaelin gasped, his body stiffening as his eyes glazed over. The rippling water reflected a scene that seemed to shimmer like heat rising from stone. It was a vast, desolate plain, its surface cracked and dry, stretching endlessly toward a blood-red horizon. In the center of the scene stood a massive stone pillar, its surface carved with the same glowing runes that adorned the sanctuary walls. Around the pillar swirled dark figures, their forms shifting and indistinct, their movements like smoke caught in a gale. "The Pillar of Mourning," Serana murmured, her voice barely audible. Adric turned to her, his expression questioning. "You've seen this before?" Serana nodded, her eyes fixed on the reflection. "It's one of the Keeper's oldest legends, a place where their greatest secrets were hidden, guarded by shadows born from their own fears. It was said to hold the truth of their downfall." In the vision, Kaelin approached the pillar, his steps hesitant. The shadows parted as he drew near, though their movements grew more frenzied, their shapes distorting into monstrous forms. The closer Kaelin came, the brighter the runes on the pillar glowed, until they shone like stars against the desolate landscape. As he reached out to touch the stone, the vision fractured, splintering into 1,000 fragments before dissolving entirely. Kaelin collapsed onto the floor of the sanctuary, his breath ragged and his body trembling. "What did you see?" Serana asked, her voice sharp but not unkind. Kaelin shook his head, his hands gripping the edge of the pool as though it were the only thing keeping him upright. "I don't know," he whispered. "It was emptiness, fear, and that pillar. It felt alive, like it was pulling me toward it." He looked up at Serana, his eyes filled with desperation. "I don't want to go back there." Before anyone could respond, the chamber began to shake, the carvings on the walls glowing brighter with each passing moment. The shadows at the edges of the room grew bolder, their forms coalescing into something almost solid. Adric raised his staff, the light at its tip flaring as he stepped protectively in front of Orlin. "They're coming," he said, his voice tense. Serana drew her blade, her stance low and ready. "The mirror has awakened them," she said. "It's given us what it can, but now we have to defend it." The shadows surged forward, their movements unnaturally fast and fluid. Serana met the first with a swift strike. her blade flashing in the light of the mirror. The creature recoiled, its form unraveling like smoke, but more took its place, their shapes twisting and writhing as they closed in. Adric thrust his staff forward, a burst of light erupting from its tip and forcing the shadows back. Orlan stumbled toward the mirror, his hand instinctively clutching the ring in his pocket. Its warmth grew intense, almost burning, as if it were urging him to act. "What do we do?" Orlan shouted, his voice nearly drowned out by the sound of the battle. Cyrana parried another attack, her blade slicing through a shadow as she answered. "The mirror gave us the path," she said. "The pillar of mourning, that's where we'll find the answers. We have to get out of here and find it before the shadows overwhelm us." Kaelin scrambled to his feet, his fear momentarily forgotten in the chaos. "There's a way out," he said, his voice frantic. "Another passage. It's marked by the same runes as the ones in my vision." Cyrana nodded, her movements swift and precise as she cut down another shadow. "Lead the way," she said. "We'll cover you." As Callan ran toward the far side of the chamber, the others followed, their movements coordinated despite the chaos. Orlan felt the weight of the ring pressing against his chest as they moved, its warmth pulsing in time with the glow of the mirror. The shadows closed in around them, their screeches echoing through the sanctuary, but the group pressed on, their steps resolute. Finally they reached a narrow passage, its entrance carved with the same glowing runes that had appeared in the vision. Kaelin hesitated for only a moment before plunging into the darkness beyond. Cyrana and Adric followed, their weapons ready, while Orlan cast one last glance at the mirror. Its glow had dimmed, but its presence lingered, as though watching them leave. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into the passage, the shadows at his heels. The narrow passage wound deeper into the earth, its walls smooth and cold, as if carved by hands long forgotten. The glowing runes etched into the stone pulsed faintly, their light guiding the group through the oppressive darkness. Orlan's breaths came in sharp gasps, his legs aching from the relentless pace, but the warmth of the ring in his pocket urged him forward. Behind him, Adric's staff cast a steady glow, its light illuminating Cyrana's determined expression and Kaelin's pale, sweat-slicked face. The shadows that had pursued them from the sanctuary seemed to falter at the threshold of the passage, their forms melting into the gloom, but the air remained heavy, charged with an uneasy tension. "This way leads us closer to the pillar," Kirana said, her voice firm but low. "The sanctuary's power has held them at bay for now, but it won't last. We need to keep moving." Her gaze flicked to Kaelin, who stumbled slightly, his hand brushing the wall for balance. "Are you with us?" she asked sharply. Kaelin nodded, though his movements were sluggish, his eyes distant. "I'll manage," he muttered, his voice thin. Orlan glanced at him, concern flickering in his chest, but he said nothing. The passage opened into a vast cavern, its ceiling lost in darkness and its floor scattered with jagged rocks and ancient crumbling pillars. A cold wind swept through the space, carrying the scent of stone and distant water. In the center of the cavern stood a towering monolith, its surface carved with the same intricate runes that mark the sanctuary. The pillar of mourning loomed like a sentinel, its glow faint but steady, casting long shadows across the cavern. Orlan felt a chill run through him as he approached, the ring in his pocket pulsing in time with the light of the pillar. "This is it," Cyrana said, her voice almost reverent, "the heart of the Keeper's secrets." Adric stepped closer, his staff raised as he examined the carvings. "It's more than just a monument," he murmured. "It feels alive. Sirana nodded. The pillar is a nexus. The keepers built it to anchor their power, to preserve what they feared the world would lose, but it's also a test. Her eyes turned to Orlin. The relics are the key to unlocking its secrets. The ring, the stone, they brought us here for a reason. Orlin hesitated, his hand hovering near his pocket. The ring's warmth was almost overwhelming now, a steady pulse that seemed to resonate with the pillar itself. And what happens when we unlock it? He asked, his voice trembling. Sirana's expression was unreadable. We find the truth, she said simply. As Orlin stepped toward the pillar, a deep hum filled the cavern, the sound vibrating through the air and the stone beneath their feet. The runes on the monolith began to glow brighter, their light spreading outward in intricate patterns that seemed to ripple like water. Orlin drew the ring from his pocket, its dark metal surface gleaming in the light, and held it aloft. The pillar responded immediately, its glow intensifying as a beam of light shot out, connecting the ring to the carvings. A voice echoed through the cavern, deep and resonant, but neither male nor female. The Keeper's legacy lies here, it said, the words vibrating in Orlin's chest. A truth hidden, a burden carried, a path forged anew. The light from the pillar spread outward, illuminating the cavern in brilliant detail. Figures began to take shape in the light, their forms ghostly but distinct. They were the Keepers, tall, robed figures with solemn faces and eyes that seemed to pierce the veil of time. One of the figures stepped forward, its gaze fixed on Orlin. You carry the relics of our making, it said, its voice layered with the weight of centuries. And with them, you carry our burden. The world is unbalanced, fractured by time and greed. What you choose to do with this knowledge will shape what is to come. Orlin swallowed hard, his grip on the ring tightening. I don't understand, he said. Why me? I'm just a gardener from the Vale. The figure's expression softened, though its voice remained steady. It is not who you were, but who you choose to become, it said. The relics are not tools of power, but guides. They will lead you to what must be done, but the choices are yours alone. As the figure's words faded, the light of the pillar dimmed, and the ghostly forms began to dissolve. The cavern grew silent once more, but the weight of their presence lingered. Sirana stepped forward, her eyes scanning the now dormant monolith. The pillar has given us its message, she said. The path ahead is ours to find. Before they could move, the air in the cavern shifted, growing colder and heavier. A deep rumble echoed from the passage behind them, and the shadows that had lingered at its edge began to surge forward, their forms more solid and menacing than before. We're out of time, Adric said, his voice tight as he raised his staff. Sirana drew her blade, her stance firm. The path forward lies beyond the pillar, she said. We have to move. As the group hurried toward an opening on the far side of the cavern, Orlin cast one last glance at the pillar. Its light had faded, but its presence felt stronger than ever, as though it were watching them leave. He felt the ring grow warm again, its pulse steady and reassuring, and he knew their journey was far from over. The passage on the far side of the cavern led upward, the air growing fresher with each step. When they finally emerged into the open air, the sky above was a deep, endless blue, the stars shimmering like diamonds scattered across velvet. The land stretched out before them, a vast expanse of rolling hills and dark forests, with mountains rising in the distance. Tirana paused, her eyes fixed on the horizon. This is only the beginning, she said. Keeper's secrets are scattered, and the shadows won't stop until they've claimed them all. Orlin took a deep breath, the weight of the ring in his pocket a constant reminder of the burden they now carried. "Then we keep moving," he said, his voice steady, one step at a time. As the group set off into the night, the faint hum of the pillar echoed in Orlin's mind, a quiet promise of the challenges and discoveries yet to come. The forest stretched endlessly before them, a cathedral of towering trees whose canopies wove together in an intricate tapestry of light and shadow. Each step on the moss-carpeted path released the faint scent of earth and pine, while the distant murmur of a hidden stream harmonized with the occasional trill of unseen birds. Orlin tightened his cloak against the cool, mist-laden air, his gaze darting to the shifting patches of sunlight filtering through the leaves. Beside him, Sirana moved with purpose, her blade resting lightly at her side, though her keen eyes never ceased their watchful sweep of the surroundings. Adric followed closely, his staff faintly aglow as it tapped rhythmically against the path, the gentle sound grounding their otherwise silent march. Kaelin, bringing up the rear, walked with a hesitance that betrayed his unease, his expression shadowed with the weight of recent events. "It's beautiful," Orlin murmured, breaking the silence, his voice reverent as he took in the ancient splendor of the woods. Sirana nodded, though her tone remained pragmatic. "The beauty hides its secrets," she replied. "The elves have shaped this land for centuries, bending it to their will. It is both a sanctuary and a test." The path wound deeper into the heart of the forest, the trees growing denser and the air cooler with each passing moment. The world beyond seemed to fall away, replaced by an enveloping stillness that carried a subtle hum, as though the land itself whispered secrets too old for mortal ears. The glow of Adric's staff dimmed in the natural light, but its pulse seemed to sync with the rhythm of the forest, a connection he noted with quiet curiosity. "The elves' influence is strong here," Adric remarked, his voice low. "The magic in these woods feels alive." Sirena paused briefly, her hand brushing against the rough bark of a nearby tree, its surface etched with faint flowing patterns that seemed too deliberate to be natural. "This is their work," she said, her voice softer now. "They call these the singing trees. Each one holds the memory of the songs sung to it by generations of elves, a living history of their craft." Orlin ran his fingers over the patterns, his touch reverent, and was startled by the faint hum that vibrated beneath his fingertips. "It feels warm," he said, glancing at Sirana. She gave a faint smile, though her eyes remained focused on the path ahead. "The forest accepts us for now," she said, "but that can change quickly if we overstep." As they pressed on, the path began to widen, the underbrush thinning as the trees gave way to an open glade bathed in soft, golden light. In the center stood an elegant structure that seemed to grow organically from the earth itself, a hall of pale stone and living wood, its walls entwined with vines heavy with blossoms. The air here was thick with the heady scent of flowers and the faint melodic strains of distant elven song. "This is it," Sirana said, her tone carrying a mixture of relief and caution. "The first of the sanctuaries." Orlin's breath caught as he took in the sight. The hall's beauty unlike anything he had ever imagined. Its arches seemed to stretch effortlessly into the sky, their curves blending seamlessly with the surrounding trees, while faint runes glowed softly along the edges of its walls. As the group approached, the melodic song grew louder, resolving into a chorus of voices that seemed to flow from the very walls of the sanctuary. A pair of elven figures stepped from the shadows beneath the arches, their movements graceful and deliberate. They were clad in robes of shimmering green and silver, their features ageless and serene, though their eyes held an intensity that spoke of millennia of wisdom. "Travelers," one of the elves said, their voice melodic yet commanding. "You enter the sanctuary of Erindor, a place of peace and reflection. Speak your purpose, for no step here is taken lightly." Sirana inclined her head in a gesture of respect, her tone measured as she replied. "We come seeking knowledge," she said. "The relics we carry have brought us here, and the path we walk has grown dark. We seek guidance from those who hold the wisdom of the past." The elves exchanged a glance, their expressions unreadable, before the speaker stepped forward. "Knowledge is freely shared with those who honor it," they said. "But the burden of relics such as yours is not one to be borne lightly. The forest has already whispered of your coming, and the shadows that pursue you are known to us." Adric stepped forward, his staff still faintly glowing. "Then you know what we face," he said, his voice calm but firm. "The Keeper's legacy is tied to these relics, and the shadows will not stop until they've unraveled it. If there is wisdom here that can aid us, we humbly ask for it." The second elf, silent until now, stepped closer, their gaze sharp as they studied each member of the group. "The relics have bound themselves to you," they said, their voice softer but no less commanding. "Their secrets will reveal themselves in time, but only if you prove your Sims worthy of their trust. The sanctuary offers peace, but peace must be earned." The group was led inside, the air within the hall cool and filled with the scent of fresh herbs and blooming flowers. The walls glowed faintly, their surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift subtly as they passed. Orlin felt a strange calm settle over him, as though the very atmosphere of the sanctuary eased the weight of his fears. They were guided to a central chamber where a pool of water shimmered with an unnatural light, its surface rippling gently despite the absence of any breeze. "This is the pool of clarity," the first elf explained. "It is a mirror of thought and intent. Those who seek its wisdom must face themselves within it." Orlin's chest tightened at the words, the memory of the mirror of memory fresh in his mind, but as he glanced at his companions, he saw the same mixture of awe and determination in their faces. Sirana stepped forward first, her blade sheathed as she knelt before the pool. "We are ready," she said, her voice steady. The elves exchanged a glance, and the second elf gave a faint nod. "Then let the pool reveal what you carry," they said, "and may its clarity guide you forward." As Sirana touched the water's surface, the room filled with a soft, resonant hum, and the light of the pool began to shift, casting intricate patterns onto the walls. Orlin took a deep breath, his hand brushing the ring in his pocket, and prepared to follow. The water of the pool of clarity shimmered like liquid starlight, its surface rippling softly as Sirana's fingertips grazed it. The light reflected in her sharp eyes, casting faint patterns on her face, as if the pool itself recognized her presence. The room seemed to hold its breath, the faint hum of the Elven Sanctuary deepening into a resonant vibration that echoed through the hall's living walls. Orlin stood back, watching intently, his heart pounding with a mixture of fear and awe. The air around the pool grew warmer, and the light shifted, its silvery glow giving way to a golden hue that poured upward like the first rays of dawn breaking over the horizon. Sirana's body remained still, her expression calm but intent, though Orlin could see the faint tension in her shoulders, the way her fingers trembled slightly as the pool's light enveloped her. The elves who had led them here stood like statues at the edge of the chamber, their ageless faces unreadable, though there was an intensity in their gazes that suggested they understood far more than they revealed. The light of the pool began to coalesce, gathering into a swirling vortex that reflected the runes etched on the walls. Slowly, a scene began to form within the golden glow, an image that hovered between reality and dream. Sirana's lips parted slightly as the vision unfolded, revealing an immense battlefield stretching beneath a sky of ashen grey. On the horizon, towering spires of jagged black stone pierced the clouds, their surfaces shimmering faintly with an unnatural light. Armies clashed below, their figures shrouded in shadow, though their movements spoke of desperation and fury. At the center of the battlefield stood a figure clad in silver and green, their presence commanding and their weapon glowing with the same golden light that now surrounded Sirana. The figure raised their blade, and the battlefield froze, the shadows recoiling as though held at bay by an unseen force. The scene dissolved suddenly, and Sirana gasped, her eyes snapping open as she pulled her hand back from the water. The pool stilled immediately, its light fading to its original silvery hue, though the tension in the room lingered. "What did you see?" Adric asked, his voice soft but insistent. Sirana closed her eyes for a moment, her brow furrowed. "A war," she said, her voice distant. "A battle long past, or perhaps yet to come." The Keeper's power was there, but it was fractured, scattered across the field, and in the distance, something loomed. Something vast and unrelenting. Her gaze shifted to the elves, her expression questioning. "What does it mean?" The elder elf stepped forward, their voice calm but edged with gravity. "The pool reveals only fragments," they said. "Reflections of what was, what is, and what might yet be. It does not speak plainly, for clarity is a burden that must be earned." Adric frowned, his staff tapping softly against the floor. "We've been burdened plenty already," he muttered, though his voice lacked its usual edge. The elf's gaze turned to him, their eyes narrowing slightly. "The relics you carry are not simple burdens," they said. "They are keys, crafted to unlock truths that mortals have long forgotten. But keys alone cannot open the way. Only those with the strength to endure the journey can bring them to their purpose." Orlin shifted uncomfortably, his hand brushing the ring in his pocket. The weight of it seemed heavier now, the warmth less comforting and more demanding, as though the relic itself was listening. "And what if the journey breaks us?" he asked quietly. The elf regarded him with a faint tilt of their head, their expression softening slightly. "Then the path will end," they said. "But the choice to walk it remains yours." Their words hung in the air like a challenge, and Orlin felt his resolve harden despite the knot of fear tightening in his chest. Kaelin, who had been silent throughout the exchange, suddenly stepped forward, his face pale but determined. "I'll go next," he said, his voice trembling but steady. Sirana turned to him, her expression unreadable. "You don't have to," she said, though there was no insistence in her tone. Kaelin shook his head. "I've spent too long running from shadows," he said. "If this pool can show me what I need to face, then I'll face it." Without waiting for approval, he knelt at the edge of the pool, his hands resting lightly on his knees. Slowly, he leaned forward, his fingers brushing the water's surface. The chamber darkened almost immediately, the light of the pool shifting to a deep, eerie blue that cast sharp shadows across the room. The hum that had accompanied Sirana's vision grew louder, more insistent, and the air seemed to vibrate with an unseen force. Orlin took an involuntary step back, his breath catching as the pool began to ripple violently. Kaelin's face twisted into a grimace, and his shoulders tensed, though he didn't pull away. Within the water, a new scene began to form, darker and more chaotic than the one Sirana had witnessed. The image was a labyrinth of towering stone walls, their surfaces slick with rain and etched with jagged, broken runes. Figures moved through the maze, silent, indistinct shapes that seemed to melt into the walls as they passed. At the center of the labyrinth stood a well, its depths shrouded in impenetrable darkness. As the vision sharpened, the shadows around the well began to shift, their forms taking on twisted, grotesque shapes that seemed to watch Kaelin with hungry eyes. The scene pulsed with a malevolent energy, and Kaelin's breath quickened, his hands clenching into fists. "What does it mean?" Orlin whispered, his voice barely audible. The elf beside him didn't answer immediately, their gaze fixed on the vision. When they finally spoke, their voice was low and somber. "The labyrinth is a place of trial," they said, "a reflection of the bearer's deepest fears and regrets. Only by facing its darkness can the path forward be revealed." As the vision faded, Kaelin collapsed onto the floor, his breaths coming in short, ragged gasps. Orlin rushed to his side, gripping his shoulder. "Are you all right?" he asked. Kaelin nodded weakly, though his face was pale and his hands trembled. "I saw too much," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "But I know where we have to go." The chamber fell into an uneasy silence as Kaelin steadied himself, his trembling hands still clutching at the edges of the pool of clarity. The water had returned to its serene silver state, its surface once again rippling faintly as though undisturbed by the visions it had revealed. Sirana watched him closely, her eyes sharp, while Orlin and Adric exchanged uneasy glances. The elves stood motionless, their ageless faces unreadable, though their intense gazes betrayed the weight of the moment. "What did you see?" Kirana asked, her voice even but edged with urgency. Kaelin's breaths came shallow at first, and for a moment Orlin thought he wouldn't answer, but then Kaelin raised his head, his pale face illuminated by the faint glow of the pool. "A labyrinth," he said, his voice strained but clear. "A place of trials and shadows. There's something at its center, something waiting. I don't know what it is, but I felt it. Calling." He hesitated, his hands tightening into fists. "And I know we have to go there." The elder elf stepped forward, their shimmering robes catching the faint light of the pool. "The labyrinth of echoes," they said, their melodic voice resonating through the chamber. "It lies deep within the heart of the ancient forest, a place forged by the keepers to guard their most guarded truths. Many have sought its secrets, but few have returned unchanged." Their gaze swept across the group, lingering on each member before resting on Orlin. "The relics you carry are bound to this path," they continued. "The labyrinth will test you, not your strength, but your resolve, your fears, your truths. Only by facing its shadows will you uncover what lies ahead." Orlin's stomach twisted at the words, the weight of the ring in his pocket feeling heavier than ever. "What if we fail?" he asked quietly. The elf's gaze softened slightly, though their tone remained firm. "Then the labyrinth will claim you," they said, "and the truth you seek will be lost." Adric frowned, his staff tapping lightly against the stone floor as he turned toward Sirena. "This keeps getting better," he muttered, though his tone lacked its usual sarcasm. Serana ignored him, her focus locked on the elves. "Can you guide us?" she asked, her voice steady. The second elf, who had remained silent, stepped forward now, their expression solemn. "The labyrinth is a path you must walk alone," they said. "Even we cannot follow where it leads, but the forest will take you to its gates. There, your choices will decide the rest." Serana inclined her head, accepting the words without argument, though Orlin could see the tension in her posture. "Then we'll leave at first light," she said. The group was led from the chamber to a smaller hall where they could rest. The room was simple but beautiful, its walls lined with flowering vines that filled the air with a calming fragrance. A soft light emanated from the ceiling, bathing the space in a warm glow that felt almost alive. Orlin sank onto one of the low benches carved from pale wood, the events of the day weighing heavily on him. Adric sat nearby, his staff resting across his lap as he stared at the floor in thought. Serana stood near the doorway, her arms crossed, while Kalen sat silently in a corner, his face pale and unreadable. "Do you think we're ready for this?" Orlin asked, breaking the silence. Serana glanced at him, her expression unreadable. "I don't know," she admitted. "But ready or not, it's the only path we have." The night passed slowly, the group taking turns to rest, while the elves kept watch. When dawn broke, it came not as sunlight piercing through the trees, but as a faint golden glow that seemed to rise from the forest itself. The air was cool and filled with the scent of dew and wildflowers as the group gathered at the sanctuary's edge. Where the elves waited to see them off, the elder elf stepped forward, their gaze lingering on each member of the group. "The forest will guide you to the labyrinth's gates," they said. "Once you enter, the sanctuary's protection will no longer reach you. Trust in each other and in yourselves." They turned to Orlin, their voice softening. "The relics chose you for a reason. Let them guide you, even in the darkest moments." Orlin nodded, though his hands trembled slightly as he adjusted his satchel. The path through the forest was unlike any they had walked before. The trees seemed to shift subtly as they moved, their branches forming arches that guided them deeper into the woods. The air grew cooler, and the light dimmed, until only faint beams of golden light filtered through the dense canopy above. Orlin felt the warmth of the ring pulsing steadily, a constant reminder of its presence, and he couldn't shake the feeling that the forest itself was watching them. Adric walked close beside him, his staff glowing faintly, while Serana led the way, her blade resting at her side. Carlin followed silently, his gaze distant but his steps steady. After what felt like hours, the path widened, and they emerged into a clearing where a massive stone archway loomed before them. The arch was intricately carved with symbols similar to those on the sanctuary's walls, though these were darker, their edges worn as if by centuries of storms. Beyond the arch, a faint mist obscured the entrance to the labyrinth, its swirling patterns giving the illusion of movement. Serana stepped forward, her gaze fixed on the archway. "This is it," she said quietly. "The labyrinth of echoes." The group stood in silence, the weight of the moment pressing heavily on them. Orlin felt his heart pounding as he stared into the mist, the ring in his pocket pulsing in rhythm with his quickening breath. "What happens now?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Serana turned to him, her expression firm but not unkind. "Now," she said, "we step forward." Without hesitation, she passed through the archway, her figure disappearing into the mist. One by one, the others followed, their forms fading until only Orlin remained. He took a deep breath, his hand brushing the ring one last time, and stepped into the labyrinth, the mist swallowing him whole. The forest grew darker as the group pressed deeper, the towering trees forming a dense canopy that blocked out the sun's light, leaving the air thick and cool. The faint golden glow that had guided them from Erindor was now just a memory, replaced by an eerie luminescence that seemed to emanate from the forest itself. Orlan's boots crunched softly against the carpet of fallen leaves, their dampness releasing a faint, earthy scent with every step. The silence around them was profound, broken only by the occasional rustle of unseen creatures and the steady tap of Adric's staff. Kirana led the way, her blade drawn and gleaming faintly in the low light, its presence a silent reassurance to the group. Behind her, Orlan tightened his cloak against the sudden chill, his gaze shifting nervously between the trees, where shadows seemed to move just beyond his vision. "This forest feels alive," he said quietly, his voice barely above a whisper. Kirana didn't turn, but her voice carried back to him, steady and calm. "It is. The elves call this place the Veil Wood, a living barrier between their sanctuaries and the outside world. It watches all who pass." The path ahead narrowed, twisting between ancient roots that jutted from the ground like gnarled fingers. The trees themselves seemed to lean inward, their twisted trunks and sprawling branches forming natural arches that loomed overhead. Adric paused to study the intricate patterns in the bark of one tree, his hand brushing against its surface. "There's magic here," he murmured. "Not just the work of the elves, something older, deeper. It's as if the forest remembers everything that's ever happened within its bounds." Kalen, trailing behind, shuddered visibly, his pale face a stark contrast to the shadows around him. "I wish it didn't feel like it's remembering us," he muttered, his voice tight. As they moved further into the Veilwood, the air grew heavier, carrying with it a faint metallic tang that made Orlan's chest tighten. The path became harder to follow, overgrown with thorny brambles and moss-covered stones that seemed to shift beneath their feet. Serana slowed, her hand raised in a silent signal for the group to halt. "Something's ahead," she said softly, her eyes narrowing as she scanned the dense shadows. Orlan strained his ears, but heard nothing beyond the rhythmic pounding of his own heart. Adric's staff glowed faintly as he stepped closer, his expression serious. "What do you sense?" he asked. Serana pointed toward a cluster of trees, their thick trunks entwined with vines that shimmered faintly in the dim light. "There," she said. "The path bends, but the forest tightens around it. It could be a natural bottleneck, or something waiting." The group crept forward cautiously, their movements slow and deliberate. As they neared the bend, the faint glow of the vines grew stronger, casting an ethereal light that illuminated the path. Orlan felt the warmth of the ring in his pocket increase, its steady pulse quickening slightly, as though responding to the forest itself. "Do you feel that?" he whispered, glancing at Adric. The older man nodded, his grip on his staff tightening. "The forest knows we're here," he said simply, "and it's deciding whether to let us pass." As they rounded the bend, the path opened into a small clearing, its center dominated by a massive stone obelisk covered in glowing runes. The runes pulsed gently, their light shifting between silver and gold, casting intricate patterns onto the surrounding trees. Serana approached cautiously, her blade held low but ready, while the rest of the group fanned out behind her. "This is elven work," she said, her voice filled with quiet awe. "A marker, or perhaps a warning." Adric moved closer to the obelisk, his eyes scanning the runes with fascination. "These symbols are ancient even by Elven standards," he said. "They speak of protection, but also trials." Before he could elaborate, the air in the clearing shifted, growing colder. The light of the runes intensified, and a faint hum filled the space, vibrating through the ground beneath their feet. Orlin stepped back instinctively, his hand gripping the ring in his pocket as the hum grew louder. From the shadows beyond the clearing, a figure began to emerge, its form tall and cloaked in flowing robes that shimmered with an otherworldly light. The figure stopped just short of the obelisk, its face obscured by a deep hood, though its presence radiated both power and stillness. "You seek the labyrinth," the figure said, its voice melodic yet commanding, echoing faintly as though coming from a great distance. Sirena stepped forward, her expression calm but guarded. "We do," she said. "We follow the path of the relics and seek the truth they guard." The figure tilted its head slightly, as though considering her words. "The Valewood is a threshold," it said. "To pass through, you must prove yourselves worthy, not in strength, but in purpose." The figure raised a hand, and the light of the obelisk flared, casting the clearing into stark relief. Around them, the shadows deepened, their forms twisting and writhing as though alive. "Step forward," the figure commanded. "Let your intent be known, and the forest will decide your fate." Sirana glanced back at the group, her gaze steady but expectant. One by one, they moved toward the obelisk, its pulsing light growing warmer as they approached. Orlin felt the ring's warmth intensify, its pulse syncing with the rhythm of the runes, and he took a deep breath as he stepped into the glow. The forest seemed to close in around him, the shadows pressing against the edges of the clearing, and he knew that whatever came next, there was no turning back. The clearing fell silent as the light of the obelisk surged, illuminating the twisted branches of the Valewood and casting sharp shadows that seemed to writhe like living things. Orlin stood frozen, the warmth of the ring in his pocket intensifying as it pulsed in rhythm with the obelisk's glow. The cloaked figure raised its hand again, the motion deliberate and unhurried as though time bent to its will. "Your intent has been heard," it said, its melodic voice weaving through the air like a distant echo. "But words alone are not enough. The Valewood does not let its secrets be taken lightly." Before anyone could react, the shadows at the edge of the clearing began to move, coalescing into shapes that grew sharper and more defined with every passing moment. Orlin's breath caught as the forms solidified into creatures unlike any he had seen, beasts of dark mist, their bodies shifting constantly, yet their eyes glowed with an unnatural, piercing light. Sirana stepped forward, her blade gleaming faintly as she held it low but ready. "What are they?" she demanded, her tone steady but edged with tension. The figure tilted its head, its hooded gaze fixed on the advancing creatures. "The Valewood's guardians," it said. "They are drawn to doubt, to fear, to the wavering heart. Prove yourselves, and they will let you pass. Falter, and they will consume you." Its words hung in the air like a command, and the group instinctively tightened their formation, with Sirena at the forefront, Adric just behind, his staff glowing faintly, and Kaelin hanging back, his face pale but resolute. Orlin swallowed hard, his hand brushing against the ring in his pocket as the creatures advanced, their movements fluid and predatory. The first of the beasts lunged without warning, its form shifting mid-leap, and Sirana met it with a swift, precise strike of her blade. The creature let out a piercing screech as it dissolved into wisps of shadow, but two more immediately took its place, their glowing eyes fixed on her, with an almost sentient malice. Adric thrust his staff forward, a burst of light erupting from its tip and driving the creatures back, their forms unraveling slightly under its glow. "They're testing us," he said, his voice tight. "They're not mindless. They're watching how we respond." Orlin hesitated, his mind racing as he tried to make sense of the scene. The ring's pulse had grown stronger, its warmth spreading through him like a second heartbeat, and he felt an inexplicable pull toward the obelisk at the center of the clearing. "Hold them off," Sirana called, her blade flashing as she struck down another creature. "Orlen, do you feel it?" she added, her gaze briefly flicking to him. He nodded, though the words stuck in his throat. The obelisk's light had grown brighter, its runes shifting and pulsing in time with the ring, and he felt a strange connection between the two, as though the relic was calling him to act. Taking a deep breath, he stepped toward the obelisk, the air around it growing warmer as he approached. The creatures seemed to sense his movement, their glowing eyes snapping toward him, but Sirana and Adric held the line, their combined efforts keeping the beasts at bay. Orlin reached out hesitantly, his hand hovering above the surface of the obelisk. The runes flared in response, their light spreading outward in a wave that passed through the clearing like a ripple across still water. The creatures froze, their forms flickering uncertainly, and the cloaked figure lowered its hand. "The relic knows its purpose," it said, its voice softer now, almost contemplative. "But the path remains yours to choose." Orlin's hand trembled as he placed it on the obelisk, the stone's surface smooth and impossibly warm. The ring in his pocket seemed to merge with the energy of the obelisk, and for a brief moment his vision filled with light. The clearing vanished, replaced by a vivid scene that unfolded around him like a dream. He stood in the center of a vast circular chamber, its walls carved with the same glowing runes as the obelisk. In the center of the chamber stood a pedestal upon which rested a second relic, a stone tablet etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer as he watched. The chamber felt alive, its air humming with an energy that resonated deep within him. "The labyrinth of echoes," a voice said, though it came not from the cloaked figure but from the air itself. "Its gates lie ahead, but the relic must guide you. Without it, the path will close, and the truths you seek will remain hidden." The vision faded as suddenly as it had appeared, and Orlin found himself back in the clearing, the obelisk's glow dimming as the creatures around them dissolved into harmless mist. Sirana was at his side in an instant, her expression sharp but concerned. "What happened?" she asked. Orlin opened his mouth to speak but hesitated, his mind still reeling from the vision. "I saw a chamber," he said at last. "And a relic, another relic. It's tied to the labyrinth somehow." Adric frowned, his staff dimming as the tension in the clearing eased. "Then we have our next step," he said. "The labyrinth lies ahead, but it seems we need more than just ourselves to face it." The cloaked figure inclined its head, its voice once again carrying that faint, melodic echo. "The forest has granted you passage," it said. "Beyond this clearing, the path will lead you to the labyrinth's gates. What lies within is for you to discover, but beware. The labyrinth does not suffer the unworthy lightly." With that, the figure stepped back, its form dissolving into light that swirled upward and disappeared into the canopy above. The obelisk's light faded completely, leaving the clearing bathed in the dim, shifting glow of the Valewood. As the group gathered their bearings, Orlin felt the weight of the ring in his pocket once more, its pulse steady but insistent. The path ahead felt heavier now, the air charged with the knowledge that what awaited them would be unlike anything they had faced before. "Let's keep moving," Sirana said, her voice firm but quiet. "The labyrinth is close. I can feel it." Together they stepped back onto the winding path, the trees closing in around them once more as the Valewood's shadows watched their every move. The path wound deeper into the Valewood, the trees growing closer and more twisted with each step, their branches intertwining overhead to form a canopy so dense that only faint tendrils of light filtered through. The air was thick and cool, carrying a faint metallic tang that prickled at Orlan's senses. He walked close behind Sirana, her steady movements reassuring even as the atmosphere around them grew heavier. Adric followed just behind, his staff glowing faintly, while Carlin trailed at the rear, his posture tense and his eyes darting to every shadow that shifted at the edges of the path. The Valewood seemed alive in a way that was both enchanting and unnerving, its silence broken only by the occasional rustle of unseen creatures and the low groan of the ancient trees. "It feels like the forest is watching us," Orlan said quietly, his voice barely above a whisper. Sirana glanced back at him, her expression calm but focused. "It is," she replied. "But we've been granted passage, at least for now." The group pressed on, the path narrowing as it led them toward a clearing that seemed to materialize out of the dense woods. In the center of the clearing stood an archway of black stone, its surface etched with glowing runes that pulsed faintly like a heartbeat. Beyond the archway, a shimmering veil of mist obscured whatever lay on the other side, its silver tendrils shifting and swirling as though alive. Orlan felt the warmth of the ring in his pocket intensify, its pulse aligning with the rhythm of the runes. "The labyrinth," Adric said, his voice reverent. "We've reached its gates." Sirana stepped closer, her hand resting lightly on the hilt of her blade as she studied the archway. "This is it," she said. "The Valewood's final trial. Whatever lies beyond this gate is what we've been preparing for." As the group approached, the runes on the archway flared brightly, casting the clearing in a pale, silvery light. The mist beyond the gate swirled faster, its movements almost impatient, and the air around them grew colder. Orlan's chest tightened as he stepped closer, the weight of the ring in his pocket now almost unbearable. "Do we all enter together?" he asked, his voice trembling slightly. The answer came not from Sirana or Adric, but from the forest itself. A deep, resonant hum filled the air, vibrating through the ground beneath their feet. The mist beyond the archway shifted, revealing faint shapes that moved within its depths, shadows of twisting corridors and towering walls. "The labyrinth accepts only those who carry purpose," a voice said, its source impossible to pinpoint. It was melodic yet commanding, echoing with a weight that seemed to press against Orlan's very soul. "Each of you must walk your own path. The truths you seek will not be shared, for they are yours alone to uncover." Sirana's jaw tightened, but she nodded, stepping toward the gate with a resoluteness that Orlan envied. "Then we face it," she said. "Whatever it takes." One by one, the group moved toward the archway, each hesitating for a moment before stepping through the shimmering mist. Orlan watched as Sirana vanished first, her form swallowed by the silvery haze, followed by Adric and then Kaelin, who cast one last glance over his shoulder before disappearing into the labyrinth. Orlan was alone now, the weight of the moment pressing heavily on him. The ring in his pocket pulsed steadily, its warmth both comforting and insistent, and he took a deep breath before stepping forward. The mist enveloped him instantly, cool and dense, and for a brief moment he felt as though he were floating in an endless void. Then the sensation shifted, and the world solidified around him. He stood in a narrow corridor of black stone, its walls smooth and cold, illuminated by a faint blue glow that seemed to emanate from the very air. The silence was absolute, broken only by the soft echo of his footsteps as he took a cautious step forward. The corridor stretched endlessly ahead, twisting and turning in ways that defied logic, and Orlin felt a deep unease settle over him. "What is this place?" he murmured, though no one was there to answer. As he moved deeper into the labyrinth, the air grew heavier, and the blue glow began to shift, flickering like distant firelight. Shadows danced along the walls, their shapes fluid and indistinct, but Orlin couldn't shake the feeling that they were watching him. The ring in his pocket grew warmer, its pulse quickening as though urging him forward. He rounded a corner and found himself in a circular chamber, its floor inlaid with intricate patterns that glowed faintly. In the center of the room stood a pedestal, upon which rested a shard of black stone, its surface etched with the same runes that marked the archway. Orlin approached cautiously, his hand hovering over the shard. The air around it seemed to hum with power, and he hesitated, his mind racing with doubts. "You doubt yourself," a voice said, and Orlin spun around, his heart pounding. The chamber was empty, but the voice persisted, soft yet piercing. "The path you walk is not one of certainty, but of choice. Do you have the strength to carry what lies ahead?" Orlin's breath caught as the shadows on the walls began to shift, forming shapes that mirrored his own, distorted and fractured but unmistakably him. They moved toward him, their forms flickering like dying flames, and he stumbled back, his hand brushing against the shard. The instant he touched it, the world around him exploded into light. Visions flashed before his eyes, scenes of the labyrinth twisting and reshaping itself, of his companions facing trials of their own, and of a massive structure at the heart of the maze, its walls carved with runes that glowed like stars. The shard in his hand pulsed with energy, and he felt its power flow through him, merging with the warmth of the ring. "The labyrinth has accepted you," the voice said, though it was softer now, almost a whisper. "But the path is far from over." When the light faded, Orlin found himself back in the corridor, the shard still clutched in his hand. The air was calmer now, the oppressive weight of the labyrinth easing slightly, and he took a shaky breath before moving forward. The corridor ahead glowed faintly, and he knew it would lead him closer to the labyrinth's heart, and to whatever truths awaited them all. The air inside the labyrinth was cold, heavy, and alive with a quiet hum that seemed to resonate through the very stone of the walls. Orlin's footsteps echoed softly as he moved cautiously forward, the corridor ahead dimly lit by a faint, shifting glow that pulsed along the runes carved into the black stone. The passage twisted and turned unpredictably, its sharp angles and narrow pathways giving the disconcerting impression of being inside a living thing. The ring in Orlin's pocket pulsed with steady warmth, its rhythm syncing eerily with the glow of the runes, as though guiding him deeper into the labyrinth's heart. His breath misted in the cool air, and every sound, his footsteps, the soft rustle of his cloak, the faint whisper of his breath, seemed amplified, bouncing off the smooth walls and disappearing into the unknown. "One step at a time," he muttered to himself, his voice low and tremulous. His mind raced with thoughts of the others, Sirana, Adric, and Kaelin, each now walking their own path through this maze of shadows, and secrets. He wondered what trials they faced, what fears the labyrinth had conjured to test their resolve. The passage widened suddenly, opening into a circular chamber whose floor was inlaid with intricate patterns of silver and gold, glowing faintly like embers in the dark. The walls stretched upward, their surfaces etched with runes that seemed to shift and flow as Orlin approached. In the center of the chamber stood a pedestal, and upon it rested a small crystalline orb, its surface swirling with a soft inner light. The warmth of the ring in Orlin's pocket intensified as he stepped closer, its pulse quickening in a way that filled him with equal parts curiosity and dread. As he reached out to touch the orb, a voice echoed through the chamber, low and resonant, yet somehow familiar. "Do you seek answers or merely escape?" it asked, the words vibrating through the air like a distant thunderclap. Orlin froze, his hand hovering inches above the orb, his heart pounding in his chest. He began, his voice catching in his throat. "I seek the truth, about the relics, about what lies ahead." The voice responded not with words, but with a wave of light that emanated from the orb, enveloping the room in a soft glow. Images began to form in the air around Orlin, fragmented scenes that flickered and shifted like reflections on water. He saw a sprawling city of white stone, its towers gleaming in the sunlight, its streets filled with figures both familiar and strange. He saw the Pillar of Morning, standing solitary in a barren landscape, its runes glowing brighter than he remembered. And he saw the labyrinth itself, its walls twisting and reshaping, its center shrouded in impenetrable darkness. The images vanished as quickly as they had appeared, leaving Orlin alone once more, the room dim and silent except for the faint hum of the orb. "You carry the burden of choice," the voice said, softer now, yet still resonating with an undeniable weight. "The relics you bear are keys, but they will not unlock every door. What lies ahead will require more than courage. It will demand sacrifice." Orlin's hand trembled as he withdrew it from the orb, the weight of the voice's words settling heavily in his chest. He looked around the chamber, his gaze lingering on the shifting runes, the glowing patterns on the floor, and the orb that pulsed faintly like a living heart. "Sacrifice," he murmured, his voice barely audible. "What kind of sacrifice?" The voice did not answer, and the silence that followed was absolute. As Orlin turned to leave the chamber, the air grew colder, and the runes along the walls flared briefly before dimming once more. The corridor beyond the chamber stretched endlessly into the dark, its sharp turns and narrow passages disorienting in their sameness. Orlin moved carefully, the ring in his pocket guiding him with its steady pulse, though each step seemed to draw him deeper into the labyrinth's mysteries. Shadows flickered at the edges of his vision, and he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched, not by creatures or spirits, but by the labyrinth itself, as though it were aware of his every thought and movement. He rounded another corner and found himself in a narrow passage where the walls glowed faintly with a deep blue light, their surfaces etched with jagged angular runes unlike those he had seen before. The air here felt heavier, pressing against him with an almost physical force, and the hum of the labyrinth grew louder, resonating in his chest like the toll of a distant bell. The passage led to another chamber, smaller than the first, but no less imposing. In its center stood a stone table, upon which lay a fragment of something that glowed faintly. A shard of dark crystal, its surface cracked and veined with light. As Orlin approached the table, the shard flared suddenly, its glow filling the chamber with an intense light. Images flooded his mind, the faces of his companions, each walking their own path through the labyrinth, the shadowy pursuers they had evaded since Green Hill Vale, and the Pillar of Morning, its light growing dimmer as shadows closed in around it. The images faded and Orlin staggered back, his breath coming in sharp gasps. The shard's glow softened, and the hum of the labyrinth quieted, leaving the room steeped in an oppressive stillness. Taking a deep breath, Orlin reached for the shard, its surface cool and smooth beneath his fingers. As he lifted it from the table, the room began to shift, the walls shimmering and blurring as though the labyrinth itself was reacting to his actions. The passage behind him began to glow faintly, its runes pulsing in a steady rhythm that matched the warmth of the shard in his hand. Orlin clutched the fragment tightly, his resolve hardening as he stepped back into the corridor. He didn't know where the labyrinth would lead him next, but he knew one thing for certain: the truth he sought was somewhere ahead, and there was no turning back. The corridor stretched endlessly before Orlin, the blue light of the labyrinth's runes flickering like distant stars against the dark stone walls. Each step felt heavier than the last, the air thick with an almost tangible tension that pressed against his chest and slowed his breath. The shard in his hand pulsed faintly, its cool surface radiating a subtle energy that seemed to resonate with the labyrinth itself. The further he walked, the more the hum of the walls deepened, transforming into a low, rhythmic vibration that seemed to echo through his very bones. Orlin's thoughts raced as he clutched the shard tightly, the fragmented images it had shown him still flashing in his mind, the faces of his companions, the encroaching shadows, and the dimming light of the Pillar of Morning. The labyrinth was testing him, of that he was certain, but its purpose remained elusive, shrouded in layers of mystery that seemed to deepen with every turn. The passageway narrowed suddenly, the walls closing in around him until the air felt stifling, almost suffocating. Orlin ducked slightly to avoid a low-hanging arch of jagged stone, his movements careful and deliberate as he pressed forward. The runes along the walls shifted as he passed, their light growing dimmer, their patterns twisting into unfamiliar shapes. A faint sound echoed through the corridor, a distant whisper, too soft to discern but persistent enough to quicken his pulse. "Who's there?" he called, his voice wavering slightly. The whispering stopped abruptly, leaving only the oppressive silence of the labyrinth in its wake. Orlin tightened his grip on the shard, its steady pulse the only reassurance he had as he continued down the path. The passage opened into another chamber, this one smaller and more confined, its walls adorned with runes that pulsed with an unsettling red glow. The air here was colder, carrying a faint metallic scent that made Orlin's stomach churn. At the center of the room stood a pedestal, its surface cracked and uneven, and upon it rested a ring of dark metal, its edges sharp and jagged, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to writhe and shift like living things. The shard in Orlin's hand grew warmer as he approached, its pulse quickening in a way that mirrored the beat of his own heart. He hesitated, his gaze fixed on the ring, a sense of unease settling over him like a heavy cloak. As he reached out to touch the ring, a voice echoed through the chamber, low and distorted, its words dripping with malice. "You seek what you do not understand," it said, the sound reverberating through the room. Orlin froze, his hand hovering inches above the ring, his breath caught in his throat. "I don't seek power," he said, his voice trembling but resolute. "I seek the truth about the relics and why they chose us." The voice laughed, a harsh and grating sound that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. "Truth is a burden, little one," it said, "and burdens break even the strongest of wills." The runes along the walls flared brightly, their red glow filling the chamber with a harsh, unrelenting light. Shadows began to coalesce at the edges of the room, their forms twisting and shifting as they moved toward him. Orlin stepped back instinctively, his hand tightening around the shard as he prepared to defend himself. The shadows stopped just short of the pedestal, their glowing eyes fixed on him, their presence radiating a suffocating sense of dread. "Prove your resolve," the voice commanded, its tone sharper now, like the crack of a whip. "Take the ring, or leave this place and abandon your quest." Orlin's heart pounded in his chest as he stared at the ring, its dark surface gleaming ominously in the light of the runes. The shard in his hand pulsed steadily, its warmth spreading through him like a quiet reassurance. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward, his hand closing around the ring. The instant he touched it, the world around him shifted violently, the chamber dissolving into a storm of light and shadow. He felt a surge of energy course through him, overwhelming and disorienting, as the rune's light merged with the ring's power. The shadows around him shrieked and recoiled, their forms dissolving into the walls as the storm subsided. When the light faded, Orlin found himself back in the corridor, the ring now resting in his palm alongside the shard. Its surface was no longer jagged, but smooth and cool, its symbols faint and subdued. The air around him was calmer now, the oppressive weight of the labyrinth eased, though the sense of purpose it instilled remained. Orlin slipped the ring into his pocket alongside the shard, their combined warmth a steady presence as he continued forward. The corridor ahead glowed faintly, the blue light of the runes guiding him toward what he hoped would be the labyrinth's heart. As he walked, the corridor began to widen, its walls curving outward until they formed a vast, open space illuminated by a soft, golden glow. The chamber before him was unlike any he had seen, its floor inlaid with intricate mosaics that depicted scenes of battles, triumphs, and losses, all tied to the relics and their enigmatic purpose. In the center of the room stood a massive archway, its surface carved with runes that shimmered faintly in the golden light. Beyond the arch lay a darkness so profound that it seemed to swallow the light around it, a void that pulsed faintly with an unseen energy. Orlin hesitated at the threshold, his gaze fixed on the darkness beyond the archway. The ring and shard in his pocket grew warmer, their pulse quickening as though urging him forward. Taking a deep breath, he stepped toward the arch, the golden light of the chamber dimming as the darkness reached out to meet him. "The truth lies ahead," he whispered to himself, his voice steady despite the fear that gripped him. "And I'll face it, whatever it may be." The darkness beyond the archway swallowed Orlin whole, the golden glow of the chamber behind him fading into nothingness as the oppressive void closed around him. The air was heavy, thick with an unearthly quiet that seemed to muffle even his own breath. The shard and the ring in his pocket pulsed faintly, their warmth the only anchor in a world that felt otherwise untethered from reality. Orlin took a cautious step forward, his boots making no sound against a floor he couldn't see, but somehow felt beneath him. The void was absolute, yet as his eyes adjusted, faint shapes began to emerge, twisting lines, jagged patterns, and distant lights that flickered like stars in the farthest reaches of the abyss. A low hum resonated through the void, vibrating in his chest and filling his mind with an eerie sense of anticipation. The path ahead was not clear, but the relic's steady pulse urged him onward, their rhythms syncing with the hum of the labyrinth itself. As Orlin moved deeper into the darkness, the shapes around him grew more distinct, coalescing into towering walls etched with runes that glowed faintly like embers. The runes flickered in and out, their patterns shifting as though alive, and Orlin realized with a shiver that they seemed to be responding to his presence. The hum of the labyrinth deepened, transforming into a low, resonant chant that echoed from unseen corners of the void. It was neither welcoming nor hostile, but it carried a weight that pressed heavily against Orland's thoughts, as if testing his resolve with every step. "I'm not afraid," he whispered, though his voice faltered as the words left his lips. The runes flared briefly, their light intensifying, and the chant grew louder before subsiding once more. The path narrowed, the walls closing in on either side, and Orland felt a claustrophobic unease creep into his chest. The air grew colder, and with each step the runes' glow dimmed until they were little more than faint traces of light against the black stone. Orland's pulse quickened as the void pressed closer, and he found himself reaching instinctively for the shard in his pocket. Its warmth was reassuring, but the faint pulse had changed, its rhythm erratic and uneven, as though mirroring his own uncertainty. "Stay calm," he muttered to himself, his voice barely audible over the oppressive silence. He rounded a corner and froze, his breath catching in his throat. Before him stood a massive figure, its form cloaked in shadow but unmistakably humanoid. It towered over him, its presence radiating an aura of power and stillness that made the air around it feel heavy and unyielding. Its eyes, twin points of burning light, fixed on Orland with an intensity that pierced through his very soul. "You seek the truth," the figure said, its voice a deep, resonant echo that seemed to vibrate through the walls of the labyrinth. Orland swallowed hard, his hand tightening around the shard in his pocket. "I do," he said, his voice trembling but determined. The figure tilted its head slightly as though considering his words. "The truth is not given freely," it said. "It is earned through sacrifice and resolve. Do you possess the strength to bear it?" Orland hesitated, his mind racing. The labyrinth had tested him at every turn, forcing him to confront his fears and doubts. But now he stood at its heart, face to face with something he could not fully comprehend. "I don't know," he admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. "But I'm willing to try." The figure's burning eyes narrowed and the air around them grew colder. "Then let the labyrinth judge," it said, raising a hand wreathed in shadow. The runes on the walls flared to life, their light cascading through the void and forming a circle of glowing patterns around Orland's feet. The hum of the labyrinth intensified, rising to a deafening crescendo that filled his mind with 1,000 overlapping voices. The ground beneath Orland shifted, and he stumbled as the circle of light expanded, transforming into a vast glowing mosaic that depicted scenes of battles, triumphs, and losses. He saw the faces of his companions, Cyrana, her blade flashing as she faced shadowy adversaries, Adric, his staff glowing brightly as he wove spells to protect himself, Kaelin, his expression one of quiet determination as he navigated a maze of twisting corridors. The images shifted, showing Orland himself standing before the pillar of mourning, the relics in his hands glowing with an intensity that rivaled the sun. The voices of the labyrinth grew louder, their words incomprehensible but charged with meaning, and Orland felt a surge of energy course through him, both exhilarating and terrifying. The figure stepped closer, its shadowy form looming over Orland, and the light of the mosaic dimmed. "The relics have chosen you," it said, its voice quieter now but no less commanding. "But choice alone is not enough. Will you carry their burden, knowing the cost it will demand?" Orland's mind raced as the weight of the question pressed down on him. He thought of Greenhill Vale, of the quiet life he had left behind, of the friends he had made and the dangers they had faced together. He thought of the pillar, the labyrinth, and the truths that still lay hidden. "I will," he said at last, his voice steady. I don't know what lies ahead, but I'll see it through. The figure regarded him for a moment before nodding slowly. Then the labyrinth accepts you, it said, its voice reverberating with finality. The light of the runes surged, filling the void with a brilliance that forced Orlin to shield his eyes. When the light faded, the figure was gone, and Orlin stood alone in a wide corridor bathed in soft, golden light. The shard and the ring in his pocket pulsed in unison, their warmth filling him with a quiet sense of purpose. The path ahead was clear now, its walls adorned with runes that glowed steadily, their patterns guiding him toward the labyrinth's exit. As Orlin stepped forward, the hum of the labyrinth faded into silence, replaced by the faint sound of wind and the rustle of leaves. The air grew warmer, and the darkness began to lift, giving way to the soft glow of starlight filtering through the trees. He emerged into a vast forest clearing, the Valewood's familiar canopy stretching overhead, and saw his companions waiting for him, their faces a mixture of relief and quiet determination. "You made it," Serana said, her voice calm but laced with an unspoken question. Orlin nodded, his gaze shifting to the horizon where the first hints of dawn painted the sky in hues of gold and crimson. "We all did," he said softly, "ma'am, and the journey isn't over yet." The forest grew quiet as the companions emerged from the labyrinth, their footsteps muffled against the mossy ground. The air was heavy with an ancient stillness, the kind that carried the weight of unspoken truths and untold histories. Orlin glanced at the others, their faces pale and worn from the trials within the labyrinth. Serana's eyes scanned the horizon, her hand resting lightly on the hilt of her blade, while Adric leaned against his staff, his breaths shallow but steady. Cullen lingered behind, his gaze distant, as though the shadows of the labyrinth still clung to him. The forest around them seemed alive, its trees towering and twisted, their canopies intertwining to block out much of the light. Despite the quiet, Orlin could feel a faint hum in the air, a resonance that reminded him of the labyrinth's rhythm, though softer and more inviting. It was Serana who spoke first, her voice breaking the stillness like a blade through silence. "We need answers," she said, her tone measured but resolute. "The labyrinth revealed much, but it left us with more questions than clarity." Adric nodded, though his expression was pensive. "The relics are connected to something far older than the keepers themselves," he said, his voice low. "The visions we saw, they point to a purpose we don't yet understand. We can't continue blindly." It was then that Cullen, who had been silent for much of the journey, lifted his head, his voice quiet but firm. "Starhaven," he said, the word carrying an unexpected weight. Orlin frowned, the name unfamiliar to him. "What's Starhaven?" he asked. Calen glanced at him, his pale features softening slightly. "An Elven Sanctuary," he explained. "One of the oldest. It's said to be a place of knowledge and prophecy, where even the wisest come to seek counsel." Serana turned sharply to Cullen, her eyes narrowing. "And how do you know of such a place?" she asked, her tone edged with suspicion. Cullen hesitated, his gaze flickering to the ground. "My family once spoke of it," he admitted. "When I was young, there were stories, whispers really, about a figure called the Sage of Starhaven, a guardian of wisdom, said to have lived through the ages of the Keepers. If anyone knows the truth about these relics, it's him." Serana studied him for a moment longer before nodding curtly. "Then that's where we go," she said. "We don't have time to question every lead. If this sage exists, he may be our only chance at understanding what we're carrying and what's chasing us." The journey to Starhaven was slow and arduous, the forest thickening around them with each passing mile. The path was little more than a faint trail winding through the underbrush, its twists and turns obscured by roots and tangled vines. Orlin felt the weight of the ring in his pocket grow heavier as they walked, its pulse steady but insistent, as though urging him onward. The others moved in silence, their weariness palpable but their determination unshaken. The trees seemed to lean closer, their branches forming arches overhead that filtered the light into soft, shifting patterns on the ground. It was Adric who finally broke the silence, his staff tapping rhythmically against the stones as he walked. If this sage is as old as the stories say, he may not take kindly to unexpected visitors, he said, his tone thoughtful. The elves are not known for their openness. Tirana gave a faint smile, though it didn't reach her eyes. We'll deal with that when we get there, she replied. For now, we focus on finding Starhaven. Kaelin led the way, his movements more confident than Orlin expected, as though he could sense the path even when it was invisible to the others. Hours passed, the forest growing denser and the air cooler, until they came upon a clearing that took Orlin's breath away. In its center stood an ancient tree, its trunk massive and gnarled, its branches spreading wide and heavy with leaves that shimmered faintly in the dim light. At its base was an archway carved into the tree itself, its surface etched with glowing runes that pulsed softly, almost like a heartbeat. "This is it," Kalin said, his voice barely above a whisper. "The entrance to Starhaven." Orlin stepped closer, his heart pounding as he took in the intricate carvings on the archway. The runes were unlike any he had seen before, their patterns flowing like water and shifting subtly as he watched. Tirana approached cautiously, her hand brushing the hilt of her blade, while Adric studied the runes with quiet fascination. "This is elven magic at its finest," Adric murmured. "Older than anything we've encountered so far. It's alive." Kaelin stepped forward and placed a hand on the archway, his fingers tracing the runes. The air grew warmer, and the runes flared briefly before dimming again, as though recognizing his presence. A soft light began to emanate from the archway, and a voice deep and melodic echoed from within. "Travelers, you stand at the threshold of Starhaven, a sanctuary of wisdom and light. Speak your purpose, and the path shall be revealed." Tirana stepped forward, her tone steady as she replied. "We seek the sage of Starhaven," she said. "We carry relics tied to the keepers, and we seek their truth." The voice was silent for a moment, and Orlin felt a chill run down his spine as the runes shifted again, their glow deepening to a warm gold. "Enter, if your hearts are true," the voice said at last. "But know that the wisdom you seek comes at a price." The light from the archway brightened, and the air around them seemed to shimmer. Orlin exchanged a glance with Tirana, who nodded silently before stepping through the archway. One by one, the others followed, the light enveloping them as they passed into the sanctuary. Orlin hesitated for a moment, his hand brushing the ring in his pocket, before taking a deep breath and stepping forward. The light was warm and soft, and as it surrounded him, he felt a sense of amour wash over him, as though the forest itself was welcoming him. When the light faded, he found himself standing in a vast, open chamber filled with the soft glow of starlight, and at its center stood a figure cloaked in silver, their presence radiant and unearthly, Al. The chamber was vast and luminous, its walls carved from living wood that shimmered faintly in the soft glow of unseen starlight. High above, the ceiling opened to the night sky where countless stars shone in intricate constellations that seemed to shift and dance. The air was cool and carried a faint, fragrant scent of blooming flowers, though no garden could be seen. In the center of the chamber stood a figure cloaked in flowing silver robes, their presence both commanding and serene. They were tall, even for an elf, and their long white hair fell in soft waves around a face that seemed untouched by time. Their eyes, bright and piercing, reflected the light of the stars, and when they spoke, their voice was like music woven into words. "You carry burdens heavier than you know," the sage said, their gaze sweeping over the companions, "and you seek truths that will demand much of you." Tirana stepped forward, her blade sheathed but her stance firm, her voice steady despite the awe in her eyes. "We seek understanding," she said. "The relics we bear are tied to the keepers, but their purpose remains hidden. If we are to carry them, we must know what they mean." The sage inclined their head, their expression unreadable. "The relics chose you," they replied. "That alone speaks of your worth. But the truth you seek lies not in the relics themselves, but in the choices you make because of them." They turned to Orlin, their gaze resting on him for a moment longer than the others. "The ring you carry," the sage said, their voice soft but resonant, "is more than a token of the past. It is a key, one that can unlock paths long forgotten, but keys can open many doors, not all of them meant to be walked through." Orlin's hand instinctively went to the ring in his pocket, its warmth a familiar reassurance. "What does it unlock?" he asked, his voice quiet but filled with urgency. The sage smiled faintly, a gesture that carried both kindness and sadness. "That is not for me to tell," they said. "The relics speak to their bearers in their own time. But know this, the keepers created them not as weapons, but as guides. They are fragments of a greater whole, a tapestry of light and shadow that stretches across the ages." Adric stepped closer, his staff glowing faintly as he regarded the sage with a mixture of curiosity and caution. "If they are guides, then where do they lead?" he asked. The sage's gaze turned skyward, their eyes reflecting the shifting constellations above. "To a truth that lies at the edge of the world," they said. "A truth that has waited for its time to be revealed." The chamber grew quieter, the air heavy with the weight of the sage's words. Kaelin, who had been standing silently at the back of the group, spoke at last, his voice low and hesitant. "And what of the shadows that follow us?" he asked. "Do they seek the same truth?" The sage's expression darkened, their piercing eyes narrowing slightly. "The shadows seek only to unmake," they said. "They are echoes of a broken past, bound by hatred and fear. They cannot wield the relics, but they can destroy what they cannot possess. That is their purpose, and it will not change." The companions exchanged uneasy glances, the gravity of the sage's words settling heavily upon them. Sirana straightened, her voice firm as she asked, "Then how do we stop them? If the relics are to guide us, how do we ensure they don't fall into the wrong hands?" The sage turned their full attention to her, their gaze unwavering. "The relics chose you because they saw in you the strength to carry them," they said. "But strength alone is not enough. You must understand the relics, not as tools, but as a reflection of yourselves. Only then can you wield their true power." They gestured to the chamber's far wall, where a large, ornate mirror hung, its surface shimmering with an otherworldly light. "Step forward," the sage said. "Look into the mirror of stars. It will show you what you must see." The companions hesitated, their gazes shifting uneasily toward the mirror. Sirana was the first to move, her steps measured as she approached the glowing surface. The light of the mirror flared as she stood before it, and her reflection rippled and shifted, revealing a scene of battle. A younger Sirana, her blade raised against a shadowy foe, her expression fierce but pained. The image faded, replaced by another. Sirana standing alone in a vast, empty field, the weight of her blade dragging her to her knees. She turned away abruptly, her face set in a mask of determination, but Orlin could see the tension in her shoulders. Adric stepped forward next, his staff glowing brighter as he faced the mirror. His reflection shimmered, revealing a vast library filled with endless rows of ancient tomes, each one glowing faintly with magic. Adric reached for one of the books, but as his hand touched its cover, the light dimmed, and the shelves began to collapse around him. He stepped back from the mirror, his expression unreadable, though his grip on his staff tightened. Kylan approached last, his movements slow and reluctant. The mirror's light dimmed as he stood before it, revealing a single image. Kylan alone in a dark, twisting corridor, his face pale and his eyes wide with fear. He turned to Orlin as though seeking help, but no one came. Kylan stepped back quickly, his breath shallow as he avoided meeting anyone's gaze. Orlin hesitated, his heart pounding as he stepped toward the mirror. The light flared once more, and his reflection rippled, revealing a field of stars stretching endlessly into the void. In the center of the field stood a single figure, shrouded in shadow, its form indistinct but unmistakably familiar. The figure turned toward him, its glowing eyes locking with his own, and Orlin felt a chill run through him as the reflection dissolved into darkness. The mirror's light faded, and the chamber was silent once more. The sage regarded them all with a calm yet penetrating gaze. "The mirror reveals not the future, but the truth of your hearts," they said. "You must carry these truths with you as you walk your path. Only then can you wield the relics as they were meant to be." They stepped forward, their silver robes shimmering in the soft starlight. "Your journey is far from over," they said, "but you leave Starhaven with the knowledge you need to face what lies ahead. Trust in yourselves and in each other." The chamber's light dimmed slightly as the companions stood in silence, the sage's words lingering like echoes in the cool air. Orlin's heart was heavy. The vision from the mirror of stars etched into his mind. The shadowed figure he had seen felt closer now, its presence unsettling and inescapable, but he knew they couldn't remain in Starhaven forever. Sirana stepped forward, her voice steady but quiet. "You've shown us much," she said, addressing the sage, "but we still don't know where the relics are leading us. If they're meant to guide, we need to understand their path." The sage's gaze shifted upward, their piercing eyes reflecting the starlight above. "The relics will lead you to the final sanctuary of the Keepers," they said, "but the path is veiled in shadow, and only those who can endure the trials of the sanctuaries will uncover its truth." They gestured toward a carved doorway at the far end of the chamber, its edges lined with glowing runes. "Beyond this threshold lies the path you must take. It will lead you through the remnants of the sanctuaries, where the Keeper's wisdom and their warnings still linger. Follow it with care, for not all who walk it reach its end." The companions exchanged uncertain glances, the weight of the sage's words pressing heavily upon them. Adric tapped his staff softly against the ground, the faint glow at its tip pulsing rhythmically. "If this path takes us to the truth," he said, "then we'll walk it. But the Keeper's sanctuaries are ancient. How can we trust that their wisdom hasn't been corrupted over time? The sage turned to him, their expression unreadable but calm. Wisdom does not corrupt, but those who seek to twist it do, they replied. The shadows that follow you will attempt to poison what you learn. It is your task to discern truth from lies and hold to your purpose. Their gaze moved to Calen, whose pale face betrayed his unease. And you, they said gently, must decide whether you are ready to face your fears or let them guide your steps. Fear is a powerful master, but it is an even greater teacher when confronted. Calen's eyes widened, but he said nothing. His hands clenched tightly at his sides. The sage stepped closer to Orlin, their presence radiating warmth and stillness. You carry the burden of leadership, though you do not yet realize it, they said softly. The ring you hold is not merely a key, but a symbol of unity, one that binds your group together. Its warmth is not just its power, but yours, a reflection of your ability to draw strength from those around you and to offer it in return. Orlin swallowed hard, the ring in his pocket suddenly feeling heavier than ever. I'm just trying to understand all of this, he said quietly. I didn't ask for this role. The sage's lips curved into a faint, knowing smile. Few do, they replied, but the relic chose you for a reason, and in time, you will understand. Sirana moved to stand beside Orlin, her blade still sheathed but her presence commanding as always. Then we follow the path, she said firmly. We've come too far to turn back now. The sage nodded, their silver robes catching the faint glow of the runes as they moved toward the carved doorway. They traced a hand along its edges, and the runes flared brightly, the air shimmering as the door began to open. Beyond it lay a winding path through the forest, its edges lined with glowing stones that pulsed faintly in rhythm with the relics. This path will take you to the next sanctuary, the sage said. Follow it with resolve and trust in each other. The shadows will test your bonds, but they cannot break what is truly strong. The companions stepped forward, the light from the open doorway casting long shadows behind them as they prepared to leave. The sage watched them in silence, their presence both comforting and distant, like a star that guided from afar but could not walk the path alongside them. Orlin paused at the threshold, glancing back at the sage. Will we meet again? He asked. The sage tilted their head slightly, their expression serene. Perhaps, they said, but Starhaven is not where your journey ends. Seek the sanctuaries, and you may find more than you expect. As the group stepped onto the forest path, the doorway behind them closed, the runes fading into the wood as though they had never been there. The air outside was cool and fresh, the faint rustle of leaves and the distant call of nightbirds filling the silence left by the sage's parting words. The glowing stones along the path cast a soft, steady light, guiding their way through the dense forest. Tirana led the way, her movements deliberate and purposeful, while Adric followed close behind, his staff raised like a beacon. Orlin walked beside Calen, who remained quiet but no longer avoided his gaze. The weight of the ring in Orlin's pocket felt different now, not heavier but more defined, as though its purpose had shifted with their steps. The path twisted and turned, leading them deeper into the forest, and Orlin couldn't help but glance back once more, though the entrance to Starhaven was already lost to the trees. The sage's words echoed in his mind, their weight both reassuring and daunting. The sanctuaries will test us, he said aloud, more to himself than to the others. Tirana glanced back at him briefly, her eyes sharp but not unkind. Then we'll face those tests, she said simply. Together. Orlin nodded, his steps growing steadier as they followed the glowing stones into the night, the faint hum of the forest guiding them toward whatever lay ahead. The forest seemed to breathe with an ancient rhythm, its towering trees swaying gently as if bowing to an unseen force. Orlin felt the warmth of the ring pulse steadily in his pocket, its rhythm matching the faint hum that resonated through the ground beneath his boots. The path had grown narrower, flanked by moss-covered stones and twisted roots that jutted out like fingers reaching for the sky. Serana walked ahead, her blade sheathed but her hand never straying far from its hilt. Adric followed close behind, his staff glowing faintly in the dim light that filtered through the dense canopy. Callan lingered at the rear, his steps cautious, his gaze darting to the shifting shadows at the edge of the path. The air carried the faint scent of blooming flowers and damp earth, a reminder of the magic that lingered in these woods. "This is the last sanctuary," Serana said, her voice quiet but resolute. "The sage said it would hold the answers we need." The group moved in silence, their footsteps muffled by the thick carpet of leaves and moss. The path began to widen, and ahead, the forest opened into a glade bathed in soft, golden light. At its center stood a structure unlike any they had seen. A vast dome of living wood and crystal, its walls shimmering with the light of 1,000 stars. The sanctuary seemed to grow organically from the earth, its roots entwined with the soil, its branches stretching skyward as though drawing power from the heavens. Orlin felt a wave of awe wash over him as they approached, the warmth of the ring intensifying with each step. "It's beautiful," he murmured, his voice barely audible. Adric nodded, his gaze fixed on the sanctuary. "This place is alive," he said, "every part of it. The magic here is ancient, older even than the sage." As they reached the sanctuary's entrance, the air grew warmer, and the faint hum that had followed them through the forest swelled into a harmonious melody. The doors, carved from a single piece of luminous crystal, swung open with a soft, resonant sound, revealing a chamber bathed in light. The walls were lined with intricate carvings that seemed to shift and flow like water, depicting scenes of battles, celebrations, and gatherings of elves and figures shrouded in mystery. At the center of the chamber stood a pedestal, upon which rested a single artifact, a staff of dark wood crowned with a glowing crystal that pulsed faintly, its light casting long shadows across the room. Serana stepped forward cautiously, her eyes scanning the room for any sign of danger. "What is it?" Orlin asked, his gaze fixed on the artifact. Adric moved closer, his expression one of awe and apprehension. "A keeper's staff," he said, his voice reverent. "It's said that the last of the keepers left their staffs in the sanctuaries, binding their power to these places to preserve their wisdom and their warnings." Cullen hesitated at the threshold, his eyes darting to the carvings on the walls. "Then this is it," he said quietly. "The final sanctuary, the last light of the elves." The air grew heavier as the group stepped into the chamber, the melody around them shifting into a deeper, resonant tone. Orlin felt the warmth of the ring spread through his chest, a strange sensation that filled him with equal parts hope and dread. As he approached the pedestal, the crystal atop the staff flared brightly, its light filling the chamber and illuminating the carvings in vivid detail. Scenes of the keepers rise and fall played out before them, elves crafting the relics in secret, their light shining against a backdrop of shadowy figures that seemed to stretch endlessly across the horizon. The scenes shifted, showing the keepers scattering the relics to distant corners of Middle-earth, their faces solemn as the shadows closed in around them. The light dimmed and the melody faded into silence as the crystal's glow softened once more. Tirana reached for the staff, her hand hovering above it as though afraid to disturb its stillness. "What does it mean?" Orlin asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Adric turned to him, his expression grave. "The keepers knew they couldn't hold the shadows at bay forever," he said. "They left their relics as a beacon for those who would come after them, a way to unite their strength and face what they could not." The room grew colder, and the light of the staff flickered briefly. Orlin felt a chill run down his spine as the carvings on the walls began to shift again, this time forming a single, towering figure cloaked in shadow. Its presence was overwhelming, and the air seemed to tremble with its weight. "The shadows," Colin whispered, his voice trembling. "They're still coming." Sirana's hand closed around the staff, and the light flared brightly once more, driving the shadows back and filling the chamber with warmth. The melody returned, stronger and more harmonious than before, and Orlin felt a flicker of hope ignite within him. "Then we take the staff," Tirana said firmly, "and we prepare for what's ahead." The chamber pulsed with life as the staff's light filled the space, its glow shifting from a soft gold to a deeper, more resonant blue. Sirana gripped the artifact firmly, her posture rigid as though the weight of the staff extended far beyond its physical form. The runes along its length shimmered faintly, their patterns flowing like liquid starlight, and the carvings on the walls seemed to respond, their scenes flickering and shifting with new intensity. Orlin watched in awe as the room transformed before his eyes, the light revealing hidden details within the carvings. Figures stepping out of shadow, their forms blurred but unmistakably elven, holding the relics high as they faced a churning sea of darkness. "The keepers," Adric murmured, his staff glowing faintly as though resonating with the artifact. "This place isn't just a sanctuary. It's a record, a message they left behind." The air grew colder, the melody in the chamber deepening into a low hum that seemed to vibrate through the very stone beneath their feet. Orlin felt the pulse of the ring in his pocket grow erratic, its warmth intensifying as the staff's light flared brighter. He stepped closer to Sirana, his voice unsteady. "What's happening?" he asked, his gaze darting between the glowing staff and the shifting carvings. Tirana didn't respond immediately, her attention fixed on the artifact as though listening to something only she could hear. When she spoke, her voice was low but steady. "It's showing us what we need to see," she said. "The answers we came for." As the group stood in silence, the walls of the chamber seemed to dissolve, replaced by a vast, swirling void filled with stars and shadows. They were no longer standing in the sanctuary, but in a space that felt infinite and otherworldly. The light of the staff extended outward, forming a glowing pathway that stretched into the distance, its edges blurred and indistinct. Figures began to emerge from the shadows, their forms tall and regal, their faces ageless and solemn. They carried relics of all shapes and sizes, rings, staffs, amulets, each one glowing with a unique light that pushed back the encroaching darkness. One of the figures stepped forward, their presence commanding yet serene. They spoke, their voice echoing in a language that Orlin couldn't understand but somehow felt he knew. Adric's eyes widened, his staff trembling in his grip. "They're speaking of the sanctuaries," he said, his voice filled with awe. "Each one holds a fragment of the truth, scattered across Middle-earth to protect it from the shadows. Together they form the whole, the key to restoring balance." The figure raised their relic high, its light intensifying, and the void shifted again, revealing a towering structure at the center of the vision. It was a spire of blinding light and impenetrable shadow, its form shifting and writhing as though alive. "The source," Kirana said, her voice sharp with realization. "That's where the relics are leading us. That's what the keepers were trying to protect." The figure's gaze turned toward the group, their eyes locking with Orlin's. The warmth of the ring in his pocket surged, and he felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Fear, hope, determination, all blending into a single, overwhelming certainty. "But they couldn't reach it," Adric said quietly, his expression heavy. "The shadows overtook them before they could complete their task." The vision began to fade, the void collapsing in on itself as the group was returned to the sanctuary. The walls reappeared around them, the carvings glowing faintly as the staff's light dimmed to a soft, steady glow. Sirana lowered the staff, her hand trembling slightly as she turned to face the others. "We know where we're going," she said firmly. "But the path won't be easy." Adric nodded, his expression thoughtful. "The Enchanted Forests," he said. "That's where the next sanctuary lies. It's the last step before we face the spire." Kalen shifted uneasily, his gaze lingering on the carvings. "And the shadows?" he asked, his voice quiet. "They'll follow us, won't they?" Sirana's grip on the staff tightened, her expression hardening. "Let them," she said. "We've made it this far. We'll make it further." Orlin felt the weight of her words settle over him, the warmth of the ring a constant reminder of the responsibility they all carried. He stepped forward, his voice steady. "Then we move forward," he said. "Together." The group exchanged determined glances, their resolve unspoken but clear as they turned toward the sanctuary's exit. As they stepped back into the golden light of the glade, the air felt lighter, as though the forest itself recognized their purpose. The path ahead was clear, the faint glow of the stones marking their way deeper into the elven lands. Orlin glanced back at the sanctuary one last time, its dome shimmering in the sunlight like a distant star. "The last light of the elves," he whispered, the words both a farewell and a promise. With the relics guiding their steps and the shadows looming behind them, the group set off toward the Enchanted Forests, their journey far from over, but their resolve stronger than ever. The golden light of the sanctuary's glade faded into the dense emerald canopy as the group moved further along the path, their steps steady but weighted with the revelations they carried. The forest around them grew quieter as though holding its breath, the hum of ancient magic receding into the soft rustle of leaves and the faint song of unseen birds. Orlin walked at the center of the group, the ring in his pocket pulsing gently, its warmth a constant presence as he mulled over the vision they had witnessed. The spire of light and shadow loomed in his mind, a beacon and a warning all at once. Kirana held the keeper's staff firmly, its glow muted now but no less significant, the runes along its length shimmering faintly in rhythm with their steps. Adric trailed slightly behind, his staff glowing softly as he muttered to himself, his thoughts clearly occupied with the fragments of knowledge the sanctuary had revealed. Kalen, quieter than usual, kept to the rear, his gaze darting to the shadows at the edge of the path, as though expecting the darkness to leap out and claim them at any moment. The path began to climb, the forest thinning slightly as the terrain grew rockier. The faint glow of the guiding stones flickered briefly, and the companions paused, their breaths misting in the cooler air. "The way forward feels uncertain," Adric said, his voice tinged with unease. "The stones are faltering. The magic here must be fading." Sirana nodded, her expression unreadable as she scanned the path ahead. "The sanctuaries weren't meant to last forever," she said. "The keepers built them as a safeguard, but even their magic has limits." Her hand tightened on the staff, the glow of its crystal flaring briefly before dimming again. "We're on our own from here." As the group pressed on, the atmosphere grew heavier, the light filtering through the trees dimming as clouds gathered above. The path narrowed again, its edges lined with jagged stones that jutted out like teeth. Orlin felt the warmth of the ring shift, its pulse quickening as though sensing something ahead. "Do you feel that?" he asked, his voice low. Sirana stopped abruptly, her gaze narrowing as she held the staff higher, its light cutting through the growing shadows. "We're not alone," she said, her tone sharp. The forest around them seemed to hold its breath, the rustling of leaves replaced by an eerie silence. From the shadows ahead, a figure emerged, its form cloaked in tattered robes that billowed despite the still air. Its face was obscured, but its presence radiated a chilling malice that sent a shiver down Orlin's spine. The ring in his pocket grew hot, its pulse erratic, and he instinctively reached for it, his fingers closing around its smooth surface. "A shadow," Colin whispered, his voice trembling. The figure stepped closer, its movements deliberate and unhurried, as though it had all the time in the world. "You carry the light of the keepers," it said, its voice a rasping whisper that echoed unnaturally through the forest. "But light cannot escape shadow." Serena stepped forward, the staff's light flaring as she held it in front of her. "We've faced shadows before," she said firmly, "and we'll face you too." The figure paused, its head tilting slightly as though amused. "Bravery will not save you," it said. "The relics you bear are a beacon, but they are also a curse. They will draw us to you, no matter how far you run." The shadows around the figure writhed, twisting into tendrils that reached toward the group like living things. Orlin felt his chest tighten as the darkness pressed closer, but the ring in his hand grew warmer, its pulse steadying as though to counter the shadow's malice. Adric raised his staff, its light growing brighter as he stepped beside Cyrena. "We're not running," he said, his voice calm but resolute. The light from his staff joined the glow of the keeper's staff, the combined brilliance forcing the shadowed figure to recoil slightly. Orlin stepped forward then, the ring in his hand burning like a small sun. The warmth spread through him, filling him with a quiet strength he hadn't known he possessed. "The relics chose us for a reason," he said, his voice steady. "And we're not giving up on their purpose." The figure hissed, its form flickering like a dying flame. "Then you will fall," it snarled, its voice rising in pitch as the shadows surged forward. Sirana thrust the staff into the ground, its light exploding outward in a wave that pushed the darkness back. The shadowed figure let out a guttural cream, its form unraveling as the light overwhelmed it. The forest grew brighter, the air clearing as the shadows dissolved into nothingness. Orlin exhaled slowly, his grip on the ring loosening as its warmth faded to a steady pulse. "Is it gone?" Kaelin asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Sirana nodded, though her expression remained wary. "For now," she said. "But it's right. They'll keep coming." The group stood in silence for a moment, the weight of their journey pressing heavily upon them. Adric broke the stillness, his voice thoughtful. "The sanctuaries are behind us now," he said. "The enchanted forests lie ahead. Whatever truths the relics hold, we'll have to uncover them on our own." Orlin glanced at Sirana, her grip on the staff firm, but her gaze distant. "Then we keep moving," she said, her voice resolute. The sanctuaries gave us the light. It's up to us to carry it forward. As the group continued down the path, the forest began to change, its trees growing taller and wilder, their roots twisting into intricate patterns that wove together like threads of an ancient tapestry. The air grew warmer, and the faint sound of distant waterfalls carried through the trees, mingling with the soft hum of unseen life. Orland felt the ring's pulse align with the rhythm of the forest, its warmth a quiet reminder of the light they carried. The enchanted forests awaited, their beauty and danger intertwined, and the companions moved forward with the knowledge that their journey was far from over, but their purpose clearer than ever. The air grew thicker as the companions crossed the threshold into the enchanted forests, the world around them shifting as though they had stepped into a dream. Towering trees rose into the mist above, their trunks impossibly wide, their bark glimmering faintly with hues of green and gold. The canopy was dense, blocking most of the sunlight, yet the forest seemed to create its own light, soft, ethereal, and ever-changing. Each step felt deliberate, the mossy ground beneath their feet pulsing faintly, as though the earth itself was alive and breathing. Orland glanced nervously at the trees, their branches twisting and intertwining in patterns too deliberate to be natural. The warmth of the ring in his pocket had faded, replaced by an eerie stillness, as if the relics were unsure of the path ahead. "This place feels alive," he whispered, his voice barely audible. Serana, walking ahead with the keeper's staff glowing faintly in her grip, didn't turn but nodded. "It is alive," she said. The elves spoke of these forests where nature's magic is untamed and wild, beyond even their control. Adric paused, his staff glowing faintly as he knelt to examine a cluster of strange, luminous flowers growing at the base of a tree. The petals shimmered like starlight, and when he reached out to touch them, they recoiled as if sensing his presence. "The forest watches us," he murmured, his tone thoughtful. "It's ancient, older than anything we've encountered so far. And it doesn't trust us." Kaelin, who had been trailing behind, shivered and pulled his cloak tighter around his shoulders. "Great," he muttered, his voice low. "Another place where everything either hates us or wants to test us." Orland managed a small, uneasy smile, but the weight of the forest pressed heavily on him, its silence unnerving. As they pressed deeper, the trees seemed to close in, their roots twisting together to form natural arches and winding corridors that obscured the way forward. The air grew cooler, carrying a faint metallic tang that made Orland's skin prickle. He couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched, though each time he turned to look, he saw nothing but shadows and the faint glow of the forest's strange light. Serana slowed, raising a hand to halt the group. "Do you feel that?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Orland frowned, his hand instinctively brushing against the ring in his pocket. "Feel what?" he asked. Serana's gaze darted to the trees ahead, her expression wary. "The forest," she said. "It's breathing." The companions fell silent, and Orland strained to listen. At first he heard nothing but the soft rustle of leaves, but then it came. A deep, rhythmic sound, subtle but unmistakable, like the slow inhale and exhale of something vast and alive. The sound seemed to resonate through the ground beneath their feet, growing louder and more distinct with each passing moment. "It's not just alive," Adric said quietly. "It's aware." Kaelin took a step back, his eyes wide. "Aware of what?" he asked, his voice shaking slightly. Adric's gaze remained fixed on the path ahead. "Of us," he said, "and it's deciding whether to let us pass." The path began to shift, the mossy ground rippling as though reacting to their presence. Serana gripped the staff tightly, its light flaring brighter as the forest's glow dimmed. The trees ahead seemed to lean closer, their branches twisting together to form an impenetrable barrier. Orlan's pulse quickened, the weight of the ring in his pocket, growing heavier. "What do we do?" he asked, his voice tense. Serana glanced back at him, her expression calm but resolute. "We move forward," she said. "Carefully." The group stepped cautiously toward the barrier, and as they approached, the branches began to untwist, parting slowly to reveal a narrow passage. The air grew warmer, and the faint hum of the forest deepened into a low, resonant tone that vibrated through the ground. Orlan felt a strange pull, as though the forest itself was guiding him, and he placed a hand on the nearest tree. The bark was warm and smooth, its surface pulsing faintly beneath his touch. A whisper, faint and melodic, brushed against his thoughts, too fleeting to understand but leaving behind a sense of calm. "It's letting us through," he said softly. Serana nodded but didn't lower the staff, her gaze sharp as she led the group into the passage. The corridor wound deeper into the forest, the trees growing taller and more intricate, their roots and branches forming patterns that seemed almost deliberate. Strange lights flickered in the distance, soft blues and greens that danced like fireflies but moved with a purpose that felt unnerving. Adric paused again, his eyes narrowing as he studied the glowing lights. "Spirits," he said, his voice barely audible. "Or echoes of them. The forest remembers everything that has passed through it." Kalen shuddered, his steps faltering. "Let's hope it doesn't decide to remember us the wrong way," he muttered. The passage opened into a clearing, and the companions stopped, their breaths catching at the sight before them. In the center of the clearing stood a massive tree, its trunk wider than any they had seen, its branches spreading outward like a great canopy of stars. Its bark shimmered faintly with a soft golden light, and at its base, a pool of water glowed with an inner radiance, its surface perfectly still. The air was thick with magic, the hum of the forest fading into a deep, resonant silence that felt almost reverent. "This is it," Serana said, her voice quiet but certain. "The heart of the forest." Orlan stepped closer, the ring in his pocket pulsing faintly in rhythm with the glow of the tree. Whatever lay ahead, he knew it would demand more of them than anything they had faced before. The clearing pulsed with a quiet energy, the tree at its center radiating a golden light that seemed to flow into the surrounding forest. The companions stepped cautiously toward it, their eyes drawn to the pool of water at the tree's base. The surface was so still it appeared as glass, reflecting the shimmering canopy above with an almost unnatural clarity. Orlan felt the ring in his pocket pulse in rhythm with the faint hum that filled the air, its warmth steady and insistent. Serana gripped the keeper's staff tightly, the glow of its crystal flickering faintly as though responding to the magic around them. "This place," Adric whispered, his voice reverent. "It's unlike anything we've seen. The forest isn't just alive, it's watching us, testing us." Kalen lingered at the edge of the clearing, his gaze darting to the shadows that seemed to ripple along the trees. "I don't like being tested," he muttered, his voice barely audible. Serana moved closer to the pool, her steps deliberate, her expression unreadable. The air grew warmer as she approached, and the light of the tree intensified, casting long shadows that danced across the clearing. "There's something here," she said quietly, her voice steady. Something the forest wants us to see. She knelt at the edge of the pool, the crystal of the staff glowing brighter as its light refracted across the water. Orlin stepped forward hesitantly, the ring in his pocket growing hotter with each step. He knelt beside Cyrana, his breath catching as the surface of the pool rippled, unprovoked, by wind or touch. It's reacting to the relics, Adric said, his staff glowing faintly as he joined them. The forest knows what we carry. The ripples in the water grew stronger, forming patterns that spread outward in intricate, shifting designs. The golden light of the tree dimmed slightly, replaced by a soft, silvery glow that illuminated the pool's depths. Orlin leaned closer, his reflection disappearing as the water transformed into a window, revealing a scene that unfolded with startling clarity. A vast, tangled forest stretched into the distance, its trees darker and wilder than those surrounding them now. At its center stood a massive structure, its walls overgrown with vines, its towers crumbling yet defiant. The vision shifted, and shadowy figures moved within the ruins, their forms indistinct but menacing, their glowing eyes fixed on the relics. "This is where the relics are leading us," Cyrana said, her voice tight. "The next step in our journey." The vision faded, replaced by a swirling void of stars that reflected the companions' faces, with a clarity that felt almost accusatory. Orlin saw his own reflection staring back at him, his expression uncertain, his hand clutching the ring as though it were his only anchor. "But it's also a warning," Adric said, his tone grave. "The shadows are growing stronger. They're waiting for us." The pool stilled once more, its surface returning to perfect glass. Cyrana stood, her grip on the staff firm as she turned to the group. "We can't turn back now," she said, her voice resolute. "Whatever lies ahead, we have to face it." Kalen shifted uneasily, his gaze fixed on the tree. "And what about this place?" he asked. "It's alive. It's watching us. What if it doesn't want us to leave?" The forest seemed to respond to his words, the hum in the air deepening into a low, resonant tone that vibrated through the ground. Orlin glanced at the tree, its golden light pulsing faintly as though in response. "I don't think it's trying to stop us," he said, his voice thoughtful. "I think it's testing our resolve." He stepped forward, placing a hand on the tree's bark. The surface was warm and smooth, its texture almost metallic, and a faint whisper brushed against his thoughts, too fleeting to grasp, but leaving behind a sense of calm. The tree's light flared briefly and the hum of the forest softened, its tone shifting into something more harmonious. "It's letting us pass," Orlin said, his voice steady. The group moved cautiously away from the clearing, the path ahead illuminated by faintly glowing stones that seemed to appear as they walked. The forest grew darker, the trees closing in around them, their branches twisting into shapes that cast long, jagged shadows. Orlin felt the weight of the ring grow heavier, its warmth a constant reminder of the burden they carried. Cyrana led the way, the staff's light cutting through the darkness while Adric muttered softly to himself, his staff glowing faintly as though to ward off unseen dangers. As they pressed deeper into the forest, the air grew colder, and the silence became oppressive. Orlin's breath misted in the chill, and he couldn't shake the feeling that they were being followed. "The forest may have let us pass," he said quietly, "but it's still watching us." Cyrana glanced back at him, her expression sharp. "Then we don't give it a reason to stop us," she said. The path began to climb, the ground beneath them growing rockier as the trees thinned slightly. In the distance, a faint glow appeared, its light flickering like a distant flame. Orlin felt the ring's pulse quicken, its warmth spreading through him like a second heartbeat. "That's where we're going," Adric said, his voice tinged with awe. "The forest is guiding us." The group moved toward the light, their steps cautious but steady. There, resolve unspoken but clear. Whatever lay ahead, they knew the forest trials were far from over. The light ahead grew brighter as the companions approached, flickering like a distant flame, but radiating an otherworldly glow that set the surrounding trees aglow in soft gold and amber hues. The path wound upward, the ground beneath them uneven and scattered with ancient roots that twisted like veins of the forest itself. Orlin felt the pulse of the ring in his pocket intensify, its warmth spreading through him like a steady rhythm urging him forward. Serana led the way, the keeper's staff glowing brighter with each step, its light steady and strong as though responding to the energy that surrounded them. Adric's staff hummed softly in his grip, the runes along its length shimmering faintly, while Kaelin hung back, his steps tentative, his eyes darting nervously toward the shifting shadows at the edges of the path. As they reached the crest of the hill, the forest opened into another clearing, this one larger and more luminous than any they had seen before. At its center stood a stone circle, its ancient pillars etched with glowing runes that pulsed in time with the light of the flames that danced in their midst. The flames were unlike any Orlin had seen, blue and green, their movements almost liquid, casting long shadows across the clearing that twisted and shifted as though alive. The air was warm, carrying a faint metallic tang that prickled at his senses, and the hum of the forest deepened into a resonant tone that vibrated through the ground. "This place," Adric said, his voice barely above a whisper, "it's older than the sanctuaries, older than the keepers themselves." Serana approached the circle cautiously, the light of the staff flaring briefly as she stepped within its boundary. The flames seemed to respond to her presence, rising higher and brighter, their colors deepening into richer hues of indigo and gold. "This is the heart of the forest," she said quietly, her voice steady but reverent, "the place where its magic is strongest." Orlin stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the runes that adorned the pillars. They seemed to shift and flow, their patterns forming shapes and symbols that felt familiar but remained just out of reach. "It's calling to the relics," he said, his voice trembling slightly. "They're connected to this place." The ring in his pocket grew almost unbearably warm, its pulse aligning perfectly with the rhythm of the flames. Orlin hesitated, his hand hovering over the ring as a wave of uncertainty washed over him. "What happens if we answer?" Carlin asked, his voice tight, his eyes fixed on the flickering flames. Adric knelt beside one of the pillars, his staff glowing softly as he traced the runes with his fingers. "The forest isn't testing us anymore," he said thoughtfully. "It's offering us something." Serana's gaze shifted to Orlin, her expression unreadable but sharp. "Then we decide if we take it," she said. Orlin swallowed hard, his hand closing around the ring as he stepped into the circle. The air grew heavier, the warmth of the flames pressing against his skin like a physical weight. As he stood before the center of the circle, the flames parted, revealing a pedestal of smooth stone upon which rested a single object, a seed, its surface shimmering with an iridescent light that shifted like the colors of a sunrise. The ring in his hand burned with an intensity that made him gasp, and he felt the pull of the seed like a magnetic force. "This is what it's been guiding us to," he said, his voice barely audible. Adric stepped into the circle beside him, his gaze fixed on the seed. A gift, he said quietly, or a test. The seed is the heart of the forest's magic, its essence. If it's offering it to us, it's for a purpose. Orlin hesitated, his fingers trembling as he reached toward the seed. The air around it shimmered, and a faint whisper brushed against his thoughts, soft, melodic, and filled with a sense of both longing and hope. As his fingers closed around the seed, the flames flared, their light flooding the clearing in a blinding wave that forced the companions to shield their eyes. When the light faded, the clearing was silent, the flames gone, the air still and heavy with the weight of what had passed. Orlin stood at the center of the circle, the seed resting in his palm, its light dim but steady. The ring in his pocket was cool now, its pulse quiet but present, as though the seed's energy had soothed it. Sirana approached him cautiously, her gaze fixed on the seed. "What did it show you?" she asked. Orlin shook his head, his thoughts swirling with fragments of images, visions of the spire, the shadows gathering at its base, and the relics glowing with a light strong enough to pierce the darkness. "It didn't show me," he said finally. "It chose us." The forest began to stir again, the faint hum of its magic returning as the trees swayed gently in an unseen wind. The path ahead was clear now, the glowing stones guiding the way forward into the deeper wilds. Adric looked to Orlin, his expression thoughtful. "The seed is more than a gift," he said. "It's a responsibility. Whatever it holds, it's tied to the relics, to the keepers, and to the shadows." Orlin nodded, his grip on the seed tightening slightly. "Then we protect it," he said, firmly, "until we understand what it means." The companions left the clearing, the path winding downward into the dense embrace of the forest. The air was cool, the faint hum of the forest a constant presence as they moved forward, their steps steady but their minds heavy with the weight of what they carried. The enchanted forests stretched endlessly before them, their mysteries deepening with each step, and Orlin felt the warmth of the seed in his hand, its light a quiet reminder that their journey was far from over, but their purpose was becoming clearer with each passing moment. The forest grew darker as the companions moved deeper into its heart, the faint glow of the guiding stones now barely visible beneath the encroaching roots and tangled underbrush. The trees around them towered higher, their trunks thick and gnarled, their bark etched with patterns that looked almost like ancient runes. Orlin felt the weight of the seed in his pocket, its warmth pulsing faintly as though alive, a quiet rhythm that matched the subdued hum of the forest. Sirana led the group, the keeper's staff glowing faintly in her hand, its light steady but subdued, as if the forest's magic resisted its presence. Adric followed closely, his staff brushing against the ground with each step, the runes along its length shimmering faintly in the dim light. Carlin trailed behind, his movements cautious, his gaze darting nervously to the shifting shadows that flickered at the edge of the path. The air was heavy and damp, carrying the faint scent of moss and earth, and the only sound was the soft crunch of their boots against the forest floor. The path ahead twisted unpredictably, narrowing into a corridor of intertwining roots that rose up to form natural archways. The light filtering through the canopy above grew weaker, shifting into hues of green and gold that cast eerie patterns on the ground. "This place feels different," Adric murmured, his voice low but clear in the oppressive silence, as if the forest itself is hiding something. Orlin glanced around, the shadows playing tricks on his eyes, shapes shifting and disappearing just beyond the edge of his vision. "It's alive," he said softly, his hand brushing against the ring in his pocket. "And it knows we're here." As they continued, the path seemed to fragment, splitting into several trails that twisted and turned out of sight. Sirana halted abruptly, her gaze narrowing as she studied the diverging paths. "This wasn't here before," she said, her tone sharp but measured. Adric stepped forward, his staff glowing faintly as he examined the ground. "The forest is changing," he said thoughtfully, "shifting itself to confuse us, or to test us." Kaelin's face paled, his eyes darting nervously between the trails. "Great," he muttered, his voice barely audible. "Another test." Orlin stepped closer to the nearest path, his hand resting on the rough bark of a tree that bordered it. The bark was warm beneath his fingers, and a faint whisper brushed against his thoughts, too fleeting to grasp, but leaving behind a sense of unease. "We need to choose," Kirana said firmly, gripping the staff tighter. "But we need to choose carefully." The group hesitated, their eyes scanning the trails, each one disappearing into a wall of shadow and foliage. Orland felt the seed in his pocket grow warmer, its pulse quickening slightly as though urging him forward. He stepped toward the center trail, its entrance framed by two massive trees whose roots intertwined like clasped hands. "This one," he said quietly, his voice filled with an unexpected certainty. Sirana turned to him, her expression unreadable but sharp. "Why this one?" she asked. Orlin hesitated, his fingers brushing against the seed. "It feels right," he said finally, "like it's pulling us towards something." Adric studied him for a moment before nodding. "The forest reacts to the relics," he said. "If the seed is guiding you, it's worth trusting." Sirana nodded curtly, her grip on the staff tightening as she stepped onto the trail. The others followed, their steps cautious but deliberate, the faint hum of the forest growing louder as they moved deeper into the twisting corridor. The air grew cooler, and the trees around them seemed to lean closer, their branches forming intricate patterns that seemed almost deliberate. Orlin felt the pulse of the seed grow stronger, its warmth spreading through him like a quiet reassurance. The path ahead curved sharply, and as they rounded the bend, the corridor opened into a wide clearing bathed in a strange silver light. At the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone altar, its surface covered in moss and vines that glowed faintly in the dim light. Surrounding the altar were several stone pillars, their surfaces etched with runes that shifted and shimmered as the companions approached. Sirana stepped closer, her eyes narrowing as she studied the altar. "This isn't just any part of the forest," she said quietly. "It's a memory, a fragment of something the forest wants us to see." Adric knelt beside one of the pillars, his fingers tracing the glowing runes. "The forest holds the past," he said thoughtfully, "but only pieces of it. This is one of them." Orlin approached the altar, the seed in his pocket pulsing steadily as though in recognition. The surface of the stone was smooth beneath the moss, its edges worn by time but still intact. As he placed a hand on the altar, a wave of warmth spread through him, and the air around them seemed to shimmer. The runes on the pillars flared brightly, their light casting long shadows across the clearing as a faint melody filled the air. Orlin felt his breath catch as the world around them blurred, the clearing dissolving into a vision of the past. The vision unfolded like a dream, the forest around them fading into a shifting haze of light and shadow. The companions stood frozen as the clearing transformed into a vast expanse of towering trees, their trunks gleaming like polished stone under a bright, golden sun. Figures moved among the trees, their forms slender and cloaked in flowing robes that shimmered with an ethereal light. Orland felt his breath catch as he realized they were elves, not like those of Starhaven or Erindor, but older, their presence radiating a power and wisdom that seemed to resonate with the very earth beneath them. They moved purposefully, their hands raised in unison as they chanted in a language Orland couldn't understand but felt echo deep within his mind. The runes on the stone pillars glowed brighter, their patterns weaving together into a flowing script that spiraled upward into the sky. One of the elves stepped forward, their form more defined than the others, their robes a deep green that blended seamlessly with the forest around them. They carried a staff of twisted wood, its surface etched with runes that pulsed faintly with golden light. The elf paused before the altar, their expressions solemn as they placed a small glowing object upon its surface, a seed identical to the one Orland carried in his pocket. Orland's fingers tightened around the seed as he felt its pulse align with the rhythm of the vision, its warmth spreading through him like a second heartbeat. "This is their memory," Adric said softly, his voice filled with awe. "A piece of what they left behind, preserved in the forest's magic." The elf began to speak, their voice low and melodic, carrying a weight that resonated through the vision. Though Orland couldn't understand the words, their meaning seeped into his thoughts like water through stone. "The seed," Adric whispered, his gaze fixed on the glowing object on the altar. "It's the heart of the forest, its source of life and magic. They're binding it here, protecting it from the shadows." The vision shifted, the golden light dimming as a shadow crept across the clearing. The chanting grew louder, more urgent, and the runes on the pillars flared brightly, their light pushing back the encroaching darkness. Orland felt a chill run through him as the shadow solidified, taking the form of a towering figure cloaked in darkness. Its presence was overwhelming, a suffocating weight that seemed to drain the light from the vision. The elves didn't falter, their voices rising as they raised their hands toward the shadow, their combined magic forming a barrier of golden light. The shadow recoiled, its form flickering, but it didn't retreat. Instead, it pressed forward, its movements slow but relentless, its glowing eyes fixed on the altar. Orland's chest tightened as the elf at the altar raised their staff, their voice ringing out like a bell. The light of the runes intensified, and the seed flared brightly, its glow blinding as it consumed the clearing. When the light faded, the vision was gone, and the companions stood once more in the clearing, the air heavy with the weight of what they had seen. The runes on the pillars were dim now, their light reduced to a faint glow that barely illuminated the altar. Orland released the breath he hadn't realized he was holding, his hand trembling as he removed the seed from his pocket. Its light was steady but subdued, a quiet pulse that echoed the lingering hum of the forest. "They were protecting it," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "The seed. It's more than just the heart of the forest. It's their legacy." Sirana stepped forward, her gaze sharp as she studied the altar. "And the shadows were after it," she said firmly. "They couldn't destroy the seed, so they destroyed the elves who protected it." Her grip on the keeper's staff tightened, the light of its crystal flaring briefly before dimming again. "Whatever's out there, it hasn't given up. It's still after the relics, and us." Kalen shifted uneasily, his eyes darting to the shadows that flickered at the edges of the clearing. "If it's still out there," he said nervously, "then why hasn't it come for us yet?" Adric knelt beside one of the pillars, his fingers tracing the dim runes. "The forest has been protecting us," he said thoughtfully. Its magic is old, but it's strong. As long as we're here, the shadows can't reach us. Orlin glanced at the seed in his hand, its warmth a quiet reassurance. But we can't stay here forever, he said. If the seed is the heart of the forest, then its power can't stay hidden. It has to be used for something. Sirana nodded, her expression hard. Then we take it with us, she said, and we keep moving. The path ahead was unclear, the light of the glowing stones faint and sporadic as the forest shifted around them. The air grew cooler, and the hum of the forest deepened into a low, resonant tone that vibrated through the ground. Orlin slipped the seed back into his pocket, its pulse steady against his palm as the group began to move. The clearing faded behind them, the runes on the pillars dimming into darkness as the forest closed in around them once more. Whatever lay ahead, Orlin knew the seed would guide them, its light a reminder of the elves' sacrifice and the shadows they had yet to face. The forest pressed close as the companions moved forward, its towering trees swaying gently in an unseen wind. The light of the glowing stones that guided their path grew dimmer, flickering like dying embers, as if the forest itself was testing their resolve. Orlin felt the weight of the seed in his pocket, its pulse steady but faint, a quiet rhythm that seemed to echo the forest's hum. Sirana led the way, her grip on the keeper's staff firm, its faint glow cutting through the dense shadows. Adric followed close behind, his staff glowing softly as he muttered to himself, his thoughts clearly consumed by the vision they had witnessed. Kaelin lingered at the rear, his eyes darting nervously to the flickering shadows that seemed to move just beyond the edge of the path. The air grew colder, carrying a metallic tang that prickled at their senses, and the silence was broken. Only by the crunch of leaves beneath their boots and the occasional creak of the ancient trees. The path began to narrow, the forest tightening around them as though it sought to corral them toward a single destination. Orlin's pulse quickened as the light of the stones ahead flared briefly, illuminating a clearing that seemed to materialize out of nowhere. The trees around the clearing were taller and darker, their bark etched with runes that glowed faintly, casting eerie patterns on the ground. At the center of the clearing stood a massive stone monolith, its surface smooth and unbroken, its edges sharp and precise. The air around it was heavy, charged with a tension that made Orlin's chest tighten. "This wasn't here before," Kirana said, her voice low but steady. Adric stepped closer, his staff trembling faintly in his grip as he examined the monolith. "It's a marker," he said thoughtfully. "A boundary, perhaps, or a warning." The runes on the trees seemed to brighten as he spoke, their patterns shifting subtly as though reacting to the group's presence. Orlin felt the seed in his pocket grow warmer, its pulse quickening as the air around them grew colder. "It feels alive," he said quietly, his voice tinged with unease. Sirana approached the monolith cautiously, her grip on the keeper's staff tightening as she reached out to touch its surface. The moment her fingers brushed the stone, the ground beneath them trembled, and the runes on the trees flared brightly, their light flooding the clearing. The monolith began to shift, its surface rippling like water as a figure emerged from its depths. The figure was tall and cloaked in shadow, its form indistinct but undeniably humanoid. Its presence radiated a chilling malice that sent a shiver down Orlin's spine, and the air around it seemed to grow heavier with each passing moment. "You carry the light of the keepers," the figure said, its voice a low, resonant whisper that echoed through the clearing. "But light is fleeting, and shadows endure." Sirana stepped forward, the keeper's staff glowing brightly in her hand as she faced the figure. "We're not afraid of you," she said firmly. The figure tilted its head slightly, its shadowed form flickering as though caught in an unseen wind. "You should be," it said, "for the light you carry will not protect you forever." The runes on the trees flared again, their light blinding as the figure raised a hand, its shadow stretching toward the group like a living thing. Orlin felt the seed in his pocket burn with an intensity that made him gasp, and he instinctively pulled it out, its glow bright and steady in his trembling hand. The shadow recoiled slightly at the sight of the seed, its form flickering as the forest's hum deepened into a low, resonant tone. "The seed is the heart," the figure said, its voice quieter now but no less menacing. "But even hearts can be broken." Adric raised his staff, its light joining the glow of the keeper's staff as the companions stood together, their resolve unspoken but clear. "We're not here to fight," Adric said, his voice steady but firm. "But we won't let you take this from us." The figure's shadowy form flickered again, its edges dissolving into wisps of darkness that faded into the air. "The forest has spared you this time," it said, its voice distant and echoing. "But the shadows are patient, and they will find you again." The light of the runes dimmed and the monolith stilled, its surface once more smooth and unbroken. The clearing fell silent, the oppressive tension lifting as the air grew warmer. Sirana lowered the keeper's staff, her expression hard as she turned to the group. "We need to move," she said. "This isn't over." Orlin slipped the seed back into his pocket, its pulse steady against his palm as the group began to leave the clearing. The path ahead was faint, the glowing stones barely visible in the growing darkness, but the companions moved forward with quiet determination. As they stepped into the forest, the air grew lighter, the faint hum of its magic returning as the trees swayed gently overhead. Orlin felt the weight of the seed more acutely now, its warmth a constant reminder of the burden they carried. The shadows had not been defeated. They had merely retreated, waiting for their next opportunity to strike. The companions' steps quickened, their resolve unshaken as they pressed deeper into the forest, their path uncertain but their purpose clear. The forest stirred as the companions pressed deeper into its labyrinthine heart, the shifting light filtering through the dense canopy above, casting ever-changing patterns on the ground. Orlin felt the pulse of the seed in his pocket grow stronger, its warmth steady but insistent, a quiet rhythm that seemed to guide his steps. The path ahead twisted unpredictably, narrowing into a corridor of intertwined roots and branches that seemed to ripple as though alive. Sirana led the way, the keeper's staff glowing faintly in her hand, its light steady but muted as though it struggled against the weight of the forest's magic. Adric followed close behind, his staff brushing the ground with each step, the runes along its length shimmering faintly in response to the hum of the forest. Kaelin lingered at the rear, his movements hesitant, his gaze darting nervously to the shadows that flickered at the edge of their vision. The air grew cooler as they advanced, carrying with it a faint metallic tang that prickled at Orlin's senses. The glowing stones that had guided them earlier were gone now, their light extinguished as though the forest had decided they were no longer needed. Instead, the path ahead was marked by faint traces of silvery light that shimmered on the ground like moonlight on water. "This place is changing," Adric murmured, his voice low but clear in the stillness. "The forest is leading us somewhere." Orlin nodded, the seed's pulse a quiet affirmation in his hand. "It knows we're here," he said, softly, and it's watching us. The corridor opened suddenly into a vast glade, its boundaries marked by towering trees whose branches intertwined overhead to form a natural dome. The air was thick with magic, a palpable presence that made Orland's chest tighten. At the center of the glade stood a single tree, smaller than the others, but radiating an otherworldly light that bathed the clearing in a soft, golden glow. Its bark was smooth and silver, and its branches were bare, their tips glistening with tiny droplets of light that hung like stars frozen in mid-air. The companions paused at the edge of the glade, their gazes fixed on the tree. "This isn't just another part of the forest," Sirana said quietly, her grip on the staff tightening. "This is something else. Something ancient." As they stepped into the glade, the air grew warmer, and the faint hum of the forest deepened into a low, resonant tone that vibrated through the ground. Orland felt the seed's pulse quicken, its warmth spreading through him like a quiet reassurance. The tree at the center of the glade seemed to shimmer as they approached, its light intensifying with each step. When they were only a few paces away, the air around the tree shifted, and a figure emerged from its trunk as though stepping out of the very wood itself. The figure was tall and slender, their form wreathed in a soft, golden light that obscured their features but did not diminish their presence. They carried no weapon, but their movements radiated a quiet strength, and their voice, when they spoke, was low and melodic, resonating like the forest's hum. "Travelers," the figure said, their gaze sweeping over the companions. "You have come far, guided by the relics you carry. But the path you walk is not yours alone. The forest has a will of its own, and it seeks to know your purpose." Orland stepped forward hesitantly, his hand brushing against the seed in his pocket. "We're searching for answers," he said, his voice steady despite the unease that gripped him. "The relics, the seed, they're leading us somewhere, but we don't know why." The figure tilted their head slightly, their light flickering like the glow of a distant star. "The seed is the heart of the forest," they said. "It carries the memory of all that has passed through this land, the triumphs and the sorrows, the light and the shadow. To carry it is to bear the weight of the forest's legacy. Do you understand what that means?" Sirana stepped forward, her gaze sharp. "We don't have all the answers," she said firmly. "But we're not turning back. Whatever the seed's purpose is, we'll see it through." The figure regarded her for a moment, their expression unreadable but calm. "Resolve alone will not be enough," they said. "The forest tests those who walk its paths, not to punish but to reveal. Each of you carries more than you realize, and the forest will show you what you must see." The light of the tree flared brightly, and the air around the companions shimmered. Orland felt the ground shift beneath him, and the world dissolved into a swirling haze of golden light. When the light faded, he found himself alone in a clearing that was both familiar and strange, the hum of the forest replaced by an eerie silence. The seed in his pocket pulsed faintly, its warmth a quiet reminder that he was not entirely alone. "This is the forest's test," he thought, his pulse quickening as he glanced around the clearing. "But what is it trying to show me?" The clearing stretched endlessly around Orland, a surreal landscape of golden light and shifting shadows that seemed to pulse in time with the faint hum of the seed in his pocket. The towering trees that marked the edges of the glade leaned inward, their branches forming an intricate lattice that seemed to shift and flow with each breath he took. Orland's steps were cautious as he moved forward, the ground beneath him soft and mossy, his every footfall absorbed into the eerie stillness of the place. The air was warm, yet it carried a faint chill that prickled at his skin, and he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. "This is the forest's test," he murmured to himself, his voice barely audible in the oppressive quiet. "But what does it want me to do?" Ahead, the glade narrowed into a winding path that twisted like a serpent through the trees, its edges lined with faintly glowing stones that pulsed softly in rhythm with the seed. Orlin followed the path, his heart pounding as the silence deepened, the hum of the forest fading into an almost imperceptible whisper. The path curved sharply, and as he rounded the bend, he stopped abruptly, his breath catching in his throat. Before him stood a figure cloaked in shadow, its form indistinct but undeniably familiar. It was tall and slender, its edges blurred as though it were a reflection on rippling water, and its presence sent a shiver down Orlin's spine. The figure didn't move, its shadowy form rooted to the spot as Orlin took a cautious step forward. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice trembling slightly. The figure tilted its head, its outline flickering like a flame caught in a breeze. "I am what you fear," it said, its voice low and resonant, echoing through the glade. "I am what you doubt, and I am what you must face." Orlin's hand instinctively went to the seed in his pocket, its warmth a quiet reassurance against the chill that crept through him. "I don't understand," he said, his voice unsteady. "What do you mean?" The figure took a step closer, its movements slow and deliberate, its form growing sharper with each step. "The relics chose you," it said. "But choice alone does not make you worthy. The forest seeks to know your truth, your strength and your weakness. Only then will you understand the path you walk." Orlin's chest tightened as the figure's shadow stretched toward him, its edges curling like smoke. The seed in his pocket grew warmer, its pulse quickening, and he clenched it tightly in his hand, its light seeping through his fingers like liquid gold. The figure paused, its flickering form stilling as the light of the seed illuminated the glade. "You carry the heart of the forest," it said, its tone softer now but no less intense. "It is a burden and a gift. To wield its power, you must first understand its cost." The shadow shifted, its edges dissolving into the air, and Orlin felt a wave of warmth wash over him, the oppressive chill lifting as the path ahead began to brighten. The glade shimmered, the golden light deepening as the shadows faded, and Orlin felt the ground beneath him grow steady. The figure was gone, replaced by the faint hum of the forest that had been absent moments before, and the path ahead was clear once more. He exhaled slowly, his grip on the seed loosening as its pulse returned to a steady rhythm. "The forest isn't just testing us," he thought, his mind racing. "It's trying to prepare us." He moved forward, the light of the path guiding him as the glade began to shift again, its edges dissolving into a swirling haze of golden mist. When the mist cleared, Orlin found himself back in the central glade, the silver tree standing tall and radiant at its center. Cyrana, Adric and Kaelin stood nearby, their expressions tense but unshaken. Cyrana's grip on the keeper's staff was firm, its light glowing brighter than before, while Adric's staff hummed faintly, its runes shimmering like starlight. Kaelin looked pale, his eyes darting nervously to the edges of the glade, but he stood steady, his presence resolute despite his unease. "You're back," Cyrana said, her voice calm but edged with curiosity. "What did you see?" Orlin hesitated, his thoughts still swirling with the figure's words. It was a shadow, he said finally. Something that spoke of fear and doubt. It said the forest was trying to understand us, to test if we're worthy. Adric nodded thoughtfully, his gaze fixed on the silver tree. The forest remembers everything, he said. Its magic is ancient, older than even the keepers. If it's guiding us, it's because it sees something in us, something that we don't yet see in ourselves. The air around them grew warmer, and the light of the tree flared brightly, its branches shimmering like molten silver. The figure from before emerged once more, its form less defined but no less commanding, and its voice carried a quiet strength that resonated through the glade. "You have faced the forest's test," it said, "and you have been seen. Your path is uncertain, but the heart of the forest walks with you. Protect it, and it will protect you." The light of the tree dimmed, and the figure dissolved into the air, its presence lingering like a fading echo. The companions stood in silence for a moment, their gazes fixed on the silver tree as its glow softened into a steady golden light. "We should move," Cyrana said at last, her voice steady but firm. "The forest has given us what it can. Now it's up to us." Orlin nodded, the seed in his pocket a quiet reminder of the burden they carried. Together they stepped out of the glade, the forest closing in around them as they pressed deeper into its shifting heart, their resolve unspoken but unwavering. The air grew heavier as the companions left the central glade, the light of the silver tree fading behind them as the forest's shadows closed in once more. The path ahead twisted and turned unpredictably, its edges marked by faint traces of silvery light that flickered like distant stars. Orlin felt the seed's pulse steady in his pocket, its warmth a quiet reassurance as they moved deeper into the shifting wilderness. Cyrana led the way, the keeper's staff glowing faintly in her hand, its light cutting through the dense shadows that pressed close around them. Adric followed, his staff humming softly as though resonating with the forest's magic, while Kaelin brought up the rear, his steps cautious and his gaze darting nervously to the shifting shapes that moved just beyond the edge of his vision. The forest seemed to change with every step, the towering trees swaying gently as though alive, their branches twisting into patterns that formed and dissolved like ripples on water. The hum of the forest deepened, a low, resonant tone that vibrated through the ground and filled the air with an energy that made Orlin's chest tighten. The path grew narrower, the glowing stones that had marked their way becoming more sporadic, their light dim and uncertain. "This place doesn't want us here," Kaelin murmured, his voice barely audible. Cyrana glanced back at him, her expression sharp but calm. "The forest isn't trying to stop us," she said. "It's testing us." The path opened suddenly into another glade, this one smaller and darker, its edges marked by massive stones that jutted out of the ground like jagged teeth. At the center of the glade stood a stone archway, its surface etched with runes that glowed faintly in the dim light. The air around the archway was thick with magic, a palpable presence that made Orlin's skin prickle. "This is it," Adric said quietly, his gaze fixed on the archway. "The forest's heart, the place it's been guiding us to." Orlin felt the seed in his pocket grow warmer, its pulse quickening as though in recognition. As they stepped into the glade, the hum of the forest grew louder, resonating through the stones and the air with a power that seemed to ripple through their very bones. Cyrana approached the archway cautiously, her grip on the keeper's staff tightening as its light flared briefly before dimming again. "There's something here," she said, her voice low but steady. Orlin followed her, his gaze fixed on the runes that shimmered and shifted along the surface of the archway. The seed in his pocket pulsed in time with the glow of the runes, and he felt a strange pull as though the archway itself was calling to him. The air grew colder, and the shadows around the glade deepened as a figure emerged from the archway, its form cloaked in shadow but outlined by a faint, golden light. The figure was tall and regal, its presence commanding yet serene, and its voice, when it spoke, was deep and melodic, resonating with the hum of the forest. "You have come far," the figure said, its gaze sweeping over the companions. "The forest has seen your strength, your resolve, and your fear. It has tested you, and you have endured, but your journey is far from over." Orlin stepped forward hesitantly, the seed in his pocket growing almost unbearably warm as he faced the figure. "What does the forest want from us?" he asked, his voice trembling slightly. The figure tilted its head, its light flickering faintly. "The seed you carry is the heart of the forest," it said. "It is life, memory, and magic, a fragment of a greater whole. To carry it is to bear the weight of the forest's will. It will guide you, but it will also test you. Its power is not without cost." The runes on the archway flared brightly, their light illuminating the glade as the figure stepped closer. "The shadows that follow you seek to destroy what the seed protects," the figure said. "They are relentless, and they will not stop until the light you carry is extinguished. You must be ready to face them, to protect the seed and the light it holds, for without it, the forest will fall, and the balance it guards will be lost." The figure paused, its gaze resting on Orlin. "The seed has chosen you. You must choose whether to trust it." The air grew warmer, and the hum of the forest deepened into a low, harmonious tone as the figure began to fade, its light dissolving into the glow of the runes. The archway shimmered, its surface rippling like water as the runes shifted and flowed into new patterns. Cyrana stepped forward, her expression hard but resolute. "This is the forest's gift," she said, "and its warning." Adric nodded, his gaze thoughtful. "The seed will guide us," he said, "but it won't do the work for us. That's up to us." Orlin slipped the seed back into his pocket, its pulse steady against his palm as he turned to the others. "Then we keep moving," he said, his voice steady. The companions stepped through the archway, the light of the runes flaring briefly as they passed, and the hum of the forest faded into a quiet stillness. The path ahead was shrouded in shadow, the glowing stones faint and sporadic, but the companions moved forward with quiet determination. The forest's trials were behind them, but its mysteries were far from over, and the light they carried would guide them through the darkness yet to come. The forest grew quieter as the companions pressed forward, the hum of its ancient magic softening to a distant murmur that seemed to drift through the air like a fading melody. The path ahead was narrow and overgrown, its edges blurred by thick moss and tangled roots that twisted upward like the gnarled hands of an unseen force. Orlin felt the pulse of the seed in his pocket steady and rhythmic, its warmth a constant presence that guided his steps even as the light of the glowing stones grew faint. Cyrana walked ahead, the keeper's staff glowing softly in her hand, its light muted as though subdued by the forest's will. Adric moved close behind, his staff brushing the ground with every step, the faint shimmer of its runes barely visible in the dim, filtered light. Kalen lagged at the rear, his steps cautious, his gaze darting nervously to the shifting shadows that lingered at the edge of his vision. The air was cool and still, carrying the faint scent of damp earth and blooming flowers. a deceptive calm that set Orlan's nerves on edge. The path began to curve sharply, its twists and turns winding through dense thickets that rose like walls on either side. The trees here were taller and darker, their trunks wrapped in vines that glowed faintly with an emerald hue, their leaves rustling softly despite the stillness of the air. "This feels different," Adric murmured, his voice low but clear in the silence, "as if the forest is leading us somewhere." Orlan nodded, his fingers brushing against the seed in his pocket. "It's been guiding us this whole time," he said softly, "but now it feels deliberate." Kirana glanced back at them, her expression sharp. "Stay alert," she said firmly. "The forest doesn't give anything without a reason." The path widened suddenly, opening into a glade that seemed untouched by time. The air here was warmer, heavier, filled with the scent of sweet herbs and blooming flowers. At the center of the glade stood a grove of ancient trees, their branches intertwined to form a natural canopy that glowed faintly with a soft golden light. The ground beneath the trees was covered in a thick carpet of moss, its surface dappled with tiny, luminescent flowers that shimmered like stars scattered across a green skull. Orlan felt his breath catch as they stepped into the grove, the seed in his pocket growing warmer, its pulse quickening slightly. "This place," Adric said softly, his voice filled with awe, "it feels alive. More alive than any part of the forest we've seen." Sirana approached the largest tree cautiously, the keeper's staff glowing brighter as she neared its massive trunk. The bark was smooth and dark, etched with runes that shimmered faintly with a silver light, their patterns shifting and flowing like water. She reached out hesitantly, her fingers brushing against the bark, and the air around them seemed to vibrate with a quiet, resonant hum. "This isn't just a grove," she said quietly. "It's a sanctuary." Orlan stepped closer, his gaze fixed on the runes that pulsed softly beneath Sirana's touch. The seed in his pocket grew almost unshorably warm, its pulse aligning with the hum of the grove. "The forest brought us here for a reason," he said, his voice steady but tinged with unease. "But what does it want us to do?" The hum of the grove deepened suddenly, the golden light of the canopy flaring brightly before dimming again. Orlan felt the ground beneath his feet shift slightly, and a wave of warmth washed over him, followed by a quiet whisper that brushed against his thoughts like the rustle of leaves in the wind. It was faint, indistinct, but its presence was undeniable. "Did you hear that?" he asked, his voice trembling slightly. Adric nodded, his staff glowing faintly as he stepped closer to the center of the grove. "It's the grove," he said thoughtfully. "It's trying to speak to us." Kalen shifted uneasily, his gaze darting toward the shadows that flickered at the edge of the glade. "I don't like this," he muttered, his voice barely audible. "What if it's a trap?" Sirana turned to him sharply, her expression hard. "If the forest wanted to harm us, it would have done so already," she said firmly. "This place, it's offering something. We just need to figure out what." Orlan felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him as the whisper grew louder, its tone melodic but alien, like a song sung in a language he couldn't understand. The seed in his pocket pulsed in time with the whisper, its warmth spreading through him like a quiet reassurance. "It's testing us," he said softly, his voice filled with quiet conviction. "The grove, it's watching, waiting to see if we're worthy." The light of the canopy shifted again, the golden glow deepening into a richer hue, and the hum of the grove grew louder, resonating through the air like the echo of a distant bell. Orlin felt his pulse quicken as the seed's warmth intensified, and he took a hesitant step forward, his gaze fixed on the massive tree at the grove's center. "Then we'll show it," he said quietly, his voice steady despite the unease that churned within him. "Whatever it wants us to prove, we'll prove it, together." The companions exchanged uncertain glances, but followed him into the heart of the grove, the light of the canopy brightening with each step, as though welcoming them into its embrace. The air within the grove grew heavier as the companions stepped closer to the massive central tree, the hum of the grove deepening into a resonant vibration that seemed to echo through their very bones. The golden light of the canopy above shifted and swirled, casting intricate patterns on the mossy ground that seemed to ripple like water beneath their feet. Orlin felt the pulse of the seed in his pocket grow stronger, its warmth spreading through him like a quiet reassurance. Sirana approached the tree cautiously, her grip on the keeper's swath tightening as its light flared briefly before dimming again. Adric followed close behind, his swath humming softly in response to the grove's magic, while Kaelin lingered at the edge of the grove, his unease evident in the way his gaze darted nervously to the shifting shadows. "The grove is alive," Adric said softly, his voice filled with awe. "It's watching us, judging us." The runes on the central tree's bark began to shimmer more brightly, their patterns flowing and shifting like liquid silver. A faint whisper brushed against Orlin's thoughts, indistinct but melodic, its tone both inviting and unsettling. "It's speaking," he said, his voice trembling slightly. Sirana glanced back at him, her expression sharp but calm. "What is it saying?" she asked. Orlin hesitated, his hand brushing against the seed in his pocket as he tried to focus on the whisper. "I don't know," he said finally, his voice tinged with frustration. "It's like a song I can almost hear but can't understand." The hum of the grove deepened again, and the air around them seemed to shimmer as the golden light of the canopy flared brightly before dimming once more. Orlin felt the ground beneath his feet shift slightly, and the whisper grew louder, its tone more distinct but still incomprehensible. Kirana placed a hand on the tree's bark, the light of the keeper's staff intensifying as her touch met the runes. The grove responded immediately, the hum rising into a harmonious melody that filled the air with a sense of both urgency and calm. "It's asking us something," Sirana said, her voice steady but edged with uncertainty. "But I don't know what." Adric stepped closer, his staff glowing faintly as he knelt to examine the moss-covered ground. The tiny luminescent flowers scattered across the grove shimmered more brightly as he reached out to touch them, their glow pulsing faintly in time with the hum of the grove. "The forest's magic is ancient," he said thoughtfully. "It doesn't speak with the words. It speaks with meaning, with feeling. We have to listen with more than our ears." Orlin closed his eyes, the seed in his pocket pulsing steadily as he tried to focus on the melody that surrounded them. The warmth of the seed spread through him, and for a brief moment he felt as though he were part of the grove itself, connected to its magic and its will. The melody shifted suddenly, its tone growing softer and more introspective, and Orlin opened his eyes to find the grove transformed. The golden light of the canopy had deepened into a rich amber hue, casting long shadows that stretched across the ground like reaching hands. The runes on the tree's bark shimmered faintly, their light dimming as though waiting for a response. Orlin glanced at his companions, their expressions filled with uncertainty and quiet resolve. The grove isn't just watching us, he said softly. It's asking us to show it something, to prove something. Tirana turned to face him, her grip on the keeper's staff firm. Then we prove it, she said firmly. Whatever it wants, we show it we're worthy. Adric nodded, his expression thoughtful. The forest's tests are never direct, he said. It probes our fears, our doubts, our bonds. It wants to see what we're made of. Colin shifted uneasily, his gaze fixed on the runes that pulsed faintly on the tree's bark. And what if it doesn't like what it sees? He asked, his voice trembling slightly. The air grew colder, and the hum of the grove deepened once more as the runes on the tree flared brightly, their light flooding the grove with an intensity that made Orlin shield his eyes. The ground beneath their feet trembled, and the melody of the grove rose into a crescendo that seemed to pierce through their very souls. Orlin felt the warmth of the seed grow almost unbearably intense, and the whisper that had lingered at the edges of his thoughts suddenly became clear. It wasn't a song or a question. It was a memory, vivid and alive, filling his mind with images of the forest's past. He saw the grove as it had once been, vibrant and thriving, its magic a beacon that had drawn creatures and people from far and wide. He saw the keepers standing where they now stood, their relics glowing brightly as they chanted in unison, their voices harmonizing with the hum of the grove, and he saw the shadows that had come for them, creeping and relentless, their dark tendrils reaching for the light of the grove. The memory faded, and Orlin opened his eyes to find the grove unchanged, its light steady and its hum quiet but present. The grove remembers, he said softly, his voice trembling with the weight of what he had seen. It remembers the keepers and the shadows. It's asking us to carry that memory forward, to protect what's left of its light. Tirana nodded, her expression resolute. Then we honor its memory, she said firmly, and we carry its light. The runes on the tree pulsed faintly in response, their light softening into a steady glow as the grove's hum quieted into a gentle whisper. The companions stood together in silence, their resolve unspoken but clear as they prepared to face whatever lay ahead. The grove seemed to hold its breath as the companions stood before the great central tree, its golden light casting long, shifting shadows across the mossy ground. The air was dense with magic, a palpable presence that wrapped around them like a cloak, and the hum of the grove had softened to a quiet, resonant tone that seemed to pulse in time with the seed in Orlin's pocket. Tirana raised the keeper's staff, its crystal glowing steadily as she stepped forward, her movements deliberate and calm. The runes on the tree's bark flared briefly, their silvery light rippling outward like waves on still water, and the ground beneath her feet seemed to tremble slightly as she placed a hand against the trunk. "It's waiting," she said quietly, her voice steady but edged with unease. "It's given us its memory, but it needs more. It needs us to act." Orlin felt the seed grow warmer in his pocket, its pulse quickening as though urging him forward. He stepped closer, the light of the tree reflecting in his eyes as he reached out hesitantly, his fingers brushing against the bark. The moment his hand made contact, the grove erupted in light, the golden canopy above flaring brightly as the hum deepened into a resonant melody that filled the air. The runes on the tree's bark shimmered and shifted, their patterns flowing like liquid silver, and the ground beneath their feet seemed to ripple with energy. Orlin felt the warmth of the seed surge through him, its pulse aligning perfectly with the melody, and a wave of emotion washed over him, grief, hope, determination, all blending into a single, powerful force. He closed his eyes, the seed's light seeping through his fingers as images filled his mind. The grove as it had been, a sanctuary of peace and magic, the keepers standing in its heart, their relics glowing brightly as they faced the encroaching shadows. And the moment the light had faltered, the shadows consuming everything in their path. When he opened his eyes, the grove had changed. The golden light of the canopy had dimmed slightly, and the runes on the tree's bark were now steady, their shifting patterns resolved into a single glowing symbol, a spiral that pulsed softly with a light that seemed both ancient and alive. Sirana stepped back, her gaze fixed on the symbol, her expression hard but thoughtful. "The forest has chosen us," she said, her voice firm. "It's given us its light, its memory. Now it's up to us to protect it." Adric knelt beside the tree, his staff glowing faintly as he traced the spiral with his fingers. "The seed isn't just a relic," he said quietly. "It's a promise, a piece of what the forest once was, and what it could be again." The hum of the grove softened further, fading into a quiet whisper that seemed to drift through the air like the rustle of leaves. Orlin felt the seed grow cooler in his hand, its pulse steady and calm, and he slipped it back into his pocket, its presence a reassuring weight against his chest. The companions exchanged glances, their unspoken resolve reflected in their eyes, and turned toward the edge of the grove. The path ahead was clear now, the glowing stones marking the way forward with a steady, guiding light. "The forest hasn't finished testing us," Sirana said, her voice calm but firm. "This was only the beginning. The shadows are still out there, waiting, and they won't stop until they've taken everything." Kalen shifted uneasily, his gaze darting to the shadows that lingered at the edge of the grove. "Then we'd better not give them the chance," he muttered, his voice tinged with determination. Adric stood, his staff humming softly in his grip as he stepped toward the path. "The forest believes in us," he said, his voice thoughtful. "It's given us its trust. Now we have to earn it." Orlin nodded, his hand brushing against the seed in his pocket as he turned to follow. The golden light of the grove dimmed further as they stepped onto the path, the air growing cooler and the hum fading into silence. As the forest closed in around them once more, the companions moved with quiet determination, their steps steady and deliberate. The glowing stones marked their way, their light a faint but steady guide through the shifting wilderness, and the warmth of the seed was a constant reminder of the burden they carried. Orlin felt the weight of the forest's trust heavy on his shoulders, but he also felt a quiet strength, a resolve to see the journey through, no matter the cost. The shadows were waiting, their presence a constant threat at the edge of their vision, but the light of the grove had not faltered, and neither would they. Together they pressed forward into the unknown, the forest's secrets unfolding with every step. The forest was quieter than it had ever been, its hum reduced to a faint, almost imperceptible vibration that Orlin could feel more than hear. The golden light of the grove had long since faded behind them, and the glowing stones that marked their path were scattered and dim, their light flickering like the last embers of a dying fire. The trees around them were taller and darker now, their branches twisted and bare, casting jagged shadows across the forest floor. Orlin felt the seed in his pocket grow heavier, its pulse slower and weaker, as though the magic that sustained it was fading along with the forest itself. Sirana walked ahead, the keeper's staff glowing faintly in her hand, its light muted but resolute as it cut through the deepening shadows. Adric followed close behind, his staff humming softly, its runes flickering like distant stars. Kaelin lingered at the rear, his steps hesitant, his gaze darting nervously to the shifting shapes that moved at the edges of the path. The air was cold and still, carrying a faint metallic tang that clung to their senses like the memory of a distant storm. The path twisted sharply, narrowing into a corridor flanked by towering trees whose roots rose up to form natural archways. The ground beneath their feet was rough and uneven, littered with fallen leaves and broken branches that crunched softly underfoot. Orlin glanced at the shadows that flickered just beyond the edge of the light, their shapes fluid and indistinct, as though the forest itself was unraveling. "It feels different," he said quietly, his voice breaking the oppressive silence. Cyrana didn't turn, her gaze fixed on the path ahead. "It's weakening," she said, her voice steady but tinged with unease. "The magic of the forest. It's fading." Adric paused, his staff brushing the ground as he studied the darkened trees. "Or it's being drained," he said thoughtfully. "The shadows, they're consuming it." The corridor opened suddenly into a wide clearing, its edges marked by massive stones that jutted out of the ground like jagged teeth. At the center of the clearing stood a single tree, its bark dark and cracked, its branches bare and lifeless. The ground around it was scorched and barren, the moss and flowers that had once flourished reduced to ash. Orlin felt the seed in his pocket grow colder, its pulse slowing to a faint tremor that barely stirred against his palm. "This is the heart of the forest," Cyrana said quietly, her voice filled with a mixture of awe and sorrow. "And it's dying." The air around them grew heavier, the faint hum of the forest deepening into a low, resonant tone that vibrated through the ground. The shadows at the edges of the clearing began to shift, coalescing into dark, writhing shapes that crept slowly toward the tree. Orlin felt his pulse quicken as the seed's faint warmth flared briefly, its light flickering weakly against the encroaching darkness. "We can't let them take it," he said firmly, his voice filled with a quiet determination. Cyrana nodded, her grip on the keeper's stuff tightening as its light flared brightly, pushing back the nearest shadows. "The forest has trusted us with its heart," she said. "We can't fail it now." Adric stepped forward, his staff glowing faintly as he muttered a quiet incantation, the runes along its length shimmering with a soft, silvery light. The shadows recoiled slightly at the light, their movements hesitant but relentless. Kaelin shifted nervously, his gaze darting between the advancing shadows and the lifeless tree. "How do we stop them?" he asked, his voice trembling. Orlin glanced at the seed in his hand, its light faint but steady, and felt a sudden clarity wash over him. "We give it back," he said softly, his voice filled with quiet conviction. Cyrana turned to him sharply, her expression unreadable. "What do you mean?" she asked. Orlin stepped closer to the tree, the seed's pulse quickening slightly as he approached. "The seed. It's the heart of the forest," he said. "If the forest is dying, then the seed can restore it. But only if we return it to where it belongs." The shadows surged forward suddenly, their movements frantic and erratic, as though sensing the seed's purpose. Cyrana raised the keeper's staff, its light flaring brightly as she drove them back. "Then do it," she said firmly, "but do it quickly." Orlin knelt at the base of the tree, his hand trembling as he placed the seed on the cracked bark. The moment it made contact, the air around them erupted in light. the faint pulse of the seed merging with the hum of the forest as the shadows recoiled violently, their forms dissolving into wisps of darkness. The tree's bark began to glow faintly, its cracks filling with a soft, golden light that spread upward like veins of fire. The clearing grew warmer, the air filling with the faint scent of blooming flowers, and Orlin felt a wave of calm wash over him as the seed's pulse aligned perfectly with the rhythm of the forest. The light of the tree flared brightly one last time before fading into a steady glow, its branches beginning to bud with tiny leaves that shimmered like drops of dew. The ground around it transformed, the scorched earth replaced by a carpet of vibrant moss and flowers that glowed softly in the dim light. Orlin stepped back, his breath catching as the tree pulsed faintly, its light steady but fragile. "It's not much," Adric said softly, his voice thoughtful. "But it's enough, for now." Tirana lowered the keeper's staff, her expression calm but resolute. "The forest will heal," she said. "But it's up to us to protect what's left." The path ahead began to shimmer faintly, the glowing stones marking the way forward with a steady light. Orlin felt the weight of the seed lift from his pocket, replaced by a quiet sense of purpose that settled deep within him. The shadows were gone, for now. But their presence lingered at the edges of his thoughts, a constant reminder of the battles yet to come. Together the companions stepped onto the path, their resolve unspoken but clear as they left the clearing behind, the forest's fading glow lighting their way into the unknown. The forest was changing as the companions moved forward, the heavy silence now broken by faint whispers that drifted through the air like the rustling of distant leaves. The path ahead was uneven, its surface strewn with moss-covered stones and tangled roots that seemed to writhe and twist beneath their feet. Orlin felt the warmth of the seed's absence, a hollow space in his pocket where its steady pulse had been a constant comfort. Now, the faint glow of the forest's renewed life flickered weakly at the edges of his vision, a reminder of the fragile balance they had fought to preserve. Serana led the group, her grip on the keeper's staff firm, its crystal glowing faintly as though reflecting the forest's diminished magic. Adric followed close behind, his staff humming softly with a low, resonant tone that seemed to align with the whispers around them. Callan brought up the rear, his steps cautious and his gaze fixed on the shifting shadows that clung to the edges of the path. The trees around them were taller now, their bark dark and gnarled, their branches reaching upward like skeletal hands clawing at the faint light filtering through the canopy. The air was cool and heavy, carrying the faint metallic tang of the shadows that had lingered in the clearing they left behind. Orlin's chest tightened as the path narrowed into a corridor flanked by ancient stones etched with runes that glowed faintly, their patterns shifting and flowing like liquid silver. "The forest is guiding us again," Adric said softly, his voice thoughtful. "But it feels different, less certain." Serana glanced back at him, her expression sharp but calm. "The forest has given us what it could," she said firmly. "Now it's up to us to find the way forward." The corridor opened into a small glade, its edges marked by massive trees whose roots intertwined to form a natural barrier. At the center of the glade stood a single pillar of smooth stone, its surface dark and unmarked, its presence radiating a quiet power that made the air around it hum faintly. Orlin felt a chill run through him as he stepped into the glade, the faint light of the forest dimming slightly as though retreating from the pillar's presence. This wasn't on the path before. Kaelin said nervously, his voice breaking the silence. Adric approached the pillar cautiously, his staff glowing faintly as he reached out to touch its surface. The moment his fingers brushed the stone, the air around them seemed to shift, the hum deepening into a low, resonant tone that vibrated through the ground. The shadows at the edge of the glade began to stir, coalescing into dark, writhing shapes that moved with an unnatural fluidity. Orlan's pulse quickened as the faint glow of the runes on the pillar flared briefly, their light pushing back the encroaching darkness. "It's a ward," Adric said, his voice tight. "The forest's last defense, but it's weak, too weak to hold them back." Sirana stepped forward, the keeper's staff flaring brightly as she raised it toward the shadows. "Then we give it strength," she said firmly, her voice steady despite the tension in the air. Orlan felt the ground beneath his feet tremble as the shadows surged forward, their movements frantic and chaotic. He stepped closer to the pillar, his hand brushing against its smooth surface as the faint hum deepened into a low, harmonious tone that seemed to resonate through his very bones. The light of the pillar flared briefly, its glow brightening as though responding to his touch. "It's connected to the forest," he said quietly, his voice filled with quiet conviction. "It's part of the magic that keeps the shadows at bay, but it needs more. It needs us." Sirana nodded, her gaze sharp as she stepped forward, the light of the keeper's staff merging with the glow of the pillar. Adric raised his staff, its runes shimmering brightly as he joined her, their combined light pushing back the shadows that writhed at the edge of the glade. Kaelin hesitated, his expression filled with uncertainty, but Orlan reached out to him, his voice calm and steady. "We're stronger together," he said softly. "The forest knows that. So do we." Kaelin nodded slowly, his grip on his sword tightening as he stepped forward, his presence adding to the quiet strength that radiated from the group. The light of the pillar grew brighter, its runes pulsing in time with the hum of the forest as the shadows recoiled, their forms dissolving into wisps of darkness that faded into the air. The glade grew warmer, the faint scent of blooming flowers filling the air as the pillar's glow steadied into a soft golden light. Orlan felt a wave of calm wash over him as the shadows disappeared completely, leaving behind only the quiet hum of the forest. The pillar's runes dimmed slightly, their light fading into a steady pulse that matched the rhythm of the forest's renewed life. "It's not much," Adric said softly, his voice thoughtful. "But it's enough to hold the shadows back. For now." Tirana lowered the keeper's staff, her expression calm but resolute. "The forest will heal," she said firmly. "But it's up to us to protect what's left." Orlan nodded, the weight of their journey settling heavily on his shoulders as they stepped away from the pillar. The path ahead shimmered faintly, the glowing stones marking the way forward with a steady, guiding light. Together the companions left the glade, their resolve unspoken but clear as they prepared to face the challenges that lay ahead. The forest stretched endlessly ahead, its towering trees shrouded in a dim golden light that flickered like the last moments of a dying flame. The path beneath the companions' feet was uneven, its edges dissolving into thick underbrush and tangled roots that seemed to close in with every step. Orlan felt the weight of the forest pressing down on him, the absence of the seed in his pocket, a hollow ache that left him uneasy. Kirana led the way, her grip on the keeper's staff firm, its crystal glowing faintly as though reflecting the forest's fragile magic. Adric walked beside her, his staff humming softly, its runes flickering like distant stars, while Kaelin lingered behind, his gaze fixed on the shifting shadows that lingered at the edges of the light. The air was cooler now, carrying a faint metallic tang that prickled at Orlin's senses, and the hum of the forest had quieted to a barely perceptible vibration that seemed to echo in his chest. The path began to slope downward, the ground beneath their feet softening into damp moss that squelched quietly with every step. The light of the glowing stones that had guided them this far was faint and sporadic, their steady pulse growing weaker as though mirroring the forest's waning strength. "This doesn't feel like the other clearings," Kalen muttered, his voice low and tense. "It feels final." Sirana didn't respond, her gaze fixed on the path ahead as it opened suddenly into a wide, desolate glade. At its center stood a massive spire of dark stone, its surface smooth and unbroken, its edges sharp and precise. The air around the spire was heavy and cold, and the faint hum of the forest deepened into a low, resonant tone that vibrated through the ground. Orland felt his breath catch as he stepped into the glade, the light of the forest dimming further as though retreating from the spire's presence. The shadows that had lingered at the edges of their journey coalesced suddenly, their movements slow and deliberate as they circled the glade like predators stalking their prey. The runes on Adric's staff flared brightly, their silvery light cutting through the gloom, and Sirana raised the keeper's staff, its crystal glowing with an intensity that sent the nearest shadows recoiling. "This is it," she said firmly, her voice steady despite the tension in the air. "The heart of the shadows." The spire pulsed faintly, its surface shimmering with a dark, liquid sheen that seemed to ripple like water. Orland felt the ground beneath his feet tremble as the shadows surged forward, their movements frantic and erratic, and he stepped closer to the spire, his hand instinctively reaching for the absence of the seed in his pocket. "The forest gave us its light," he said softly, his voice trembling. "But it wasn't just to protect itself. It was to fight this." Adric stepped forward, his staff glowing brighter as he muttered a quiet incantation, the runes along its length shimmering like starlight. "The forest trusted us," he said, his voice calm but firm. "Now we show it that trust wasn't misplaced." The shadows surged suddenly, their forms coalescing into a single, towering figure that loomed over the glade. Its presence was overwhelming, a suffocating weight that made Orland's chest tighten and his vision blur. The spire pulsed again, its light dark and menacing, and the hum of the forest deepened into a low, discordant tone that resonated through the air. Sirana raised the keeper's staff, its light flaring brightly as she stepped forward, her expression hard and resolute. "We stand together," she said firmly, her voice cutting through the oppressive darkness. The companions moved as one, their resolve unspoken but clear as the light of their relics merged, forming a brilliant barrier that pushed back the encroaching shadows. Orland felt the warmth of the forest's magic surge through him, a quiet strength that steadied his trembling hands and cleared his racing thoughts. The figure recoiled slightly, its form flickering like a dying flame, and the spire's pulse faltered, its dark light dimming as the companions pressed forward. The glade grew warmer, the faint scent of blooming flowers filling the air as the shadows dissolved into wisps of darkness that faded into the ground. The spire trembled, its surface cracking as golden light seeped through its fractures, and the hum of the forest rose into a harmonious melody that filled the glade with a quiet, calming presence. Orland felt his breath catch as the spire shattered, its pieces dissolving into light that drifted upward like fireflies, merging with the canopy above. The glade was still now, its edges bathed in a soft, golden glow that pulsed faintly in time with the forest's renewed life. The path ahead shimmered faintly, the glowing stones marking the way forward with a steady light. Sirana lowered the keeper's staff, her expression calm but resolute. "The forest will heal," she said softly, her voice filled with quiet determination. "But it's up to us to make sure it stays that way." Adric nodded, his staff humming faintly as he stepped toward the path. "The shadows will return," he said thoughtfully. "But so will the light." Orlin glanced back at the glade, the faint glow of the shattered spire's remnants a quiet reminder of the battles they had fought and the sacrifices they had made. Together the companions stepped onto the path, their steps steady and deliberate as the forest's light guided them forward. The shadows were gone, for now, but the road ahead was long, and their journey was far from over. The forest's edge came suddenly, the dense canopy breaking apart to reveal an endless horizon of golden plains and jagged cliffs that stretched as far as the eye could see. The companions stood at the threshold, their steps hesitant as they left behind the comforting hum of the forest and stepped into the open expanse of the forgotten realms. The air here was drier, sharper, carrying the faint scent of earth and wildflowers, and the sky above was a vast, pale blue streaked with thin clouds that drifted lazily in the breeze. Orlin shielded his eyes against the sun, its light brighter and harsher than the soft glow of the forest, and felt the weight of the journey settle more heavily on his shoulders. Kirana stood at his side, the keeper's staff faintly glowing in her hand, its light steady but subdued as though it too was adjusting to the new terrain. Adric knelt at the edge of the path, his fingers brushing against the dry, cracked earth as he muttered to himself, his staff resting against his shoulder. Callan lingered at the rear, his expression wary as his gaze swept over the open plains, his unease evident in the way his hand lingered near the hilt of his sword. The path ahead was faint, little more than a series of worn tracks that twisted and turned unpredictably through the golden grass that swayed in the breeze. The ruins of an ancient settlement lay scattered across the landscape, their stone walls crumbling and weathered by time, their presence a quiet reminder of the civilizations that had once thrived in this untamed land. Orlin felt the seed's absence acutely, the pocket where it had rested now empty, its pulse no longer a comforting guide. He glanced at Sirana, her expression unreadable as she studied the horizon, and felt a flicker of unease at the thought of navigating this new and unfamiliar world. The forest felt alive, he said quietly, his voice breaking the silence. But this feels empty. Sirana glanced at him, her grip on the keeper's staff tightening. "It's not empty," she said firmly. "It's just waiting." As they moved forward, the ruins grew larger, their jagged silhouettes rising against the sky like broken teeth. The air was warmer here, carrying a faint hum that Orlin could feel more than hear, a subtle vibration that seemed to echo through the ground beneath their feet. Adric paused, his staff glowing faintly as he knelt beside a fragment of stone etched with intricate carvings that had faded with time. "These ruins are ancient," he said thoughtfully, his voice filled with quiet awe. "Older than the forest, older than the keepers. Whatever built this place, it was here long before us." Orlin knelt beside him, his fingers tracing the worn carvings as a wave of unease washed over him. The patterns were intricate and strange, their meaning lost to time, but they carried a faint sense of familiarity that he couldn't quite place. The hum grew louder as they approached the center of the ruins, the air growing cooler despite the warmth of the sun overhead. Orland felt the hair on the back of his neck stand on end as a shadow flickered at the edge of his vision, quick and fleeting, gone, before he could focus on it. "Did you see that?" he asked, his voice tense. Sirana stopped, her gaze scanning the ruins, her grip on the keeper's staff firm. "We're not alone," she said quietly, her tone steady but sharp. Kaelin drew his sword, its blade catching the light as he turned toward the shadows, his movements deliberate and cautious. "What is it?" he asked, his voice low. Adric stood, his staff humming softly as he stepped back toward the group. "Something old," he said thoughtfully. "Something watching us." The shadow flickered again, darting between the crumbling walls with a speed and fluidity that made it difficult to track. Orland's pulse quickened as he caught a brief glimpse of the figure, a lithe, sinewy form that moved with an unnatural grace, its eyes glinting like polished obsidian in the sunlight. It paused at the edge of the ruins, its head tilting slightly as though studying them, and Orland felt a chill run through him as its gaze met his. "It's fast," Kaelin muttered, his grip on his sword tightening. "Too fast." Tirana raised the keeper's staff, its light flaring brightly as she stepped forward, her expression hard. "It's not attacking," she said firmly. "It's curious." The figure moved again, circling the group at a distance, its movements quick and deliberate, its presence elusive but unmistakable. Orland felt a strange mixture of fear and fascination as he watched it. The glint of its eyes and the fluidity of its movements unlike anything he had seen before. "What do we do?" he asked, his voice trembling slightly. Tirana lowered the keeper's staff, her gaze fixed on the figure. "We wait," she said firmly. "If it wanted to harm us, it would have done so already." The figure paused again, its form half hidden behind a crumbling wall, and for a moment the air grew still, the hum of the ruins fading into silence. Orland held his breath as the figure stepped into the open, its lithe, feline form fully visible now, its sleek, fur-covered body glinting faintly in the sunlight. Its eyes, dark and piercing, were fixed on the group, its presence both alien and strangely familiar. It tilted its head again, its movements deliberate and unthreatening, and Orland felt a wave of calm wash over him as it stepped closer, its gaze unbroken. "It's not an enemy," Adric said softly, his voice filled with quiet awe. "It's something else." The creature moved closer, its steps slow and deliberate, its sleek body gliding over the uneven ground with an elegance that made it seem weightless. Its fur shimmered faintly in the sunlight, a blend of deep grey and silver that seemed to shift like the surface of water. Orland felt his breath catch as its dark, piercing eyes locked onto his, their gaze unblinking and unnervingly intelligent. Sirana held her ground, the keeper's staff steady in her grip, its faint glow casting long shadows across the ruins. "It's testing me," she said quietly, her voice calm but firm, "seeing if we're a threat." Kaelin shifted uneasily, his sword raised but his stance hesitant, his gaze darting between the creature and the crumbling walls around them. "If it thinks we're a threat, we won't stand a chance," he muttered, his voice barely audible. The air around them grew still, the faint hum of the ruins quieting to an almost imperceptible vibration that seemed to pulse in time with the creature's movements. Adric stepped forward slowly, his staff glowing faintly as he lowered it toward the ground, his posture deliberate and non-threatening. "It's not attacking," he said softly, his tone filled with quiet wonder. It's watching, waiting. Orland felt the weight of the creature's gaze shift to him, its eyes narrowing slightly as though it could see into his thoughts, and he swallowed hard, the dry air catching in his throat. The creature tilted its head slightly, its movements fluid and precise, and then it stopped, its sleek form motionless except for the faint ripple of its fur in the breeze. Orland took a tentative step forward, his hands at his sides, his heart pounding in his chest. The creature's gaze followed his every movement, its eyes unblinking, its presence both unnerving and strangely calming. "We mean no harm," Orland said softly, his voice trembling slightly but steady. "We're just passing through." The creature's ears twitched, its head tilting the other way, and for a moment, the air seemed to vibrate with a faint, melodic hum that Orland felt more than heard. Cyrana shifted slightly, her grip on the keeper's staff tightening as the glow of its crystal flared briefly. "It's listening," she said quietly, her voice filled with cautious curiosity. The creature stepped closer, its movements slow and deliberate, its sleek body weaving gracefully between the crumbling walls of the ruins. Orland felt a strange calm wash over him as it approached, its dark eyes searching his face as though trying to understand him. "It's not like anything I've ever seen," Adric murmured, his voice filled with awe. "It doesn't feel natural. It's something more." The hum of the ruins grew louder, a low, resonant tone that seemed to pulse through the air, and the creature paused, its ears flicking back as though hearing something the companions couldn't. It raised its head slightly, its gaze shifting to the horizon, and let out a low, melodic sound that echoed through the ruins like the toll of a distant bell. The ground beneath their feet trembled faintly, and Orland felt a chill run through him as the light of the glowing stones flickered and dimmed. "Something's coming," Cyrana said sharply, her grip on the keeper's staff tightening. The creature turned its gaze back to her, its expression unreadable, and then it stepped back, its movements swift and fluid as it melted into the shadows of the ruins. The air grew colder, the hum of the ruins deepening into a low, ominous tone that seemed to resonate through the ground. The shadows at the edges of the glade began to shift, coalescing into dark, writhing shapes that crept closer with each passing moment. Orland felt his pulse quicken as the light of the glowing stones faded completely, plunging the ruins into an eerie twilight. "We need to move," Cyrana said firmly, her voice cutting through the tension. Adric nodded, his staff glowing brightly as he raised it, its runes shimmering like starlight. "The ruins are reacting to something," he said thoughtfully. "Something old, something dangerous." The companions moved together, their steps cautious but deliberate as they followed the faint path through the ruins. The creature's presence lingered at the edges of their awareness, its dark eyes watching from the shadows, its movements swift and elusive. Orland felt its gaze on him, a quiet reassurance that was both comforting and unsettling, and he couldn't shake the feeling that it was guiding them, leading them towards something important. The hum of the ruins grew louder as they reached the center of the settlement, its low, resonant tone vibrating through the ground with an intensity that made Orland's chest tighten. At the heart of the ruins stood a massive stone archway, its surface etched with intricate carvings that glowed faintly in the dim light. The air around it was thick with magic, a palpable presence that made the hair on the back of Orlane's neck stand on end. The creature emerged from the shadows, its sleek form gliding silently toward the archway, its movements deliberate and purposeful. It paused at the base of the arch, its gaze fixed on the companions, and let out another low, melodic sound that echoed through the ruins. The carvings on the archway flared brightly, their light flooding the glade with an intensity that made Orlin shield his eyes. When the light faded, the creature was gone, its presence replaced by a quiet, resonant hum that seemed to emanate from the archway itself. Serena stepped forward cautiously, her grip on the keeper's staff firm as she studied the glowing carvings. "It's a gateway," she said quietly, her voice filled with awe. "But to where?" Adric knelt beside the base of the archway, his staff glowing faintly as he traced the carvings with his fingers. "The creature led us here," he said thoughtfully. "It wanted us to find this." Orlin felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him as he stepped closer to the archway, its light reflecting in his eyes. "Then we'd better figure out why," he said softly, his voice filled with quiet determination. The air around the archway seemed to pulse with energy, a low, rhythmic hum that vibrated through the ground and resonated in the companions' chests. The intricate carvings along its surface glowed faintly, their patterns shifting and flowing like liquid light, casting an eerie glow across the surrounding ruins. Orlin stepped closer, his breath catching as the carvings pulsed brighter in response to his presence, their light rippling outward like ripples on water. Serana stood at his side, the keeper's staff glowing steadily in her hand, its crystal reflecting the archway's ethereal glow. "This isn't just a relic," she said quietly, her voice filled with awe. "It's alive, an artifact of something far older than the forest or the keepers." Adric knelt beside the base of the archway, his staff humming softly as he studied the carvings with a mixture of fascination and caution. "The magic here feels different," he said thoughtfully. "It's raw, untamed, like the land itself." Kaelin lingered at the edge of the glade, his gaze darting nervously between the shifting shadows that moved at the periphery of the ruins. "We're exposed here," he muttered, his grip on his sword tightening. "Whatever brought us here, it's not done with us yet." The air grew colder, the hum of the archway deepening into a low, resonant tone that seemed to vibrate through the very fabric of the ruins. Orlin felt the weight of the creature's absence, its lithe form no longer visible in the shadows, but its presence still lingered, a faint, elusive energy that seemed to guide his thoughts. "The creature wanted us to find this," he said, softly, his voice trembling slightly. "But why?" The carvings on the archway flared brightly, their light flooding the glade with an intensity that made Orlin shield his eyes. The hum deepened, rising into a melodic resonance that seemed to echo from somewhere deep within the earth. And the ground beneath their feet trembled as the air grew thick with magic. Serana raised the keeper's staff, its light merging with the glow of the archway as she stepped forward, her expression calm but resolute. "It's not just a gateway," she said firmly. "It's a key, something that connects this world to another." Adric's gaze sharpened, his staff glowing brightly as he stood, his expression thoughtful. "Then we need to figure out how it works," he said, "before something else does." The shadows at the edge of the glade began to stir, their movements slow and deliberate as they coalesced into dark, writhing shapes that crept closer with each passing moment. Kaelin's sword flashed in the faint light as he stepped forward, his stance tense but steady. "We don't have much time," he said sharply, his voice cutting through the tension. Orlin felt his pulse quicken as the carvings on the archway shifted again, their patterns resolving into a single, glowing symbol, a spiral that pulsed faintly with a light that seemed both ancient and alive. "It's asking us for something," he said, his voice filled with quiet conviction. A memory, a truth, something it needs to open. The shadows surged suddenly, their forms stretching toward the archway like dark tendrils of smoke. Cyrana raised the keeper's staff, its crystal flaring brightly as she drove them back, her expression hard. "Whatever it wants, we need to give it now," she said firmly. Orlin stepped closer to the archway, his hand trembling as he reached out to touch the glowing symbol. The moment his fingers brushed its surface, a wave of warmth surged through him, and the world around him dissolved into a swirling haze of light and shadow. He saw the forgotten realms as they had once been, vast, thriving lands filled with towering cities and vibrant life. He saw the beings who had built them, their forms graceful and radiant, their voices resonating like music as they worked together to shape the world. And he saw the shadows that had come for them, relentless and consuming, their darkness spreading across the land like a plague. The vision shifted, and Orlin felt the weight of the artifact's purpose settle heavily on his shoulders. The archway was a bridge, a connection to the past and the future, a key to understanding the light and shadow that now shaped their journey. When the vision faded, Orlin was back in the glade, the hum of the archway steady and calm, its light glowing faintly in the dim twilight. Cyrana lowered the keeper's staff, her gaze sharp but questioning as she studied him. "What did you see?" she asked. Orlin hesitated, his thoughts still swirling with the images and emotions of the vision. "It's not just a gateway," he said softly, his voice steady but filled with quiet awe. "It's a choice, a path forward, but only if we're willing to take the risk." The shadows at the edge of the glade faded into the ground, their presence retreating as the light of the archway steadied. The path ahead shimmered faintly, the glowing stones marking the way forward with a quiet, guiding light. Adric stepped forward, his staff humming faintly as he studied the archway with a mixture of caution and wonder. "Then we take the risk," he said firmly. "The answers we need are ahead, not behind." Orlin nodded, his hand brushing against the spiral symbol one last time as the companions stepped onto the path, their resolve unspoken but clear. Together they left the glade, the light of the archway fading behind them as the vast expanse of the Forgotten Realms stretched out before them, its secrets waiting to be uncovered. The ruins stretched endlessly before the companions, a labyrinth of broken walls and crumbled towers cloaked in an eerie stillness. The air was dense with an unfamiliar energy, a faint hum that seemed to resonate from the very stones beneath their feet. Orlin felt a strange unease as he stepped cautiously over the uneven ground, his boots scuffing against ancient carvings worn smooth by time. The ruins were unlike anything they had encountered before. Vast and foreboding, their jagged silhouettes rising against a pale, clouded sky. Cyrana led the way, the keeper's staff glowing faintly in her hand, its light casting long, flickering shadows that danced across the cracked surfaces of the walls. Adric followed closely, his staff humming softly, its runes glinting like faint stars as they responded to the latent magic in the air. Callan lingered at the rear, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, his sharp eyes scanning the shifting shadows that seemed to move at the edge of their vision. The path through the ruins twisted and turned unpredictably, leading them deeper into the heart of the ancient settlement. The ground was littered with fragments of stone and twisted metal, their strange designs hinting at a civilization long lost to time. Orlin knelt beside a shard of what appeared to be a broken mosaic, its surface etched with intricate patterns that shimmered faintly under the dim light. "Whoever built this place, they weren't ordinary craftsmen," he murmured, his voice breaking the silence. Adric crouched beside him, his expression thoughtful as he traced the designs with his fingers. "These aren't just decorations," he said quietly. "They're symbols, runes of power tied to the magic of this land, this place. It was alive once." As they moved deeper into the ruins, the faint hum grew louder, resonating through the air with a low, melodic tone that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. Cyrana stopped suddenly, her gaze fixed on the ground ahead, where a narrow opening gaped like a wound in the earth. The edges of the fissure were jagged and uneven, and the faint glow of runes could be seen along its walls, their light pulsing in time with the hum. "A passage," she said quietly, her voice tinged with awe. "It goes beneath the ruins." Orlin felt his pulse quicken as he peered into the darkness, the faint light of the runes casting strange, shifting patterns on the stone walls. "This must be what we were meant to find," he said softly, his voice steady despite the unease that churned in his chest. Kalen stepped forward, his sword drawn, the blade glinting faintly in the dim light. "If we're going down there, we'd better be ready for anything," he muttered, his tone low but firm. Adric nodded, his staff glowing brighter as he stepped toward the edge of the fissure. "The magic here is strong," he said thoughtfully, "but it's old, fragile. Whatever lies beneath, it's been waiting for a long time." Cyrana raised the keeper's staff, its light flaring brightly as she descended into the passage, her steps deliberate and cautious. Orlin followed closely, his heart pounding as the walls of the fissure closed in around them, the air growing cooler and heavier with each step. The passage sloped steeply downward, its walls carved with the same intricate patterns that adorned the ruins above. The runes glowed faintly, their light steady but muted, as though struggling to hold back the encroaching darkness. Orlin felt a strange sense of familiarity as he traced the carvings with his fingers, their smooth surfaces pulsing faintly under his touch. "This place, it feels alive," he said softly, his voice barely audible over the hum. Cyrana glanced back at him, her expression calm but questioning. "The magic of this land is unlike anything we've seen," she said. "It's not just alive, it's watching us." As they reached the bottom of the passage, the walls opened into a vast chamber, its ceiling lost in shadow, its floor covered in a mosaic of glowing stones that formed a complex, shifting pattern. At the center of the chamber stood a massive pillar of smooth black stone, its surface etched with runes that pulsed with a steady golden light. The air was thick with magic, a tangible presence that made Orlin's chest tighten and his pulse quicken. Adric stepped forward, his staff glowing brightly as he approached the pillar, his expression filled with awe. "This is the heart of the ruins," he said softly, "the source of its magic." Cyrana raised the keeper's staff, its light merging with the glow of the runes on the pillar, casting the chamber in a warm golden light. "It's beautiful," she said quietly, her voice filled with wonder. Orlin felt the ground beneath his feet tremble slightly, the hum of the chamber deepening into a low, resonant tone that vibrated through his very bones. "It's also dangerous," Kalen muttered, his gaze fixed on the shadows that lingered at the edges of the light. "We need to be careful." As the companions stood before the pillar, the runes flared brightly, their light flooding the chamber with an intensity that made Orlin shield his eyes. The hum rose into a melodic crescendo, and the air around them seemed to ripple as the shadows at the edges of the chamber began to move. Orlin felt his breath catch as a figure emerged from the darkness, its form lithe and otherworldly, its movements slow and deliberate. It stood silently before them, its presence both alien and familiar, and Orland felt a wave of unease wash over him as its dark, piercing eyes locked onto his. "Something else is here," he said, softly, his voice trembling slightly. The figure tilted its head slightly, its gaze unbroken, and the hum of the chamber deepened into a low, resonant tone that echoed through the silence. The figure stood motionless, its piercing eyes glinting faintly in the golden light of the pillar, its presence commanding yet strangely subdued. The companions remained frozen, their gazes locked on the being that had emerged from the shadows, its lithe form exuding an aura of both elegance and danger. Cyrana tightened her grip on the keeper's staff, its glow brightening as though responding to her resolve. "What are you?" she asked, her voice calm but firm, carrying through the chamber's resonant hum. The figure tilted its head slightly, its movements slow and deliberate, and then it stepped forward, its bare feet silent against the glowing mosaic floor. Orland's chest tightened as it drew closer, its form becoming clearer in the warm golden light. Its features were striking and angular, its skin a pale, silvery hue that seemed to shimmer faintly in the dim glow. Long, sleek hair, the color of obsidian, cascaded down its back, and its dark eyes, reflective like polished stone, never wavered from their steady focus on the companions. The hum of the chamber deepened, the air growing heavier with magic as the figure came to a stop just a few paces from the group. Adric shifted slightly, his staff glowing faintly as he raised it, its runes shimmering like starlight. "It's not attacking," he said quietly, his tone filled with cautious curiosity. "It's observing." The figure's gaze shifted to Adric, its eyes narrowing slightly, and for a brief moment, the air vibrated with a faint, melodic resonance that seemed to emanate from the being itself. Orland felt his pulse quicken as the sound filled the chamber, weaving into the hum of the ruins in a way that was both harmonious and unsettling. "It's communicating," Adric murmured, his expression thoughtful, "but not with words." Cyrana took a slow step forward, her movements deliberate and non-threatening. "We mean no harm," she said clearly, her voice steady despite the tension in the air. "We're travelers, seeking answers." The figure tilted its head again, its gaze shifting to Cyrana as the resonance grew louder, its tone deepening into a low, melodic hum that seemed to vibrate through the companion's very bones. Orland felt the weight of its presence settle heavily on his shoulders, its unspoken words brushing against his thoughts like the rustle of distant leaves. Images flickered in his mind, fragments of a vast, thriving city filled with radiant beings like the one before them, their voices blending into a harmonious chorus that echoed through the air. The vision shifted, darkening, as the shadows began to creep across the city, consuming its light and leaving only ruins in their wake. Orland staggered slightly, his hand brushing against the pillar for support as the vision faded, replaced by the dim glow of the chamber and the steady hum of the ruins. "It knows," he said softly, his voice trembling slightly, "and it knows what happened here. What's happening now?" Cyrana glanced at him sharply, her expression questioning. "What did you see?" she asked. Orland hesitated, his thoughts still reeling from the intensity of the vision. "A city," he said finally, his voice unsteady. "A city like this, filled with beings like it. They were connected, part of something larger. But the shadows came, and everything fell apart." The figure's gaze shifted back to the pillar, its eyes dark and unreadable, and it raised one slender hand, its fingers brushing against the glowing runes that pulsed faintly beneath its touch. The hum of the chamber deepened further, the light of the pillar flaring brightly as the resonance rose into a melodic crescendo. Adric stepped closer, his staff glowing brighter as he studied the figure's movements, his expression filled with awe. "It's tied to this place," he said quietly, "well, part of the magic that built it, or what's left of it." Kaelin shifted uneasily, his hand on the hilt of his sword as he glanced at the shifting shadows that lingered at the edges of the light. "That doesn't mean we can trust it," he muttered, his voice low but tense. The figure turned its gaze to Kaelin, its dark eyes narrowing slightly, and for a moment the air vibrated with a faint, sharp resonance that sent a chill through the companions. Sirana stepped forward quickly, raising the keeper's staff as its light flared brightly. "We're not your enemies," she said firmly, her voice cutting through the tension. The figure tilted its head again, its gaze softening slightly as the resonance shifted back to its melodic tone, blending seamlessly with the hum of the ruins. Orlin felt a wave of calm wash over him as the figure stepped back, its movements slow and deliberate, and the glow of the pillar dimmed slightly, its light steady but subdued. "It's guiding us," Adric said softly, his voice filled with quiet conviction, "showing us the way forward." The figure turned, its sleek form gliding silently toward the far end of the chamber, where another passageway yawned like a mouth into the darkness. The companions exchanged uncertain glances before following, their steps cautious but deliberate as they moved deeper into the ruins. The passage sloped downward sharply, its walls etched with the same glowing runes that pulsed faintly in time with the hum of the ruins. The air grew cooler and heavier, the faint scent of damp earth mingling with the metallic tang of ancient magic. The figure moved ahead of them, its presence a quiet reassurance despite the unease that lingered at the edges of Orlin's thoughts. The passage opened suddenly into a smaller chamber, its walls lined with massive stone tablets covered in intricate carvings that glowed faintly in the dim light. The figure stopped at the center of the chamber, its gaze fixed on a single tablet that pulsed with a steady golden light. Orlin felt his breath catch as the figure raised its hand, its fingers brushing against the glowing surface of the tablet. The hum of the ruins deepened into a low, resonant tone that filled the chamber, and the air around them seemed to ripple with energy. "This is what it wanted us to see?" Tirana said softly, her voice filled with quiet awe. Adric stepped closer, his staff glowing brightly as he studied the tablet, his expression thoughtful. "This isn't just history," he said. "It's a warning." Orlin felt the weight of the moment settle heavily on his chest as the glow of the tablet brightened, its light casting long, shifting shadows across the chamber. The air in the chamber grew heavier as the glowing tablet pulsed brighter, casting the companions in its shifting golden light. The runes etched across its surface seemed alive, blowing and twisting into new patterns that Orlin couldn't decipher, their brilliance reflecting in his wide eyes. The figure stood motionless beside the tablet, its hand still pressed against its smooth surface, its sleek form bathed in the shimmering glow. Orlin felt a strange pull toward the light. An inexplicable sense of familiarity mingled with unease, as if the tablet's magic resonated with something deep within him. Sirana stepped forward, the keeper's staff glowing faintly in her grip as she studied the figure's movements, her expression cautious yet curious. "It's revealing something to us," she murmured, her voice cutting through the resonant hum that filled the chamber. Adric knelt beside another of the massive tablets, his staff resting against his shoulder as he traced the faint carvings with his fingers, his brow furrowed in thought. "These aren't just records," he said softly, his voice filled with quiet wonder. "They're instructions. A guide to something far older than these ruins." Callan lingered at the edge of the light, his sword half drawn, his sharp eyes fixed on the shadows that danced along the walls, his unease evident in the tension of his stance. "Whatever this place is, it's drawing attention," he muttered, his voice low and wary. "We're not the only beings here." The figure turned suddenly, its dark, reflective eyes meeting Orlan's, and for a moment the chamber seemed to hold its breath. The hum of the ruins deepened, resonating through the stone walls like the toll of a distant bell, and Orlan felt a wave of energy ripple through the air, brushing against his thoughts like a whisper in a language he couldn't understand. He staggered slightly, the pressure in his chest tightening as flashes of images filled his mind. A vast network of glowing pathways winding through an endless landscape of ruins, the shadowy figures of beings moving silently among them, their forms distorted and fleeting. "It's showing us the truth," Orlan whispered, his voice trembling as he struggled to steady himself. "This place, these people, they weren't just builders or magicians. They were keepers of something vital." Serana raised the keeper's staff higher, its light merging with the glow of the tablet, and the runes flared brightly, their patterns resolving into a single, spiraling symbol that pulsed with a steady golden light. "This symbol," she said, her voice filled with quiet awe. "It's the same as the one on the archway. It's a connection." The figure stepped back, its sleek form gliding silently to the edge of the chamber, and Orlan felt the weight of its gaze linger on him before it turned toward a darkened passageway that yawned open at the far end of the room. The hum of the ruins softened slightly, the glow of the tablet dimming as the figure raised its hand, motioning for the companions to follow. Adric stood quickly, his staff humming faintly in his grip as he exchanged a glance with Karana. "It's leading us deeper," he said thoughtfully, his voice tinged with both curiosity and caution. "But why?" Serana nodded, her expression resolute as she moved toward the passageway, her steps deliberate and unhurried. "There's only one way to find out," she said firmly. Orlan hesitated, his hand brushing against the faint carvings on the tablet, the lingering warmth of its magic spreading through him like a quiet reassurance. He took a deep breath and followed, his heart pounding as the shadows of the passageway closed in around them. The passage twisted and turned, its narrow walls etched with faint runes that pulsed softly in the dim light, their patterns growing more complex with every step. The air grew cooler, carrying a faint metallic tang that prickled at Orlan's senses, and the hum of the ruins became a low, steady vibration that resonated through his bones. The figure moved ahead of them, its presence both comforting and unsettling, its movements silent and fluid as it led them deeper into the unknown. The passage opened suddenly into a vast cavern, its ceiling lost in shadow, its floor covered in a mosaic of glowing stones that formed a massive, intricate symbol that pulsed faintly in time with the hum. At the center of the cavern stood a massive structure, a towering spire of smooth, dark stone that rose high into the darkness above, its surface etched with the same spiraling symbol that had appeared on the tablet. The figure paused at the base of the spire, its gaze fixed on the glowing runes that lined its surface. And Orlan felt a wave of quiet reverence wash over him as he stepped closer. Tirana raised the keeper's staff, its light casting long shadows across the cavern walls, and the hum deepened into a low, melodic tone that seemed to fill the air with a quiet, resonant power. "This is it," she said softly, her voice filled with awe. "The heart of the ruins. The heart of their magic." Adric approached the spire cautiously, his staff glowing brightly as he studied the intricate carvings that covered its surface, his expression thoughtful. "This isn't just a relic," he said quietly. "It's a beacon, something that connects this place to the greater world." Kalen shifted uneasily, his gaze darting to the shadows that lingered at the edges of the light, his grip on his sword tightening. "If it's a beacon, then someone, or something, will come looking for it," he muttered, his voice low but steady. The figure turned to face the companions, its dark eyes glinting faintly in the dim light, and for a moment the cavern was silent, the hum of the ruins fading into a quiet, resonant stillness. It raised its hand, its fingers brushing against the glowing surface of the spire, and the carvings flared brightly, their light flooding the cavern with an intensity that made Orlan shield his eyes. When the light dimmed, the figure stepped back, its gaze fixed on Orlan as the spiraling symbol on the spire began to pulse steadily, its rhythm matching the faint hum of the ruins. Orlan felt the weight of the moment settle heavily on his chest as the figure's presence filled the cavern, its unspoken message clear. "It's asking us to protect it," he said softly, his voice trembling with the weight of the realization. "To protect what's left of its light." The wind swept through the barren expanse, carrying with it a faint, mournful wail that seemed to echo from the jagged peaks that rose in the distance. The companions stood at the edge of a desolate plain, its cracked, ashen ground littered with fragments of dark stone that shimmered faintly in the pale light. The fractured spire loomed ahead, a towering relic of a forgotten age, its surface marred with deep fissures that glowed faintly with an inner light. Orlan felt a strange pull as he gazed at the spire, its presence both commanding and unsettling, as though it was watching them, waiting for their approach. Kirana led the way, the keeper's staff glowing steadily in her hand, its light muted but resolute as it cast long, shifting shadows across the ground. Adric followed close behind, his staff humming faintly in his grip, its runes flickering in response to the spire's distant glow. Callan brought up the rear, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, his gaze sharp as it scanned the horizon for any sign of movement. The air was colder here, heavy with the weight of the spire's presence, and the faint hum that had guided them through the ruins now resonated in a low, rhythmic pulse that seemed to emanate from the ground itself. As they moved closer, the details of the spire became clearer, its surface carved with intricate patterns that shifted and flowed like liquid light, their shapes both beautiful and incomprehensible. Orlan felt a chill run through him as he traced the lines with his eyes, their design carrying a faint sense of familiarity that he couldn't quite place. "This isn't just a relic," Adric said softly, his voice tinged with awe. "It's a keystone, something vital to whatever was built here." Tirana nodded, her expression hard as her gaze fixed on the spire's fractured peak, its jagged edges silhouetted against the dim skull, "and whatever broke it didn't want it repaired," she said, her tone steady but edged with unease. The hum deepened as they approached, the faint light within the spire flaring briefly before settling into a steady pulse, as though responding to their presence. Orlan felt the ground beneath his feet tremble slightly, the pulse aligning with his heartbeat, and he reached instinctively for the faint warmth of the keeper's relics in his pocket, their presence a quiet reassurance. The spire towered above them now, its scale overwhelming as they stood at its base, their reflections distorted in the shimmering surface of its carvings. Tirana raised the keeper's staff, its crystal flaring brightly as she stepped closer, and the light of the spire surged in response, flooding the plain with a golden glow that sent long shadows racing across the ground. "It's still alive," she said softly, her voice filled with quiet wonder. Adric knelt beside the base of the spire, his staff resting against the ground as he ran his fingers over the glowing carvings, his brow furrowed in thought. "This magic, it's fractured, like the spire itself," he said. "It's trying to hold itself together, but it's failing." Kalen shifted uneasily, his gaze darting toward the horizon where the faint shapes of distant figures flickered at the edge of the light. "We're not alone," he muttered, his voice low but tense. Whatever broke this spire might still be out there. The hum deepened further, the pulse of the spire growing stronger as its light flared brightly once more, casting the companions in a warm golden glow. Orlan felt his breath catch as the carvings shifted again, their shapes resolving into a single, spiraling symbol that pulsed faintly with a light that seemed both ancient and alive. "This symbol," he said, quietly, his voice trembling slightly. "It's the same as the one on the archway." Sirana nodded, her grip on the keeper's staff tightening as she raised it higher, its light merging with the spire's glow. "It's all connected," she said firmly. "The ruins, the archway, this spire, they're part of something larger, something we don't fully understand yet." Adric stood slowly, his staff glowing faintly in his hand as he exchanged a glance with Sirana. "Then we need to understand it," he said thoughtfully, "before the shadows do." The air around them grew colder, the hum of the spire deepening into a low, resonant tone that vibrated through the ground. Orlan felt a wave of unease wash over him as the shadows at the edge of the plain began to shift, coalescing into dark, writhing shapes that moved closer with each passing moment. Sirana raised the keeper's staff, its light flaring brightly as she stepped forward, her expression hard. "Whatever broke this spire might still be watching us," she said sharply, "and it's not going to let us leave without a fight." The companions braced themselves as the light of the spire flared brightly, its pulse aligning with the hum of the ruins and the steady rhythm of their hearts. As the shadows crept closer, their presence a stark reminder of the dangers that lay ahead. The spire's glow pulsed steadily, casting golden ripples across the barren plain as the companions tightened their circle near its base. The air vibrated with the hum of its fractured magic, a low and resonant tone that seemed to echo not just in their ears, but through their very bones. Orlan kept his gaze fixed on the spiraling symbol etched into the stone, its faint light tugging at the edges of his thoughts like a distant memory he couldn't quite reach. "It's speaking to us," he said softly, his voice barely audible over the hum. Sirana raised the keeper's staff higher, its crystal flaring brightly as if to push back the shadows creeping along the horizon. "Then we need to listen," she replied firmly, her gaze scanning the intricate patterns that shifted across the spire's surface. Adric knelt beside the base of the relic, his staff resting against his shoulder as he traced the runes with his fingers, his expression one of quiet awe. "It's damaged, but it's alive," he murmured, the glow of his staff reflecting in his wide eyes. This wasn't just a monument, it was a source of power. Whatever broke it didn't just destroy the structure, they tried to sever the magic tied to this entire land. The hum deepened suddenly, resonating through the ground with enough force to make the companions stagger. The spiraling symbol on the spire's surface flared brighter, and Orlin felt the hair on the back of his neck rise as a wave of warmth washed over him. For a brief moment, the barren plain around them transformed, overlaid with a flickering vision of what the spire might have been, a towering structure of light and energy, surrounded by lush greenery and bustling with figures whose graceful forms shimmered like starlight. The vision was vivid and fleeting, dissolving into shadows as quickly as it had come, but its impression lingered, filling Orlin with a quiet sense of loss. "It wasn't just a beacon," he said softly, his voice trembling. "It was alive, part of something bigger, like the forest, but more." Adric nodded slowly, his gaze fixed on the spire's glowing surface. "And whoever destroyed it, they knew exactly what they were doing," he said thoughtfully. "They broke the light to let the shadows in." The temperature dropped sharply as the hum faded into an eerie silence, broken only by the faint rustle of wind sweeping across the plain. Kaelin shifted uneasily, his grip tightening on his sword as he scanned the horizon, his sharp eyes catching movement among the distant shadows. "We've got company," he muttered, his voice low but steady. Sirana turned sharply, her expression hardening as she raised the keeper's staff, its crystal flaring brightly. The shadows that had lingered at the edges of the plain began to coalesce, their forms shifting and writhing like living smoke as they moved closer. Orlin's pulse quickened as he felt the weight of their presence press down on him, their approach slow but deliberate, their dark, formless shapes exuding a quiet menace. "They're not just watching anymore," he said, his voice trembling. "They're coming for the spire." The light of the spire flared again, brighter this time, as if in a defiance of the encroaching darkness. The hum returned, louder and more insistent, and Orlin felt the ground tremble beneath his feet as the spiraling symbol on the spire's surface began to shift, its patterns resolving into a new configuration that pulsed with a golden light. Sirana stepped forward, her grip firm on the keeper's staff, as she planted it firmly into the ground. "Whatever this spire is trying to do, we need to give it time," she said sharply. "We hold the line." Adric rose to his feet, his staff glowing brightly as he stepped beside her, the runes along its length flaring in response to the spire's magic. "The light is still here," he said firmly, his voice filled with quiet conviction. "We just have to protect it." The shadows surged forward, their movements frantic and chaotic, as though driven by an unseen force. Kaelin moved to intercept them, his sword flashing in the golden light as he struck at the nearest tendrils of darkness, his movements quick and precise. The shadows recoiled briefly, their forms dispersing like smoke before regrouping, their numbers growing with each passing moment. Orlin felt the ground beneath his feet tremble as he gripped the keeper's relics in his pocket, their faint warmth spreading through him like a quiet reassurance. He stepped closer to the spire, the glow of its spiraling symbol reflecting in his wide eyes. "It's responding to us," he said softly, his voice trembling. "It's drawing strength from our light." Sirana nodded sharply, her gaze fixed on the advancing shadows as she raised the keeper's staff, its crystal flaring with an intensity that sent a wave of golden light rippling across the plain. The shadows faltered, their forms flickering as the light pushed them back, but they pressed on, their movements relentless. "Then we hold it," she said, firmly, her voice cutting through the chaos. Adric's staff hummed loudly as he stepped forward, its runes glowing brightly as he muttered a quiet incantation, the light of his magic merging with the glow of the spire. Kaelin struck again, his sword cutting through the nearest shadow, its dark form dissolving into the ground as the light of the spire flared brighter, its hum rising into a melodic crescendo that filled the air with a resonant power. Together the companions stood their ground, the light of their relics merging with the spire's glow as the shadows closed in, their presence a stark reminder of the darkness they were fighting to keep at bay. The shadows surged like a tide, their dark, writhing forms pressing closer with every passing moment, their movements frenetic and relentless as they sought to overwhelm the light of the spire. The hum of the fractured relic deepened, resonating through the ground and the companion's bones with an intensity that made the air vibrate. Orlin stood close to the spire, the warmth of its glow flooding through him, as if bolstering his resolve, the spiraling symbol on its surface shifting and pulsing in time with the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Sirana raised the keeper's staff high, its crystal flaring brilliantly as she stepped forward, her presence commanding as a wave of golden light radiated outward, pushing the shadows back momentarily. "We're not here to fight them," she said sharply, her voice cutting through the cacophony. "We're here to protect this light." Adric knelt at the spire's base, his staff resting against his shoulder as he ran his fingers over the glowing runes that covered its surface, his brow furrowed in concentration. "It's trying to repair itself," he murmured, his voice tinged with awe and urgency. "But it's drawing on us, on our relics. We need to stay close, or it won't be enough." The ground trembled violently as the shadows pressed forward again, their forms stretching and twisting as they struck against the light with an almost sentient determination. Callan moved swiftly to intercept them, his sword flashing in the spire's golden glow as he parried and struck, his movements precise and fluid. Yet for every shadow he dispersed, more seemed to rise from the ground, their dark shapes coalescing into something larger, more defined, a towering figure of pure darkness that loomed over the battlefield. Orlin's breath caught as he felt its gaze settle on him, its presence suffocating and oppressive, like a storm bearing down upon them. The spiraling symbol on the spire flared brightly, its light pulsing erratically as the hum deepened into a discordant tone that vibrated through the air. "It's fighting back," Adric said, his voice rising with urgency. "But it's unstable. If the spire collapses, everything it's holding together will be lost." Sirana stepped forward, her staff glowing fiercely as she stood between the towering shadow and the spire, her expression resolute. "Then we hold it steady," she said firmly, her voice calm despite the chaos. She planted the keeper's staff into the ground, its light merging with the glow of the spire, and the golden radiance intensified, pushing back the shadow's advance. Orlin felt the relics in his pocket pulse faintly, their warmth spreading through him like a quiet reassurance, and he stepped closer to the spire, his hand brushing against its smooth, glowing surface. The moment his fingers touched the spiraling symbol, a wave of energy surged through him, and the vision returned, clearer, more vivid than before. He saw the spire as it once was, a beacon of light and power at the heart of a thriving civilization, its magic sustaining not just the land, but the very lives of those who lived within its reach. He saw the shadows arrive, relentless and consuming, tearing through the light with a purpose he couldn't fully understand, and he saw the spire fracture, its magic splintering and fading as the land was left to wither. The vision dissolved into the present, and Orlin felt the weight of its meaning settle heavily on his chest. "It's not just a relic," he said, softly, his voice trembling. "It's the key to this entire land, to its survival. If it falls, everything here will fade with it." Adric's gaze sharpened as he stood, his staff glowing brightly as he exchanged a glance with Sirana. "Then we can't let it fall," he said, firmly, his voice filled with quiet conviction. Together the companions rallied around the spire, their relics glowing brightly as their combined light merged with the spiraling symbol, stabilizing its erratic pulses. The towering shadow let out a low, resonant roar, its form surging forward with renewed intensity, but the spire's glow flared brilliantly, casting the plain in a golden light so powerful it seemed to freeze the air. The shadows faltered, their forms flickering and dissolving like smoke as the light pressed them back, scattering them to the edges of the plain. The towering figure recoiled, its dark shape writhing as the spire's light intensified, and with one final blinding pulse, the shadow exploded into fragments that dissipated into the ground. The plain grew still, the hum of the spire softening into a low, steady vibration, its light steady and calm as the spiraling symbol resolved into a perfect, unbroken pattern. Orland stepped back, his chest heaving as the weight of the moment settled on him, and he felt a quiet sense of triumph as the spire stood whole once more. Cyrana lowered the keeper's staff, her expression calm but resolute as she turned to face the others. "The spire is whole," she said softly. "But this isn't the end. It's just the beginning." The horizon shimmered faintly, the faint glow of distant ruins marking the path ahead, and Orland felt the pull of the journey tugging at him once more. Together the companions stepped away from the spire, its light guiding them as they moved forward into the unknown, their resolve unshaken but their hearts heavy with the knowledge of the battles yet to come. The companions moved steadily across the barren landscape, the fractured spire's faint glow still visible on the distant horizon behind them, a quiet reminder of the battle they had left behind. Orland felt a strange pull as they followed the faint, glowing symbols that appeared intermittently on the ground, their shifting patterns leading them deeper into the forgotten lands. The terrain grew rougher with each step, the dry, cracked earth giving way to shallow pools of water that shimmered faintly in the dim light. Cyrana led the way, her grip on the keeper's staff firm as its crystal glowed softly, its light casting eerie reflections across the rippling surface of the water. The air grew cooler, carrying the faint scent of damp earth and decay, and the hum of the spire faded into a low, rhythmic vibration that seemed to echo from somewhere deep beneath the ground. Adric paused to study the water's edge, his staff resting against his shoulder as he knelt to examine the faint runes that glimmered faintly beneath the surface. "These markings," he said softly, his voice filled with quiet awe. "They're leading us somewhere, but not above, below." The companions exchanged uneasy glances as the water deepened, spreading into a wide, still lake that stretched far beyond the horizon. Its surface was smooth and reflective, like polished glass, broken only by the occasional ripple that disturbed the eerie stillness. Orland felt a chill run through him as he gazed across the expanse, its dark waters seeming to hold secrets too vast and ancient to comprehend. "There's something down there," he said softly, his voice trembling slightly. Cyrana nodded, her expression calm but serious as she studied the faint glow of the runes that pulsed faintly beneath the lake's surface, their patterns forming a path that led into the depths. "The spire guided us here," she said firmly, her tone steady despite the tension in the air. "This lake, it's not just water, it's guarding something." Kaelan shifted uneasily, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword as his sharp eyes scanned the water's edge. "And whatever it's guarding won't want us taking it," he muttered, his voice low but tense. The hum beneath the ground deepened as they moved closer to the lake's edge, the vibrations resonating through their bones as though urging them forward. Orlin hesitated, his gaze fixed on the shimmering surface, before stepping cautiously into the shallow water. The ripples spread outward in perfect concentric circles, and the faint glow of the runes beneath the surface brightened, their light steady and deliberate as though beckoning them onward. Tirana followed, her grip on the keeper's staff firm as its light merged with the glow of the runes, casting a faint, golden glow across the lake. Adric moved beside her, his staff humming softly as its runes shimmered in response to the lake's magic. Calen lingered at the edge, his expression wary as he glanced back at the barren plain they had left behind. "We're exposed here," he said sharply, his voice breaking the silence. "If the shadows follow us, we'll have nowhere to stand." The lake grew deeper as they waded forward, the cool water rising steadily to their waists and then their chests, its stillness unnerving in its quiet resistance. Orlin felt the warmth of the relics in his pocket pulse faintly, their presence a quiet reassurance as the path of glowing runes guided them farther into the depths. The water was darker now, its surface reflecting the dim sky above, but beneath it glimmered faint traces of an ancient structure, a massive submerged ruin whose jagged edges rose like teeth from the murky depths. The runes pulsed brighter as they reached the edge of the structure, their light casting eerie patterns across the broken walls and shattered columns that jutted out of the water. Tirana raised the keeper's staff, its crystal glowing fiercely as she turned to the others. "This is it," she said quietly, her voice filled with awe. "This is what the spire wanted us to find." The hum beneath the ground grew louder, the vibrations rising into a low, melodic resonance that filled the air and the water around them. Orlin felt the pressure in his chest tighten as he reached out to touch the smooth, glimmering surface of the nearest column, its carvings shifting beneath his fingers like liquid light. A sudden wave of warmth surged through him, and the vision came unbidden. A flickering image of the ruin as it once was, its towering structures rising above a vibrant lake, alive with light and energy. He saw figures moving among the ruins, their forms graceful and radiant, their voices blending into a harmonious chorus that echoed across the water. But the vision darkened as the shadows came, consuming the light and leaving only the wreckage of what had once been. Orlin staggered slightly as the vision faded, the water rippling around him as he caught his breath. "It's part of the same network," he said softly, his voice trembling. "The spire, the archway, this place, they're all connected." Tirana stepped forward, her expression resolute as she raised the keeper's staff, its light merging with the glow of the runes that pulsed across the ruins. "Then we need to uncover its secrets," she said firmly, her voice steady despite the tension in the air. The hum deepened, and the water around them began to stir, its surface rippling as though in response to their presence. Calen drew his sword, its blade catching the faint light of the runes as he turned sharply toward the shifting shadows that lingered at the edges of the ruins. "There's something strange here," he said darkly, his voice cutting through the stillness. Orlin's pulse quickened as the glow of the runes brightened, their patterns twisting and shifting like a living thing. The ruin wasn't just a relic of the past. It was alive, and it was waiting for them to uncover what lay beneath its depths. The water grew darker as the companions pressed onward, their movements cautious and deliberate, as the submerged ruins loomed larger beneath them. The faint glow of the runes guided their steps, their light steady and unwavering even as the lake seemed to grow colder and heavier with every passing moment. Tirana kept the keeper's staff raised, its crystal flaring brightly to illuminate the jagged edges of the columns and walls that rose from the depths, their surfaces carved with intricate patterns that pulsed faintly in the dim light. Orland felt his breath catch as he studied the ruins, their scale and complexity far greater than he had imagined, their broken forms a stark reminder of the civilization that had once thrived here. Adric moved beside him, his staff glowing softly as he muttered a quiet incantation, his voice blending with the low hum that resonated through the water and the stone. This place wasn't just a city, he said, softly, his voice tinged with awe. It was a sanctuary, a place of power and protection, and whatever destroyed it didn't leave by accident. The companions came to a halt at the edge of a massive, submerged platform, its surface smooth and unbroken except for the faint, spiraling patterns that glimmered beneath the water. Sirana stepped forward, her grip on the keeper's staff firm as its light merged with the glow of the runes, casting long, shifting shadows across the platform's surface. "This is where it begins," she said quietly, her voice filled with quiet determination. Orland felt the warmth of the relics in his pocket pulse faintly, their presence a quiet reassurance as he knelt beside the edge of the platform, his fingers brushing against the smooth surface. The moment his skin made contact, a wave of energy surged through him, and the vision returned, clearer, more vivid than before. He saw the platform as it once was, its surface alive with light and motion, a central hub of activity, surrounded by towering structures that pulsed with energy. Figures moved across it, their forms graceful and radiant, their voices blending into a harmonious chorus that filled the air. But the vision darkened suddenly, the light fading as the shadows came, their dark forms tearing through the ruins with a relentless, consuming force. Orland staggered slightly as the vision faded, his breath catching as he pulled his hand away. "This wasn't just a sanctuary," he said softly, his voice trembling. "It was a gateway, something that connected this place to the others. And when it fell, everything it was tied to fell with it." Tirana exchanged a glance with Adric, her expression hard but questioning. "If it's connected to the spire and the archway, then its power might still be intact. If we can find a way to reach it," she said firmly. Adric nodded slowly, his gaze fixed on the spiraling patterns that glimmered faintly beneath the water. "The magic here is fractured, but it's not gone," he said thoughtfully. "If we can stabilize it, we might be able to restore what's left." Kalen shifted uneasily, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword as his sharp eyes scanned the shadows that lingered at the edges of the light. "And what happens if we're wrong?" he muttered, his voice low but tense. "What happens if whatever broke this place comes back?" The hum beneath the water deepened suddenly, the vibrations resonating through the platform and the companions' bones with an intensity that made the air seem to ripple. The spiraling patterns on the platform flared brightly, their light flooding the lake with a golden glow that sent long shadows racing across the ruins. Orland felt the ground beneath his feet tremble as the water around them began to stir, its surface rippling and churning as though in response to their presence. Tirana raised the keeper's staff higher, its crystal flaring brilliantly as she stepped forward, her expression calm but resolute. "Whatever happens, we stand together," she said firmly, her voice cutting through the chaos. Adric stepped beside her, his staff glowing brightly as its runes flared in response to the platform's light, the faint hum of his magic blending with the resonance of the ruins. The water erupted suddenly, sending a cascade of spray into the air as a massive, shadowy figure emerged from the depths, its form twisting and writhing like living smoke. Orlin felt his pulse quicken as the figure loomed over them, its dark, featureless shape exuding a suffocating presence that pressed down on his chest. The spiraling patterns on the platform flared again, their light surging in defiance of the shadow's advance, and Serana planted the keeper's staff firmly into the ground, its light merging with the platform's glow. "It's protecting the relic," she said sharply, her voice steady despite the tension in the air. "We have to hold it back." The companions moved as one, their resolve unspoken but clear as they stood their ground against the shadow's relentless advance. Kaelin stepped forward, his sword flashing in the golden light as he struck at the nearest tendrils of darkness, his movements quick and precise. Adric muttered a quiet incantation, the runes on his staff flaring brightly as he sent a wave of light rippling across the platform, scattering the shadows that crept along its edges. Orlin felt the warmth of the relics in his pocket surge suddenly, their presence filling him with a quiet strength as he stepped closer to the platform's center, his gaze fixed on the spiraling patterns that pulsed with a steady, rhythmic glow. "It's responding to us," he said softly, his voice trembling slightly. "It's drawing on our light." The platform's glow intensified, its spiraling patterns resolving into a single, unified design that pulsed brightly with an ancient golden light. The shadow let out a low, resonant roar, its dark form writhing as the light pushed it back, its presence dissolving into the water as the platform's magic surged to life. Serana lowered the keeper's staff, her expression calm but resolute as she turned to the others. "The relic is here," she said firmly, "and we're not leaving without it." The water grew still, its surface shimmering faintly in the platform's glow, and Orlin felt a quiet sense of triumph settle over him as the companions prepared to uncover the secrets hidden beneath the lake. The platform's glow illuminated the still waters, its spiraling patterns now fully resolved into a single, intricate design that pulsed with a golden light. The companions stood together, their breaths steadying as the hum beneath the platform softened into a rhythmic vibration that felt more like a heartbeat than a sound. Orlin felt the warmth of the relics in his pocket strengthen, their pulse in perfect harmony with the glow of the platform, and a quiet certainty settled over him. This was the heart of the ruins, the focal point of the power that had once connected the Forgotten Realms to the spire and the archway. Serana stepped forward, her grip firm on the keeper's staff as she held it aloft, its light merging with the platform's glow. The still water surrounding them shimmered faintly, and Adric knelt at the platform's edge, his staff glowing brightly as he traced the carvings with his fingers. "This place has been waiting for us," he said softly, his voice filled with quiet awe. "The power here, it's alive, but it's fractured like the spire. We're not just here to take the relic. We're here to restore it." The air grew heavier as the platform trembled beneath their feet, the golden glow intensifying as though responding to their presence. Orlin felt the ground beneath him shift slightly, and the spiraling patterns on the platform seemed to ripple like liquid light, their movement almost hypnotic. Serana lowered the keeper's staff, her expression calm but resolute as she knelt beside the center of the platform. "If we restore it, we might be able to stabilize this entire network," she said thoughtfully, her voice steady despite the tension in the air. "But if we fail, we could destabilize the entire region, or worse." Kaelin shifted uneasily, his sword still drawn, as his sharp eyes swept the perimeter of the ruins. "Then we can't afford to fail," he said firmly, his voice low but resolute. Orlin felt a flicker of unease as he noticed faint ripples spreading across the water's surface, their motion too deliberate to be caused by the platform's vibrations. He glanced at Sirana, her expression unchanging, but the growing tension in the air was unmistakable. "Something's watching us," he said softly, his voice trembling slightly. The words felt more like an instinct than an observation, but the weight of them settled heavily over the group. The shadows that had retreated earlier now began to coalesce once more, their movements slow and deliberate as they crept along the edges of the platform's light. Orlin felt his chest tighten as a massive, dark shape emerged from the water, its form twisting and shifting like smoke. The air grew colder, and the hum beneath the platform deepened into a low, resonant tone that seemed to vibrate through the water and the ruins. Sirana stood quickly, the keeper's staff flaring brightly as she turned to face the advancing shadow, her expression calm but firm. "It's not just a guardian," she said sharply. "It's a remnant of whatever destroyed this place." Adric rose to his feet, his staff glowing fiercely as he stepped beside her, his expression thoughtful but wary. "It's drawn to the light," he said quietly. "To the relic, and to us." The shadow surged forward suddenly, its movement swift and chaotic as it lashed out at the edges of the platform. Kalen moved to intercept it, his sword flashing in the golden light as he struck at the nearest tendril of darkness, his movements precise and unyielding. The shadow recoiled briefly, its form flickering as though disrupted by the light, but it pressed forward again, its presence relentless. Orlin stepped closer to the platform's center, his heart pounding as he knelt beside the spiraling patterns that pulsed with a steady, rhythmic glow. The warmth of the relics in his pocket surged, their light merging with the platform's glow, and he felt a sudden wave of clarity wash over him. "The platform! It's a conduit," he said quickly, his voice trembling but sure. "If we can channel the light through it, we might be able to push the shadow back." Sirana nodded sharply, her grip on the keeper's staff tightening as she planted it firmly into the platform's surface, its light flaring brilliantly as it merged with the spiraling patterns. The golden glow intensified, flooding the ruins with a radiant light that sent long shadows racing across the water. Adric muttered a quiet incantation, his staff humming loudly as the runes along its length flared brightly, their light weaving into the platform's glow. Callan struck again, his sword cutting through the nearest tendrils of shadow as the light surged outward, scattering the darkness with a wave of radiant energy. The shadow let out a low, resonant roar, its form twisting and writhing as it recoiled from the light, but it continued to press forward, its presence unyielding. The platform trembled violently as the spiraling patterns resolved into a single, unified symbol, its light flaring brighter than ever. Orlin felt the pressure in his chest tighten as the relics in his pocket grew warm, their pulse aligning perfectly with the platform's glow. He reached out instinctively, his fingers brushing against the spiraling symbol, and a surge of energy coursed through him, connecting him to the platform and the ruins in a way he couldn't fully understand. The light of the platform flared one final time, its brilliance flooding the lake and the ruins with an intensity that seemed to freeze the air. The shadow let out a final, resonant wail, its form dissolving into the water as the platform's glow steadied, its hum softening into a low, rhythmic vibration. The water grew still once more, its surface reflecting the faint glow of the platform as the companions stood in silence, their breaths heavy but steady. Sirana lowered the keeper's staff, her expression calm but resolute as she turned to face the others. "The relic is safe," she said softly, her voice filled with quiet determination. "But this isn't over. There's more to uncover, and more to protect." The horizon shimmered faintly, the distant glow of another ruin marking the path ahead, and Orlin felt the pull of the journey tugging at him once more. The sky above the companions stretched wide and pale, its dull light casting a muted glow over the barren expanse as they followed the faintly glowing runes embedded in the ground. The path they tread upon seemed to hum faintly, a soft vibration that grew stronger with every step, as though urging them onward to some unseen destination. Orlin adjusted his pack, his hand brushing against the relics in his pocket, their warmth steady and reassuring amidst the growing chill of the air. The terrain around them had shifted once more, the jagged edges of the ruins giving way to smooth, curving stones, their surfaces carved with intricate patterns that seemed to spiral endlessly inward. Sirana led the group, her keeper's staff casting a faint golden glow that merged with the light of the runes, her expression resolute but tinged with unease. "This place is too quiet," she murmured, her voice cutting through the stillness. "It feels as though the land itself is holding its breath." Adric knelt by a cluster of stone fragments, his staff resting against his shoulder as he traced the carvings with his fingers, his brow furrowed in thought. "These patterns," he said softly, his voice tinged with awe. "They're not just decorative, they're a language meant to convey more than words. It's as if the stones themselves are trying to speak." Callan lingered at the rear, his sharp eyes scanning the horizon where the faint shapes of distant ruins loomed like sentinels against the pale sky. "If they're speaking, they're not saying anything good," he muttered, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. "We've seen what silence like this leads to." Orlin felt a flicker of unease at Callan's words, the weight of their truth settling heavily over him. The shadows that had pursued them through the forgotten realms had grown quieter in recent days, their presence no longer a constant threat, but an unshakable weight that lingered just out of sight. The runes beneath their feet flared suddenly, their light brightening to a sharp, vivid gold before fading back to their steady glow. The hum beneath the ground deepened, resonating through the stones and the companions' bones with an intensity that made Orlin stagger slightly. "It's guiding us somewhere," he said quietly, his voice trembling with both awe and apprehension. Sirana glanced back at him, her expression calm but questioning. "The question is whether it's guiding us to answers," she said thoughtfully, "or to more questions." The path began to slope downward, the ground beneath their feet smooth and solid as it led them into a narrow canyon carved with intricate spirals and patterns that seemed to twist and shift in the dim light. Orlin felt a chill run through him as he gazed at the carvings, their shapes exuding a sense of both beauty and unease, as though they were alive and watching. The air grew cooler as they descended, the faint scent of damp earth mingling with the metallic tang of ancient magic. Adric paused to study a particularly large carving etched into the canyon wall, its spiraling patterns resolving into the shape of a massive eye that seemed to glimmer faintly in the staff's light. "This isn't just a passage," he said, softly, his voice filled with quiet conviction. "It's a threshold. Whatever lies beyond this point, it was meant to be protected." Sirana nodded slowly, her grip on the keeper's staff tightening as she stepped forward, her gaze fixed on the faintly glowing runes that continued to guide their path. "Then we proceed carefully," she said firmly, her voice steady despite the tension in the air. "If this is a threshold, we have to assume it wasn't meant to be crossed easily." The canyon opened suddenly into a vast chamber, its walls rising high into the dim light above, their surfaces covered in spiraling patterns that pulsed faintly in the still air. At the center of the chamber stood a massive stone monolith, its surface smooth and unbroken except for the single spiraling symbol that glowed faintly at its center. Orlin felt his breath catch as he stepped closer, the warmth of the relics in his pocket surging as though in recognition of the monolith's light. The hum beneath the ground deepened, the vibration resonating through the chamber with a melodic rhythm that seemed to echo from the monolith itself. "This is it," Sirana said softly, her voice filled with awe. "The heart of the Forgotten Realms, the place where everything converges." Adric approached the monolith cautiously, his staff glowing brightly as he studied the spiraling symbol that pulsed with a steady, rhythmic light. "It's a key," he said thoughtfully, his voice tinged with wonder. "A key to something far older than these ruins. But the question is, what does it unlock?" Orlin felt a wave of unease wash over him as the monolith's light flared suddenly, its spiraling symbol shifting and twisting into new patterns that seemed to move with a deliberate, almost sentient purpose. The air grew heavier, the hum deepening into a low, resonant tone that filled the chamber with a quiet, undeniable power. Kaelin's hand tightened on the hilt of his sword as his sharp eyes darted toward the shadows that lingered at the edges of the light. "We're being watched," he said darkly, his voice cutting through the stillness. "Whatever brought us here isn't done with us yet." Sirana stepped closer to the monolith, her expression calm but resolute as she raised the keeper's staff, its light merging with the spiraling symbol that pulsed faintly at its center. The monolith's glow brightened, flooding the chamber with a golden light that sent long shadows racing across the walls. Orlin felt the weight of the moment settle heavily on him as he reached out instinctively, his hand brushing against the monolith's smooth surface. A wave of energy surged through him, and the world dissolved into light and shadow, the vision coming unbidden and vivid. He saw the Forgotten Realms as they had once been, vast and thriving, their magic a living force that connected every ruin, every relic, and every soul within their reach. And he saw the shadow that had come for them, relentless and consuming, its purpose still shrouded in mystery. The vision faded, leaving Orlin breathless and trembling, his thoughts swirling with the weight of what he had seen. "It's not just a key," he said softly, his voice trembling. "It's a question, and we don't know how to answer it." The chamber pulsed with an almost tangible energy as the monolith's light filled the air, casting spiraling patterns across the smooth walls. Orlin stepped back from the towering stone, his hand trembling slightly as the vision's intensity lingered in his thoughts. Sirana stood at the base of the monolith, the keeper's staff held steady in her grip as its glow merged with the golden light emanating from the stone's spiraling symbol. "It's asking something of us," she said firmly, her voice cutting through the low, melodic hum that resonated from the monolith. "But it isn't speaking in words. It's pulling at the magic of this place, trying to connect." Adric knelt beside the base of the monolith, his staff resting against his shoulder as his fingers brushed over the carvings etched faintly into its surface. "These runes," he said softly, his voice filled with awe. "They're older than anything we've seen. They don't just guide, they record, like a map written into the fabric of the stone. Whatever this monolith is, it's holding something vast, something far beyond this land." The air thickened with an almost electric tension, and the spiraling patterns on the monolith shifted again, their light flickering like firelight caught in a breeze. Orlin's chest tightened as he watched the runes ripple, their movement deliberate and unsettling, as though they were alive and watching. Cyrana raised the keeper's staff higher, its light flaring brightly as she stepped closer to the monolith, her expression calm but resolute. "It's waiting for us to respond," she said thoughtfully, her tone steady despite the unease that filled the air. Calen stood near the edge of the light, his sharp eyes fixed on the shadows that gathered at the chamber's perimeter, their forms twisting and shifting like smoke. "Whatever it's waiting for, we don't have much time," he muttered, his voice low but firm. "The shadows aren't just watching anymore. They're moving." The companions turned sharply as the hum deepened, resonating through the chamber with a rhythmic pulse that seemed to match the movement of the spiraling runes. The shadows at the edge of the light grew denser, their forms coalescing into dark, flickering shapes that crept closer with every passing moment. Adric stood slowly, his staff glowing brightly as the runes along its length flared in response to the monolith's light. "If the monolith is a key, then there must be a way to unlock it," he said thoughtfully, his tone filled with quiet determination. "But the shadows, they're drawn to it too. Whatever it guards, they want it as much as we do." Orlin felt a flicker of unease as the shadows surged forward suddenly, their movements swift and chaotic as they struck against the edges of the light. Carlin stepped forward to meet them, his sword flashing in the golden glow as he parried and struck, his movements precise and unyielding. The shadows recoiled briefly, their forms flickering and writhing like smoke, but they pressed forward again, their presence relentless. Cyrana turned sharply, planting the keeper's staff firmly into the ground as its light flared brilliantly, sending a wave of golden energy rippling through the chamber. "We hold them here," she said sharply, her voice commanding. "If the monolith falls, everything it's protecting will fall with it." The spiraling patterns on the monolith flared again, their light surging outward in a wave that seemed to ripple through the chamber and into the air beyond. Orlin felt the warmth of the relics in his pocket grow stronger, their pulse aligning perfectly with the monolith's glow, and a sudden wave of clarity washed over him. "It's not just asking," he said, quickly, his voice trembling with urgency. "It's reaching for something we're holding. The relics, they're a part of it." Adric's eyes widened as he stepped toward the monolith, his staff humming loudly as its runes shimmered in time with the spiraling patterns. "If that's true, then we're not just unlocking the monolith," he said softly, his tone tinged with awe. "We're becoming part of it. The question isn't just what it guards, it's whether we're willing to share in its burden." The air grew colder as the shadows pressed forward again, their dark forms coiling and twisting as they struck against the companions' defenses. Calen moved swiftly to intercept them, his sword flashing in the golden light as he cut through the nearest tendrils of darkness, his movements quick and precise. Cyrana raised the keeper's staff higher, its light merging with the monolith's glow as she turned to face Orlin, her expression calm but questioning. "The relics are yours to carry," she said firmly. "If they're the key to the monolith, then it's your choice to unlock it." Orlin hesitated, his chest tightening as he felt the weight of the moment settle heavily on him. The monolith's spiraling symbol pulsed brightly, its light flooding the chamber as though urging him forward, and he stepped closer, his hand trembling as he reached into his pocket to draw out the relics. The instant his fingers closed around them, the warmth surged through him like a tidal wave, and the world dissolved into light and shadow. He saw the forgotten realms as they had once been, a vast, thriving network of magic and life that stretched far beyond the ruins they had encountered. He saw the monolith as it once was, a beacon of connection and purpose, its light holding the shadows at bay. But he also saw the cost, the sacrifices made to preserve the light, and the questions left unanswered as the shadowed forces encroached. The vision faded, and Orlin staggered slightly, his breath catching as he placed the relics against the spiraling symbol. The monolith's light flared brilliantly, flooding the chamber with a golden glow that sent the shadows recoiling, their dark forms dissolving into the air as the hum softened into a steady, rhythmic vibration. The chamber grew still, the air filled with a quiet, resonant power that seemed to ripple through the ruins beyond. Orlin stepped back from the monolith, his thoughts swirling with the weight of the vision, and Serana lowered the keeper's staff, her expression calm but questioning. "What did you see?" she asked softly. Orlin hesitated, his voice trembling as he spoke. "Not answers," he said finally, his tone filled with quiet resolve. "Just more questions. Questions we can't yet understand." The monolith's light steadied, its spiraling patterns resolving into a fixed, glowing design that pulsed gently in the dim chamber. The hum in the air softened to a resonant vibration, as if the ancient structure was catching its breath after millennia of silence. Orlin stepped away from the towering stone, the relics in his hand still warm, their connection to the monolith leaving an ache in his chest that felt more like longing than pain. Serana approached cautiously, her keeper's staff dimming as she knelt beside the base of the monolith, her fingers brushing over the now still carvings. "It's quiet," she said softly, her voice filled with cautious wonder. "But not silent. Whatever we've done, the monolith is holding steady, for now." Adric knelt beside her, his staff resting on the smooth ground as his sharp eyes studied the glowing patterns. "We didn't just awaken it," he murmured, his tone thoughtful. "We've aligned it. It's connected to the other ruins, to the spire, and perhaps beyond. But it's not complete. There's more it's asking of us, even doesn't speak." The chamber's walls seemed to breathe with the faint, golden glow cast by the monolith, the spiraling designs etched into the stone, pulsing faintly in rhythm with the hum. Callan lingered at the edge of the light, his sword sheathed but his hand resting on the hilt, his sharp gaze fixed on the shadows that had retreated to the far edges of the chamber. "They're not gone," he said quietly, his voice tinged with unease. "The shadows, they're holding back, but they're watching, waiting." Orlin felt a chill run through him as he turned to face the distant forms lingering in the dimness, their shapes flickering like smoke caught in a breeze. "They didn't follow us here by chance," he said softly, his voice steady despite the tension in his chest. "They're drawn to the monolith, to the relics. They know what's at stake." Serana stood slowly, her grip firm on the keeper's staff as she turned to the others, her expression calm but resolute. "If the shadows are waiting, then so are we," she said firmly. "We've stabilized the monolith, but we can't stay here. Whatever this place holds, it's only part of the answer. We have to move forward." Adric nodded, his staff humming faintly as he rose to his feet, his gaze lingering on the spiraling patterns that glowed faintly across the monolith's surface. "The ruins are connected," he said thoughtfully. "If this monolith is a key, then the next step must lie beyond these walls. The network is guiding us. It's pulling us to something greater." The monolith's light flared suddenly, its glow brightening to an intensity that filled the chamber with golden radiance. Orlin shielded his eyes as the air grew warm, the hum rising into a melodic resonance that seemed to vibrate through the stone and water surrounding them. When the light faded, the spiraling patterns on the monolith had shifted, their designs pointing toward a narrow archway that had appeared in the far wall of the chamber. The air beyond the archway shimmered faintly, its surface rippling like the surface of a pool disturbed by an unseen current. "It's not just a door," Sirana said softly, her voice tinged with awe. "It's a passage, something beyond the forgotten realms." Orlin stepped toward the archway, his heart pounding as the warmth of the relics in his pockets surged, their light flickering faintly in harmony with the glow of the monolith. The shadows that had lingered at the chamber's edges began to stir, their forms shifting and coalescing as they moved closer to the light. Kaelin drew his sword, its blade catching the faint glow of the monolith as he turned sharply to face the advancing darkness. "They won't let us leave without a fight," he said darkly, his voice steady despite the tension in his stance. Tirana raised the keeper's staff, its light flaring brightly as she stepped forward, her expression calm but unyielding. "Then we give them one," she said, firmly. The shadows surged forward, their movements swift and chaotic as they struck against the companions' defenses. Callan moved with precision, his sword flashing in the golden light as he cut through the nearest tendrils of darkness, their forms dissolving into the air with a faint echoing wail. Adric stood beside Kirana, his staff glowing brightly as he muttered a quiet incantation, the runes along its length flaring brilliantly as a wave of light rippled across the chamber, scattering the shadows that crept along the ground. Orlin felt the weight of the relics in his pocket grow heavier, their warmth spreading through him like a quiet reassurance as he turned toward the archway, its shimmering surface calling to him like a whisper in the back of his mind. The battle was brief but fierce, the shadows pressing with relentless determination before finally retreating into the dimness, their forms flickering and dissolving as the companions' lights held firm. The chamber grew still once more, the hum of the monolith softening into a steady, rhythmic vibration that resonated through the walls. Sirana lowered the keeper's staff, her breath steadying as she turned toward the archway, its shimmering surface glowing faintly in the golden light. "This is the way forward," she said, softly, her voice filled with quiet determination. "But it's not just a passage, it's a choice. Whatever lies beyond, we leave the forgotten realms behind." Orlin felt the weight of her words settle heavily over him as he stepped toward the archway, his gaze lingering on the shimmering surface that seemed to ripple like liquid light. The warmth of the relics pulsed faintly in his pocket, their presence a quiet reassurance as he turned to face the others. "We've come this far," he said, softly, his voice steady despite the uncertainty in his chest. "Whatever lies ahead, it's part of the answer, and we're not turning back." Together the companions stepped toward the archway, their steps deliberate and unhurried, as the light of the monolith faded behind them, its steady hum a quiet reminder of the journey they had begun. The air grew warmer as they passed through the shimmering surface, the world beyond the forgotten realms opening before them with a brilliance that felt both familiar and unknown. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a golden glow over the endless sea as the companions approached Virelda. Its spires rose from the waters like a vision, its grand towers and delicate arches connected by a labyrinth of bridges and canals that shimmered with the reflected hues of the setting sun. Orlin leaned on the ship's railing, his eyes wide with wonder as he took in the city's grandeur, its every detail a testament to artistry and ingenuity that seemed to defy the passage of time. Sirana stood beside him, the keeper's staff glowing faintly in her hand, its light almost subdued in the presence of such brilliance. "It's beautiful," she said, softly, her voice carrying a note of awe that Orlin rarely heard from her. Adric was silent, his sharp gaze fixed on the towering spire at the city's centre, its pinnacle wrapped in a faint golden mist that seemed to pulse with an otherworldly glow. "Beautiful, yes," he murmured, his voice thoughtful. "But there's power here, something ancient and not entirely benevolent." The ship glided smoothly into the main canal, its wake sending ripples across the still waters that reflected the city's lights like a star-strewn ski. The air was rich with the scent of salt and jasmine. The latter carried on the warm breeze from the gardens that adorned the terraces of the grand houses lining the canal. Carlin stood at the prow, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword as his sharp eyes scanned the passing crowds. Merchants and nobles moved about with purposeful grace, their fine silks and jeweled adornments catching the light, but there was an undercurrent of tension in their movements, a hurriedness that spoke of unease. "A city this grand," Callan muttered, his voice low, "never stays untouched by shadows. They'll be here too, hiding in the cracks." Orlin felt a flicker of unease as he glanced toward the distant spire, its glow unwavering despite the fading light. "Then we'll need to tread carefully," he said, his voice steadier than he felt. "We didn't come this far to lose our way now." The ship docked at a marble platform adorned with carvings of winged creatures and flowing vines, their intricate details shimmering in the fading sunlight. A robed figure awaited them at the edge of the dock, their hood drawn low to conceal their face, but their stance exuded authority. "Welcome to Virelda, travelers," the figure said, their voice smooth and melodic, yet carrying an edge that set Orlin on edge. "You come at an auspicious time, though such times often bring both opportunity and peril." Cyrana stepped forward, her posture straight and unwavering as she regarded the figure with calm intensity. "We seek the House of Luminaries," she said firmly. "We've been told there are those here who can help us." The figure inclined their head slightly, the faintest trace of a smile visible beneath the shadow of their hood. "The House of Luminaries is where knowledge and light converge," they said. "If your purpose is true, you will find guidance there. But be warned, light casts long shadows, and not all who walk in brightness have pure intentions." They were led through the bustling streets, the canals lined with lanterns that cast soft, golden light on the polished stone paths. The air buzzed with the sounds of music, laughter, and whispered conversations, yet Orlin couldn't shake the sense of being watched, as though unseen eyes followed their every step. The robed guide moved with swift precision, their steps echoing faintly against the stone as they led the companions to a towering building near the city's heart. The House of Luminaries rose like a beacon, its smooth white walls adorned with intricate mosaics that seemed to shift and shimmer in the flickering light of the lanterns. Serena paused at the threshold, her grip tightening on the keeper's staff as she regarded the building with quiet intensity. "This place," she murmured, her voice barely audible, "feels alive." The interior of the house was no less magnificent, its high, vaulted ceilings painted with scenes of creation and destruction, light and shadow intertwined in an eternal dance. Scholars moved silently among shelves of ancient tomes and glowing orbs of light that floated gently above their heads, illuminating their paths. The guide turned to the companions, their voice low and steady. "The answers you seek lie within," they said. "But the questions you bring must be asked with care. Knowledge is a double-edged blade, and not all truths are meant to be known." Orlin exchanged a glance with Serana, her expression calm but wary, and felt the weight of their journey settle more heavily on his shoulders. As they stepped deeper into the house, the air grew cooler, and the faint hum of ancient magic surrounded them, a quiet reminder that their path was far from over. They had reached the City of Light, but its brilliance promised not just enlightenment, but trials yet to be unveiled. The House of Luminaries seemed to pulse with latent power as the companions followed their robed guide deeper into its hallowed halls. The air carried a quiet tension, as though the walls themselves were holding secrets too weighty to be revealed all at once. Orlin glanced upward at the glowing orbs floating above, their golden light casting moving shadows across the intricate mosaics etched into the ceilings. The designs depicted scenes of splendor and ruin, the rise and fall of empires rendered in painstaking detail. Adric, walking close to one wall, paused to examine the artifacts displayed in alcoves, crystal shards that shimmered faintly, an ancient blade suspended in golden threads, and fragments of parchment written in an elegant but indecipherable script. "This isn't just a repository of knowledge," he murmured, his voice hushed as though afraid to disturb the air. "It's a monument to power, loss, and something else I can't name." Cyrana, walking ahead, kept her eyes fixed on their guide, her grip on the keeper's staff tightening. "Whatever it is," she said quietly, her tone edged with suspicion, "we're being led to the heart of it." The corridors grew narrower, the golden light replaced by a silvery sheen that made the air feel colder. The walls were smooth and polished, their surfaces devoid of the intricate carvings seen earlier, save for faint spiraling patterns that seemed to shift in response to their presence. Orlin couldn't shake the sense of being watched, though he saw no figures other than the silent scholars who moved purposefully through the passages, their robes brushing softly against the stone. Finally, the guide stopped before a towering door of white stone, its surface shimmering faintly like moonlight on water. The spirals carved into it swirled inward toward a single point, and as the guide raised their hand, the patterns rippled outward like waves, the door opening soundlessly. "Beyond this threshold lies the Chamber of Stars," the guide said, their melodic voice tinged with gravity. "Enter with purpose, for this is a place where truths are both illuminated and obscured." The companions stepped into the chamber, and Orlin's breath caught in his throat. The room was circular and vast, its ceiling a living tapestry of stars that seemed to shift and shimmer with the movement of the air. In the center stood a low pedestal carved from the same white stone as the door, its surface inlaid with glowing runes that pulsed rhythmically, as though in tune with the beating of a heart. Cyrana moved cautiously to the edge of the room, the keeper's staff casting a soft glow that mingled with the silver light emanating from the walls. "This place," she murmured, her voice filled with awe, "feels as though it exists outside of time." Adric approached the pedestal, his fingers brushing against the glowing runes as he knelt to examine them more closely. "These markings," he said, his voice steady and curious. "They're more than inscriptions. They're alive, changing with every moment, like the pulse of magic itself." The air grew heavier as the runes on the pedestal flared brighter, their light shifting into spiraling patterns that seemed to draw the companion's attention with an almost magnetic pull. Orlin felt the warmth of the relics in his pocket surge in response, their energy humming faintly against his skin. A sudden wave of emotion swept over him, hope, sorrow, and an inexplicable yearning for something just beyond his grasp. "It's speaking," he said softly, his voice trembling with the weight of the realization. Kirana turned to him, her expression calm but questioning. "Speaking of what?" she asked, her tone measured. Orlin hesitated, his gaze fixed on the pedestal as the spirals shifted again, their movements deliberate and unsettling. Of what's been lost, and what must be found, he said finally. This isn't just a repository, it's a bridge. The hum in the air deepened, vibrating through the walls and floor as the light of the pedestal flared suddenly, casting long shadows across the chamber. Kaelin stepped closer to Kirana, his hand instinctively resting on the hilt of his sword, though he did not draw it. The magic here isn't dormant, he said quietly, his eyes scanning the flickering edges of the room. It's aware, watching. Adric rose to his feet, his staff glowing brightly as he stepped back from the pedestal, his expression thoughtful but wary. If this is a bridge, he said, his voice deliberate, then it's leading somewhere, and whatever lies on the other side, it's waiting for us. The guide, who had remained silent, stepped forward, their presence commanding as they gestured toward the pedestal. The light of Virelda converges here, they said, their voice resonating. But to follow it, you must be willing to confront the shadows it casts. The pedestal's light shifted again, the spiraling patterns resolving into a single unified design, a key. The guide turned abruptly, their robes swirling as they moved toward the door. Rest, they said firmly. The path will reveal itself in the morning, but only if you are ready to see it. The companions exchanged uneasy glances as the chamber fell silent, save for the faint hum of the pedestal and the quiet, shifting light of the stars above. Orlin couldn't help but feel that they had stepped onto the edge of something vast and incomprehensible. A journey not just through a city, but through the very fabric of what they thought they knew. As the door closed behind them, the questions left unspoken weighed heavily in the air, each one demanding an answer that none of them were prepared to give. The morning light filtered through the intricate lattices of Virelda's canals, casting dancing reflections onto the pale stone walls of the city. The companions moved silently through the bustling streets, their steps deliberate as the hum of the House of Luminaries still resonated faintly in their minds. Orlin's thoughts lingered on the spiraling key revealed by the pedestal, its shifting patterns etched vividly into his memory. The relics in his pocket felt heavier than before, their warmth a quiet reminder of the unseen forces drawing them forward. Kirana led the way, her grip on the keeper's staff steady, the faint glow of its crystal catching the curious gazes of merchants and passers-by. Adric walked beside her, his sharp eyes scanning the elegant facades and intricate carvings that adorned the buildings around them, while Kaelin lingered at the rear, his hand resting casually on the hilt of his sword, his demeanor calm but watchful. The guide said the light of Virelda converges in the heart of the city, Adric said softly, his voice thoughtful. If the pedestal was only the beginning, then the heart must hold something far greater and far more dangerous. The canals widened as they approached the central district, where towering spires cast long shadows across the bustling marketplaces below. The scent of salt mingled with the aroma of spices and flowers, and the distant murmur of flowing water blended with the lively chatter of the city's residents. Orlin felt a sense of unease as they crossed a wide stone bridge, its sides adorned with statues of winged figures holding glowing orbs. The glow of the orbs dimmed slightly as they passed, and a faint melodic hum seemed to ripple through the air. "This place is alive," Sirana said quietly, her gaze fixed on the towering spire at the city's center. "The magic here, whatever sustains it, is woven into the very fabric of Virelda, and it's watching us." They reached the base of the central spire, its surface smooth and gleaming like polished marble, its towering height disappearing into the pale blue sky. A massive archway carved with intricate spirals and runes stood open, its threshold guarded by two robed figures whose faces were obscured by shadowed hoods. The figures stepped aside as the companions approached, their movements silent but purposeful, and the hum that had followed them through the city deepened into a low, resonant vibration that seemed to echo from within the spire. "This is it," Adric said quietly, his voice steady but tinged with awe. "The heart of Virelda." The interior of the spire was vast and cavernous, its walls lined with glowing panels that pulsed faintly with the same spiraling patterns seen in the House of Luminaries. A wide staircase spiraled upward around the edges of the chamber, disappearing into the heights above. At the center of the room stood a circular platform raised slightly above the floor, its surface inlaid with golden runes that glimmered faintly in the dim light. Sirana stepped forward, her expression calm but resolute as she raised the keeper's staff, its light merging with the glow of the runes. "Whatever lies here," she said firmly, "it's tied to the pedestal and to the relics." Orlin felt a chill run through him as he stepped closer to the platform, his gaze fixed on the spiraling patterns that seemed to shift and twist like liquid light. "It's asking something of us again," he said softly, his voice trembling. "But this time it feels heavier." The air grew colder as the platform's glow brightened, the runes resolving into a single, unified design that pulsed in time with the hum that filled the chamber. The companions exchanged uneasy glances as the light grew stronger, casting long shadows across the walls that seemed to ripple and shift like living things. Carlin's hand tightened on the hilt of his sword, his sharp eyes scanning the edges of the room. "This doesn't feel like an invitation," he muttered, his voice low but tense. "It feels like a test." Adric knelt beside the platform, his staff resting against his shoulder as he traced the glowing runes with his fingers. "If it's a test," he said thoughtfully, "then it's not just testing us. It's testing the relics, their connection to the light, and perhaps to the shadow as well." The platform's light flared suddenly, flooding the chamber with a golden radiance that sent waves of energy rippling through the air. Orlin felt the warmth of the relics surge, their presence filling him with a quiet strength as the spiraling patterns on the platform began to shift, their movements deliberate and slow. Sirana planted the keeper's staff firmly into the ground, its light merging with the platform's glow as she turned to face the others. "If this is a test," she said firmly, "then we face it together. Whatever happens, we cannot let the light falter." The hum deepened into a melodic resonance, and the spiraling patterns resolved into a single, brilliant design that seemed to pulse with life. Orlin stepped forward, his breath catching as he reached out to touch the platform's surface, his hand trembling as it made contact with the glowing runes. A wave of energy surged through him, and the world dissolved into light and shadow. He saw Virelda as it had once been. A city of pure light, its magic a living force that connected every spire, every canal, and every soul within its bounds. But he also saw the darkness that had crept into its heart, a shadowed force that sought not to destroy the light, but to claim it for its own. The vision faded, leaving Orlin breathless and trembling as he stepped back from the platform, his thoughts swirling with the weight of what he had seen. "The heart of Virelda," he said, softly, his voice unsteady, "isn't just a beacon. It's a battleground." The platform's glow steadied, its spiraling patterns fading into a faint, pulsing light as the chamber fell silent once more. Sirana lowered the keeper's staff, her expression calm but questioning as she turned to face the others. The relics brought us here for a reason, she said quietly. But this is only the beginning. Whatever lies ahead, it will require more than what we've given so far. The companions stood together in the golden light, their resolve unspoken but clear as they prepared to face the trials that awaited them beyond the heart of the City of Light. The streets of Virelda stretched out before the companions like veins of light, their polished stone pathways reflecting the soft glow of lanterns strung along ornate iron posts. The faint scent of the sea mingled with the crisp air of early morning, the city's canals carrying whispers of distant waves. Orlan tightened his cloak against the chill, his gaze fixed on the grand spire that loomed at the city's center, its pinnacle shrouded in the faint golden mist that seemed to pulse faintly with each passing moment. Sirana walked beside him, the keeper's staff glowing faintly in her hand as she scanned the intricate facades of the buildings around them, each adorned with carvings of spiraling patterns and winged figures. "This city feels alive," she murmured, her voice low and steady, as though the very air demanded reverence. Not just its people or its magic, but the city itself, as if it's watching us, waiting for us to move deeper into its heart. Adric, ever cautious, walked a step behind her, his staff humming faintly with dormant power as his sharp eyes scanned their surroundings. "Virelda isn't just alive," he said, softly. "It's a memory, a piece of something ancient that refuses to fade." As they crossed a wide stone bridge, the morning sun broke through the clouds, casting a golden glow over the canals that crisscrossed the city. Kaelin paused at the bridge's apex, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword as his gaze lingered on the bustling marketplace below. Merchants and vendors were beginning to set up their stalls, their vibrant fabrics and gleaming wares catching the first light of day. Yet there was an undercurrent of tension in the air, an unease that lingered beneath the city's splendor. "People are nervous," Kaelin muttered, his voice low as he glanced over his shoulder. "They're not just going about their lives, they're looking over their shoulders, waiting for something to happen." Orlan felt the weight of his companion's words settle heavily in his chest as he looked out over the city. The relics in his pocket pulsed faintly, their warmth a quiet reminder of the task that lay before them, and he wondered if the unease in Virelda's air was connected to their presence, or something far greater. Their destination lay ahead, a sprawling library that sprawled across the base of the central spire, its arched windows glowing faintly with the light of dawn. The House of Luminaries had provided them with little more than cryptic guidance, and their robed guide from the day before had vanished without explanation. Sirana's pace quickened as they approached the library's grand entrance, its massive wooden doors carved with intricate spirals that seemed to twist and shift in the dim light. She placed a hand on the door's surface, her expression calm but questioning as she turned to the others. "This place feels different," she said quietly, her voice tinged with curiosity. "It's not just a library, it's something more." Adric stepped forward, his staff glowing faintly as he studied the carvings. "The patterns are similar to those on the pedestal," he said thoughtfully, his tone steady. "But these feel older, as though they were carved before the city itself." The doors swung open silently, revealing a vast hall lined with towering shelves that stretched high into the domed ceiling. The air was cool and still, carrying the faint scent of aged parchment and polished wood. Orlan felt a shiver run through him as he stepped inside, the faint hum of ancient magic brushing against his skin like a whisper. The floor beneath their feet was inlaid with spiraling designs that seemed to shift subtly with each step, their movements almost imperceptible but impossible to ignore. At the center of the hall stood a circular platform, its surface etched with glowing runes that pulsed in time with the soft, melodic hum that filled the air. Serana approached the platform cautiously, her grip on the keeper's staff firm as she raised it slightly, its light merging with the glow of the runes. "This isn't just a place of knowledge," she said softly, her voice carrying an edge of reverence. "It's a place of convergence, where light and shadow meet." The platform's glow brightened slightly as they gathered around it, its spiraling runes resolving into a single, unified pattern that seemed to pulse with a quiet, deliberate rhythm. Orlin felt the warmth of the relics surge in response, their presence filling him with a sense of both anticipation and unease. "It's calling to us," he said softly, his voice trembling with the weight of the realization. "But it's not just offering answers, it's asking something of us." Serana turned to him, her expression calm but questioning. "What is it asking?" she asked, her voice steady. Orlin hesitated, his gaze fixed on the glowing runes as they shifted once more, their movements slow and deliberate. "To go deeper," he said finally, his tone filled with quiet resolve. "To find what lies beyond the light." The platform's glow deepened as Serana raised the keeper's staff, its light intertwining with the spiraling runes that now pulsed like a steady heartbeat. The melodic hum that filled the library hall grew louder, resonating through the stone walls and high arch ceilings, as if the very structure of the room was alive. Adric stepped closer, his fingers brushing over the edge of the platform where the runes etched into the surface shifted and shimmered like ripples on water. "This is a gateway," he murmured, his voice low but certain, "but not in the sense of passage. It's a doorway to knowledge, to truths locked within the light of this city." Orlin stood just behind him, the warmth of the relics in his pocket surging in tandem with the platform's glow, filling him with a mixture of wonder and trepidation. The intricate carvings beneath his feet shifted slightly, their designs now forming patterns he recognized from their journey in the Forgotten Realms. "Whatever lies here," he said softly, his voice tinged with awe, "it's tied to the relics. This isn't coincidence. It's part of the same web." As if in answer to his words, the runes on the platform flared brightly, and a wave of energy rippled through the hall, sending faint gusts of wind rustling through the rows of ancient tomes. The air grew heavier, almost oppressive, and the hum became a resonant tone that seemed to vibrate through their bones. Serana tightened her grip on the staff, her expression calm but resolute as she stepped forward. "It's responding to us," she said firmly. "But it's also testing us. Whatever this place holds, it won't reveal itself without proof of our purpose." Kaelin lingered near the edge of the room, his sharp eyes fixed on the shifting shadows that seemed to gather at the corners of the hall, their forms flickering like smoke caught in the breeze. "And if we fail this test?" he asked, his voice steady, but edged with caution. Adric glanced back at him, his expression thoughtful. "Failure isn't an option," he said quietly. "This place is tied to the light of Virelda itself. If we can't uncover its truths, we risk losing more than just this city. We risk losing the path forward." The spiraling runes on the platform began to shift, their patterns unraveling into a complex web of light that reached outward, casting intricate designs onto the walls and ceiling. The air hummed with a palpable energy, and Orlin felt the pull of the relics grow stronger, as though urging him to step closer. He hesitated, his chest tightening as the weight of their journey settled heavily on his shoulders. "It's more than just knowledge," he said softly, his voice trembling. "It's asking for a connection, something deeper than understanding. It wants trust." Serana nodded slowly, her gaze fixed on the platform as she placed the keeper's staff onto its surface, the crystal at its head flaring brilliantly as it merged with the rune's glow. "Then we give it what it asks," she said calmly. "We've come this far because we trust each other, and because we trust the light. That can't change now." The light intensified, flooding the hall with a golden radiance that seemed to dissolve the shadows at its edges, revealing the intricate carvings hidden in the stone walls. The designs depicted a story of a city built on unity, where light and shadow coexisted in a delicate balance, each dependent on the other to maintain harmony. Adric studied the carvings intently, his sharp eyes tracing the spiraling patterns that connected each scene. "This isn't just a record," he said thoughtfully. "It's a guide, a map of what Virelda was and what it could become again." The hum in the air softened slightly, the tension easing as the light settled into a steady glow, its patterns shifting to form a single unified symbol at the platform's center. Orlan felt the relics in his pocket grow warm, their pulse aligning perfectly with the rhythm of the runes, and he stepped forward, his hand trembling as he reached toward the glowing symbol. The moment his fingers brushed the surface, the world seemed to dissolve into light and sound. He saw Virelda as it had been, its canals shimmering with golden light, its spires reaching toward the heavens, and its people thriving under the watchful glow of the city's heart. But he also saw the shadow that crept into its edges, a dark force not of destruction, but of corruption, twisting the balance and threatening to consume the very light that sustained the city. The vision faded, leaving him breathless and trembling, his chest tight with the weight of what he had seen. Serana stepped beside him, her expression calm but questioning. "What did you see?" she asked softly. Orlan hesitated, his voice unsteady as he spoke. "It's not just the city that's at risk," he said finally. "It's the balance itself, and if we don't restore it, we might lose more than just Virelda." The platform's glow dimmed slightly, its spiraling patterns fading into a faint, steady pulse that resonated through the hall. The companions exchanged uneasy glances, the weight of the moment pressing heavily on them as they prepared to leave the chamber. Kaelin moved toward the door, his sharp eyes scanning the now still shadows that lingered at the edges of the room. "We've stirred something," he said quietly. "And whatever it is, it won't let us go easily." The companions stepped out into the morning light, their thoughts heavy with the truths they had uncovered and the questions that remained unanswered. The city of Virelda shimmered around them, its light both a beacon and a warning, and the path ahead seemed to stretch endlessly into the unknown. The late afternoon sun bathed Virelda in a golden glow as the companions made their way back toward the spire. The air was heavy with the scent of salt and blooming jasmine, but a strange quiet had settled over the city, as if its usual rhythm had paused to watch their every step. Orlan felt the weight of the relics in his pocket grow heavier with each passing moment, their pulse faint but insistent, urging him forward. Serana walked ahead, her grip firm on the keeper's staff as its light pulsed faintly in time with the relics, her expression calm but tense. Kaelin followed closely behind, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword as his sharp eyes scanned the narrow alleys and intricate canals for any sign of movement. "Something's different," he muttered, his voice low but steady. "The city feels expectant, like it knows we've found something it can't ignore." Adric paused beside a low stone wall, his staff glowing faintly as he gazed out over the shimmering water. "It's not just the city," he said softly. "It's the magic. It's aware, and it's waiting for us to take the next step. Their path led them to a grand plaza at the base of the spire, its smooth stone surface inlaid with intricate mosaics that depicted the rise of Virelda's light. The glowing orbs that lined the plaza cast long, wavering shadows as the sun dipped lower on the horizon, their faint hum blending with the distant murmur of flowing water. At the plaza's center stood a massive fountain carved from gleaming white stone, its cascading water catching the light and scattering it in shimmering arcs. Orlin felt a chill run through him as he approached the fountain, the relics in his pocket growing warmer, their pulse quickening as if in recognition. "This place," he said softly, his voice trembling. "It's tied to the light and to the shadow. They meet here, just like in the library." Sirana stepped closer to the fountain, her expression calm but questioning as she raised the keeper's staff. "If this is a convergence," she said thoughtfully, "then it's also a crossroads. Whatever decision we make here will ripple far beyond this city." The air grew colder as the fountain's water shimmered, its movement slowing until it seemed almost still. The hum of the glowing orbs deepened, resonating through the plaza with a melodic vibration that seemed to echo through the stone beneath their feet. Adric knelt beside the fountain, his staff resting against the edge as he traced the faint spirals carved into its surface. "These markings," he murmured, his tone thoughtful. "They're older than the city, older than the ruins we've seen. This is a place of power, a place where choices were made long before Virelda was ever built." Callan's hand tightened on the hilt of his sword as his gaze shifted toward the edges of the plaza, where the shadows seemed to gather and flicker like restless smoke. "And not all of those choices were good," he said darkly, his voice steady despite the tension in his stance. "Whatever power this place holds, it's not without its dangers." The fountain's glow brightened suddenly, flooding the plaza with a golden light that sent the shadows retreating to the far edges of the square. Orlane felt the warmth of the relics surge, their energy filling him with a quiet strength as the spiraling patterns on the fountain's surface began to shift, their movements slow and deliberate. Sirana stepped forward, planting the keeper's staff firmly into the ground as its light merged with the fountain's glow. "This isn't just about the city," she said firmly, her voice carrying an edge of resolve. "It's about the balance itself. If Virelda's light falls, the shadow will spread beyond this place, perhaps even beyond what we've seen in the Forgotten Realms." Orlin hesitated, his chest tightening as the weight of her words settled heavily on him. The spiraling patterns resolved into a single, unified design, a key that pulsed faintly in time with the relics. "The choice isn't just ours to make," he said softly, his voice trembling. "It's the city's. It's asking us to trust it, to let it guide us." The air grew warmer as the fountain's light flared, its golden radiance enveloping the companions and dissolving the edges of the plaza into a shimmering haze. Orlin felt a wave of emotion wash over him, hope, sorrow, and a quiet determination that filled him with the strength to step forward. He placed his hand on the glowing key, its surface warm and smooth beneath his fingers, and the light surged, filling the plaza with a brilliance that seemed to transcend sight and sound. Visions flickered before him, of Virelda as it had once been, its canals brimming with light and life, and of the shadow that had sought to corrupt it, twisting its magic into a weapon of destruction. The visions faded, leaving Orlin breathless and trembling as he stepped back, his thoughts swirling with the weight of what he had seen. Sirana placed a steadying hand on his shoulder, her expression calm but questioning. "What did it show you?" she asked softly. Orlin hesitated, his voice unsteady as he spoke. "It's not just about the city," he said finally. It's about what comes next. The light here, it's connected to something greater, and if we fail to protect it, the cost will be unimaginable. The fountain's glow dimmed, its spiraling patterns fading into a faint, steady pulse that echoed through the still air. The companions stood in silence, their thoughts heavy with the truths they had uncovered and the choices that lay ahead. Callan turned toward the edge of the plaza, his sharp eyes fixed on the distant spire as the last light of the sun disappeared behind it. "We've started something," he said quietly, his voice filled with quiet determination. "And there's no turning back now." The companions exchanged a glance, their resolve unspoken but clear, and together they turned toward the spire, its golden glow a beacon in the growing darkness. The grand halls of Virelda's council chamber were a marvel of design, their high arched ceilings adorned with shimmering mosaics that caught the sunlight pouring through tall stained glass windows. The patterns depicted scenes of the city's founding, its light-born prosperity, and the keepers who had protected it for generations. The companions were led through the echoing hallways by a stern-faced steward dressed in white and gold, his measured steps echoing softly against the polished marble floors. Orlan tightened his grip on the strap of his satchel, his gaze flicking from the towering pillars to the robed figures that moved in silence through the shadows. The air here felt heavier, the faint hum of Virelda's magic seeming to vibrate more strongly in the walls. "This is a place of decisions," Tirana murmured, her voice low but firm. The keeper's staff in her hand glowed faintly, its light a steady reassurance. "And where decisions are made, power is contested." They entered the council chamber through a set of ornately carved double doors that swung open soundlessly, revealing a circular room dominated by a large table inlaid with spiraling patterns of silver and gold. Around the table sat 9 figures, each cloaked in the colors of their respective orders: emerald green for the luminaries, deep sapphire for the Council of Mariners, and fiery crimson for the Vigilant Flame. Their faces were partially obscured by the hoods of their robes, but their postures spoke volumes. Some leaned forward with curiosity, others sat rigid with suspicion. The steward announced the companions' arrival in a clear, ringing voice before stepping aside, leaving them to face the council alone. Tirana stepped forward, her shoulders square and her gaze unwavering as she regarded the gathered councillors. "We come seeking knowledge and aid," she began, her voice steady and commanding. "But it seems Virelda faces challenges of its own." A councillor in green leaned forward, their hood slipping back to reveal a face lined with age, but sharp with intelligence. "Challenges indeed," they said, their tone measured but tinged with distrust. "The light of Virelda dims, and with it comes unrest. You bring relics of unknown origin into our midst, stirring questions we have yet to answer." Another councillor, this one in crimson, crossed their arms and leaned back, their voice sharp. "And who is to say these relics will not worsen the instability? Power is not to be wielded lightly, and Virelda's foundations are already strained." Adric stepped forward then, his staff glowing faintly as he inclined his head respectfully. "We do not wield the relics recklessly," he said firmly. "They are part of a greater purpose, one that extends far beyond the bounds of this city. But we believe Virelda holds answers, answers that could aid not just us, but your people as well." The room fell silent for a moment, the tension palpable as the councillors exchanged wary glances. Finally, the eldest of the group, robed in white and gold, rose to their feet, their voice calm but filled with authority. "The relics you carry are powerful, Of that there is no doubt, they said. But Virelda is a city of light and balance. The power you bring cannot disrupt that balance, or the consequences will be dire, not just for us, but for the lands beyond our borders. Sirana nodded slowly, her grip on the keeper's staff tightening. We understand the importance of balance, she said quietly. Our journey has been one of seeking it, of learning to navigate the light and shadow that exist in all things. We ask only for your trust and the chance to learn from the wisdom you guard so carefully. Before anyone could respond, the chamber doors burst open and a figure strode inside, their crimson robes swirling around them like flames. Their face was young, but their eyes burned with intensity, and their voice rang out sharply. Trust? They demanded, their gaze sweeping over the companions before landing on the council. You speak of trust while you hoard the city's magic, while you allow the light to dim and shadow to creep into our streets. The councillor in sapphire rose to their feet, their expression darkening. This is not your place, Kyle, they said coldly. You do not speak for the council. Kyle's eyes narrowed, their jaw tightening. No, I do not, they said evenly, but I speak for those who have grown tired of waiting, of watching the light fade while the council debates endlessly. The tension in the room crackled like a live wire, and Sirana stepped forward, her tone calm but firm. Who are you, and what do you want? She asked. Kyle turned to her, their fiery gaze softening slightly as they studied her face, the keeper's staff glowing faintly in her hand. I am Kyle of the Vigilant Flame, they said simply. And I want what you want, answers and action. If you truly seek balance, then perhaps you will find allies among those who refuse to let the light be extinguished. Orlin felt a shiver run through him as Kyle's words hung in the air, their meaning heavy with both promise and peril. The council chamber seemed to hold its breath, the spiraling patterns on the table glowing faintly as if in anticipation of what was to come. The council chamber buzzed with tension long after Kyle's fiery departure, their words leaving behind a crackling undercurrent of unease. The companions were escorted from the chamber to a quieter wing of the House of Luminaries, where the hum of the city's magic felt subdued, as though holding its breath. The steward who had guided them earlier spoke in a measured tone, his gaze averted as he led them through winding corridors lined with ornate tapestries. You have stirred a pot that already boiled dangerously close to spilling over, he said, his voice low. Kyle speaks for the discontented, the ones who believe the council has grown complacent. Their words carry weight among the restless. Orlin felt a flicker of unease as he followed the steward, the relics in his pocket pulsing faintly with a warmth that felt less reassuring than before. And what do you think? He asked, his voice steady despite the tension coiling in his chest. The steward paused briefly, his eyes scanning the corridor before continuing. I think truth is rarely simple, he said finally, and in Virelda it often carries a cost. They were ushered into a private chamber adorned with intricate mosaics that seemed to shift subtly in the dim light, their patterns forming spirals that mirrored the runes on the platform in the library. Tirana moved to the center of the room, planting the keeper's staff firmly into the polished stone floor as its light flared briefly, filling the space with a warm, steady glow. Kyle's words carry truth, she said, her tone thoughtful but edged with caution. The council hesitates, and that hesitation risks the balance of this city. But Kyle's fire could just as easily consume Virelda as it could save it. Adric leaned against the wall, his arms crossed as he studied the shifting mosaics. The Vigilant Flame isn't just a faction, he said quietly. It's a movement. If the council doesn't act soon, Kael won't need their approval to rally the people, and that kind of unrest will draw the shadow like moths to a flame. The air in the chamber felt heavy with magic, the faint hum of the city's light resonating through the stone as the companions debated their next steps. Carlin, who had been pacing near the door, stopped abruptly and turned to face the group, his expression calm but firm. "If Kael is willing to speak to us, then we need to listen," he said. "We don't have to take sides, but we need to understand what's at stake. The Council may hold the keys to Virelda's magic, but they aren't the only ones with power here." Orlin hesitated, his gaze drifting to the spiraling mosaics that seemed to pulse faintly in rhythm with the relics in his pocket. "Listening is one thing," he said softly. "But if we align ourselves with Kael or with the Council, we risk tipping the scales. The balance here is fragile, and we're already pulling at threads we don't fully understand." Before the debate could continue, the chamber door swung open, and a young messenger entered, their face flushed and their breath quick. "There's been an attack," they said urgently, their voice trembling. "In the lower district, a fissure opened near the canals, and shadows poured through. The Council is calling for aid, but Kael's followers are already mobilizing." Sirana's expression hardened, her grip on the Keeper's staff tightening as she turned to the others. "The shadows aren't waiting for us to choose sides," she said sharply. "They're here, and they're forcing our hand." Adric stepped forward, his staff glowing brightly as he nodded. "Then we move," he said firmly. "But we move carefully. If this city falls to chaos, it won't matter who holds the power." The companions followed the messenger through the labyrinthine corridors of the House of Luminaries, their steps quick and deliberate as the hum of the city's magic grew louder, more erratic. The air outside was thick with tension, the usual vibrancy of Virelda's streets replaced by hurried footsteps and hushed whispers. As they descended into the lower district, the scent of salt and jasmine gave way to something darker, a metallic tang that clung to the air like the aftermath of a storm. The canals shimmered faintly with golden light, their usual calm disrupted by rippling waves that seemed to pulse in time with the distant cries echoing through the narrow alleys. Orlin felt the weight of the relics grow heavier with each step, their warmth a steady reminder of the unseen forces guiding them forward. They arrived at the edge of the fissure, its jagged edges glowing faintly with a dark, pulsating energy that seemed to seep into the air around it. Shadows writhed at its edges, their forms flickering and coiling like smoke caught in a gale. Sirana raised the Keeper's staff, its light flaring brilliantly as it pushed back the encroaching darkness, revealing the desperate faces of the city guards holding the line. "We'll hold them here," she said firmly, her voice cutting through the din. "Adric, stabilize the fissure if you can. Orlin, Kaelin, keep the shadows at bay." Kaelin unsheathed his sword, its blade catching the golden light as he stepped forward, his movements precise and unyielding. Orlin felt a surge of determination as he gripped the hilt of his dagger, the relics in his pocket pulsing in time with the glow of the Keeper's staff. Together they moved as one, the weight of Virelda's fate pressing heavily on their shoulders as the battle began. The clash was swift and chaotic, the shadows striking with relentless speed and ferocity as the companions fought to hold their ground. Adric stood near the fissure, his staff glowing with a steady light as he muttered an incantation, the spiraling runes along its length flaring brightly as the dark energy began to recede. Sirana's staff cut through the air, its light rippling outward in waves that scattered the shadows and bolstered the guards holding the line. Orlin and Kaelin worked in tandem, their movements swift and precise as they pushed back the advancing darkness. The air buzzed with energy, the light and shadow clashing in a battle that seemed to echo through the very stones of the city. As the shadows began to falter, Orlan felt the warmth of the relics surge, their energy aligning with the light of the Keeper's staff, and he knew, in that moment, that Virelda's balance hung by a thread, and that their choices would determine which way it tipped. The fissure pulsed with a final, jarring vibration as Adric's staff flared brilliantly, its light weaving through the spiraling patterns of dark energy that had seeped into the ground. With a low, resonant hum, the edges of the fissure stabilized, the writhing shadows retreating like smoke dissipating into the air. Serana lowered the Keeper's staff, its glow dimming slightly as the tension in the air began to ease. The city guards let out collective sighs of relief, their weapons lowered but their eyes still wary as they scanned the quieting canals. Orlan leaned heavily against a nearby wall, the warmth of the relics in his pocket fading to a steady pulse as he caught his breath. Carlin stood nearby, his sword still drawn, its blade gleaming faintly in the soft light cast by the remaining lanterns. "That was too close," he said evenly, his sharp gaze fixed on the fissure. "If we hadn't been here—" He trailed off, but the unspoken weight of his words settled over the group like a shroud. The companions regrouped near the fissure, its jagged edges now faintly outlined in golden light, a stark reminder of the battle they had just faced. Adric wiped a hand across his brow, his expression grim as he studied the remnants of the Shadow's incursion. "This wasn't random," he said, his tone deliberate. "The fissure didn't just open, it was forced, drawn here by something. Or someone." Serana's eyes narrowed as she turned toward the gathering crowd, her grip on the Keeper's staff firm. "If the shadow is being directed," she said quietly, her voice steady, "then Virelda's light is no longer just a beacon. It's a target." Orlan glanced at the city guards, their faces weary but resolute as they moved to secure the area. "We need answers," he said firmly, "and we're not going to find them standing here." As the companions made their way back toward the upper district, the atmosphere in the city had shifted. The usual hum of magic in the air felt strained, like a melody played just slightly out of tune, and the quiet murmurs of the citizens carried an edge of unease. Lanterns flickered faintly along the canals, their light reflecting on the rippling water, and the spiraling designs carved into the walls of the buildings seemed more pronounced, their patterns almost vibrating with energy. Serana walked at the front of the group, her posture straight and determined as she led them toward the House of Luminaries. "The Council needs to know what's happening," she said firmly. "If they're unwilling to act, then we'll have to find another way to protect this city." Kaelin, walking just behind her, glanced toward the distant spire, its golden glow now dimmed and wavering. "The Council isn't just unwilling," he said grimly. "They're afraid, and fear breeds hesitation." When they reached the House of Luminaries, they were met with hurried whispers and furtive glances from the scholars and stewards moving through the halls. The tension was palpable, the usually serene atmosphere now charged with an undercurrent of urgency. A young steward approached them, their expression tight with worry. "The council is divided," they said quickly, their voice low. "Some argue for immediate action, while others demand caution, and Kyle's followers, they're gaining support." Serana's eyes narrowed, her grip on the Keeper's staff tightening as she exchanged a glance with Adric. "Kyle's fire isn't just stirring unrest," she said quietly. "It's fanning the flames of division. If the council doesn't act soon, this city will tear itself apart." They were led to a smaller, more secluded chamber, its walls lined with shelves of ancient tomes and glowing artifacts. A single counselor waited for them, their white and gold robes a stark contrast to the dim light of the room. Their expression was grave as they gestured for the companions to sit. "You've seen what's happening in our city," the councillor began, their voice calm but edged with weariness. "The fissures, the shadows, the unrest. It is all connected. The light of Virelda is faltering, and with it, the balance we have protected for centuries." Adric leaned forward, his expression thoughtful but firm. "If you know the light is failing, why hasn't the council acted?" he asked. The councillor's gaze flickered to the glowing artifact on the table before them, its light dim and unsteady. "Because the truth is not easily accepted," they said quietly, "and because there are those among us who fear what that truth demands." The councillor explained that the light of Virelda was not merely a force of magic, but a living entity, tied to the very foundations of the city and to the relics the companions carried. Its faltering was not just the result of external shadows, but also of internal fractures, greed, division, and the erosion of the unity that had once sustained it. Orlin felt a chill run through him as the weight of their words settled heavily in his chest. "If the light is alive," he said softly, "then it's responding to what it sees in the city, and in us." Sirana's expression hardened, her voice steady and resolute. "Then we need to restore the balance," she said firmly. "But we can't do it alone. The council must act, and if they won't, we'll need Kyle and the Vigilant Flame to stand with us." The councillor's face darkened at the mention of Kale, their tone sharp. "Kale's fire is reckless," they said. "It will consume Virelda before it saves it." Sirana shook her head, her voice calm but unyielding. "Reckless or not, Kyle's followers have strength and a belief in something greater. If we can unite them with the council, we might stand a chance." The room fell silent as the councillor considered her words, their expression heavy with uncertainty. Finally they nodded slowly. "If you can bring Kyle to the table," they said quietly, "then perhaps there is hope. But tread carefully. The light and shadow of this city are more intertwined than you realize." As the companions left the chamber, the weight of their task pressed heavily on their shoulders. The streets of Virelda stretched out before them, their golden light now tinged with shadow, and the path ahead seemed fraught with uncertainty. Orlin glanced toward the spire in the distance, its glow flickering faintly in the gathering dusk. "The balance is fragile," he said softly, his voice steady despite the tension in his chest. "But if we can hold it, even for a moment, it might be enough to tip the scales." Sirana nodded, her gaze unwavering as she raised the keeper's staff. "Then we move forward," she said firmly. "And we do it together." The alleys of Virelda's lower district twisted like a labyrinth, their narrow paths flanked by weathered stone walls covered in spiraling carvings that had long since faded into obscurity. The golden glow of the city's lanterns barely reached these streets, leaving the air heavy with shadow and a quiet unease that seemed to echo with every step the companions took. Sirana led the way, the keeper's staff glowing faintly in her hand as its light pushed back the encroaching darkness. Orlin followed close behind, the warmth of the relics in his pocket providing a small comfort against the chill that lingered here. Cullen's hand rested on the hilt of his sword, his sharp eyes scanning every doorway and alleyway they passed, while Adric walked silently at the rear, his staff humming faintly as though attuned to the tension in the air. "Kyle said the flame burns brightest in the shadows," Sirana murmured, her voice steady but edged with caution. "If that's true, then we're heading exactly where we need to be." The group reached a crumbling archway that marked the entrance to a hidden courtyard, its stones etched with faint spiraling runes that pulsed faintly in the light of Sirana's staff. Beyond the archway, the courtyard opened into a dimly lit space where a small gathering of figures stood, their faces obscured by the hoods of crimson cloaks. At the center of the courtyard, a brazier burned with a low, flickering flame that cast long shadows across the walls. Kyle stepped forward from the group, their crimson robes catching the faint light as their fiery gaze settled on the companions. "You came," they said simply, their tone a mix of approval and challenge, but stepping into the shadows is not the same as embracing them. Sirana met their gaze without hesitation, her voice calm but firm. "We didn't come here to embrace anything," she said. "We came to understand, and to protect this city from falling." Kale gestured toward the brazier, its flame flaring briefly as though in response to their movement. "This is not just a city," they said, their voice carrying an edge of conviction. "It is a vessel of light, a beacon against the encroaching darkness. But what the Council fails to see, what they refuse to see, is that the balance they cling to is already broken. The light cannot survive without fire, and fire demands sacrifice." Orlin felt a shiver run through him as Kyle's words settled in the air, their meaning heavy with both promise and peril. He glanced at Sirana, her grip on the keeper's staff tightening as she studied Kyle's expression. "Sacrifice is meaningless if it destroys the very thing it seeks to protect," she said quietly. "If you truly wish to preserve Virelda, then your flame must burn with purpose, not recklessness." The tension in the courtyard was palpable as the two leaders faced one another, their words striking like sparks in the dim light. Adric stepped forward then, his voice calm but deliberate. "The fissures are growing," he said. "The shadows are no longer just creeping, they're striking. If the Council won't act and your flame burns uncontrolled, the city will fall before we can save it." Kael's gaze shifted to Adric, their expression thoughtful but unyielding. "Then what do you propose?" they asked. "The Council speaks in circles and their hesitation has cost us dearly. Do you truly believe they will unite with us when they see us as the very threat they fear?" Sirana stepped closer to the brazier, her expression resolute as the light of her staff merged with the flickering flame. "If the Council won't come to the table willingly," she said, "then we bring them the table, show them the strength of your flame, not to destroy, but to illuminate. If we can unite the light and fire, perhaps we can hold the shadows at bay." Kyle studied her for a long moment, their fiery gaze flickering with something unreadable before they nodded slowly. "Very well," they said. "But know this, the flame reveals as much as it consumes. If you wish to walk this path, you must be prepared to see the truth it uncovers and to bear its cost." They turned toward the group of crimson-cloaked figures, their voice ringing out with authority. "Prepare the rites. If they seek to unite the light and flame, they must first understand its burden." The figures moved swiftly, their movements precise and deliberate as they arranged the brazier and marked the ground with spiraling runes that glowed faintly in the dim light. Orlin felt the warmth of the relics in his pocket surge, their pulse aligning with the hum of energy that now filled the courtyard. He exchanged a glance with Kaelin, whose hand tightened on the hilt of his sword, his expression calm but wary. "Whatever this rite is," Kaelin said quietly, "it's not going to be easy." As the preparations continued, the companions stood together at the edge of the courtyard, the brazier's flame casting long shadows that seemed to ripple and shift with every breath of wind. Sirana's gaze remained fixed on Kael, her grip on the keeper's staff steady as she spoke softly to the group. "This isn't just a test for us," she said. "It's a test for them, for Kyle, and for the flame they claim to protect. If we can prove to them that balance is possible, we might have a chance to unite this city." Orlin nodded, his heart pounding as the spiraling runes began to glow more brightly, their patterns shifting into a single unified design that pulsed faintly in the brazier's light. "And if we fail?" he asked, his voice trembling slightly. Tirana turned to him, her expression calm but resolute. "Then we don't," she said simply, the light of her self flaring briefly as she stepped forward to face the flame. The spiraling runes carved into the courtyard floor glowed brighter as the brazier's flame flickered and danced, casting erratic shadows against the weathered stone walls. Kyle moved to the center of the courtyard, their crimson robes flowing behind them like molten fire as they began to speak. "The flame tests all who seek its light," they said, their voice low but commanding. "It burns away pretense, reveals the truth beneath, and demands the strength to face it. If you are to walk with us, you must stand within its fire and let it show you what lies hidden in your heart." Tirana stepped forward, her expression calm but resolute as she raised the keeper's staff. "We are not here to prove our worth to the flame," she said firmly. "We are here to unite it with the light of Virelda. If this is the path to understanding, then we'll walk it, but not out of submission. We walk it because this city needs us to." Kael's fiery gaze lingered on her for a moment before they nodded, a flicker of something akin to respect crossing their features. "Then step forward," they said, gesturing to the brazier, "and let the flame decide." The companions exchanged brief, uncertain glances before Tirana moved first, her grip on the keeper's staff firm as she approached the brazier. The flame flared as she drew near, its golden red light entwining with the soft, steady glow of the staff. Orlin watched as the spiraling runes shifted beneath her feet, their patterns aligning with the relic's pulse in his pocket. "The flame knows her," Kyle murmured, their voice almost reverent. "It sees the light she carries and seeks to balance it." Tirana stood before the brazier, her eyes fixed on the flickering flame as it surged higher, its heat brushing against her face. For a moment she seemed almost weightless, the light of the staff and the brazier merging into a single glow that filled the courtyard with an otherworldly brilliance. Then the flame dimmed, and she stepped back, her expression steady but thoughtful. "It seeks balance," she said softly, "but it is not yet sure we can provide it." Adric moved next, his staff glowing faintly as he approached the brazier, his posture calm but deliberate. The flame rose again, its light flickering as though testing his resolve. He stood silently, his eyes narrowing as the spiraling runes beneath him shifted into sharper, more angular patterns. The energy in the air grew heavier, and the flame pulsed brighter, wrapping around him like a veil of light. "It's not just testing us," he said quietly, his voice barely audible. "It's testing our purpose, our belief in what we're doing." The flame flared one last time before dimming, and Adric stepped back, his expression grave. "It's not convinced," he said simply, his voice steady despite the tension in his words. "Not yet." Orlin hesitated as Carlin moved forward, his sword sheathed at his side, his steps measured and confident. The brazier's flame rose again, its heat more intense now, casting deep shadows across the courtyard as it flickered and danced around him. Kaelin's hand rested lightly on the hilt of his sword, his gaze unwavering as the spiraling runes beneath him pulsed in time with the flame. "I've faced shadows before," he said quietly, his voice firm, "and I'll face them again. But I don't fear the flame. It reveals what was already there." The flame roared briefly, then settled, its light dimming as Kalen stepped back, his expression calm but guarded. "It doesn't fear us," he said, his voice steady. "But it's not sure if it can trust us." Orlan swallowed hard as the others turned to him, their eyes filled with quiet encouragement. The relics in his pocket pulsed more insistently now, their warmth almost uncomfortable as he stepped forward, his heart pounding. The brazier's flames surged as he approached, its light shifting to a pale, flickering gold that cast strange, twisting shadows across the courtyard. The spiraling runes beneath his feet glowed brighter, their patterns resolving into intricate designs that seemed to ripple like water. The air around him grew heavier, and he felt the warmth of the flame brush against his skin, its heat both comforting and searing. "I don't know what you want from me," he said, softly, his voice trembling. "But I know we've come too far to stop now. If you're looking for resolve, for purpose, then take it. I've carried it with me every step of this journey." The flame pulsed sharply, its light flaring brighter than before, and Orlan felt a wave of energy surge through him, filling his chest with a strange, overwhelming warmth. For a brief moment, the world around him dissolved into light and shadow, and he saw flashes of memories, not just his own, but those of others, moments of triumph and loss, of courage and doubt. The vision faded as quickly as it had come, and Orlan stumbled back, his breath coming in shallow gasps as the flame dimmed once more. Kyle stepped forward, their expression unreadable as they studied him. "The flame has seen you," they said quietly, "and it has not rejected you, but the path ahead will demand more than resolve. It will demand sacrifice." The brazier's light faded to a steady glow, and the spiraling runes beneath it stilled, their patterns now a single, unified design that pulsed faintly with a golden light. Kyle turned to the companions, their voice calm but firm. "You have taken the first step," they said. "The flame recognizes your purpose, but it does not yet trust your strength. If you are to unite the fire and the light, you must prove that you can bear the weight of what that union demands." Sirana nodded, her grip on the keeper's staff tightening as she exchanged a glance with the others. "Then we'll prove it," she said simply, her voice steady. "Not to the flame, but to Virelda, and to ourselves." The flame in the brazier burned low, its steady glow casting faint, wavering patterns across the spiraling runes etched into the courtyard floor. Kyle stood at its edge, their crimson robes catching the flickering light as they addressed the companions with a voice both commanding and weighted with caution. "The flame has seen what it needed to," they said, their fiery gaze sweeping over each of them. "But recognition is not acceptance. To unite the light and fire of Virelda, you must step deeper into the shadows that bind this city." Kyle gestured toward a narrow archway that led into the depths of the district, the stone walls beyond cloaked in darkness that seemed almost tangible. "The flames you've seen here are but embers compared to what lies below. If you truly wish to understand, you must walk the path to the hidden flame, where the fire's true nature burns brightest and most dangerous." The companions exchanged wary glances, the weight of Kyle's words settling heavily on their shoulders. Kirana stepped forward, her grip on the keeper's staff firm as its soft glow cut a path through the dim light. We've come this far, she said resolutely, her voice steady. If the flame's strength is what Virelda needs, then we'll face whatever trials lie ahead. Orlin hesitated, his hand brushing against the relics in his pocket, their pulse a faint reminder of the unseen forces that had guided them this far. The flame's nature, he said softly, his voice tinged with uncertainty. It's not just fire. It's alive. It feels like it's waiting for something. Or someone. Adric rested his staff against his shoulder, his sharp gaze fixed on the archway. Then we don't keep it waiting, he said quietly. But we move carefully. The flame may burn brightly, but it doesn't mean it's safe. They descended through the archway into a series of winding tunnels carved into the stone, their walls adorned with spiraling patterns that glowed faintly into the light of the keeper's staff. The air grew warmer as they moved deeper, the faint hum of the city's magic replaced by a rhythmic vibration that seemed to resonate through the stone itself. Orlin felt a growing unease as they passed through the twisting passages, their shapes narrowing and widening unpredictably, as if the tunnels were alive and shifting around them. This place feels different, he murmured, his voice barely audible. Like it's not just underground, it's somewhere else entirely. Tirana nodded, her expression calm but tense as she led the group forward. The hidden flame isn't just part of Virelda, she said quietly. It's its foundation. Whatever burns here, it's tied to the city's very heart. They emerged into a vast cavern, its walls and ceiling shimmering with golden light that radiated from a massive brazier at its center. The flame within burned fiercely, its light casting long, twisting shadows that rippled across the stone like waves on water. Surrounding the brazier were figures cloaked in crimson, their faces obscured as they moved with precise, deliberate motions, tending to the spiraling runes that pulsed faintly in time with the flame. Kyle stepped forward, their voice echoing through the cavern. This is the hidden flame, they said simply. It is the fire that sustains Virelda, the heart of its magic and the source of its strength. But it is also a force that demands balance. If left unchecked, it can consume as easily as it can protect. The companions moved closer to the brazier, the heat of the flame growing almost unbearable as its light merged with the glow of the keeper's staff. Tirana raised the staff high, its crystal flaring brilliantly as the runes surrounding the brazier shifted, their patterns resolving into a single, unified design. This flame isn't just fire, she said softly, her voice filled with wonder. It's light and shadow, bound together in a fragile harmony. If Virelda's balance is failing, it's because this harmony is breaking. Adric knelt near the edge of the brazier, his staff glowing faintly as he studied the patterns etched into the stone. The fissures we've seen, he said thoughtfully. They're cracks in this balance. The shadows aren't just attacking the light, they're part of it. And if the flame falls, the city falls with it. Kyle's expression darkened, their fiery gaze fixed on the brazier as its flame flickered and dimmed slightly. The council does not understand this, they said bitterly. They see the flame as a tool to be wielded, not a force to be respected. That is why the balance is failing, because they do not see what it truly is. Tirana turned to them, her voice calm but resolute. Then we make them see, she said firmly. If the council won't act, then we must bring the light and flame together ourselves. But to do that, we need to protect this fire and the city it sustains. Kyle studied her for a long moment before nodding, their voice quiet but filled with conviction. Then the hidden flame is yours to protect, they said. But know this, If you cannot hold the balance, it will burn everything it touches. The brazier's light flared brightly, flooding the cavern with a golden radiance that seemed to ripple through the very stone. Orland felt the warmth of the relics in his pockets surge, their pulse aligning with the rhythm of the flame as a deep resonant hum filled the air. The spiraling runes around the brazier glowed brightly, their patterns shifting into a unified design that seemed to stretch beyond the cavern, connecting to something far greater. Sirana lowered the keeper's staff, its light steady and unwavering as she turned to the others. "This is only the beginning," she said quietly. "The flame has shown us what's at stake, but it hasn't yet shown us the cost." The dawn broke over Virelda with a peculiar stillness, the golden light of the rising sun muted by an oppressive haze that clung to the air. The city's spires, usually resplendent in the morning glow, seemed dulled, their intricate carvings shadowed by the heavy clouds that gathered above. Orland stood at the edge of the main canal, his gaze fixed on the reflection of the clouds in the water, their swirling shapes mirroring the tension that gripped the city. Behind him, the companions prepared for what lay ahead. Sirana adjusted her grip on the keeper's staff, its glow steady but dim, as though conserving its strength for the trials to come. Adric stood nearby, his staff resting against the ground as he examined a map of the city, his sharp eyes tracing the paths they would need to navigate. Carlin paced along the narrow walkway, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, his movements deliberate but restless. "The Council and Kyle are on a collision course," Carlin said quietly, his voice carrying a weight of certainty. "If we don't find a way to unite them, this city won't survive what's coming." The companions had barely slept, their rest disrupted by the news that fissures had begun appearing across the upper district, their dark energy seeping into the very stones of Virelda. The council had convened in an emergency session, but whispers from the luminaries suggested that their deliberations had devolved into accusations and indecision. Meanwhile, Kael's faction had grown bolder, their crimson-cloaked figures appearing in the markets and alleys, rallying the discontented with fiery speeches and promises of action. Tirana turned to the group, her expression calm but resolute. "We've seen what happens when light and shadow clash unchecked," she said firmly. "Virelda is more than a city. It's a balance. If we can't stabilize that balance, both sides will tear it apart before the shadow even has to lift a finger." Their path led them to the central plaza, its wide expanse now filled with a thrumming tension that seemed to radiate from the spiraling patterns etched into the stones. At the plaza's center stood the spire of convergence, its golden glow flickering like a candle in a draught, its light dimmed by the cracks that now marred its surface. A crowd had gathered, their anxious murmurs growing louder as Kyle's followers moved through the throng, their crimson robes vivid against the muted hues of the city. At the plaza's edge, the council's guards stood in a tight formation, their polished armor gleaming faintly as they held their spears at the ready. The air buzzed with the threat of conflict, the fragile peace that had held Virelda together now hanging by a thread. Kyle emerged from the crowd, their fiery gaze fixed on the council's representatives who stood near the base of the spire, their white and gold robes a stark contrast to the tension that crackled around them. "This city cannot afford your hesitation any longer," Kyle called, their voice carrying over the murmurs of the crowd. "The shadow creeps closer with every moment you waste, and the flame burns low. If you will not act, then step aside and let those with the strength to protect Virelda take the lead." One of the councillors stepped forward, their expression tight with a mixture of anger and unease. "Your recklessness endangers everything we've worked to protect," they said sharply. The light of Virelda is not yours to command. It is a trust we have safeguarded for generations, and it will not be wielded by those who seek only destruction. The companions exchanged uneasy glances as the tension in the plaza escalated, the crowd's murmurs growing louder, their movements more agitated. Sirana stepped forward, her voice cutting through the rising din with calm authority. "Enough," she said, raising the keeper's staff, its light flaring briefly as it silenced the crowd. "This city is on the brink, and neither the council's caution nor Kyle's fire will save it alone. The light and flame must unite, or both will fall to the shadow." Her words hung in the air, a fragile bridge over the growing divide. But before anyone could respond, a deep, resonant hum reverberated through the plaza, its vibration shaking the stones beneath their feet. Orlan's heart pounded as he looked toward the spire, its golden glow flaring brightly for a moment, before dimming once more, its cracks spreading like spiderwebs through the surface. "The shadow," he whispered, his voice trembling. "It's already here." The plaza erupted into chaos as a fissure tore through the stone near the spire, its jagged edges glowing with dark energy that pulsed and writhed like a living thing. Shadows poured forth, their forms flickering and coiling as they surged toward the crowd. The guards moved to intercept, their spears flashing in the dim light, but the shadows were relentless, their movements quick and unpredictable. Kyle raised their hand, a burst of flame erupting from their palm as they shouted commands to their followers. "Hold the line," they called, their voice steady despite the chaos. "Protect the people and push them back." Sirana stepped forward, her grip on the keeper's staff tightening as its light flared brilliantly, scattering the nearest shadows and creating a brief reprieve for the fleeing crowd. "Adric, stabilize the fissure," she said sharply, her voice cutting through the din. "Orlan, Kalen, keep the shadows at bay. We can't let this spread any further." The companions moved as one, their actions swift and deliberate as they worked to contain the chaos. Adric knelt near the fissure, his staff glowing brightly as he muttered an incantation, the spiraling runes along its length flaring with light as he worked to seal the crack. Orlan and Kalen fought side by side, their movements precise and unyielding as they pushed back the advancing shadows. Sirana stood near the base of the spire, her staff's light merging with its flickering glow as she focused on stabilizing its faltering energy. The air buzzed with tension, the clash of light and shadow echoing through the plaza as the city's fate hung precariously in the balance. The fissure's jagged edges pulsed with a dark, throbbing energy as Adric's staff flared with brilliant light, its spiraling runes glowing in time with his muttered incantations. The crack in the plaza floor resisted his efforts, its shadowy tendrils lashing out like living things, forcing him to brace himself against the ground as he channeled more power into the spell. Nearby, Kalen's blade gleamed in the dim light, the sharp whistle of his strikes cutting through the air as he fought back the shadows that darted toward the group with relentless speed. Orlan moved beside him, his dagger flashing as he deflected a strike aimed at Adric, his heart pounding as the warmth of the relics in his pocket surged in time with the keeper's staff. "They're drawn to the light," Orlan shouted over the chaos, his voice strained. "The closer we push them to it, the harder they fight." At the center of the plaza, Sirana stood near the base of the Spire of Convergence, her grip on the keeper's staff firm as its glow merged with the spire's failing light. The golden radiance pulsed weakly, its cracks spreading further with each moment as the shadow's presence grew stronger. She planted the staff firmly into the ground, its light flaring in a protective wave that pushed back the encroaching darkness. "The spire is faltering," she called, her voice clear and commanding. "Adric, can you hold the fissure?" Adric gritted his teeth, his knuckles white as he gripped his staff. "It's not just the fissure," he said through clenched teeth. "It's feeding on the city's light. It's connected to the spire." Serana's expression tightened as she glanced toward the council's guards, their polished armor reflecting the dim, flickering light as they formed a protective line around the retreating citizens. "Then we need to sever that connection," she said, her voice resolute. "If we don't, the city's light will collapse." Kyle's fiery presence was a beacon of motion amid the chaos, their crimson-cloaked followers forming tight formations as they used controlled bursts of flame to scatter the advancing shadows. Kyle turned toward the spire, their expression grim as they raised their hand, a spiral of fire erupting from their palm and striking a cluster of shadows that had begun to climb its cracked surface. "The spire is the key," Kyle shouted, their voice sharp with urgency. "If it falls, Virelda falls with it." They glanced toward Serana, their fiery gaze meeting her calm determination. "Whatever you're doing, Keeper, do it quickly. We'll hold them here, but not for long." Serana nodded, her focus sharpening as she raised the staff, its light intensifying as she channeled its power into the spire's fractured core. The plaza trembled beneath their feet, the fissure's energy rippling outward in waves that threatened to destabilize the ground. Orlin stumbled, catching himself against the edge of a low stone wall as a shadow lashed out, its dark tendrils striking against the relics in his pocket with a sharp, resonant hum. The warmth of the relics flared suddenly, their energy aligning with the Keeper's staff in a way that made Orlin's chest tighten with both wonder and fear. "The relics," he murmured, his voice trembling as he looked toward Serana. "They're reacting to the spire. They're connected to it." Serana's gaze flickered toward him, her eyes narrowing as she registered his words. "Then bring them here," she said, her voice steady despite the chaos. "If they're tied to the spire, they might be able to stabilize it." Orlin hesitated for only a moment before moving toward the spire, his steps quick and deliberate as he dodged the lashing shadows that darted toward him. Kalen moved beside him, his blade flashing in tight, precise arcs as he cleared a path through the chaos. "Keep moving," Kalen said firmly, his voice calm but urgent. "I've got you covered." Orlin nodded, his heart pounding as he reached the base of the spire, the warmth of the relics growing almost unbearable as he pulled them from his pocket. The small, ancient objects pulsed with a steady, golden light that seemed to resonate with the fractured glow of the spire, their energy filling the air with a low, melodic hum. Serana stepped back, her grip on the staff steady as she gestured toward the spire's cracked surface. "Place them there," she said, her voice calm but commanding. "Let the spire take what it needs." With trembling hands, Orlin pressed the relics against the spire's surface, their light merging with its fractured glow in a sudden, blinding burst of radiance. The ground beneath them stilled, the fissure's pulsing energy faltering as the spiraling runes along the spire's base flared brightly, their patterns resolving into a single unified design. The shadows recoiled, their forms flickering and fading as the golden light swept across the plaza in a wave of energy that seemed to restore the city's balance. Adric stumbled back from the fissure, his staff dimming as the crack in the ground began to close, its jagged edges knitting together in a slow but deliberate motion. Kyle lowered their hand, their flames extinguishing as they turned to survey the plaza, their fiery gaze sharp with both relief and determination. The silence that followed was almost deafening, the plaza now bathed in the steady golden light of the spire as its cracks began to heal. Orlin stepped back, his hands trembling as he looked toward Sirena, whose expression was calm but thoughtful as she lowered the keeper's staff. "It's stabilized," she said quietly. "But it's not over. The shadow's hold on this city is stronger than we thought, and it won't stop until it's taken everything." Kyle approached them, their expression grave, as they gestured toward the spire. "You've bought us time," they said. "But time alone won't save Virelda. If we don't act soon, the shadow will find another way in, and next time, we may not be able to stop it." Sirana nodded, her grip on the staff tightening as she looked toward the distant horizon, where the clouds still lingered like a heavy, unspoken promise. "Then we act," she said firmly. "Together." The golden light of the spire stabilized the plaza, its warm glow chasing away the shadows that had threatened to consume the city. Yet the victory felt fragile, the air heavy with the knowledge that the shadow was not defeated, only held at bay. The companions gathered near the base of the spire, their faces drawn with exhaustion but their resolve unbroken. Sirana stood at the forefront, the keeper's staff still pulsing faintly with light as she turned to the others. "This isn't over," she said, her voice steady but edged with urgency. "The spire has healed for now, but the shadow's reach extends deeper than we realized. If we don't address the fractures within this city, the light and flame will tear it apart from the inside." Kyle approached, their crimson cloak trailing behind them like a lingering ember, their fiery gaze sharp and unyielding. "The council won't act," they said bluntly, their tone filled with both frustration and certainty. "They've spent too long debating, too long guarding their power. If we wait for them, we'll lose everything." Sirana's expression softened slightly, her grip on the staff firm as she studied Kyle's face. "Then we make them act," she said, her voice calm but resolute. "This city isn't just theirs. It belongs to everyone who lives here, everyone who protects it. If they won't lead, then we'll give the people the strength to demand the balance Virelda needs." Adric nodded, his staff glowing faintly as he stepped forward. "The council may resist, but they can't ignore the truth forever," he said. "Not when the city itself is crying out for change." Kalen stood nearby, his sword sheathed but his posture still tense, his sharp eyes scanning the plaza as the city guards began to regroup. "If we push too hard, we risk breaking what little balance remains," he said quietly. "But if we do nothing, the shadow will finish what it started. Either way, we can't hesitate." As the companions deliberated, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the plaza, and a young steward approached, their face pale and their breath quick. "The council has convened again," they said, their voice trembling. "They've requested your presence in the Chamber of Light, but I warn you, they are divided, and their patience is thin." Kyle let out a bitter laugh, shaking their head as they turned toward the distant spire that housed the council chambers. "Divided is an understatement," they muttered. "If they're calling us now, it's because they've run out of other options." Sirana exchanged a glance with the others, her expression firm. "Then we give them no choice," she said. "We show them what's at stake, and what they stand to lose if they continue to waver." The Chamber of Light was as grand as its name suggested, its soaring ceilings adorned with spiraling mosaics that shimmered faintly in the golden glow of enchanted lanterns. The councillors sat at a circular table in the center of the room, their white and gold robes a stark contrast to the tension that crackled in the air. The companions entered with deliberate steps, their presence commanding as the keeper's staff glowed softly in Sirana's hand. Kyle followed close behind, their crimson cloak a bold declaration of the vigilant flame's defiance. The council's murmurs ceased as the group approached, and the eldest councillor rose to speak, their voice steady but strained. "You have brought chaos to our city," they began, their gaze sweeping over the group, "but you have also shown us the cracks in our foundation. What do you propose we do to mend them?" Cyrana stepped forward, her voice calm but unwavering. "Virelda's light and flame are both sources of strength," she said, "but they've been kept apart for too long, treated as opposing forces when they are meant to work together. If this city is to survive, the Council and the Vigilant Flame must unite, not as adversaries, but as stewards of balance." Kyle's fiery gaze locked onto the councillors, their tone sharp but measured. "Your hesitation has cost us dearly," they said, "but we are willing to work with you, if you are willing to act. The shadows don't wait for debates or deliberations. Every moment we waste gives them more ground to claim." The room fell silent, the weight of their words settling heavily over the councillors, who exchanged uncertain glances. The elder councillor finally spoke, their voice quieter but no less authoritative. "And if we agree to this alliance," they said slowly, "what guarantees do we have that the flame will not consume what it seeks to protect?" Cyrana raised the keeper's staff, its light flaring briefly as she answered. "The same guarantee that the light will not falter," she said firmly. "Trust, balance, unity. If we fail to uphold those, then it won't matter which side we stand on. The shadow will take everything." The spiraling runes etched into the chamber floor glowed faintly as her words resonated through the room, their patterns aligning with the rhythm of the spire's light. The silence that followed was thick with anticipation, broken only by the elder councillor's measured nod. "Very well," they said. "We will take this step, but know that the path ahead will demand more than we have ever given." As the council's decision settled over the room, a low, melodic hum filled the air, its resonance carrying a sense of both relief and urgency. Cyrana turned to Kyle, her expression calm but resolute. "This is only the beginning," she said softly. "The balance we've restored is fragile, and the shadow won't stop. But together we have a chance to hold it, and to protect what matters most." Kyle nodded, their fiery gaze softening slightly. "Then we move forward," they said. "The flame and the light, together." The companions left the chamber with a sense of cautious hope, their thoughts heavy with the trials yet to come. The spires of Virelda gleamed faintly in the fading light, their glow a fragile promise of the balance they had fought to restore. But as the shadows lingered at the edges of the city, Orlan couldn't shake the feeling that their greatest challenges were still ahead, and that the choices they had made would ripple far beyond the bounds of Virelda. The companions stood on the edge of a windswept plateau, the plains of Virelda's outskirts stretching behind them, and before them, a realm utterly untouched by the hands of men or elves. The terrain was unlike anything they had seen. Vast, rippling fields of obsidian-like stone glittered in the sunlight, broken only by jagged spires of crystalline rock that pierced the sky like silent sentinels. A strange wind howled through the spires, its sound resonating like a hollow, mournful song. Orlan felt the relics in his pocket pulse faintly, their warmth tempered by an unfamiliar weight, as though they were reluctant to move forward. Cyrana's expression was unreadable as she gripped the keeper's staff tightly, its light dimming slightly in response to the unnatural energy that lingered in the air. "This place isn't just old," she said softly, her voice barely audible over the wind. "It's alive. Can you feel it?" Adric knelt near one of the crystalline spires, his staff glowing faintly as he touched its surface. The crystals seemed to hum beneath his hand, a vibration that resonated deep in his chest. "This is no ordinary magic," he said quietly, his gaze distant. "It's not tethered to any one source. It's wild, unbound, almost sentient." Kalen moved cautiously toward a cluster of the strange formations, his sword unsheathed and gleaming faintly in the fractured light. "Then we're not alone," he said grimly, his sharp eyes scanning the horizon. "Something, or someone, is here, and it's watching us." Orlin felt a shiver run down his spine as he looked out across the glittering expanse, the relics in his pocket pulsing more insistently now, their warmth almost searing against his skin. "It's the relics," he murmured, his voice trembling. "They're not just guiding us, they're reacting to whatever this place is." As they pressed onward, the howling wind grew louder, its mournful tone shifting into something almost melodic, as if the very air was attempting to speak. The crystalline spires became more densely packed, their surfaces reflecting distorted images of the companions as they moved. Orlin paused before one particularly large spire, its surface polished to a mirror-like sheen that shimmered with faint rippling light. He froze as his reflection shifted, showing not his own face, but a version of himself aged and weary. His eyes filled with regret. He stumbled back, his heart pounding as the image vanished, replaced by the cold, unyielding reflection of the crystal. "This place," he whispered, his voice shaking. "It's showing us possibilities, futures." Serana stepped beside him, her gaze fixed on the spire as the keeper's staff flared briefly with light. "It's not just the future," she said quietly. "It's the truth of what's to come if the balance isn't restored." They reached the heart of the crystalline expanse as the wind stilled, leaving a heavy, expectant silence in its wake. At the center of the clearing stood a massive formation unlike the others, a towering, spiraling column of crystal that pulsed with a deep, rhythmic glow. The air around it was charged, every breath carrying the weight of unspoken words, and the ground beneath their feet seemed to hum with the energy of something ancient and alive. Serana approached the column cautiously, the keeper's staff glowing brighter with each step. "This isn't just a place," she said softly, her voice laced with awe. "It's a being. It's what remains of Middle-earth's balance, a fragment of its primal essence." Adric's brow furrowed as he studied the spiraling patterns etched into the column's surface, their lines shifting and reforming with each pulse of light. "If this is the balance," he said carefully, "then it's broken, fractured, and it's calling to us to fix it." Before anyone could respond, the ground beneath them trembled, and the column's light flared brilliantly, casting the clearing in blinding radiance. A voice, deep and resonant, filled the air, not with words but with emotions and images that flooded their minds. Orlin saw flashes of a world consumed by shadow, its light snuffed out by greed and fear. He saw the spires crumbling, the plains darkening, and the relics shattered and lifeless. The voice grew stronger, its meaning clear. To restore balance, there must be sacrifice. One relic, one bearer. They staggered back, the weight of the message pressing heavily on their chests. Serana's face was pale, her grip on the staff tightening as the light dimmed once more. "It's giving us a choice," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "But it's a choice we may not survive." The column's glow steadied, its pulsing light now an unrelenting beacon that seemed to pierce the very fabric of the world. They stood in silence, the weight of their mission heavier than ever before. Orlin looked to Cyrana, his voice trembling as he broke the stillness. "If we don't make this choice," he said softly, "then everything we've fought for, everything we've sacrificed, will be for nothing." The group exchanged solemn glances, the reality of their journey finally laid bare before them, as the wind began to rise again, carrying with it the mournful melody of the crystalline expanse. They prepared to face a decision that would shape not just their future, but the fate of Middle-earth itself. The clearing was thick with tension as the crystalline column's rhythmic pulsing filled the air, each thrum like a heartbeat that resonated in their chests. Cyrana stepped closer to the towering formation, her grip tightening on the keeper's staff as its glow flared in unison with the column's light. She turned back to the group, her expression calm but strained, as though already burdened by the weight of the decision looming over them. "It isn't just asking us for a sacrifice," she said, her voice steady but low. "It's testing our unity. The relics, the staff, even this place, they're all part of the same balance, and that balance has been broken for so long it can no longer sustain itself." Adric knelt at the base of the column, his staff glowing faintly as he traced his fingers over the spiraling patterns etched into the crystalline surface. "This isn't a demand, it's a plea," he said softly, his voice laced with wonder and unease. "The balance knows it can't restore itself. It needs us to make the choice it no longer can." Callan stood apart from the others, his gaze fixed on the horizon where the crystalline spires gave way to a jagged mountain range, its peaks shrouded in swirling mist. His hand rested on the hilt of his sword, his posture tense as though bracing for an unseen attack. "A sacrifice like this, it isn't something you just decide," he said, his voice sharp. "What happens if we're wrong? What if giving up a relic, or one of us, makes the balance worse? This place doesn't give us guarantees, just consequences." Orlin felt the relics in his pocket pulse with a warmth that was no longer comforting, their energy pressing against him like a silent insistence. He hesitated, his heart pounding as he finally spoke. "The relics," he said softly. "They're reacting to this place, to the choice it's asking us to make. Maybe it's not just one relic or one bearer, it's all of us, all of this." The crystalline column flared brightly, its light swallowing the clearing as another wave of emotions and images flooded the companions' minds. Orlin gasped as he saw a vision of the group standing in the same clearing, but fractured. Cyrana alone with the staff, Adric surrounded by shadows, Carlin wielding his sword against unseen enemies, and himself standing amidst a desolate, lifeless plain. The vision shifted, and he saw a world alight with renewal, its magic restored, its people united, but at its center, a single figure stood, faceless yet unmistakably familiar, holding the staff aloft. As the light dimmed once more, Orlin staggered back, his breathing shallow. "It's not asking for just a sacrifice," he murmured, his voice trembling. "It's asking us to decide who carries the balance forward, and who gets left behind." They stood in silence, the weight of the vision pressing heavily on their shoulders. Cyrana lowered the keeper's staff, her gaze steady as she addressed the group. "We have to trust each other," she said firmly. "Whatever choice we make, it has to be together. If we let this place divide us, then the shadow will have already won." Adric rose from where he had been kneeling, his staff humming faintly as he studied the column with narrowed eyes. "The balance isn't asking us to destroy the relics or ourselves," he said thoughtfully. "It's asking us to become part of it, to give something of ourselves to restore what's been lost." Callan turned sharply, his expression tense, And what does that mean? Exactly, he demanded. We just hand over everything we've fought for and hope it works. Before Sirana could respond, the column flared again, and the air around them seemed to ripple with an invisible force. The ground beneath their feet trembled, and the crystalline spires surrounding the clearing began to resonate with a low, melodic hum. Orlin felt his chest tighten as the relics in his pocket grew hotter, their energy surging in rhythm with the column's light. "It's not going to wait for us to decide," he said urgently, his voice breaking the silence. "Whatever's holding this place together, it's starting to fail." Sirana nodded sharply, raising the keeper's staff as its light flared in response. "Then we make the choice now," she said, her voice resolute, not out of fear, but out of trust, in each other, and in the balance we've been fighting to restore. As they stepped closer to the column, the spiraling patterns along its surface shifted once more, their lines converging into a single unified design. The hum grew louder, filling the clearing with a sound that was both beautiful and overwhelming, a song of creation and destruction intertwined. Orlin looked to each of his companions, their faces etched with determination and doubt, before placing the trembling hand on the relics in his pocket. "Whatever we give," he said softly, his voice steady despite the fear in his chest, "we give it together." Sirana nodded, her gaze unwavering as she placed the keeper's staff against the column's surface, its light merging with the crystalline glow. "Then let the balance decide," she said quietly, her words carrying the weight of their journey. The column flared one final time, its light consuming everything as the clearing dissolved into a void of endless brilliance. The companions felt the world around them shift, not with violence, but with a profound, deliberate force, as though the very fabric of Middle-earth was rearranging itself. When the light faded, they found themselves standing once more in the clearing, but the crystalline spires had dimmed, their surfaces now dull and inert. The column's glow was gone, its spiraling patterns frozen in place, and the air was still. Orlin reached into his pocket, his heart pounding as he felt the relics. They were no longer warm, their pulse now faint but steady, like a heartbeat just beginning anew. "It's done," Sirana said softly, her voice tinged with wonder and exhaustion. "But what comes next? That's still up to us." The clearing was silent in the wake of the column's light fading, the crystalline spires now dull as though the life had been drained from them. They stood motionless, each of them processing the weight of what they had just experienced. Sirana lowered the keeper's staff, its once brilliant glow reduced to a faint shimmer, as though the artifact itself was resting after its efforts. Orlin touched the relics in his pocket, their pulse now steady and soft, no longer insistent but calm, as if the choice they had made had brought them to some kind of resolution. "It's quieter," he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. "Like the relics. Like the balance is breathing again." Adric stepped forward, kneeling at the base of the now inert column, his hand resting against its cool surface. "The balance hasn't been restored completely," he said thoughtfully, his voice low. "But it's no longer in chaos. We've done something, changed something, but the work isn't finished." Sirana nodded, her gaze distant as she looked toward the horizon where the crystalline expanse met the jagged peaks of the mountains beyond. "The balance gave us this moment," she said softly. "But the shadow is still there, and now it knows what we're trying to do." Kalen stood a few paces away, his sword resting against the ground, his expression tense as his eyes scanned the edges of the clearing. "This isn't over," he said grimly, his voice cutting through the stillness. "The shadow won't let this stand. It will push back, harder than ever, and if we're not ready, everything we've done will be for nothing." His words hung heavily in the air, a sobering reminder that their journey was far from complete. Orlin felt a flicker of doubt, his chest tightening as he thought of the visions the column had shown them, the fractures in their unity, the choices that had yet to be made. They moved slowly away from the clearing, their steps deliberate as they left the lifeless spires behind. The wind that had once howled through the crystalline formations was gone, replaced by an eerie stillness that felt almost oppressive. The landscape ahead was vast and wild, its features shifting between lush valleys and barren stretches of rock and dust, as though the land itself reflected the imbalance they were fighting to mend. Orlin felt the weight of the relics in his pocket as they began to pulse faintly once more, their energy guiding them forward like a distant star. "It's leading us somewhere else," he said quietly, his voice trembling with both anticipation and fear. "Whatever comes next, it's not just about the relics. It's about us." Their path led them towards the base of the mountain range, where the air grew colder and the shadows stretched longer with each passing hour. The sky above darkened, the sun obscured by thick, roiling clouds that seemed almost alive, shifting and twisting as though driven by unseen hands. Tirana raised the keeper's staff, its faint light illuminating their way as the terrain became more treacherous. "The balance has shifted," she said, her tone measured. "And the shadow knows it. This storm, it's not natural. It's a warning, or worse, a challenge." Adric paused, his staff glowing faintly as he studied the swirling clouds. "It's not just the shadow," he said softly. "It's the magic of this place. It's testing us, seeing if we're strong enough to carry what we've been given." As they climbed higher, the storm intensified, the wind howling around them as sharp bursts of icy rain pelted their faces. The path narrowed, forcing them to move in single file as they navigated the jagged rocks and sheer drops that flanked them. Orlin stumbled, his footing slipping on the slick stones, and Kaelin caught him by the arm, his grip firm and steady. "Stay close," Kaelin said, his voice sharp but not unkind. "This mountain won't show mercy, and neither will the shadow." Orlin nodded, his heart pounding as he steadied himself and continued forward. The relics pulsed more insistently now, their energy a beacon that seemed to cut through the storm, guiding them towards something unseen. They emerged onto a narrow plateau, the storm raging around them but leaving the center of the space eerily calm. At the heart of the plateau stood a single figure, cloaked in shadows that seemed to ripple and shift like smoke, their form indistinct but unmistakably humanoid. The figure turned slowly, their face obscured but their presence overwhelming, as though the very air bent around them. Tirana raised the keeper's staff, its light flaring brightly in defiance of the darkness. "Who are you?" she demanded, her voice steady despite the tension in her posture. The figure did not respond with words, but with a wave of energy that rippled through the air, forcing the companions to brace themselves as the ground beneath them trembled. The shadowed figure raised a hand, and the storm around them stilled, leaving an unnatural silence that pressed heavily on their ears. Images flooded their minds, flashes of battles fought and lost, of a world consumed by darkness and reborn in light, of choices made and consequences borne. The figure's presence spoke not in words but in emotions and truths that could not be ignored. Orlin clutched the relics in his pocket, their warmth surging as the figure's energy pressed against him. "It's not just the shadow," he murmured, his voice trembling. It's balance. It's what happens if we fail. Sirana stepped forward, the keeper's staff glowing brighter with each step. We won't fail, she said firmly. The balance can be restored, but not through fear. Show us what we need to do. The figure lowered their hand and the storm returned with a deafening roar, but they stood their ground, their resolve unbroken. The relics in Orlan's pocket pulsed steadily, their energy merging with the light of the keeper's staff as the shadowed figure began to dissipate, their form unraveling like mist in the wind. The storm's fury began to fade, leaving the plateau bathed in an eerie, muted light as the clouds parted briefly, revealing the stars above. Sirana lowered the staff, her expression calm but thoughtful as she turned to the group. This wasn't the end, she said softly. It was a warning. The balance is still fragile, and the shadow is waiting for us to falter. But we've been given a chance to finish what we started. As they descended the mountain, the companions carried with them the weight of what they had seen and the knowledge that their journey was far from over. The relics pulsed faintly in Orlan's pocket, their energy steady but reserved, as though saving their strength for the trials yet to come. The keeper's staff glowed softly in Sirana's hand, its light a beacon of hope against the encroaching darkness. And as the first rays of dawn broke over the horizon, they stepped into the unknown, their resolve unshaken, ready to face whatever awaited them in the final chapter of their quest. The path through the mountains led the companions into a realm that defied everything they had encountered so far. As they crossed the jagged peaks, the air grew heavier, shimmering with a strange, iridescent haze that danced with colors they could barely comprehend. It was as though the light itself had taken form, flowing and shifting like a river, illuminating the edges of their vision with fleeting images. A distant forest, a shimmering lake, and, occasionally, their own reflections cast in unfamiliar ways. Orlan paused, his breath caught in his chest as he saw himself not as he was, but as he could have been, taller, stronger, with a determined glint in his eye. The relics in his pocket pulsed sharply, pulling him back to the present, and he stumbled slightly, his pulse quickening. "This isn't just light," he murmured, his voice trembling. "It's showing us something." Sirana stepped ahead, her grip on the keeper's staff firm as its glow pulsed in response to the shifting light. "It's a veil," she said softly, her tone laced with awe. "A barrier between what is and what could be." The veil thickened as they descended into a deep valley, its walls carved with spiraling patterns that seemed to move under their gaze, shifting like waves on a restless sea. The ground beneath their feet was smooth and unyielding, a surface that seemed untouched by time or wear, and the air carried a faint hum, a low, resonant tone that seemed to vibrate in their bones. Kaelin unsheathed his sword, his sharp eyes scanning the shifting light with suspicion. "We've stepped into something unnatural," he said, grimly, his voice low. "This isn't just another ruin, this is alive." Adric moved cautiously, and his staff glowing faintly as he traced a hand along the valley wall, his expression thoughtful. "It's more than alive," he said softly. "It's aware. It's watching us, reacting to us, but when..." At the heart of the valley stood an archway, its towering frame crafted from a translucent material that shimmered like liquid crystal, its surface rippling with colors that shifted and danced as they approached. The relics in Orlan's pocket pulsed more intensely, their warmth almost burning as they resonated with the energy of the archway. Sirana paused before it, the keeper's staff flaring brightly as its light merged with the arch's iridescent glow. "This is the threshold," she said quietly, her voice steady. "The divide between light and shadow, Whatever lies beyond this arch, it's the heart of the balance, and it's guarded. As she spoke, the air around the archway seemed to solidify, and a figure began to emerge, its form shimmering like a mirage. It was neither man nor elf, its shape indistinct yet commanding, radiating an aura of immense power and ancient wisdom. The figure stepped forward, its presence filling the valley as its voice echoed not in words, but in feelings and impressions that resonated within their minds. Orlin gasped as he felt a surge of emotions, hope and despair, light and darkness, intertwined in a way that felt both alien and deeply familiar. The figure raised an arm, and the veil behind the archway rippled, revealing glimpses of two worlds. One bathed in radiant light, its lands flourishing and vibrant. The other consumed by shadow, its skies darkened and its people scattered. They stood transfixed as the figure's meaning became clear. It was offering them a choice. The light and shadow could not exist without the other, but the balance between them was fragile, and their actions would determine which world would emerge. Cyrana stepped forward, her expression resolute as she addressed the figure. "We've come to restore the balance," she said firmly, "to bring harmony to light and shadow, not to choose one over the other." The figure's presence shifted, its aura intensifying as if testing her resolve. They felt the air grow heavy, and the ground beneath them trembled as the veil behind the archway darkened, the images within it growing more chaotic. "It's not convinced," Adric said quietly, his voice strained. "It doesn't trust us." Kalen gripped his sword tightly, his posture tense. "Then we prove it," he said, his voice sharp. "We've faced worse than this. Together." Orlin felt the relics in his pocket pulse sharply, their energy aligning with the Keeper's staff as the valley seemed to respond to their unity, the spiraling patterns along the walls glowing brightly. The figure raised its other arm, and the veil rippled violently, the two worlds within it colliding in a flash of blinding light. They shielded their eyes, their breaths caught as the valley dissolved around them, leaving them suspended in a void of pure light and shadow. The figure's voice filled their minds once more, its meaning clear. To restore the balance, you must become part of it. "Will you offer yourselves?" Cyrana looked to the others, her gaze steady but questioning. "This is what we've been fighting for," she said softly. "But we have to decide together. If we don't, everything we've done, everything we've sacrificed, will be for nothing." They exchanged glances, their unity tested but unbroken as they prepared to answer the figure's challenge, knowing that the choice they made here would shape not only Middle-earth's future, but their own. The void of light and shadow swirled around the companions, a boundless expanse that pulsed and shifted like a living entity. The figure's presence loomed over them, its indistinct form rippling with energy as its challenge echoed in their minds. The relics in Orlin's pocket flared brightly, their warmth now almost unbearable, as though urging him toward a decision he wasn't ready to make. Cyrana stood at the center of the group, her grip on the Keeper's staff steady as its light intertwined with the swirling energies of the void. "It's testing us," she said quietly, her voice cutting through the oppressive silence. "Not just our resolve, but our understanding of the balance. This isn't just about saving Middle-earth. It's about becoming part of what keeps it alive." Her words hung heavily in the air, the enormity of their journey crystallizing in that singular moment. The void shifted, and the swirling energies coalesced into fragments of images that hung suspended around them like fragments of a broken mirror. Each fragment displayed a scene from their journey. Orlin tending his quiet garden in the Shire, Sirana's solitary vigil with the Keeper's staff, Adric poring over forgotten runes in the sanctuaries, and Kaelin standing defiant against the encroaching shadow in Virelda. The fragments began to ripple and dissolve, replaced by new images, visions of futures that were not their own, but felt hauntingly familiar. Orlan saw himself standing alone in a desolate shire, its once bright hills now grey and lifeless. Sirana's image showed her holding the Keeper's staff, her face aged and weary, surrounded by a circle of fading light. Adric's future was one of endless study, trapped in a labyrinth of knowledge with no escape, and Collins showed him fighting alone against an endless tide of shadow, his blade dull and broken. The figure's presence intensified, its meaning clear. To restore the balance, one must give everything. Kaelin stepped forward, his sword raised slightly as his sharp eyes met the figure's shifting form. "We've already given everything," he said firmly, his voice ringing with defiance. "We've crossed mountains, faced trials, and carried burdens no one else could bear. If that's not enough, then tell us what is." The figure did not respond with words, but with a wave of energy that rippled through the void, forcing the companions to their knees as the swirling images began to fracture and collapse. Orlan gasped as the relics in his pocket flared again, their light merging with the Keeper's staff in a burst of radiance that illuminated the void. Sirana raised the staff high, her expression resolute as she steadied herself against the onslaught of energy. "It's not asking for strength," she said, her voice steady but strained. "It's asking for trust, in each other, and in the balance we're trying to restore." Adric knelt beside the Keeper's staff, his hands gripping his own staff as its light pulsed faintly, its runes glowing with an ancient warmth. "The balance doesn't just need us to fight for it," he said softly. "It needs us to surrender to it, to let go of what we think we know and trust that it will guide us." Orlan hesitated, his hands trembling as he clutched the relics, their warmth now strangely comforting despite the chaos around them. "What if it's asking for too much?" he whispered, his voice barely audible. "What if we give ourselves to the balance and lose everything we are?" Sirena looked at him, her gaze steady and unwavering. "If we don't try," she said firmly, "then we've already lost. But if we trust each other, if we trust the balance, then maybe we don't have to lose everything." The void trembled as the figure raised both arms, and the swirling energies surged toward the companions in a torrent of light and shadow. Orlan felt the relics pulse one final time, their energy merging with the Keeper's staff as Sirena held it aloft, her voice ringing out with a clarity that pierced through the storm. "We accept the balance," she said, her words carrying the weight of their journey. "Not as its masters, but as its guardians. If this is what it takes to restore what was lost, then we will give it everything we have." The figure's form shifted, its indistinct edges sharpening as the void around them began to stabilize. The energies of light and shadow coalesced into a single unified stream that flowed toward the companions, enveloping them in a brilliance that was both blinding and soothing. The storm subsided, and the void dissolved into a landscape unlike any they had seen before. They stood on a vast plain of shimmering light, its surface rippling like water, stretching endlessly in every direction. The figure remained, its form now clearer but still indistinct, its voice resonating in their minds with a sense of calm and acceptance. "You have chosen wisely," it said, the emotions behind the words carrying a sense of profound relief. "The balance has waited long for such unity. Your journey is far from over, but the path forward is now open." The plain beneath their feet began to shift, its surface solidifying into familiar terrain, a winding road that led toward the distant horizon where the faint silhouette of a forest awaited. Orlin looked to the others, his heart pounding with both relief and trepidation. "It's not just showing us the way," he said softly. "It's walking with us." Serana lowered the keeper's staff, its light now steady and calm, as she turned to the figure. "We'll do what it takes," she said, her voice resolute, not just to restore the balance, but to protect it for what comes after. The figure's form began to fade, its presence lingering like a whisper on the wind as they took their first steps toward the forest on the horizon. The light around them dimmed, returning to the natural glow of Middle-earth sky as the shimmering plain gave way to grass and stone. They walked in silence, their unity unspoken but unbreakable, the weight of their decision still heavy on their shoulders. As the first rays of dawn broke over the horizon, Orlin felt the relics in his pocket pulse faintly, their energy a quiet reminder of the balance they now carried within themselves. The road wound gently through the emerging forest, the trees around them alive with a strange luminescence that pulsed faintly, as if echoing the companion's own resolve. The air was cool and carried the faint scent of wildflowers, a soothing contrast to the tension that still lingered in their hearts. Orlin walked at the center of the group, his hand brushing against the relics in his pocket as their pulse steadied in rhythm with his own. He couldn't help but glance at the others, their faces illuminated by the faint glow of the keeper's staff, which Serana held like a beacon guiding them forward. "It feels quieter," Orlin said softly, breaking the silence. "Like the balance is watching us but not pushing anymore." Serana nodded, her gaze fixed ahead. "We've passed its test," she said, "but that doesn't mean it trusts us completely. What we do next will decide everything." The forest thickened as they moved deeper, the trees growing taller and their branches forming a canopy that filtered the light into shimmering fragments. Adric paused to examine the bark of one tree, his fingers tracing patterns etched into its surface. "These runes," he murmured, his brow furrowing. "They're not ancient, they're recent. Someone's been here." Cowlin stepped beside him, his sword unsheathed, his sharp eyes scanning the shadows that clung to the edges of the path. "If they're still here, we'll find them," he said grimly, his voice low. "Or they'll find us." Orlin shivered, feeling the relics pulse faintly as though responding to an unseen presence. "Whoever it is," he said quietly, "they're tied to this place. And to the balance." They emerged into a clearing where the forest floor gave way to smooth stone, its surface etched with intricate spiraling patterns that glowed faintly in the dim light. At the center of the clearing stood a figure cloaked in silvery fabric, their back turned to the group as they knelt before a small, flickering flame. The figure's presence was commanding yet serene, their movements deliberate as they fed the flame with small pieces of bark and leaves. Serana stepped forward, the keeper's staff flaring briefly as its light caught the figure's attention. They rose slowly, turning to face the companions, their features obscured by the hood of their cloak. "You've come far," the figure said, their voice smooth and melodic, carrying an air of both curiosity and authority. "But the balance is not yet yours to command." The figure lowered their hood, revealing an elf with sharp, angular features and eyes that shimmered like starlight. Their presence was both intimidating and inviting, their expression one of careful scrutiny. "I am Elindor," they said, their tone measured, caretaker of this threshold. The choices you've made have brought you here, but the balance you seek is not so easily mended. Sirana raised the keeper's staff, its light steady as she stepped closer. "We're not here to command the balance," she said firmly. "We're here to protect it. Whatever tests you have for us, we'll face them." Elendor tilted their head, their gaze piercing. "Protection requires understanding," they said, "and understanding requires sacrifice. What you've given so far is only a beginning." The flame at the center of the clearing flared briefly, casting long shadows across the stone as Elendor gestured toward it. "This fire is the spark of what remains," they said. "It holds the memory of the balance before it was fractured, but it is fading. To rekindle it, you must give it something of yourselves, not in flesh, but in truth. Show it who you are, and it will show you what you must do." They exchanged uncertain glances before Cyrena stepped forward, her grip on the staff firm. "If that's what it takes," she said softly, her voice steady. "We've come too far to stop now." She knelt before the flame, her eyes closing as the light of the keeper's staff merged with its flickering glow. For a moment, the clearing was silent, and then the flame pulsed brightly, sending a wave of energy that rippled through the air. The wave carried with it a flood of images, moments from their journey, the trials they had faced, and the choices they had made. Orlin saw himself standing in the Shire, his hands dirty with soil as he tended to his quiet garden, only to see it fade into shadow. Adric saw the ruins he had studied, their knowledge a heavy burden he had carried alone for so long. Kaelin saw battles fought and wounds endured, his blade a constant companion in a world of strife, and Sirana saw herself standing at the center of a great spiral of light and shadow, the keeper's staff in her hands as the forces of the world converged around her. The flame flared again, and the images dissolved, leaving only the companions and Elendor in the quiet clearing. "You have shown the flame your truths," Elendor said, their voice quieter now, almost reverent. "And it has shown you what lies ahead. The balance will demand more of you than you can imagine, but it has chosen you to bear that burden." They turned toward Sirana, their gaze resting on the keeper's staff. "The staff carries the memory of the balance, but it will need the strength of the relics to endure what is to come. Protect them, and they will protect you." They rose slowly, the weight of Elendor's words settling heavily on their shoulders. Orlin felt the relics in his pocket pulse once more, their warmth steady and comforting as he looked toward the flame. "We'll do what it takes," he said softly, his voice steady despite the fear that lingered in his chest. "Whatever it takes." Elendor stepped back, their form shimmering as the light of the clearing began to fade. "Then go," they said. "The balance awaits, and so does the shadow." The clearing dissolved around them, the smooth stone giving way to the soft earth of the forest as the companions found themselves once more on the winding path. The flame was gone, and with it, Elendor, but the memory of their encounter remained etched into their minds. As they moved forward, the forest thinned, and the first rays of dawn broke through the canopy, illuminating the path ahead. Sirana held the keeper's staff high, its light steady as she turned to the others. "The balance is watching," she said softly. "Let's make sure it sees us through." The forest had thinned by the time they emerged onto a rolling plain, its golden grasses swaying in the gentle breeze as though whispering secrets of a world untouched by shadow. The path they followed was faint, little more than a suggestion etched into the earth, its winding course leading toward a cluster of distant ruins that seemed to shimmer faintly in the midday light. Orlin felt the relics in his pocket pulse softly, their warmth steady and insistent, as though urging him forward. The memory of Elendor and the flames still lingered in his mind, the weight of their words settling heavily on his shoulders. "This place feels different," he murmured, his voice low as he glanced toward Cyrana. Not hostile, but waiting. Cyrana nodded, her grip on the keeper's staff firm as its light pulsed faintly, a quiet reassurance amid the uncertainty. "We're being watched," she said, her voice calm but resolute. "Whatever lies ahead, it knows we're coming." Adric paused near a weathered stone pillar that jutted from the ground like a forgotten monument, its surface etched with runes that glowed faintly beneath his touch. "These markings," he said thoughtfully, his fingers tracing the patterns with care. "They're ancient, but not abandoned. Someone, or something, has kept them alive." Kalen stood nearby, his sword resting against his shoulder as his sharp eyes scanned the horizon. "Then it's not just the shadow we have to worry about," he said grimly. "If these ruins belong to anyone, they won't take kindly to strangers." The relics pulsed again, their warmth intensifying as Orlin stepped closer to the ruins, their crumbled arches and half-buried walls casting long shadows in the waning sunlight. "It's guiding us here," he said quietly, his voice tinged with both wonder and unease. "But why?" The companions moved cautiously through the ruins, their steps echoing softly against the stone as the faint hum of distant energy vibrated through the air. The keeper's staff flared briefly as Cyrana raised it high, its light casting long beams that illuminated the intricate carvings adorning the walls. The patterns seemed to move beneath their gaze, shifting like water as though alive with a magic older than any they had encountered. "This isn't just a ruin," Adric said softly, his voice tinged with awe. "It's a repository, a place where the balance once thrived." Orlin knelt near a fragmented altar at the center of the ruins, his hand brushing against its smooth surface as the relics in his pocket flared brightly. "There's something beneath us," he murmured, his gaze distant. "A presence. It's faint, but it's there." As if in response to his words, the ground beneath the altar began to tremble, a low rumble that grew steadily louder as the stones shifted and cracked. The companions stepped back, their weapons drawn as a section of the floor collapsed inward, revealing a spiraling staircase that descended into darkness. Cyrana stepped forward, the keeper's staff glowing brightly as she peered into the depths. "It's not just a presence," she said softly, her voice steady despite the tension in the air. "It's a beacon, and it's calling us." Carlin gripped his sword tightly, his expression tense as he glanced toward the others. "If it's a trap," he said grimly, "it's a good one. But if it's not, we can't ignore it." The staircase descended into a vast chamber bathed in an otherworldly light that seemed to emanate from the very walls. The air was thick with the scent of earth and stone, carrying a faint, metallic tang that lingered at the edge of perception. At the center of the chamber stood a massive structure, its shape reminiscent of an ancient tree with sprawling branches that stretched toward the ceiling, each limb carved with runes that glowed faintly in the dim light. Orlin felt the relics in his pocket pulse in time with the runes, their energy aligning with the chamber's magic in a way that sent a shiver down his spine. "This is it," he whispered, his voice trembling. "This is what's been guiding us." The structure pulsed suddenly, its runes flaring brightly as the air around it seemed to ripple and hum with energy. Cyrana raised the keeper's staff, its light merging with the glow of the runes as the chamber filled with a resonant tone that vibrated through the companions' very bones. The ground trembled beneath their feet as the structure began to shift, its branches twisting and reforming until a doorway emerged at its base, framed by spiraling patterns that seemed to beckon them forward. "It's an invitation," Adric said softly, his voice tinged with both awe and trepidation. "But to what?" Tirana stepped closer, her expression calm but resolute as she placed a hand against the carved surface of the doorway. "We won't know unless we enter," she said firmly. "But whatever lies beyond, we face it together." The doorway shimmered faintly as the companions stepped through, its surface rippling like liquid light before solidifying again behind them. They found themselves in a vast circular chamber that seemed to stretch infinitely upward, its walls carved with intricate patterns that glowed softly in the dim light. The air was thick with an ancient energy that hummed faintly, resonating in their chests with each breath they took. At the center of the chamber stood a pedestal of polished stone, its surface smooth and unblemished save for a single glowing sigil that pulsed in rhythm with the chamber's hum. Orlin felt the relics in his pocket flare brightly, their warmth intensifying as though urging him toward the pedestal. "This is it," he said softly, his voice trembling. "This is what we've been searching for." Tirana approached the pedestal cautiously, the keeper's staff glowing in her hands as its light merged with the sigil's faint glow. "It's a focus," she said quietly, her voice filled with both awe and tension. "A nexus of the balance's energy. This place, it's alive, connected to everything we've been fighting for." Adric knelt beside the pedestal, his fingers tracing the sigil as the runes on his staff flared faintly in response. "The balance isn't just tied to the relics or the staff," he said thoughtfully. "It's embedded in the very fabric of this world, this place. It's a convergence point, a meeting of light and shadow. But why here? Why now?" Kalen stood at the edge of the chamber, his sword resting against his shoulder as his sharp eyes scanned the walls for any sign of movement. "Because it's been waiting," he said grimly, his voice low. "And I don't think we're the first ones it's called." As if in answer, the hum of the chamber deepened, its resonance filling the air with a low, vibrating tone that seemed to grow stronger with each passing moment. The sigil on the pedestal flared brightly, casting long shadows across the chamber as the carvings along the walls began to shift, their patterns spiraling outward like waves on a still pond. Orlin stepped back, his heart pounding as the relics in his pocket pulsed in time with the chamber's energy. "It's reacting to us," he said, his voice trembling. "But it's not just reacting. It's searching." Tirana gripped the keeper's staff tightly, her expression tense as she watched the shifting patterns on the walls. "It's testing us," she said firmly. "But for what?" The answer came in the form of a figure that stepped out from the shadows, their presence sudden and commanding, as though they had been there all along. Cloaked in dark fabric that shimmered faintly in the chamber's light, the figure moved with an otherworldly grace, their features obscured by a hood that cast their face in shadow. They raised a hand, and the hum of the chamber shifted into a melodic tone, its resonance filling the air with a sense of both welcome and warning. "You have come far," the figure said, their voice smooth and resonant, carrying an authority that silenced the companions. "But the balance is not yet yours to claim. There is a cost to what you seek, and you must prove that you are willing to pay it." Tirana stepped forward, her grip on the staff firm as its light flared in response to the figure's presence. "We've faced every trial the balance has set before us," she said calmly, her voice steady. "Whatever you ask, we'll meet it together." The figure tilted their head slightly as though considering her words, before raising their other hand. The chamber's light dimmed and the air grew colder as the carvings along the walls began to glow with a faint, golden light. "Then show me," the figure said, their voice a command that resonated through the companion's very bones. "Show me the truth of your unity and the strength of your resolve. Only then will the path forward be revealed." The light of the chamber shifted, its golden glow coalescing into a series of swirling shapes that surrounded the companions, each one reflecting an image from their journey. Orlan saw the Shire, its green hills fading into shadow as the image shifted to show him holding the relics, their light burning brightly in his hands. Kirana saw herself standing alone in the sanctuaries, the keeper's staff pulsing faintly as the light around her dimmed. Adric saw the ruins of the forgotten realms, their ancient knowledge a heavy burden that weighed on his shoulders. Callan saw himself standing against an endless tide of shadow, his blade dull and broken but his resolve unshaken. The images lingered, their meaning clear. The balance demanded more than unity. It demanded understanding, sacrifice, and trust. The figure stepped closer, their presence filling the chamber as the images dissolved into faint wisps of light. "You carry the weight of this world's future," they said, their voice quieter now, almost reverent. "But to carry it fully, you must give yourselves to the balance, not as heroes, but as its stewards." The companions exchanged glances, their unity unspoken but palpable as they turned toward the pedestal. Sirana raised the keeper's staff high, its light flaring brightly as she placed it against the sigil. "Then let the balance judge us," she said firmly, her voice filled with resolve. The sigil pulsed brightly, and the chamber erupted in a burst of light that consumed everything, leaving them suspended in a void of endless brilliance, their fate resting in the hands of the balance itself. The brilliance of the void dimmed gradually, revealing the companions standing in a space unlike anything they had encountered. The walls, if they could be called such, shimmered with the same ethereal light as the chamber, but they stretched endlessly into a horizon where no ceiling or ground seemed to exist. The sigil they had activated now floated in the air before them, glowing faintly as though waiting for their next move. The hooded figure reappeared, their form shimmering like a mirage, their presence both imposing and inviting. "The balance has seen your truths," they said, their voice resonating with a calm finality. "But understanding is not enough. To claim the balance, you must confront the heart of the shadow and the light and make them whole." Orlan swallowed hard, his grip on the relics tightening as their faint pulse steadied him. "What does that mean?" he asked, his voice trembling. "How do we make them whole?" The figure raised a hand, and the void around them rippled, revealing two towering forms, one of pure, radiant light, its edges sharp and blinding, the other a shadowy mass, its shape ever-changing, its tendrils reaching and retreating like waves. They stood opposite one another, yet the space between them pulsed with a chaotic energy that crackled and surged like a storm. "The light and shadow are not enemies," the figure said, their tone firm. "They are two halves of the same whole, but their imbalance has created a rift that threatens all of Middle-earth. Your task is not to destroy one or the other, but to bridge the divide. To do so will require more than strength or courage. It will require surrender." Sirana stepped forward, the keeper's staff glowing faintly in her hands, as her gaze locked on the chaotic storm between the forms. "Surrender to what?" she asked, her voice calm but edged with urgency. "What must we give?" The figure turned to her, their hooded face unreadable as their presence pressed heavily against the companions. "Not what you give," they said softly, "but what you accept. The balance is not a force to be commanded or controlled. It is to be carried, shared, and understood. The choice you make here will decide not only your fate, but the fate of all who walk this world." The words hung in the air, their weight settling over the companions like a heavy mantle. Adric knelt, his staff glowing faintly as he studied the storm with a furrowed brow. "If we act rashly," he murmured, "we risk tipping the scales further, but if we hesitate, the rift will grow." Kaelin gripped his sword tightly, his sharp eyes fixed on the shadowy form. "Then we act carefully," he said firmly. "Together." The sigil pulsed brightly, its light growing stronger as the chaotic energy surged toward them, enveloping them in a torrent of light and shadow. Orlin felt his chest tighten as images flooded his mind, visions of a shire consumed by shadow, of the sanctuaries fading into nothingness, of Virelda's spires collapsing beneath the weight of despair. But within the chaos, there was also hope. A glimpse of green hills under a golden sky, of sanctuaries alive with magic, of cities united by light and flame. The relics in his pocket pulsed in time with his heartbeat, their energy steadying him as he found his voice. "We've come this far," he said softly, his words carrying over the storm, "and we've done it together. If we can't trust the balance, then we've already failed." Kirina raised the keeper's staff high, its light merging with the sigil as the storm began to stabilize, its chaotic energy slowing and softening. The radiant form of light pulsed brightly, its edges softening as it reached toward the shadow, its tendrils tentative but unyielding. The shadow shifted, its form becoming clearer as it extended toward the light, their energies meeting in a blinding flash that filled the void with a soothing warmth. They shielded their eyes as the storm dissipated, leaving the radiant and shadowy forms intertwined, their once opposing energies now flowing together like two rivers merging into one. The hooded figure stepped forward, their presence softer now, their form less imposing. "You have done what many could not," they said, their voice filled with quiet reverence. "You have embraced the balance, not as a weapon but as a truth. The rift has begun to heal, but the journey is not over. The shadow still lingers and the light still falters. You must carry this balance forward, not as heroes, but as its stewards." The sigil floated gently to the ground, its glow fading as it settled into the stone. Orlin reached for it, his fingers brushing against its cool surface as a wave of calm washed over him. "We'll protect it," he said firmly, his voice steady, "for as long as we can." The void began to dissolve, the companions finding themselves once more in the chamber beneath the ruins. The pedestal stood silent, its sigil dark and lifeless, but the energy of the place had shifted, calmer, quieter, as though the balance itself had taken its first breath of relief. Cyrana lowered the keeper's staff, its light soft but steady as she turned to the others. "This isn't the end," she said softly, her gaze unwavering. "But it's a beginning. For the balance, and for us." They ascended the spiral staircase, their steps lighter despite the weight of their task. They stood at the edge of a vast canyon that split the earth like an ancient scar, its jagged walls descending into a shadowed abyss where even the light of the keeper's staff could not reach. The air was thick and still, carrying with it the faint scent of damp stone and something older, something primal that prickled at the edges of their senses. Orlin gripped the relics in his pocket tightly, their faint pulse steady and insistent, as though urging him toward the chasm. "This is it," he murmured, his voice barely audible over the oppressive silence. "This is where the balance is leading us." Tirana stepped forward, the keeper's staff glowing softly as she studied the canyon's edge, her expression calm but wary. "The path isn't clear," she said quietly, her tone measured. "But the balance doesn't lead us without reason. Whatever lies below, it holds the answers we need." Adric knelt near the edge, his staff glowing faintly as he traced his fingers over a series of markings etched into the stone. The runes were ancient, their lines worn smooth by time, but still humming with a faint energy that resonated with the relics. "These symbols," he said softly, his brow furrowing, "they're not warnings, they're instructions. Whoever came here before us, they knew this place wasn't meant to be crossed lightly." Kaelin unsheathed his sword, the blade catching the faint light of the staff as he scanned the shadows that clung to the walls of the canyon. "Then we cross, carefully," he said firmly, his voice low. "If this is where the balance leads, it's because it needs us to face whatever's waiting." The relics pulsed sharply in Orlin's pocket, their warmth almost uncomfortable now, as though pushing him to act. "We're not just crossing," he said, his voice trembling. "We're descending." The path into the canyon was treacherous, a narrow series of jagged steps that twisted and turned unpredictably, forcing the companions to move in single file. The air grew colder the deeper they went, and the faint hum of energy that had surrounded the markings above grew louder, reverberating through the walls and vibrating in their chests. Orlin felt his breathing quicken as the shadows deepened, the light of the keeper's staff barely illuminating the path ahead. "This place," he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. "It's not just ancient, it's alive." Sirana nodded, her grip on the staff tightening as its light flared briefly, pushing back the encroaching darkness. "The balance is stronger here," she said softly, "but so is the shadow. They're both waiting for us." At the base of the canyon, the companions found themselves in a massive cavern that stretched farther than the light could reach. The walls were lined with crystalline formations that pulsed faintly, their glow casting eerie reflections across the smooth black stone floor. At the center of the cavern stood a towering obelisk of shadowed crystal, its surface polished to a mirror-like sheen that shimmered with faint, rippling light. Orlin felt the relics flare brightly as they resonated with the obelisk, their energy pulling him toward it with a force he could barely resist. "This is it," he said softly, his voice trembling with a mix of awe and fear. "This is where the balance has been leading us." Sirana approached the obelisk cautiously, the keeper's staff glowing brighter with each step as though drawn to the crystalline structure. "It's not just a relic," she said quietly, her voice laced with wonder. "It's a nexus, a point where the balance and the shadow converge. Whatever happens here, it will decide everything." Adric knelt near the base of the obelisk, his staff pulsing faintly as he studied the intricate patterns etched into its surface. "The balance isn't asking us to destroy it," he said thoughtfully. "It's asking us to use it, to merge the light and shadow into something whole." Kaelin stood a few paces back, his sword drawn as his sharp eyes scanned the cavern for any sign of movement. "If we're wrong," he said grimly, "we might not get a second chance." The obelisk flared suddenly, its rippling light intensifying as the cavern trembled, a low, resonant hum filling the air. The companions staggered slightly, their breaths catching as the crystalline formations along the walls began to glow, their light merging with the obelisk's radiance. Orlin felt the relics pulse sharply, their warmth now searing as though demanding action. He reached into his pocket, his hands trembling as he withdrew them, the relic's light merging with the glow of the keeper's staff. "It's time," he said softly, his voice steady despite the fear that gripped him. "The balance is waiting. For us." Sirana stepped forward, placing the keeper's staff against the obelisk's surface, its light flaring brightly as the patterns along the crystal's surface began to shift and reform. The hum grew louder, resonating through the companion's very bones, as the obelisk pulsed with a rhythmic energy that seemed to align with their heartbeats. "This is it," Sirana said firmly, her gaze unwavering. "Whatever happens next, we face it together." The cavern trembled once more as the obelisk's light flared, consuming the chamber in a blinding brilliance that left the companions suspended in a void of light and shadow, their fate intertwined with the balance they had sworn to protect. The blinding light receded, leaving the companions standing in a vast expanse that defied description, a realm that seemed to exist outside the boundaries of time and space. The ground beneath them was smooth and glass-like, reflecting their images in faint, distorted echoes, while the horizon was a swirling sea of light and shadow that shifted and churned like a living storm. Orlin felt the relics in his hand pulse faintly, their warmth no longer insistent but steady, as though in rhythm with the strange energy that filled the air. Kirana held the keeper's staff aloft, its glow merging with the swirling energies around them, casting faint ripples of light across the expanse. "This isn't a trial," she said softly, her voice calm but laced with awe. "It's a threshold. We're not just here to restore the balance, we're here to decide what it becomes." The swirling storm on the horizon began to move, its currents of light and shadow converging into a single, towering figure that loomed over the companions with an overwhelming presence. The figure was neither man nor beast, its form ever shifting, its features indistinct but radiating an aura of immense power and ancient wisdom. Orlin felt his chest tighten as the figure's gaze, though featureless, seemed to pierce through him, filling his mind with flashes of worlds both whole and broken. He saw the Shire, its green hills thriving under a golden sky and then consumed by shadow, its fields barren and lifeless. He saw the sanctuaries of the elves, their magic flourishing in brilliant radiance, and then fading into desolation. The visions faded, leaving him trembling as the figure's voice filled the air, not a sound, but a resonant force that vibrated through their very beings. "You stand at the edge of creation," it said, its tone both commanding and reverent. "The balance trembles, its future unwritten. What will you make of it?" Sirana stepped forward, her grip on the keeper's staff firm as its light flared in response to the figure's presence. "We've come to restore what was lost," she said resolutely, her voice carrying over the hum of energy. "To unite light and shadow, not as enemies, but as equals. The balance isn't a choice between two forces. It's the harmony that binds them." The figure tilted its head slightly, its form rippling as though considering her words. The storm behind it shifted, revealing flashes of a world reborn, its skies filled with light and shadow intertwined, its lands thriving under their combined energy. But as the images stabilized, they fractured, splitting into countless shards that scattered into the void. "Harmony requires sacrifice," the figure said, its voice softer now but no less resonant. "The light and shadow must be bound through choice, Through will, one must step forward. One must bear the burden. The companions exchanged uneasy glances, the weight of the figure's words settling heavily over them. Adric knelt, his staff glowing faintly as he studied the reflections in the glass-like ground, their distorted shapes shifting and merging. "It's asking for more than unity," he said quietly, his brow furrowed. "It's asking for a tether, someone to anchor the balance, to carry its weight so it doesn't unravel again." Kaelin's grip on his sword tightened, his sharp eyes fixed on the figure as he spoke. "And what happens to the one who steps forward?" he asked grimly. The figure's form rippled, its silence an answer in itself. Cyrana looked to the others, her expression steady but pained. "It's not about loss," she said softly. "It's about trust. If we're to restore the balance, we have to trust each other to carry it forward, together." Orlin felt the relics pulse sharply in his hands, their warmth surging as though responding to the unspoken decision that lingered in the air. He stepped forward, hesitantly, his heart pounding as he raised the relics toward the figure. "If someone has to bear the burden," he said, his voice trembling, "then let it be me. The relics chose me from the beginning. I've carried them this far. I can carry them further." Cyrana reached out, her hand resting gently on his shoulder as she shook her head. "It's not just your burden to carry, Orlin," she said firmly. "The balance chose all of us. If we're going to face this, we face it together." The Keeper's staff flared brightly, its light merging with the relics as the figure extended a hand, its energy enveloping the companions in a wave of warmth and light. The storm around them intensified, its currents of light and shadow converging on the figure as its form began to stabilize, its features becoming clearer. The companions felt the ground beneath them tremble as the figure's energy surged, its voice filling the air with a final command. "Choose your path," it said, its tone resolute. "Bind the balance, or let it fall. The fate of Middle-earth rests in your hands." The sigil that had guided them through the canyon appeared once more, floating between the companions and the figure, its light pulsing faintly as though waiting for their decision. Orlin looked to the others, his voice steady despite the fear in his chest. "We've come too far to let it fall," he said softly. "If this is the choice we have to make, then we make it together." Tirana raised the Keeper's staff high, its light blazing as the companions stepped forward as one. The sigil flared brilliantly, its light merging with the swirling storm as the figure extended both hands, drawing their energy into a single unified stream. The storm calmed, its chaos replaced by a serene harmony that pulsed through the expanse like a heartbeat. The companions stood in silence, their resolve unspoken but unbreakable as the void around them began to dissolve, leaving them on the edge of the canyon once more, the sigil hovering silently between them. The figure's voice echoed faintly as it faded into the distance. "The balance is yours to carry. Protect it well." The companions stood at the canyon's edge once more, the sigil hovering silently before them, its faint glow casting long shadows against the jagged stone. The world around them felt quieter, as if holding its breath. The oppressive weight of the balance momentarily lifted. Orlin stared at the sigil, its light pulsing in time with his heartbeat, and felt the relics in his pocket warm gently, their energy no longer insistent but steady and calm. "It's done," he murmured, his voice barely audible. The balance. It chose us. Sirana lowered the keeper's staff, its glow subdued but unwavering, as though reflecting her own steadiness. It's not the end, she said softly, her gaze fixed on the horizon. The balance is watching, waiting. What we've done here is only the beginning of what it needs from us. Adric knelt beside the sigil, his staff glowing faintly as he studied the patterns that rippled across its surface. It's no longer a guide, he said thoughtfully. It's a reminder. The balance doesn't just exist in places like this. It's in everything we do, every choice we make. Kaelin stood apart from the others, his sword resting lightly against his shoulder, his sharp eyes scanning the canyon's edge. Then our choices need to count, he said firmly, his voice low. The shadow hasn't disappeared. It's still out there, waiting for us to falter. If we don't carry the balance with us, it'll all unravel again. His words lingered in the air, a stark reminder that their journey was far from over. The sigil began to fade, its light dimming until it dissolved into faint wisps of energy that drifted upward, vanishing into the sky. Orland felt a strange emptiness as it disappeared, as though a part of him had been left behind. But the relics pulsed reassuringly in his pocket, their warmth grounding him in the present. The sigil isn't gone, he said, quietly. It's part of the balance now. And so are we. Sirana stepped beside him, her expression calm but resolute. Then we carry it forward, she said firmly. Not just as its stewards, but as its guardians. The words settled over the group like a vow, unspoken but deeply felt, binding them together more tightly than ever before. The companions began their ascent out of the canyon, the path steep and treacherous but illuminated by the soft light of the keeper's staff. The silence of the canyon was broken only by the sound of their footsteps, each step carrying them closer to the surface and the uncertain world that awaited them above. The air grew lighter as they climbed, and the faint glow of dawn painted the sky with hues of gold and lavender, a promise of renewal that seemed to echo the harmony they had fought to restore. Orlin paused near the top, glancing back at the shadowed depths below, the memory of the obelisk and the figure etched into his mind. "Do you think it's enough?" he asked softly, his voice carrying the weight of his doubt. Sirana turned to him, her gaze steady and filled with quiet conviction. "It has to be," she said simply. If we don't believe in the balance, then who will?" The canyon gave way to open plains, their golden grasses swaying gently in the morning breeze, the horizon stretching endlessly before them. The companions stood together, their eyes fixed on the road ahead, each of them feeling the weight of their task, but also the strength of their unity. Kaelin adjusted the hilt of his sword, his sharp eyes scanning the distance. "The shadow won't wait," he said grimly. "Whatever comes next, it'll come fast." Adric nodded, his staff glowing faintly as he spoke. "Then we don't wait either. The balance is with us now. It'll guide us, even if the path isn't clear." Orlin felt the relics pulse gently, their warmth a quiet reminder of the trust the balance had placed in them. "We've come this far," he said softly. "We can finish this." The keeper's staff flared briefly, its light casting a warm glow over the group as Sirana stepped forward, her gaze fixed on the horizon. "Then we keep going," she said firmly. "Not because the balance needs us, but because we need it. Middle-earth needs it." The companions began their journey once more, their steps purposeful and steady as they moved toward the distant mountains that loomed on the horizon, their peaks shrouded in mist. The wind carried with it the faint scent of wildflowers and rain, a quiet promise of the world they hoped to protect. They stood at the base of a towering mountain, its jagged peaks clawing at the ski, shrouded in thick, swirling clouds that pulsed faintly with an ominous light. Orland felt the relics in his pocket grow heavier, their pulse steady but strained, as though burdened by the weight of the choice they had made and the journey that still lay ahead. The path leading up the mountain was narrow and treacherous, its surface slick with frost and scattered with shards of broken stone that glimmered faintly in the dim light. Sirana raised the keeper's staff, its glow illuminating the jagged rocks as she stepped forward, her gaze fixed on the summit. "This is the heart of it," she said, softly, her voice resolute. "The place where the balance was broken, and where it can be mended." The relics pulsed again, their warmth seeping through Orland's fingers as he followed Sirana, the others close behind. The path wound steeply upward, the mountain's surface growing colder and more hostile with each step, as though resisting their presence. Kalin moved cautiously at the rear, his sword unsheathed, its blade gleaming faintly in the light of the staff. "The shadow knows we're here," he said grimly, his voice cutting through the howling wind. "It's waiting for us to falter." Adric paused briefly, his staff glowing faintly as he studied the jagged carvings etched into the stone walls that flanked the path. "These markings," he murmured, his brow furrowing. "They're warnings, but also something more. A record, perhaps, of those who came before us and failed." He traced his fingers over the runes, their lines shimmering faintly before fading back into the cold stone. As they ascended, the air grew thinner, and the oppressive weight of the mountain pressed heavily against them, each step requiring more effort than the last. The keeper's staff flared briefly as Sirana paused near a sharp turn in the path, her gaze narrowing as she studied the swirling clouds that loomed above. "This place is alive," she said quietly. "Not just with the shadow, but with the memory of what it once was. The balance was strong here once, its light and shadow intertwined, but something fractured it, and now it's unraveling." Orland felt a shiver run down his spine as the relics flared briefly, their pulse sinking with the faint vibrations that seemed to emanate from the mountain itself. "It's calling to us," he murmured, his voice trembling. "But it's also warning us. If we're not ready, we'll break it even further." They reached a narrow ledge that jutted out over a vast chasm, its depths obscured by thick, swirling mist that glowed faintly with an unnatural light. The path beyond the ledge was blocked by a jagged wall of crystalline formations that pulsed faintly, their surface shimmering with both light and shadow. Sirana stepped cautiously onto the ledge, her grip on the keeper's staff firm as its light merged with the faint glow of the crystals. "This isn't just a barrier," she said softly. "It's a test. The balance is asking us to prove ourselves, to show that we're ready to carry what it needs." Kalin moved beside her, his sword resting lightly against his shoulder as he studied the crystals with a wary gaze. "And if we're not ready?" he asked, his voice low. "What happens then?" Before Sirana could answer, the crystals flared brightly, their light engulfing the ledge as they were pulled into a torrent of energy that surged through their minds and bodies. Orland gasped as visions flooded his senses, images of the Shire consumed by shadow, of the sanctuaries fading into silence, of the spires of Virelda crumbling beneath the weight of despair. But within the chaos, there was also hope. A glimpse of the Shire thriving under a golden sky of sanctuaries alive with magic, of cities united by light and flame. The energy subsided, leaving them breathless but unbroken, the crystalline barrier now pulsing faintly with a rhythmic light that matched the beat of their hearts. "It's letting us through," Cyrana said softly, her voice steady. "But it's also watching us. The balance hasn't decided yet. It's waiting to see what we'll do." The path beyond the barrier led into a cavern carved into the heart of the mountain, its walls lined with shimmering crystals that pulsed in time with the relics and the staff. The air grew warmer as they moved deeper, the oppressive weight of the mountain replaced by a strange, expectant stillness that pressed heavily against their senses. At the center of the cavern stood a massive altar, its surface smooth and polished, etched with intricate spiraling patterns that glowed faintly with both light and shadow. The relics in Orlan's pocket flared brightly as they resonated with the altar, their energy merging with the light of the keeper's staff as they approached. "This is it," Cyrana said quietly, her voice filled with both awe and trepidation. "The heart of the balance, the place where everything began." The cavern trembled faintly, and the light of the crystals grew brighter as the spiraling patterns on the altar began to shift, their lines converging into a single, unified design. The air grew heavy with a resonant hum that vibrated through the companions' very bones, the energy of the balance pressing against them like a living force. Orlan felt his chest tighten as he stepped closer to the altar, the relics in his hand pulsing with a steady warmth that soothed his fear but left him with an overwhelming sense of responsibility. "Whatever happens here," he said softly, his voice steady despite the tension in the air, "it's up to us now." They exchanged silent glances, their unity unspoken but unbreakable, as they prepared to face the final trial that would determine the fate of Middle-earth. The cavern's hum deepened as the companions approached the altar, its spiraling patterns shifting like living streams of light and shadow, converging and fracturing in a dance that seemed to echo the fragile balance of the world. Orlan held the relics tightly in his hands, their pulse aligning with the rhythmic glow of the altar as though resonating with its energy. The keeper's staff flared briefly in Cyrana's grasp, its light casting long, flickering shadows across the smooth stone walls of the cavern. She stepped forward, her gaze steady but cautious as she placed the staff against the altar. The glow intensified, and the spirals converged into a single point of radiance that pulsed with a force that shook the air around them. "It's awakening," Cyrana said softly, her voice carrying over the resonant hum. "The balance is calling us to act, but it's waiting for our choice." The air grew heavier, and the light of the altar flared brilliantly, enveloping the companions in a torrent of energy that surged through their senses, filling their minds with visions that left them breathless. Orlan gasped as he saw the Shire not as it was, but as it could be. A land of endless twilight, its hills consumed by shadow, its people scattered and broken. Yet within the darkness there was also a spark of light, a fragile but unyielding glow that spoke of resilience and hope. Adric saw the sanctuaries fading into silence, their halls empty and their magic drained, but he also saw their rebirth, vast, vibrant realms alive with knowledge and power, their strength drawn not from domination, but from harmony. Cullen's vision was one of endless battle, his blade dulled and his body weary, but at the heart of his struggle was unity, faces of those he fought alongside, their courage unbroken even in the face of overwhelming odds. The visions faded, and they found themselves standing once more before the altar, its glow steady but expectant. The crystalline walls of the cavern pulsed faintly, their light weaving through the air like threads, connecting the altar to the companions and beyond. "It's not just asking for our strength," Adric said thoughtfully, his voice steady despite the weight of the moment. "It's asking for our understanding, our willingness to let go of control and trust the balance to guide us." Kalen stepped closer to the altar, his sword lowered but ready, his sharp eyes scanning the spirals of light and shadow that danced across its surface. "And what happens if we're wrong?" he asked grimly, his voice low. "What if we tip the scales too far in either direction?" Before anyone could respond, the altar flared again, its spirals forming into two distinct shapes, one of radiant light, the other of deep shadow, their edges blurring as they twisted and turned around each other. The air grew colder, and the cavern trembled as a figure began to emerge from the light, its form tall and indistinct, radiating an aura of immense power and serenity. A second figure rose from the shadow, its presence heavy and commanding, its movements fluid and deliberate. Orlin felt his breath catch in his chest as the two figures turned toward the companions, their gazes piercing despite their lack of features. "These aren't enemies," Sirana said quietly, her voice trembling with awe. "They're the balance itself, two halves of the same whole." The figures stepped closer, their movements synchronized as they extended their hands toward the companions. The light figure's presence was warm and soothing, its energy filling the air with a sense of peace and renewal. The shadow figure was colder, its aura heavy and unyielding, but not malevolent. Its energy spoke of strength and resolve, of a foundation that could not be shaken. Together their voices filled the cavern, not in words but in emotions that resonated through the companions' minds. "You stand at the edge of creation," the voices said, their tones blending seamlessly. "The balance is within your grasp, but it is fragile. To carry it forward, you must accept its truth, not as a weapon, but as a promise." They exchanged uncertain glances, the enormity of the moment pressing heavily upon them. Orlin felt the relics pulse sharply in his hands, their energy aligning with the figure's presence in a way that sent a shiver through him. "It's not asking for us to destroy one or the other," he said softly, his voice steady despite his fear. "It's asking for us to join them, to become part of the balance, not just its guardians." Sirana nodded, her grip on the keeper's staff firm as she stepped forward, her gaze unwavering. "Then we accept," she said firmly, her voice filled with resolve. Not out of fear, but out of trust, in each other, and in the balance itself. The figures extended their hands further, their energy converging into a single, unified stream that surged toward the altar, enveloping the companions in a blinding radiance that filled the cavern with warmth and light. Orlin felt the relics dissolve into the energy, their presence merging with the keeper's staff as the spirals on the altar stabilized, forming into a single, harmonious design that pulsed like a heartbeat. The cavern trembled once more, but this time it was not with chaos. It was with renewal, a steady rhythm that echoed through the air like the first breath of a world reborn. The light and shadow figures began to fade, their presence lingering like a whisper on the wind as they stood together, their unity unbroken. As the radiance dimmed, the cavern returned to its original state, its walls shimmering faintly with the glow of the restored balance. The altar's spirals pulsed gently, their energy calm and steady, as though reflecting the companion's own resolve. Sirana lowered the keeper's staff, its light soft but unwavering, as she turned to the others. "It's done," she said softly, her voice filled with both relief and wonder. "The balance is whole again, but it's ours to protect." They began their ascent out of the cavern, their steps lighter despite the weight of their task. The path ahead was uncertain, but their unity was unshaken, and the balance they carried within them was stronger than ever. The ascent from the cavern was steep, but filled with a new sense of purpose. The companions' steps lighter despite the weight of what they carried. The first rays of dawn broke over the horizon as they emerged onto a wide plateau, its golden grasses swaying gently in the breeze, as though untouched by the shadow that had loomed over Middle-earth for so long. Orlain paused to catch his breath, his gaze drawn to the keeper's staff in Serana's hands, its light steady but softer now, a quiet reflection of the balance they had restored. The relics were gone, their essence absorbed into the harmony of the altar, but their absence felt more like a release than a loss. "It's different now," he murmured, his voice trembling with a mix of awe and relief. "The balance isn't just out there, it's within us." Serana stepped forward, her expression calm but thoughtful as she raised the staff, its light casting a warm glow over the plateau. "The balance has been restored," she said softly, her tone steady but tinged with emotion. "But it's not invulnerable. It needs stewards, not just to protect it, but to live by it. If we falter, it could all unravel again." Kalen adjusted the hilt of his sword, his sharp eyes scanning the horizon where the mountains gave way to rolling plains and distant forests. "Then we don't falter," he said firmly, his voice low but resolute. "The shadow will always be there, waiting for us to slip. But so will the light. And as long as we remember that, the balance will endure." They began their journey down the mountain, the air growing warmer as the sun climbed higher, its light painting the landscape with hues of gold and green. Orlan felt a strange sense of peace settle over him, the memory of the obelisk and the figures etched into his mind like a quiet promise. He thought of the Shire, its hills alive with life and laughter, its fields golden under a wide open sky. The balance wasn't just an abstract force. It was in the people and places they loved, the small moments of joy and connection that made life worth protecting. "Do you think they'll know?" he asked quietly, his gaze distant. "The people we've fought for. Do you think they'll feel the balance we've restored?" Adric paused, his staff glowing faintly as he studied the distant horizon, his expression thoughtful. "They may not know it as we do," he said, softly, his voice carrying the weight of his wisdom. "But they'll feel it, in the wind, in the light, in the quiet moments when the world seems whole. That's what we've given them, a chance to live in harmony, even if they don't realize it." Serana nodded, her grip on the keeper's staff firm as she turned to the group, her gaze filled with quiet determination. "And that's enough," she said firmly. "We didn't do this for recognition. We did it because it was right, because it was necessary." As they descended into the rolling plains, the distant silhouette of the Shire came into view, its familiar hills and winding paths stirring a bittersweet longing in Orlan's chest. The journey had changed him, had changed all of them. But the sight of home brought with it a sense of closure that eased the ache of what they had endured. They walked in silence, their unity unspoken but deeply felt, as the balance they carried within them resonated with the land, its harmony reflected in the gentle sway of the grasses and the quiet rustle of the wind. When they reached the edge of the Shire, Orlan paused, his gaze lingering on the path that led to his garden, its gates slightly ajar as though waiting for him. "It's strange," he said softly, his voice trembling. "To come back after everything, to see it just as it was, and yet not the same. Sirana rested a hand on his shoulder, her touch light but steady. "It's not just the Shire that's changed," she said gently. "It's you. It's all of us. The balance isn't something we leave behind. It's something we carry forward in everything we do." Orlin nodded, a quiet smile tugging at the corners of his lips as he stepped through the gate, his heart lighter than it had been in what felt like a lifetime. They lingered for a moment, their gazes meeting in a silent farewell before they each turned toward their own paths. Their roles as stewards of the balance unspoken but understood. The sun climbed higher, its light bathing the Shire in a golden glow that seemed to whisper of renewal, of hope, of a world restored. And as Orlin knelt in his garden, his hands brushing against the rich soil that held the promise of new life, he felt the balance within him, a quiet, steady pulse that echoed the unity they had fought so hard to protect. Middle-earth was whole again, its harmony fragile but enduring, and for the first time in a long while, Orlin allowed himself to simply breathe. The balance wasn't a battle to be won or a burden to be carried. It was a gift, a reminder that light and shadow were not enemies, but partners in the dance of life. And as the breeze stirred the leaves above, carrying with it the faint scent of wildflowers and rain, Orlin smiled, knowing that the balance would endure, not because it was perfect, but because it was held by those who believed in it.